from scratch. And my grandma liked to get up every day when she was older because she was diabetic, and she'd make homemade loaves of bread. So for breakfast, you could go down and just put a big slob of Amish butter, all natural butter, on
Oh, hell yeah.
homemade bread from scratch, fresh out of the oven.
Hey, Hank,
So
how's your pie crust coming?
I was gifted enough to learn them.
Yeah, I don't do the pie crust.
What?
Next thing I'm gonna
You ought to
make
do
is
chili
yeah,
pie,
I
man.
love the chicken pie. So
Turkey.
what my great grandmother used to do is she used to take the little pies and like fold it in like clamshell and like fork it closed. So
Yeah,
I wanted to like recreate that recipe for my family. She used to do like apple pies like that, like meat pies. So I wanted to start doing that for my children before they leave the house.
you can take apple pie filling, right? And do like apple pie turnovers with pie crust. That's pretty good too.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on my pie crust for sure. Thanks for bringing it up.
You got to be
Yeah.
able to
Or
fork
you can
it
even
in.
cut like little
Yeah, you
shapes
gotta
and
fork
dust
it
them
in
with
there.
cinnamon and sugar.
It's true, though.
Yeah, for those of us who don't know what we're talking about, you like fold it over like a clam, and then you press the fork down on the edges of it to seal it, so it doesn't leak.
Oh, no, I thought I was meaning like to actually make the pie dough itself. You got to
Oh,
work quickly before your butter gets too soft.
Oh, I got you.
I use an egg
And you
wash
got to
and
work
then I
the
crimp it
butter
with my
into
fingers.
the. Oh, go ahead.
Egg wash and crimp it with my fingers. It usually seals it.
I think I was thinking of something different than Hank. Sorry, dude. Sorry. But
Well,
yeah,
for
that
cooking
sounds
the
Oh,
awesome,
that's all
dude.
good.
Hey, you know what? In the state of the world we're in, I don't think it's a bad thing that we have, we want to cook food. I've taken up more like cooking things, so I think it's awesome. I mean, because you're lucky if you can get a pizza delivery, or I don't know what the state of restaurants are for you guys, but things are weird. You guys all know. Anyways, oh my goodness.
Yeah, things are definitely weird right now. This is not normal. I don't care what anybody says. This, there's nothing
Damn,
new
that's
about
some
this normal. There's nothing normal
crazy.
about this new.
That's crazy looking bread, Sasha. You're making me hungry. For sure.
Yeah, so after making a few raisin breads, I found out that the trick is to get the bread as thin as you can with a roller and make the cinnamon glaze or whatever and the raisins, make that part as thin as you can too. That's the trick to make good cinnamon swirl bread. And I got a smoker, and I kind of wonder what like certain smoked bread would be like, or maybe we could make like a pizza from scratch and like put it in the smoker for like 5 minutes.
Fuck that, Hank. You just need to make yourself a pizza oven in your backyard.
All I need is bricks, right?
Bricks, refractory cement, and silver sand or silica sand, like number one or number two. Just something to take up the void, and then you stack your bricks, and then instead of laying mortar, you lay the refractory cement with your mix of sand, so that it'll handle the heat, and then you do a layer on the outside and do a thick layer on the outside, and on the inside you leave the bricks. You don't want to plaster that. That way, the bricks contain the heat, and then build yourself a hickory fire or something like that inside there. Then you can do bread and all that shit. You want to wait till the
Oh,
fire
like
has died down, and you push the coals back, and then you stick it in there, and then it's like fucking 2 minutes, and it's done. Because it's like fucking 700 degrees in there. Yeah, I'm surprised you haven't thought of that or done anything like that. I know you've been busy.
Yeah, I've been a little busy lately. I did get a little 5-day vacation earlier, but I rested. I've missed a few Sabbaths.
I know you got a killer barbecue chicken pizza recipe, don't you?
No, the thing that I cook is beef brisket. That's kind of my award-winning thing because my grandpa did it, and he's from South Texas, right? So he taught me. So I got, kind of 50 years of experience tied into it.
Oh my God. Burnt end pizza.
Because burnt ends are oh, I
Pizza,
love
though.
it. Yeah.
Like it's
No, no,
sourdough pizza dough.
no.
Trying to give you ideas so you can open up your own restaurant and have other people driving for you. You don't have to drive no more.
I thought about doing my own business where, like, all the drivers got together and just kind of formed a union, and like we're all going to take the food deliveries. Nobody's going to use the app, and then everybody gets paid like what they work for. I thought about doing it, but I don't know. You can't really get people to agree that the sky is blue sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I kind of think my town is small enough that I could, just order food, and every time the guy comes, be like, hey, bro, I made this YouTube video, watch it and get back with me. And just have him watch the video, and it'd be like, we're going to cut off the middleman and we're going to do it ourselves. And the only thing I would have to hire is like a secretary to take the phone calls and the orders and place the orders and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But
And
yeah,
you
I've
can
thought
do
about it.
like all
I've thought
different
about it.
like avenues like that too. Hell, you could probably even get a license where you could deliver liquor to people, save them the DUI.
Yeah, that was definitely part of it.
Yeah.
But I wanted to deliver alcohol because it's not. I don't think you need a license to deliver it. You need a license to sell it. But I
Right.
wouldn't technically be selling it. But yeah,
They'd be
I've thought
purchasing
about
it
this
from the
stuff.
store and you'd be delivering it. Yeah.
Right. So it would be like they call the store, they call us. This is what I ordered. Go get it. And then the driver would get like 100% of the. Well, I guess if there was a secretary, the secretary would have to get something, right? So how would I pay the secretary? I got a wife. She ain't doing nothing. She can do it. I'd say she ain't doing nothing. That's a lie. She cleans the house and shit. But yeah, anybody who has worked for Uber Eats or anything like that, it's it's probably like a huge percentage you're giving to Uber, and all they did was provide the app. Like hell, we don't need an app. We got cell phones. Just give us an old-fashioned phone call. Oh, and by the way, when I said union, I didn't mean like the old-fashioned type of union. I meant more like a corporation, like just uniting, not necessarily that socialist bullshit.
Okay, sorry, Hank. I just saw Miguel's picture image just now, pear varieties. I wonder how much trouble I'd get in if somebody bought pears if I said, "Did you know the earth is pear shaped?" Oh my god, I'd get in so much trouble. They probably want to lock me up, y'all. Okay, go ahead, Hank, with whatever you're talking about.
No, I'm good. Just sing the Bon Jovi song. Oh, living on a pear.
Oh my god, that's actually good. Hmm, that could be something. Sure. Are
I
you
don't have any
working?
proof, just believe it, I swear.
Are you working on some lyrics for that? That's badass if you are. Hmm.
I think it's already been done, Jenny.
Oh, wait, did you? I was just thinking that. I'm like, oh God, did I say something wrong?
No,
So
it's
you
not
did
mine.
do something like that?
No.
Oh,
Someone's already done it, I'm sure. I doubt that's an original thought. I think it was a meme first. And then I
I
think
see what you're saying. Okay, I'm with you now. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
someone did a meme and then I heard my kiddo singing it.
That is funny, regardless.
Blatty used to work on the docks. Union's been
I
on
can't get that
strike.
out of my head now.
He's down on his luck for love.
I got something
Gotta
for your head.
hold on to what we got. Doesn't even matter if we got evidence or not.
We could make up facts.
Gina works for the diner all day.
You guys remember that shit?
Working
I was
for
a
a man, she brings home her pay for love. She
for
said,
blood.
she's the one that says, Mama says it. We gotta hold on to what we got. Bon Jovi rocked. A lot of people don't accept it, but Bon Jovi did rock.
I
What
don't
if
think
you,
I've seen that meme. I'm just saying the pear one. I don't think I've ever seen it. Maybe I have.
I think I got it. See if I can
come
find it for
on.
you.
Bon Jovi rock. You give love a bad name. That jammed. Young Guns.
What was the one from trying to think of the Dan Miller.
Bad medicine.
Oh yeah, Bad Medicine.
Bad medicine is what
It was
I
in that
need.
one movie.
Oh. Hmm?
Jay and Silent Bob. You remember that movie, Jay and Silent Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's like totally hilarious right there. Bad Medicine. That was a good song back in the day. I had a cassette single of that song.
Cassette singles. Wow,
Yep.
that's a flashback.
Right?
I remember those.
Right? I'm glad I'm not the only one. Thank you, Hank. Yep. That was it's kind of a rip off if you think of it. I don't know. Maybe not. Yep, there was more of an opportunity to
Your
get to know
love is
someone.
like bad medicine. Bad medicine is what I need. Oh,
Oh.
take it up just like bad medicine.
Medicine
There ain't no doctor that can cure my
for my
disease.
disease.
I forgot that was on Jay and Silent Bob. That
Oh man,
movie was funny as shit.
so fucking hilarious. Definitely within the top 5 movies that didn't they did smoke weed in that movie, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well, it's been a
Jay,
while since I've seen it.
Jay and Silent Bob were funny. Bob was funny as fuck, never saying shit.
I mean, I know they did that one time, and they were, I don't know, something to do with Scooby Doo. Oh man, I should fucking watch it. It's been too long.
I got
Silent Bob Strike Back.
my daughter just decorated the tree, and she puts all my my ornaments from when I was a child on there, and I got Cat in the Hat, I got the Batmobile, I got the Mystery Machine, I got a Speed Racer ornament. She's like, "Who's this?" I'm like, "That's Speed Racer. Let's go. Let's go, Speed Racer. Let's go." You know? I'm here to win
Go,
races.
Speed Racer, go.
Yep. And she thinks it's funny I got a Spider-Man ornament, but if you put him on the tree right, he looks like he's climbing a tree, you know? I like that Mystery Machine one, though, because it's Shaggy's driving, leaning out the driver's side, and Scooby out the other. I got the original Mystery Machine, that the toy. It's worth a little bit of loot. I got the box it came in too, but I love my Scooby shit. And by the time I got that, my dad had already told me about being a collector. Good collector keeps all his boxes, boy. That's why I got every Nintendo game I ever bought in the case it came in with its name on it. I get the box for a lot of them too.
That's wild, bro. That's so wild. I can only imagine seeing stuff like that because I haven't seen it since the 80s, you know?
Yeah,
Oh
and
man.
what's crazy about it is if you got, like, say I got Solace. Solace is, a Wizards game in Celestis, whatever, Celestis. But I got the case that says Celestis on it. You put it in that case. That adds $25 to the price of the already $50 Nintendo game right now. And then when you put it in the box, it doubles. It becomes a $100 set.
You know, I really think all that retro shit is really cool, but
And
I got
I
10
didn't.
gigs of ROMs.
Yeah, I got one game that plays my Super Nintendo, my Nintendo 64, and my regular Nintendo. So yeah, I don't play with any of that shit. My son's going through it right now. He wants to buy a Mopar with it and pay for the Mopar and the paint job. Everything else he'll work on. I thought, you're sounding like your dad now. Once it's painted, you can sit it over in the corner and wait for assembly. Because most of it's done. We got to strip it out to paint it. To paint it properly, anyway. You put a paint job on a classic that's worthy of it, or you just don't love the classic and you shouldn't be fucking with it. You know? That's just my opinion. But he enjoys it. So, I don't know. It tickles me pink. That's the best Christmas present I got. Can I sell all these?
When I
Buy
get
me a
home,
Mopar.
when I get home, remind me and I'll take a picture of my PC. I got it on a stand that's like the size of one of the old arcade gaming units, but it doesn't have like all the plasterboard and everything. It's just a fan. And
Yeah,
we got Mortal Kombat, and
I like
we got
more.
the Nintendo controllers. You
Yep.
just plug it up to the computer, and that shit is clean.
Back, door, toward, up, down, select, start, A, B, select, start. I can do every fatality they got. I love
But the
Mortal
new Mortal Kombat has like RoboCop and Rambo and
Killer Instinct. Yeah, I got all the RC Pro-Ams. both of the Zeldas. I got one from Myers that had 25 games on it, and one of them is Pitfall Classic, right, from Atari. But that game is worth $75 and I bought it. It was a cheap one I bought from Myers. Myers used to have the big box Meyer ColecoVision produced Nintendo games. You get them for $7 and $10. It was like one of them $8 games I got out of the junk box. It's worth $75 now. I used to play it a lot because it had asteroids on it and Pitfall and Defender or Stargate. I liked Stargate. I think Stargate was my introduction to love with space. You know what I mean? Pretty much in the X-Men.
For me, it was Star Trek. Yeah, it was Star Trek for me.
Well, Star Trek, the video game, was tight too.
Oh, you're talking about video games. Oh, for me, it was Star Wars then. It was, I think it was a Super Nintendo game, and you drove like a little hovercraft over a planet, but it was a flat planet.
Moon Patrol. Remember Moon Patrol?
No, but I remember the old DOS games where you like
Oh, you're
launched like
not
little
that
ships.
old. Oh, duh, that's right.
Yeah, I
You're not.
was born in '82, but I did play a lot of the old games. I grew up in an arcade.
Moon Patrol. You were in the Moon Creeper or whatever they called that vehicle, the Moon vehicle, and you just had to jump over shit, and there were aliens and shit. Moon Patrol was released in 1982. But it was just one of them where, the screen constantly moves one way and you got obstacles you gotta jump and holes you gotta jump. It was alien ships attacking you, alien tanks. Here, I'll show you a picture of it. That was this is 80s style indoctrination. Propaganda. This is 1980s propaganda. And remember, this is before 1984. Pre-1984.
Who would have thunk that 1984 would have happened in 2021?
So, Mike, check out that game I just posted. So that was like a text-based Star Trek game.
Yeah.
But like Spock would fuck you up, dude. If you swore or anything, man, Spock would like do the Vulcan nerve pinch and knock you out. They'd lock you up for being crazy if you tried to swear or do anything. Because it was like one of those text-based games, and you could like do anything.
That
right?
was a computer game, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It was like old school, obviously.
Yeah, I seen somebody playing that once, and I wanted it for my Apple IIc. I had an Apple IIc home business, and then an IBM, which
I like
didn't have.
tried to kill McCoy, and then I tried to like push Scotty into the freaking warp drive, and but Spock was always there to fuck you up.
Hey, our first computers didn't have the RAM a phone had, and it took us 12 hours to put a game on floppy disk so we could play it later.
Man, you know how long it took to download nudie pictures?
Yeah, as long as it took to upload your game from the fucking floppy disk, you could, dude. You were like, I'm gonna play this
5
game
to 6
after
hours.
dinner.
Yeah,
Unless somebody called and disconnected you.
Listen,
your freaking like brother like picks up the phone.
Yeah.
I'm curious, does anybody remember the text-based game Drug Lord 2? So you would start off with like so much money and you got loans from like, the loan
Yeah,
sharks. That game was so funny because if
that
you
was the
if you made some
prelude
mistakes
to Grand Theft Auto.
and you couldn't pay them back,
I
they'd be like coming around. They'd be like, "Give me my fucking money," and they'd beat you up and take half your health. And the next time they'd come around and kill you. So you had to make like really quick gains really fast and pay off them loan sharks.
yep. Or get your ass kicked. Get it. You catch a beat down.
Yeah, and then later on in the game, it'd be like, "You arrive at Beijing Airport. 257 guards have arrived. What are you gonna do?" And you're like, "Phase disruptor." Everybody's dead. And you pick up all the money and leave.
You ever play multi-user dungeons? You ever
I
played
don't know what that is.
So it's like a text-based. It's like a text version, but it's online, so there's other players. It's like Dungeons and Dragons, basically.
Yeah.
It's like a text-based game, but it's multi-user. It's a multi-user dungeon, man. Like, so people would, like, I used to play the shit out of that. Like, back in, like, 90, 89, 90, back then. I used to play one constantly, and then, like, the people that were running it, they ended up
Remember E.T. the
doing some illegal
extraterrestrial?
stuff, breaking and, like, hacking into, like, the Department of Defense. So, like, one day it was there, then the next day it was not there.
Atari had E.T.
E.T.
Remember that?
Yeah.
E.T. the extra testicle.
E.T. was like $800 in like 82 or something, man. Dude, that's for think, man. That's like a normal person's like 6 weeks of paychecks.
Yeah. Tempest. Remember Tempest?
Dude,
Or
Tempest at the
Rocky's
arcade was badass, man.
Rocky's Boots. Who remembers Duke the Dragon Slayer? Or Dirk?
Dirk the Dragon Slayer. Dragon
Dirk.
Slayer, man.
From the game Dragon
Dragon
Slayer.
Slayer and Space Ace.
It seems that I always fuck up, and that game was designed to eat quarters.
Oh,
Yeah,
they're all
that was
designed to
my
eat quarters.
first
What are you talking about?
experience. That was I got through it a lot, but that was my first experience with a multiplayer game. It was at Showbiz Pizza Place, and they had 6 of them in a circle. 50 cents, of course, but if you put 50 cents in on the one all the way on the left on the circle, you were still playing with the guy all the way on the right. Every one of the separate video games, they were separate consoles, but they were all networked. So you could play all of them. That was my first experience with first player, multiplayer, first person multiplayer in the arcade. I was like, yeah, I was hooked on video games
I
after
used to
that.
play Doom over dial-up with a
Huh?
couple
I
people
remember
I
Doom.
knew. Yeah, Doom over
Yeah,
dial-up.
Doom, yeah. And what the fuck? Heavy Barrel.
Started playing in that Quake, and then Quake 3, and then
Yep.
Quake 2, I mean. Quake 2 was badass.
And now there's Quake RTS with ray tracing.
Really?
Heavy Barrel.
Yeah, they did Minecraft with ray tracing too, and I gotta admit that shit looks pretty clean.
Listen,
When Minecraft first came out, I was like, ugh, but now.
Yeah, I got it installed right now. I got Minecraft. I did the Eratosthenes experiment in ray tracing in Minecraft, man. I'm dead serious. Ask
Dude,
Jose,
that's
man.
fucking hilarious.
Yeah, dude.
That's
I did
fucking hilarious.
Eratosthenes, man. I made some like sticks out of blocks, man. I just made a box like really high. I could do it right now because I still got it installed. I still got Minecraft installed. Put it this way: the shadows are different lengths because the sun is local. It's not 93 million miles away in Minecraft. I proved Minecraft is a sphere. The shadows were different lengths.
Hey,
Yeah,
old dude,
Minecraft is a sphere because it looks so flat.
Obviously. She's a shooting
where
now.
is he at? Celtic Tiger, did you want to talk and live stream to a flat earther?
Actually, my daughter's playing Minecraft right in front of me right now. I've been playing it a bunch too.
Celtic Tiger, you got control of your mic.
But it's pretty ridiculous actually. Like you go like 20 blocks off the ground and all of a sudden the earth starts to have all kinds of curve.
There's the
Stupid.
best people to ask flat earth questions who are in here right now, so Celtic Tiger.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
I just want to say a big shout out to Old Dude, one of your mods, to get me in here because it was really a hassle.
All right, rock on.
Yeah.
Well,
so
as you can imagine, we get trolls sometimes. So
I
thank you for being patient.
I can imagine this. It's like kind of the dark world of Flat Earth or what? It's like getting into coldest to get in here.
Well, we do have colon flush.
Yeah. So listen,
You're talking about
yeah.
dark roast coffee.
I've been listening to you guys for the last 2 or 3 days, and yeah, pretty cool conversations. So you guys, everything, you all flat earthers.
Yeah, you can call us that. We all agree that it's a flat stationary plane, right? We all agree that the water is level and it does not curve.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider myself as a flat earther. I consider myself as a level earther. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, and
Well, I mean, other
you
than the
can put that
topography,
hat.
yeah.
I like tomatoes.
You,
Yes.
you,
I don't like the term flat earth.
Flat's a trigger word to get the debate going on an aggressive thing. But yes, we believe it's level topographical plane. Yeah, we agree.
And just another thing, what do you guys think about? What's my sound like? Is it okay?
Yeah,
good.
mate.
Yeah, you
Okay.
Yeah, you
sound
sound perfect to me.
Okay.
You
What
sound
do you?
Celtic and everything. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm from.
Sound a bit north of England.
Yeah, I'll introduce myself. I'm David from Ireland. I'm Irish, but for the last 30 years I've been living in France, so I might have a little bit of a problem because I'm bilingual, whatever you call it. But
Well,
anyway,
I can hear the Aaron in you.
yeah. So I just a little question, guys. What do you think about the AE map that we're presenting today?
It's a visualization.
It's just a projection. That's exactly what it is. It may be a useful tool for, getting people to understand the concept, but in no way are we claiming that this is our map, our Earth, right? Because the map isn't the Earth, right?
Yeah,
We avoid models,
It
right?
is a
There's no model.
representation.
yeah,
So
yeah, because I'm a flat earther since I'm 53 now. I'm probably a flat earther since 2010, and I just can't get around this AE map. I know I'm flat earther, and probably you guys, you probably lost a lot of friends and family over being flat earthers. I did, but and I get friends saying, "Yeah, your map is a load of shit." I just can't get around this map that we're presenting today.
so
Well,
the AE
they are
map is
creating this
actually
model.
hold on. The AE
Sorry.
map is a globe projection. It's not actually a flat Earth map.
Exactly.
It's a globe projection. The only map I've seen that was is actually like a quote unquote flat Earth map made without any reference to the globe is Antonio Subaratz's map, but he's dead. So he wrote a book called The Book of the Sun, and he made a map based upon how long it takes to sail in to different locations. So he went over like official records of like say how long it takes to sail from Sydney to Samoa or Sydney to South America or Hong Kong to the United Kingdom. So he made a map, and he also went by the official areas that countries listing, like how much square miles are in their country. So he made a map completely out of that. It makes no reference to the globe or anything like that. But the AE map it's basically a globe projection.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not.
But no one navigates the world with a map anyway, or with a globe anyway. Like, how would you navigate? Think about it. I got a ship. Do I take a globe into the ship with me to navigate the oceans? No, people
No,
navigate using the
absolutely not.
stars,
No.
right? Yeah, people navigate using the stars, which ain't the ground; it's the stars. See, it's a common misconception that latitude and longitude are positions on the ground. They are actually positions in the celestial sphere. And I'll give you an example. How do you determine when you're at 45 degrees latitude? Oh, you look up and you see if Polaris is 45 degrees above the horizon. And if it is, you say, hey, I'm at 45 degrees latitude. But we
Mhm.
could pick another convention, right? We could say that when I see Polaris 45 degrees above the horizon, I'm at 20 degrees latitude. We can pick whatever we want. These are just conventions that we've all agreed on. And if you look at the International Terrestrial Reference System, they actually say this, that latitude and longitude positions of, say, New York City or Amsterdam or whatever, they're agreed upon by convention. These are not like measured quantities. They didn't like run around measuring the ground and marking positions.
Yeah. Okay. I get you. Yeah. So what you're saying is the measurements, what they tell us today, is not the same as in reality, is it?
Yeah, probably not. No. So
Because
are you in UK? You're in the
no,
British Isles?
I'm near Bordeaux in France, but I'm Irish. I was born in Dublin. Where are you guys?
Okay, so I know about the UK, like how they surveyed in the land in the United Kingdom. So it's called Ordnance Newland. So they took the mean sea level at one port, and that's how they established like their horizontal datum. They took a sea level at a particular time, and then they measured everywhere in England from that position. But if you take that, right, and then you compare it to, like, say, the modern maps, right, the WGS 84, or there's like some European version of that. I think it's called can't remember off the top of my head the name of it. If you compare them, they don't match. There's no match. And we know the same thing in North America. They did two surveys, one in 1927 and one in 1983, and then they compared the surveys against each other, right? And they were completely different, because it all depends on where your starting point is, like where you're saying, okay, this is the 0 point. This is where we're going to start to measure from. So where am I going to start? Am I going to start from, the middle of the country and then start, surveying out from there? Or am I going to start by looking at the sky and then we're going to survey out from there? Like, there's a bunch of ways you can start. And when they choose a method and then they compare it to some other method, none of this shit matches. And they've known this since like the 1600s or earlier.
Yeah, I know that, bro. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So like distances and like all our distances, we're just a stuff that's good enough for practical purposes, right? So like nobody's gonna complain if they take an airline flight and it says 4 hours and then like it took 4.5, and they're gonna go, oh, the map's wrong, and let's call the governor and report that the map's wrong by 30 minutes. Nobody's gonna do that.
No, but I think they kind of mix it all in with nautical miles and terrestrial miles. You know what I mean? That's
Well,
the way
let's
their
put it
map
this way:
works.
distances, say like within a country, them are measured by surveying. But like if you want to know how far it is from like UK to Australia, they're going to go by the globe, right? They're going to say it's so many degrees away and it's 69 miles per degree. So, 69 times however many degrees it is. But it's not like a measured distance. It's just calculated from the assumed radius of 3,959 miles.
Yeah, and then they tell you they're from England to Australia. They're going to say it's so many thousand nautical miles.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like 1.6 miles is a 1 nautical mile or something.
Yeah, exactly. So that absolutely fucks up the maps, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah. I can get super math nerdy, but I'm not really going to get into it. There's
Yeah,
something.
I know, mate. Yeah, it's
Okay,
fucking
so there's
hard.
something like it's impossible. Like, okay, I am going to do it. This isn't really that complicated. Say you wanted to measure the
Go for it.
coastline of. So say you wanted to measure a coastline, right? Right, and a
Okay.
coastline is like undulating, right? So like you have bays, and then you have peninsulas, and then you have bays, right? So if I was going to take like a I was going to measure the distance around it, depending on the unit of measure I use, is going to tell me how long the island is. So if I use a unit of measure where it's like 1 mile, my ruler is 1 mile, it's going to be one length. But if I shrink that down to like feet, it's going to be another length. And if I shrink my units down to inches, it's going to be another length. And the smaller a unit of measure, the longer the coastline becomes. And this is like a known problem in mathematics that if you have what's called an undulating surface, the unit of measure matters. So as they're switching between nautical miles, miles, meters, kilometers, right? Each way you measure it, depending on the unit, will give you different values of how long or how of a distance.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
it's really it's. I mean, it seems counterintuitive. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? It's
You think
funny.
it would just be one distance, no matter we can switch units of measure, it's just one distance. No, that's not how it is because like you can like smaller units of measures can get into little tinier nooks and crannies, right? To
Yeah,
measure like say a coast.
yeah. Hello, can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I heard you.
Okay, I thought I went offline there for a sec. Yeah, and the famous the R value. You know when the Globers say that they have R that the distance of the radius of the Earth was measured thousands of years ago. That's a lot of bullshit. We can't measure the R value, the radius of the Earth.
Not even in principle, right? So like, what they gonna do? Dig to the core and take a tape measure to the surface? Like,
Yeah, like one day I can take my P1000, right, and I can see 3 kilometers, right, to the horizon. And then the next day, when it's a good day, like I can see 3 kilometers on a bad day, but on a good day, I can see 10 kilometers. Where can I get an R from that?
that's when you see 10 kilometers, it's a hologram. Remember, it's a mirage. That's what
It
they say.
isn't, it isn't my fucking ass. My buddy went out fishing the other day, and he went fishing. We stayed in the restaurant. We were on the beach, and he took the boat out, and he actually rang me. On his boat, he said he was 10 kilometers from the coast. Okay, so I went down to the beach, and I could actually take his boat in. I could actually zoom in on his boat.
Yeah, did you show them the pictures? You should have.
I didn't record because everything I have everything, it's everything's recorded. Like the his boat should be under what 6 foot under the globe. What is it? 8 inches by mile square, whatever the thing is.
Yeah, 8 inches. It's 8 inches per mile squared. Yeah, I've
Yeah,
seen a boat personally at 30 miles away. I watched a boat in Boston go from Boston Harbor at 6 miles. So there's a website called marinetraffic.com where you can it'll show you the actually positions of boats that are out in the ocean. So there was only one tanker boat, and that was it. And I watched it go. I watched for like 3 hours. It went from 6 miles out to 30 miles, and I tracked it the whole time. And at 30 miles out, it's supposed to be under 470 feet below the horizon. And I never lost
yeah,
sight of this boat ever. I eventually just stopped watching it out of boredom, right? Like, how long am I going to sit there and watch a boat? Like, boring as hell.
yeah.
Listen, it was so visible. I took a picture with an iPhone, not a
Yeah.
P1000, not a P. I could see it with the naked eye, no problem.
I
That's just a
remember.
hologram.
Yeah, I remember when I used to work on boats, fishing boats and shit like that when I was a youngster. In the Irish Sea, we used to pick up other ships 15 miles away. But how would that work on the curve? Like radar can't go over the curve, can it?
According to them, they say all sorts of crazy things.
No, but radar can't.
Well, they say radar goes over more curve. They say radar has super refraction. I'm dead serious. This is
Yeah,
what they say. This isn't my story. This is their story.
I
Because
know
there's something
it's
called over the
crazy.
horizon radar. It goes 4,000 kilometers.
Yeah. And I just say no, just going into other things, technology. The nuclear submarines, when they're under the water hunting other submarines and shit like that, right? The guys, they hide behind mountains under the sea, and they get into the shadows. You know that? You ever heard about that?
Yeah. They get into so they don't get detected by other subs. Yeah.
Yeah, they get into the shadows, like, like you say, the nuclear subs, right there, they're going under the water and shit like that, right? They take ships, maybe, I don't know, let's say 10 miles away, okay? But if a ship gets into the shadows behind a rock and shit like that, into the shadows, fuck that shit. So, if that works underwater, why doesn't it work on Earth, like on the surface? You know what I mean? But it doesn't.
Yeah. Why? Yeah. Why don't they just hide it around the curvature of the Earth? Why don't they just hide there?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. So yeah. Pleased to meet you guys. Yeah, took me a while to get in here. Thanks to old dude. Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here. We hear you.
Okay, cheers.
Yeah, you're definitely most welcome anytime to come back, bro. And we appreciate you telling us, all the way back in 2010, right? Because for most of us, we didn't start coming around the earliest till 2014, 2015. So to think that you figured it out before the end of the Mayan calendar, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I was kind of worried in 2010. I was asking questions. I'm an artist actually. I know about perspectives and all that crap, and I wasn't really
Wait,
worried. I wasn't really worried about water not stopping on the ball, sticking on the ball. That was in 2017. I really got into. I went, wow, yes, exactly. Water was always, still water always finds its own level, But I knew about perspectives and that since 2010. There's no way is that, the like the sun. The
wouldn't
sun.
that wouldn't that make this guy an OG flat earther?
Yeah, I'm 53 by the way. Yeah, no, it's an old thing. Even my grandmother, when I was 15, she actually talked about the flat Earth, and I went, yeah, whatever, Yeah, she was taught about that. I think she didn't say it, but she knew about flat Earth. And she died 10 years ago, and she died 80. She was 84. But she actually talked to me about the flat Earth, and I just shunned her off because I was a young fella at the time.
Hey, thanks for sharing that. I was one of the people who interviewed a couple of old farmers in their early 80s, and they told me that they remembered the debate in their lifetime. And, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he goes around telling people this has been settled for 400 years, right? And that's not true. It wasn't really settled. People didn't shut up about it until they took God out of the schools, gave you all the space programming, and then launched NASA, and then the Apollo missions. That's when people stopped believing it because they were hypnotized by the TV. The audio and visual hallucinations hypnotized them.
Yeah, a lot of people still have these conversations, people to people, but because most of us didn't hear about it in the TV, that doesn't mean that that is something that came out recently. People have been having these conversations and questioning the the global religion for a long time. Not everybody accepted the global as truth.
Yeah, Hank. Yeah, you're absolutely right, and Jimsy, you're absolutely right. Yeah, um, we're, the youngsters of this world are being indoctrinated by the mainstream media and what they're taught in school. You know, it's absolutely terrible. And hello, can you still hear me? Are you still on? Hello.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can hear you.
yeah.
Just
And I
yeah, go
just,
ahead.
just one thing, what I say, in chat rooms and shit like that, right? In chat rooms, talking to the ballers, right? Okay, we've been apparently to the moon since 1969. We did 7 missions to the moon. Okay, we're in 2021. There's no cameras on the moon, like looking at us. And the ballers go, yeah, we don't need them. We have satellites. Fuck. The moon is our natural satellite. Why don't we have GoPros on the moon looking at us? Like looking at us. I can go out in my garden every night, every 28 days. I can see my moon. I can zoom in on the north pole of the moon. I can zoom in on the south pole of the moon, and I can look on the equator of the moon every 28 days. Why don't the ballers? Why don't we have a camera on the moon looking at us so we can zoom in on Australia, we can zoom in Canada, we can zoom. You know what I mean? It's there. It's there. The reason they don't have a camera is because they are hiding something.
They don't have a camera on the moon because you cannot go to Narnia and put a camera there.
Exactly, I know that. But in speaking of terms of ballers, why don't we have a camera on the moon? Why are they must be hiding something? You know what I mean?
Because they haven't solved the issues with getting out of low Earth orbit. Because the deadly radiation would kill anyone trying to get there.
Yeah, I know exactly. It's all lies. It's all lies. They never went to the moon. Because if they went to the moon, they'd have hundreds of cameras, thousands of cameras on the moon with publicity and everything looking at us 24/7. Don't you agree?
Yeah, they would have probably defaced the moon so you would be able to read something on the surface.
Of course. Of course. Amazon, they probably have lasers coming out of the moon. Amazon, yeah, and shit like that. Of course they would have. Hang on, be right back, guys. Just getting a drink, okay?
Yeah, no problem.
That's actually an interesting idea. If you imagine the globe were real and you would put a projector on the moon that would project some sort of image so it would be visible on the moon, it would just be the biggest advert every night. So, if the globe were real, that would be done for sure. I'm sorry, Hank, you can say what you want to say.
No, bro, it's okay. I mean, think about how far we live away from each other. There's no need to apologize. But yeah, I think they did that in the movie Hancock with Will Smith. And yeah, I would love to put flat Earth on the moon, right? How great would that be, right? But yeah, you can't really put a shadow on a light. But if you believe in the baller, you can believe that the moon somehow magnifies shadows. How does that work?
So hey, Grace.
Yeah.
So that last link I posted, that's to the title of it. So when Barents made this observation, right, when he got back to the Netherlands, all the like scientists were like, "You're a fucking liar," basically. they're like, "You're a liar. You messed up the calendar. You messed up something. That's not possible, right? Or some globe. That's impossible." And it's been like a controversy on whether he actually saw it for years. But
Yeah.
he also made observations of the moon and Jupiter doing the same thing. So they can't discount it because it wasn't only the sun. It was also, the celestial bodies. It wasn't like this happened. Like, it isn't like, okay, one day the sun rose when it wasn't supposed to rise, and then the next day it was like, not like that. It came up and it stayed up. Basically, spring started 2 weeks too early, according to their quote unquote calculations, right? And they all thought he was a liar. So this paper that I just posted, they actually go over it. They like double check. And of course, the Globers have some ad hoc explanation, right? They call it the Novaya Zemlya effect, of course, and it has no, it's just like they give some math on like how this is possible. Basically, the air acted like a fiber optic cable and shot the sun into the sky, like where they were or something. Ducting, like you said. Observation of the sun at times when it is geometrically below the horizon are possible but rare. The effect has only recently been understood as a ducting phenomenon of light through multiple reflections against an inversion layer, and has
Yeah, the
been named
ducting
the
thing is just
Novaya
so
Zemlya
retarded.
effect. Oh, say
Yeah.
again?
I would say that the ducting thing is just so retarded that the light is just wiggling in the air around the globe. Is just so absurd.
Well, and then they have to be at the opening of the duct, right? Because if it's a duct, it's like a fiber optic cable. So if you're above it or below it, you're not going to see anything. You have to be in the duct itself.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's pretty interesting to me. I've known about this for a while. I actually to find this, I just like went back in an old post. I posted this like back in August 2019 or something. I used to smash the Globers with this. They don't have any like. I have a lot of stuff that they have no answers for. I just don't bring it up because all I'm gonna get is silence.
Yeah,
I think the last
heard
person I brought up to was Scott Veach, and like I think that was the last time he was on the server.
Yeah. I said
He's
all
like,
that.
"Dad
It's no
lied."
good.
No, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, it's just funny, man. But this isn't a falsification. This is a discovery.
Yeah, but the thing is, sorry, I'm back. The thing is, we can't prove anything because we can't go against the higher powers. Like we've no technology. The flat earthers, we can't. There's no scientists with us. They haven't got the balls to actually. It's like COVID. Like the doctors are going against like they all have to say in the narrative, don't they?
Yeah,
I
look,
will.
we can't really talk about the whole COVID thing on here. We don't want to, get kicked off of YouTube,
Sorry,
right? But
the
it's okay.
V. Yeah.
Yeah, you're fine, bro. Yeah, so I just wanted to say there's a movie Ben Stein did called Blackballed, I think. And you can see that, yeah, there are certain things that you can't say, you can't go against the narrative, right? And the thing is that there's so many of us and so little of them, right? How many doctors is there compared to a regular person? But I don't really think it matters anymore at this point, right? What the narrative is, like people are aware that, something's going on with this CV Axel 19, right? They're aware. And at the point that, people are starting to be aware that something's going on, they're not really going to care about the narrative anymore. And they're just going to want to know what the truth is. So, yeah, we don't have scientists backing us up, but we do have, you know, the numbers, right? And eventually, certain people with letters after their name, they're going to be like, you know what? Screw it. I'm old. I made lots of money. Who cares? I'm going to tell the truth. And the CV thing, it's going to be like a catalyst, I think, for more and more people going, you know what? These other guys are blowing the whistle about this. I think we're going to see more and more people come out. It's just my opinion. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I would also argue that things can be proven. It's the pseudoscience that keeps parroting the line that nothing can be proven. And we stand firmly with science against pseudoscience. So I don't really agree with the statement that nothing can be proven or that we don't have any science, because most of us here can easily perform a simple science experiment and therefore are a scientist.
So in that paper, dude, I just came across this. This is the last thing I'm going to say about it, because I think it's hilarious, dude. It says, this is the most puzzling and at the same time challenging. No other recording of the Novaya-Zemlya effect exists to date that has not been made over a terrain that is not perfectly flat. So basically, if you're on terrain that's perfectly flat and you see too far, magic.
And you guys are probably following the debate with the sextants, like.
Yeah, we're aware of it. Some people in here know about it. I mean, QE comes in here, Quantum Eraser.
Cree comes in here, does he? Yeah. Does Nathan Oakley and all that?
Yeah, Nathan does sometimes. Sleeping Warrior, all them guys, they come in here.
Okay.
QE probably the most. Nathan sporadically. Sleeping Warrior kind of does bursts. Even Arwen comes in here sometimes.
I'm just worried about the flat earth community at the moment. I think it's gone to shit, especially with Jaren and Globusters and all that crap. What do you think about that, guys?
I don't pay attention to them, to be honest.
Jaren was good, but I think he's gone to shit now. Well, it's maybe through the shows and Jake the asshole is going after him and shit like that. That's all we get now. I'm sub to these guys for the last 3 years, 4 years, and then they come up with shit like that. All you get is drama now. Fuck.
Well, yeah. Well, it's hard to produce good content, man. You got to keep it's hard to produce good content. Yeah, and drama is always content. That's the easiest thing to produce. Talk shit about other people.
Yeah, and then you go in the chat, all you get is trolls and shit like that. That's why actually I'm in here tonight. I did a bit of research and I found you guys, It took me ages to get in, thanks to old dude. But I got in, because I knew I could actually talk to people that have sense,
Yeah, you just got here, so, we get our fair bit of trolls, and you'll see how we handle them. We're not,
I do global.
This way, we don't take kindly to it, and we smack them around.
Do you get Glovers in here and chat?
Yeah, of course. We debate, we get Globers and normies and just there's just a couple tiers of Globers, right? There's the anti-flat earthers, and then there's just the regular normal
the anti-flat earthers. But I bet
so we get normal people.
I bet you don't
they ask dumb questions. You know how it is.
I bet you don't get the mainstream Globers in, do you? Fight
well,
the
they're
Flat
all banned.
Earth.
Oh, yeah. Fight the Flat Earth. He's been in here, yeah.
Yeah, we should let them back in because they're all, you can cut them down like a no-look tree.
They don't want to come here because we chew them up and spit them out.
Exactly.
I don't know. Just list, man. Who's been here? Rumpus, Fight the Flat Earth. Dan's been in here, but he won't talk because he's a fucking pussy. Who else? Who else has been in here? Gem Panda, fucking you name it. All the people that go on Nathan's show, but also Mick West has been in here, shitloads of people.
Yeah.
But listen, this is I'm telling you, this is the major leagues of Flat Earth. They come in here, they better bring the cowbell, man, or they're gonna it isn't gonna go good for them. Because they always come in here making claims, dude. We don't tolerate that. you got to back your shit up. You're going to make a claim like refraction bends light over the curb. You actually better bring something, right? You better bring like an experiment that demonstrates that, right? Or some physics that predicts it. You better bring something, because just saying it isn't enough. Because I can say anything too.
Exactly.
Well, it's an affirmation. It's affirming the consequence is what they usually do. They come in here and this causes that and this causes this, and you say causation is a correlation. Cite your source. How do you know that? Show me the experiment, right? And then they want to accuse you of being, anti-science because you're asking for the hypothesis. Give me the independent, dependent control variables, and they're like, you're anti-science.
We're asking for the science. We want the science. Show us the science. You saying something isn't science. That's just lips moving.
When we go out every day, we see the earth is flat. Like water, everything, like we can see too far. It's up to them to prove that the earth is a globe. We don't have to prove anything.
You got it, Bob. That's right.
Coriolis effect. The Coriolis effect. Jesus, get into that. They said the Coriolis effect. Like, what the fuck, man? Football's going through a goalpost, Coriolis effect, and then you get helicopters, like if you can hover. Come on, man. A sniper has to...
The Coriolis effect was real. There would be more hot air balloons and there would be ships shipping cargo.
And you know what? I grew up with a guy in school. He was in the Irish Army. He went to Lebanon. He was a sniper for the Irish Army, the blue hats. And I rang him up one day and he says, Pascal was his name. I said, Pascal, do you ever hear about the Coriolis effect? He says, no, what's that? It's the earth spinning, with the, 24 hours a day, and we have to spin and shit. I explained it to him. And I said to him, do you ever take that into effect, when you're shooting at 2 miles or whatever? He says, no. All we take in is the wind and the range. The wind, of course, you take in the wind, the range, and probably some other thing, whatever.
Humidity.
Yeah, humidity and shit like that. But he never talked about the Coriolis effect. He didn't even know about it. And he was a top sniper in the Irish Army, So they're all talking bullshit.
Yeah, you're right. It is absolutely up to them to prove it. But the thing is, they can't, because every time they show us, a white swan, it's like it doesn't matter, right? Because we can still see too far. And the fact that we all agree that we can see too far, but we squabble over why, that lets us know that we don't have to prove anything. It's up to them to prove it.
Exactly. And they can't get over the black swan, can they?
No, they're done for. I mean, they really are. The debate really is over. At this point, you go into a flat earth debate channel and all they're going to be doing is using tactics. That's all they have left at this point, right? So they'll use stultification. Well, what do you know? You're a flat earther. Or they'll use chaff and redirect, right? They'll start talking about something else, red herring, right? They can't take the arguments head on. So all they have is, poisoning the well, ad hominems, these sort of things. That's all they got in their arguments. They don't have math on their side. They certainly don't have science on their side. So they got, affirmations. And they're known liars. Why would we listen to any of their affirmations?
Exactly. And the thing that's scary is that the ball earther channels, they get loads of views, they're pulling people in. And it's absolutely ridiculous. They have no rebuttals. They have nothing. They're just, they're not even, how do you say that? They're not even going against flat earth. They're trying to bring people in to tell them that the flat earthers are fucking idiots. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let them bring it in, right? Then they're going to, try to prove it wrong. And that's how most people become flat earthers. They try to prove the globe wrong, right? If they try to prove us wrong, they're going to realize that they failed, right? Jake Vassal. They failed at proving us wrong because you can't do it because we can see too far.
Yeah, we can see too far, and water always finds its level.
So Witsit and Kai are debating two men right now.
So what is a salt flat? Right, it's an ancient seabed, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that right?
Sure.
So a salt flat is an ancient seabed. We have them all over the world, right? So these salt flats, if they're anything like the abyssal plains, right? The abyssal plains make up more than 50% of the Earth's crust. Then you have, the regular plains, like the plains in Kansas, or the North American plains in Canada, or the plains in, the Middle East, right? Or like, I don't know, the Ukraine. All these plains all over the world. Where's the curve? Where is it?
There's no curve.
Is it? Yeah, where's the curve at? I mean, where is it?
There's no curve.
I mean, you know it's there because you can't see it. But you know it's not flat because it looks flat.
When you listen to the ballers, they can say they can refract light 8 kilometers up. Like what's the world record for seeing something? I think it's Canigou, from Marseille to Perpignan. Canigou, the Mont Canigou. I know that mountain actually because my grandmother, my wife's grandmother, used to live there. I know that mountain well. From Marseille, that's 243 miles. We can see that from Marseille. Now, fuck that, man. That's the world record, I think. 243 miles, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really long distance. Yeah, but when you look up at the stars and you can see these stars that are trillions of miles away, doesn't compare.
Nothing compares to you. Yeah.
Yeah, the Glovers bring that argument that they think they can see forever because we see stars and the stars are so far, billions and billions, like that guy, what's his name?
Now, for me,
Carl Sagan, you can see so far away, so that way you should be able to see China from America.
Yeah, it's like I can debunk that straight away. If you have a clean fish tank, you can see to the other end of the fish tank. If you have a dirty fish tank, you can't see the other end. That's what like. It's all not refraction. It's distortion. Whatever is in the air. Because we all know the air is oxygen. Is what? It's water, isn't it? We're living in a water environment.
Oxygen is water? What?
Yeah, of course it is.
The air. He meant the air, the atmosphere.
I don't get it.
You're looking through a wall of particles in the air and water. So when you're inside the pool, you cannot see that far because there's that medium.
Yeah, well, it's humid.
In your vision.
Yeah.
So when you're looking at sea level, and you're looking through that, you're looking at water that is in the air, particles of water, dust, a lot of different things. That's why you can't see.
Yeah, exactly, bro. You can set a camera up on the beach, right? One day you can see maybe 15 miles, and another day
because of refraction.
Yeah, refraction. Yeah, and another day when it's cloudy, you only see 9 miles. Know what I mean?
Well, sir, Anon,
distortion.
What do you mean
that's the word. Distortion. Refraction.
What are you trying to
distortion?
Huh?
There's more water in the sky than there is
on
the ground. or in the ocean.
I mean, if I remember correctly, the reason why you can't see like from here to China is because of refraction.
Air. What we breathe is water.
Air refraction, something like that.
We're all
The farther
fish.
you get away from something, the smaller it gets as well. So simply being your eye pixelation happens to where it just can't be found. Can't see it. It's like 31 miles it starts to happen.
I mean, I guess if you had a powerful enough camera, you could see all the way to China. I'm not sure about that though.
Nah. Well, the Navy has a camera that can see about 200 miles, which is the targeting system for the railgun.
Yeah, railguns.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, railguns. They can. I don't know. I don't think they can target 200 miles.
Rail gun.
Yeah, the railguns. I don't think you can target 200 miles. I think they're out.
It can hit the target at 200 miles.
200 miles. Are you sure about that?
Yep.
Yeah,
they're toting it.
So that's line of sight. That's impossible on the globe.
Like we know of the test shot that they did that was publicized back in 2012. That was that was like 110 miles.
110 miles on sight.
That's pretty good.
110 miles and hit the target.
Hit the target. So a railgun, when it leaves the barrel, it's not even a barrel. It's a kind of a rail. There's nothing guiding it, so it has to go straight, doesn't it?
Yep. There's no guidance on it, so exactly, it's straight trajectory, line of sight. Going Mach 7.
Like a bullet.
Faster than a bullet.
Oh yeah, Mach 7 is much faster than a bullet, but it's like a bullet, like a railgun. It's when it's shot, when it sees the target, eyes on target, it shoots, and it goes straight and level until it loses its velocity. Maybe it could dip a bit, but over, like, what speed's it going?
7 times the speed of sound.
Yeah, 7 times the speed of sound. So it might dip a bit. It loses a bit of velocity. It might dip a bit, but it goes straight to the target. Yeah.
Is that ludicrous speed or mystical speed?
I think that's plaid. Everything's got plaid speed.
What's the railgun distance again? I must look that up. Railgun hit target.
U.S. Navy railgun target or railgun distance 200 miles.
200 miles. A railgun hit a target 200 miles. That debunks the globe big time.
That's their target range.
Come here, guys. Do you think gravity is going to have an effect on a projectile moving at 7,000 miles an hour? Going around the globe? No. It's fucking crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, the thing about gravity is it's real. It's just the theory about gravity is wrong. So the scientific, gravity is real, right? It does exist. It's specific gravity.
What is gravity for you? What is it? Yeah, that's a good question. What is gravity?
Yeah, if you'll just type in your search engine specific gravity, also known as relative density, you can see perfectly what gravity is, and this is something that you can measure, test, falsify, verify. It's empirical. You put an apple in a pail, right? An empty pail, and you add water. You manipulate the relative density of the medium that the apple is in, and the apple rises to the top if it's a fresh apple. And then you take the water out, and it sinks to the bottom. So you manipulated the cause, which is the relative density, or the water, right, from atmosphere to water, and you see the effect. The apple falls down. So why did the apple fall? Is it because the bending and warping of space-time? No, we can't put that in an experiment. That's just a concept. But you can do specific gravity or relative density in an actual scientific experiment. So, what is the cause of things rising and sinking other than birds and aerodynamics in nature?
I don't know. That's why I'm here.
Specific gravity.
Yeah.
Density. Now, see, I brought this up to a specific individual in Hangouts last night. I tried getting her to join for ladies' night, and she just wouldn't, right? She kept going, but it's gravity. And I go, gravity is not what you think it is. It's not mass attracting mass, right? And she goes, well, then what happens if I drop a ball? You know, what causes the ball to drop? You drop the ball. Yeah, but why does it go down? Because you let go of it. It was in rest until you pick it up and let it go. Yeah, but why? But why doesn't it just sit there? And I go, well, is the ball more dense than the air around it? Yes. Well, that's why it falls. Because it's more dense than the air. What happens with a helium balloon? Why does a helium balloon rise? She says, because it's less dense than the air. And I go, voila, welcome to Flat Earth.
Balloon, hey, bro, the helium balloon has kinetic energy and dead objects don't. Inanimate objects have no kinetic energy to use to rise. Anything in the system needs energy to do work.
Right.
Hey guys, I just a little question. Can I ask it? I can't get my head around it. Okay, you know, we live in a pressurized system. I know that. There's either a firmament. Do you guys believe in the firmament?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not all people subscribe to the firmament, right? There's either two schools on this, right? Either we have a container and there is something outside of the container which is where the stars are, or the stars are within the container, right? Or there is no container and there's just air everywhere.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. A container.
I mean, if there's no container, then how do you have gas pressure?
Because there's a much larger container, but it's not subject to the Earth.
Oh, okay. So I
it's like
believe
two different schools of thought with the firmament. You know, it's like a cosmic one or an Earth one. But overall, I believe it's one of these things that is talked about in the Bible, where it took one complete day of creation to create it.
Yeah. Okay. But the thing is, I don't understand about. I believe where there's a firmament I understand that you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. I understand that. Okay, but if there's a gas pressure, it should be constant pressure from ground level up to the ceiling, the same pressure. Because, like here on Earth, like I'm 7 meters above sea level, I can breathe. But if I go up to Mount Everest, there's less of the pressure. I can't breathe. I don't understand that. Like if there's a container, the gas should be a constant pressure. I can't get that.
No, that's not true, because think about it, bud. If you're laying, with one mattress on top of you, right, you're going to be fine, right? But if you got a bunch of mattresses on top of you, right, you're going to struggle to breathe a little bit because so much pressure pushing down on your body, pushing the air out of your lungs, right? Well, if you're on top, right, and there's 7 mattresses below you and only one mattress on top of you, right? Think about it. So, in my analogy, the mattresses represent, the air and where you're at.
What's a
on
mattress?
Earth.
What's a mattress? What pressure system?
No. The mattress represents, the mattress is what you lay down on your bed, right? The mattress represents the layers of air, right? So if you're on the bottom, there's lots of pressure. If you're on the top, there's not a whole lot of pressure.
Okay, I get you now. Yeah.
Do you ever been swimming and dove underwater and held your breath and went deep and felt that pressure inside of your head to where you'd have to like hum or do whatever to pop your ears, do whatever you can to pop your ears to equalize the pressure so you can like don't have that headache,
Uh-huh.
That's because, yeah, it's all the same water, but water stacked on top of water, you're going to have certain density layers where if there's more dissolved solid, it's going to be lower down, and that's going to be heavier than the stuff that's got less dissolved solids in it. Just like the what causes the currents in the ocean, it's the salinity belt. If the salinity belt is disrupted, then we face an ice age. So what happens when the ice caps melt? We go into an ice age.
What's the salinity belt? Explain.
There's less salt water at the top of the ocean than there is underneath. And the water that's up on top that's less salty travels north due to winds for some reason. Like it'll bring the warm waters from like the equator around the Horn of Africa up to and from the Caribbean on up to like the English Channel area and keep that area nice and temperate. And without that, it would be rather cold, like Russia. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So it's like one of these ways to balance out the climate. So if that belt is disrupted, then we face an ice age to where, well, it's not like necessarily an ice age per se, but where most civilization is financial civilization, it would freeze. They wouldn't be prepared for it. Kind of like if there's salt water in like a lot of these large lakes, there'd be a little ecosystem of storms on it. There already is on like the large Great Lakes. There's already a mini ecosystem of storms because of the amount of moisture. But if it was salty, there would be a difference in the shores. Like the shores down south would be nice and cold water, and the shores up north would be a little warm and probably wouldn't freeze over as hard. It's a weird study, man.
Water always finds its level.
Yep.
We are water. 95% of us is water. 95% of the world is water. We are water.
No. 70.
70%. Yeah, go on.
71. What
yeah,
I don't get.
we are water. We are water. Come here, that guy. What you call him, Mr. Sensible? You all know Mr. Sensible, don't you?
I don't know.
Mr. Sensible, the shill on. He's a baller. He's on YouTube. Mr. Sensible. Not know him, no.
Yeah, I don't know.
No.
Well, anyway, he was debating a flat earther. He's saying no other object in the world can. He's saying. The guy was talking about the flat earther was talking about you can't put water on the on a ball, and Mr. Sensible says you don't look at stars and planets in the universe. Of course, you can have water on the ball, but the only water we see is on Earth. All the other planets have no water. You know what I mean?
Well, see, there we go with planets, right? Everybody wants to look to, and they even say other planets.
Yeah, they're trying to put water on other planets. Like,
well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Earth is not a planet.
I know it's not. It's flat. It's for me.
Planet means wandering star, right? Planet. The word planet means wandering star, and a lot of people want to say planet Earth, which is an oxymoron in itself, like the word atmosphere, because that denotes that air, gas, has a shape without a container, right? Sphere, atmosphere. So ball, air. That's an oxymoron, a nonsensical, a misnomer, so to say, right? It's just there's a lot of that with it, like planet Earth. Earth means dry dirt, dry land. Planet means wandering star. And the funny thing is the moon, the sun, the planets, and the zodiac all go in what's called the ecliptic plane. Why is it called the ecliptic plane? Are you saying that the galaxy's flat? Wait, what?
I don't understand. What does the ecliptic plane mean? What does that mean?
That's where the sun travels, the moon travels, the planets travel, and the 12 constellations of the zodiac.
Okay, so everybody traveling at the same time.
Yeah, they're all traveling on the same line, which is kind of impossible on the globe. Why would the moon be tracking the same path as the other planets, right? Oh, there I go with the other planets, right? Well, the reason why I say that, because the moon could be considered a planet, a wandering star, a wandering light, right?
I'm sorry, Celtic. I accidentally deafened you, bro. Can you hear me now?
Do you?
Yeah.
What? Did you mute me?
I didn't mean to. Yeah, I deafened you. I didn't mean to. My hands are wet, and I touched the screen on my phone, and yeah, please forgive me.
Fat fingers, was it?
Yeah, they call me old banana hands.
Pleased to meet you, Hank. Anyway, it's great to talk to guys like without trolls and shit like that. Just a question, guys. What do you think about? Like, my belief in the world is, I believe in the ice walls, and I believe in hearing Admiral Byrd. Right, he said that there's probably other lands, right? He said it. Probably he was a shield. He probably said that on purpose. But I actually believe that there's probably worlds after. And I don't believe we're in our own realm. Is there another world beside us, or are we just the one?
No clue.
Well, when you mention Admiral Byrd, you put that into the reports from other sources that say that there's other lands beyond the ice regions. So, yeah, he's not the only one that has said that. It wouldn't be the first one nor the last one that actually says something about other lands.
Who else said that, please?
Hey, if Antarctica is not a continent, right? And they say there's 7 continents, and Antarctica is the 7th. So if Antarctica is not a continent, that leaves 6. So we're missing a continent, right? But what is a continent? Continent is a large landmass surrounded by ocean. So North and South America, before the Panama Canal was built, was really one continent. So there's another 2 missing.
Absolutely. So what's your take?
Europe, Asia are one continent, and Africa is actually connected before the Suez Canal, right? So there again, that's all one continent. So we only have 3 continents with Australia, man. So where's the other 4 land masses? Well, I believe it's beyond the ice ring.
So you agree? You agree with me? I don't know. We don't know because we never went. Do you think there is? Do you think there's other land masses beyond the ice ring, or not? Our dome? Do you think there's other lands?
My mom brought it up. Right?
Are we
I don't
alone?
even think the ice ring is the barrier. I think we can go through the ice ring and there's nothing to it, right? I don't think that's the dome. I don't think that's the edge. I think it's much further out. Like, for all I know, it could be never ending and we could never reach the ends of the earth.
Well, Admiral Byrd, they lost fighters, jet planes and shit like that. Probably they touched the dome or shit. I don't know. Probably, I don't know. We never went there. We can't go there.
Well, if we could create some sort of a power source that doesn't require, external heat or fuel,
but even
where
if you imagine
we could get something through there, then maybe we could explore it.
But
Maybe
even
that's
if
what
you imagine,
Elon's Starship's all about.
No,
even if you imagine,
we
listen, if
explored
you
it
imagine,
already. We explored it already. That's why we
if you
can't
imagine,
go there.
if you ima-
That's why we
if you
can't go
imagine,
there.
sorry, guy, if you imagine Admiral Byrd, he was only on one point of the south, not on 30, how we can imagine 36 degrees around all that points, and then you go more south in every point. He was where he was down to Chile or where?
Bird, he would be just down there by Chile, by Deception
Yeah,
Island, by Little America.
yeah. But now let's put all points down to
But
South
it took
Africa,
him. But
down to Australia.
he did circumnavigate it, right? And it took him 6 months to circumnavigate it with diesel equipment.
He did that. I didn't know that he did that with the
Yeah, it
ships.
took
You're
him
saying?
6 months, but at the same time, like 40 years prior, just with steam power, not diesel powers, right? Not diesel steam, but regular like coal steam. They were able to do it in like 6 months or 3 months, 90 days, less than 3 months, 80 days, around the world in 80 days, right? That's east to west or west to east or whatever it was. And that's even going around the horns and all that. So there's extra travel.
Yeah, Bird was shut up, wasn't he? He was shut up pretty quick.
But no, don't tell me that she go from the Chile and arrive again to the Chile, going around.
Yeah. A year after he went to the Longinus Hour and disclosed it to the nation, he passed away, and he was planning on making another trip, right? So he was still healthy and alive, and all of a sudden he mysteriously died. This is after, sitting there saying there's vast resources and lands beyond the pole.
And also there's footage about these how do you say warmer water areas, because a lot of people think Antarctica
Yeah,
everything is frozen, but they did show some footage of
nice.
warmer temperature areas.
Yeah,
So my
yeah,
And
yeah.
you don't see that
speculation
on
is
Google
that
Earth.
they probably my speculation is that they probably since they took like I think it was like 5 or 6 airplanes to explore this whole region, right? Admiral Byrd flew one of the airplanes, but they had multiple of these airplanes, so they probably did cover a lot of land, explore, right? And they probably found these hot areas, warmer areas, and maybe set up bases over there that we don't know of. That's
And
speculation, obviously. But I think there is also another point that I want to probably make. They did came back, right? So did they reach a limit? There was a limit to the extent of the equipment that they have to be able to explore, right? I guess they have certain limit because if you find some marvelous extra land somewhere, why would you come back to this chat show, But they did came back, so there was limitation to the exploration that they did. I think that's my speculation.
and after exploration of April Bird started the experience fishbowl. Remember fishbowl? They started to shoot rockets up into the sky.
Yeah, I don't know. Did they though? That's the thing.
Starfish Prime.
Of course it did.
Dominic.
Okay.
It's Operation Dominic and the
Dominic,
shots.
was a fishbowl.
Fishbowl, Starfish Prime, but it started with Starfish Prime with the bombs, and then
Yeah.
missiles with Fishbowl.
Listen, I got to tell you guys, Globers are going to get smart and be like, "How can you prove that's what they were doing? Rockets went up, went boom. How are you going to prove that's what happened?"
This took place at Bikini Atoll, right?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm getting y'all prepared for the next wave of dumb shit from dumb shitters.
Yeah, we will come back to the water, Sean, always on that point. We'll say that
they use squirrels underwater in underwater habitat. That's what would happen if one of these bombs were to go off, and you're in one of these underwater habitats. And coincidentally, the bottom of that atoll is called Bikini Bottom, where SpongeBob lives.
That's funny.
Of course, Bikini Bottom. Of course, yeah.
Well, anyway, yeah, it's interesting stuff. The footage is like they've got more modern footage of apparently something hitting the quote unquote firmament, and it looks really pretty.
And we have
If you got a Krusty Krab in your Bikini Bottom, you might need to go see a doctor.
It's too late for you, man. You got crusty crabs. Regular crabs, that's fine, but if the crab's getting crusty, you need to start over. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we have natural footage as well of the sprites hitting off the firmament as well, don't we? Splits, or what did you go? Sprites?
Yeah, sprites.
Sprites, yeah, that's fucking awesome.
It's cool looking. I don't know anything about it, but it's cool looking.
Yeah, the mainstream media don't pick that up, don't they? Not.
Yeah. It's not news. It doesn't sell.
No, they pick up on the green clouds up in the auroras and whatever you call it, the auroras, but you don't pick up on lightning hitting off the firmament. Or I don't know if it's firmament. Is it a
talking
dome
about the aurora borealis? Is that what
the boreals, auroras we call them in French. Sorry,
Hyperborea means beyond the borea, beyond borealis. So beyond where the claim is, the term means beyond where the aurora borealis comes out of is something special. Agartha, Shambhala, whatever, Mount Meru, whatever you want to call it.
Of course it is, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, I love talking to you guys. It's brilliant.
Back at you, man.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, it doesn't matter if you're a flat earther or not. If you come here and you listen, maybe even participate in conversations, you're going to learn so much and be given so much to write down and search and research later in your own free time.
I know.
Why would you go to college? Why would you get $100,000 in debt to learn when you can come here and learn about what you want to learn about? And if not, you can go out and learn whatever you want to learn about, not from here. I mean,
exactly.
I am an idiot. I didn't graduate high school, but as soon as I got a hold of like YouTube and the internet, I started hacking PSPs and Dreamcast and Xboxes, and I'm playing like all these old Nintendo games right on my Xbox until my son updated it via the disc and unhacked my Xbox. But that's another story.
Man, how could you ever forgive him?
It's his
Apparently,
son.
I still haven't.
Yeah, dig them heels in.
God love you all, man. I'm telling you. Hey, come here. What's the crack in America with the COVID? Oh, I can't say COVID here. With the V.
You just did twice. That's okay.
Sorry.
Now, just to translate, what's the crack is, what's the word on the street?
No. The crack in Ireland is the fun. Like, what's going on?
The jokes, like the rumors, what's ironic?
I can tell you, I got my second job today. It's fake job. You can do it anywhere. Does that happen in America or what?
What? The fake jobs?
Yeah.
He went to the boxing ring and got his second job today.
So you got a second mode of employment that involves your butt. Got it.
No, nothing.
No, I never get injected with anything.
He said, "Did I catch that right?" Yeah, he said he got the fake one. We definitely don't want to be talking about that on the live stream.
No, not at all. Not at all. I don't even know what we're talking about there. Only possible on a flat Earth.
Sorry, the clouds are coming down and they're fake or whatever. Sorry.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, there are a few things we can't say on the live stream, not because we don't want to talk about it, but because we can't. If we want to remain
I'm sorry, am I the only one that heard him say sphincter jab?
The FBI are listening.
I'm
I
just
don't know.
like,
I didn't hear it, so but
yeah, I thought he
but
was talking
now
about
I've heard it
sodomy.
since you've said it. Now I've heard it.
Fuck them all, yeah. No, it does exist, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, and maybe I'll go looking for one of those one of these days.
I hope you all keep well. Yeah.
You too, brother. Thank you.
Yeah. Because the world, what's going to happen to our world? Huh?
I don't know, and it's yeah. Anyway, I have no idea, my friend, but we just stay strong, keep our heads up, do push-ups every day, get mad, get ready. I mean, what? What was I talking
Well,
about?
do you read the good book?
Do
Do you
you
read the
know
good
what?
book?
Yeah, and drink fucking whiskey.
That's right. And drink
whiskey.
fucking whiskey.
Fucking right, yeah.
Drink fucking right,
and
mate.
whiskey.
Whiskey. Well, might
Sounds
as well.
like
I
getting
mean, it's
now.
funny. It was a really bad time for me to quit drinking. Like, of all the times that I would really like to be getting shit-faced every night in the face of all this bullshit in the world, I decided to get sober instead. What an idiot.
No, that's what.
Celtic, quick
Yeah.
question for you.
Saved your life.
Earlier you mentioned that you were gonna go get a drink. This drink, does it has any alcohol content in it?
Yeah, I'm drinking Jameson at the moment because I don't drink. I don't
Okay,
drink.
cool.
I don't drink. I actually have a few beers.
Bushmills, fuck it.
I probably drink 1 or 2 beers a week, right?
In
And
Soviet Russia, alcohol drinks you.
Yeah,
This is
before
true.
before I was a heavy drinker, whiskey drinker, and now I only drink about 2 or 3 beers a week because I'm actually concentrating because
Anyway.
I lost my job. I lost my job
Oh.
because of COVID. I don't want to go into this shit. I won't tell you about it. I'll probably tell you later. But I'm an artist. I'm actually selling my art now, actually, at the moment. So I quit alcohol. But I'm going on the bender now because my birthday's on Tuesday. So I'm going on the bender.
Good.
Well, happy birthday.
No, it's not yet. It's not on Tuesday. I'll be in on Tuesday. So you can wish me happy birthday.
But you are in the future, so he might as well say it now, because he's in America. You are in France.
Yeah.
Didn't you say?
Anyway, getting back to Flat Earth. Do you guys watch Meet Australia Flat Earth School about the sextants?
No, I
Yeah.
personally don't.
Mitchell from Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you think?
He's got some good videos. I like episode 71, Flat Earth School 71, about the title is "You're Gonna Need a Sextant for That." I thought that one was decent. Yeah, the more the globe and flat Earth communities marinate in the sextant idea, I mean, there will come a point where no glober even talks to us anymore, because they have nothing. They have less than nothing. So the sextant, there's so many things that should have already stopped these people from arguing. So many facts in the face of their non-arguments. However, we've had to continue it for the sake of their sensibilities, I suppose. We keep putting up with their willful ignorance and gullibility. But anyway, that said, sextants is the new hotness. And once again, it should be the last nail. Absolutely should.
The Flat Earth brothers are doing a live laser test right now. I don't know why it didn't resolve.
Oh, Flat Earth Brothers. Is that a YouTube channel, is it?
Founded Earth, isn't it?
Now they changed it to Founded Earth Brothers.
Sorry,
But
say
they're doing
again?
laser test.
What's that?
Founded Earth. I posted it in the live stream voice text.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
I don't know why it didn't resolve.
Yeah, we're actually doing.
It did resolve.
Do you guys know Try Thinking, Bev? Try Thinking. They are doing laser tests as well. Hello?
Laser test?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, who's doing the laser test?
Yeah.
Someone's doing a laser test?
Try
It's some
thinking.
FE core engineers and the founder.
No, try thinking is
Sorry.
not a flat earther. He's a level earther. That's what I am. I'm not a flat earther. I'm a level earther.
Founded Earth Brothers.
Yes. I don't want to be called a flat earther. I'm a level earther, brother.
Oh, I just know the truth. Like, that's all I say. I don't flat, whatever you want to call it, man. I'll tell you about the truth if you want to hear about it.
So subscribe to Try Thinking. He's on YouTube.
Yeah, I've seen Try Thinking. He's pretty good too.
He's good. He's cool. He knows everything about the machines, for taking levels. I'm not into all that shit, mechanical maths and shit like that, but he explains it pretty well.
I prefer level water, flat water.
Yeah, Bev does that. Bev is the master of level fucking water. He has, the level waters and shit like that, He can do a demonstration with level. Water always finds its own level.
Yep. Well, there goes
how does level works on a globe?
It doesn't. These globe heads actually say level means curved line. It's like, no, it doesn't. It means horizon. So they say ipso facto horizon bounding circle, right?
Yeah.
Bounding circle just
Wouldn't
means
that be
when
an oxymoron?
you spin around when you spin around on your heels, you see a great big bounding circle, and it's a flat horizon all the way across. Imagine that.
So when someone says curved level or level curve, how will you label that?
Horizontal is not level.
Curved adjacent is how you would level it or label it. Curved adjacent.
It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy what the ballers come out with.
Yeah, that's good. Curve adjacent, but yeah, because they're making this claim that level is curved, but you will have to measure this level adjacent, but there is no measurement of that. No one has done that.
Yeah,
on the Earth.
What's the arc ray of the curved adjacent? What do you mean, bro?
The R. We need an R for that. We need an R for that.
We gave you the R value, 3959.
Of course we do, but they can't show it. I can show an R at 3.5 kilometers. I can show an R, but then the next day, the horizon is 10 miles away. I need another R for that, won't I? It's crazy.
See, when you're talking trigonometry, you have two rays, right? One will be perpendicular to the ground, and the one that represents the ground, right? That is called the adjacent. Then you have the rung and the hypotenuse. So you know the value of the angle of the hypotenuse because you know the value of the angle of the apex, right? So ipso facto, you must have a flat adjacent. There's never a curved adjacent.
Never.
But only on the globe.
Mm.
So how do bridges work trigonomically on a globe?
Never. And then they say there's a nuyo. There's a nut in the middle of our ball. We don't even know that. Nobody's been. Like, fuck. It's like...
Yeah, no shit. What the fuck? Is it like a jawbreaker now? What the fuck?
Yeah, a jawbreaker in the middle of the world. Like, the Russians went, 13 kilometers down into the soil, and it gets hot down there. Of course,
yeah,
it gets hot.
That's
Yeah.
only like 8 miles.
Eight
Not even.
miles, was it? Yeah, 8 miles.
Less than 8
That's all
miles.
it- Yeah, less than 8 miles. What's that? 13 kilometers they got down.
Yeah, 13 kilometers.
And the tool bit fucking melted, right? Of course it gets hot down there. Yeah. So,
And the rock gets sticky like putty. Turns
yeah,
into a steak.
it's fucking water down there. The water's
you say
above,
that
the water's below.
Would you say that that's another firmament?
Do you know what? My theory is? My belief is the water is
Keeping the
above, the water is below. And
Keeping the deep at bay,
yeah,
right?
the answer to our world is under the oceans. How many people actually how many scientists in this fucking world are looking under the oceans for what's happening?
Not many.
Nothing. We prefer to go to Mars, right? Right? But there's nobody looking what's happening under our oceans.
But they don't know how they got past the Van Allen belt, right? But they're going to do that because it's no problem. But they can't go back to the moon because it's too much of a pain in the ass. But yet, going to fucking Mars is no problem. What the fuck are these people on? And the other thing is too is let's stop calling these fucking wandering stars pagan gods, right? We're instructed not to do so by the Father.
Exactly. These guys are going to Mars. They never went to the moon. They're going to Mars. We can see they have the Hubble up there in the sky. They're looking. Yeah, they're looking at shit and everything. Look where we are. Look under the oceans. Look under the oceans.
Though. Look at it spiritually. The word Mars means war, right? It's the god of war, and they want to go to have this. They want to go there, so they want to go to war in heaven. Do you understand that? Spiritual wickedness on high places, right? They literally want to bring war to heaven. They want to fight heaven. They want to fight God.
It's fucking crazy, yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like we have everything. We have the technology here to put submarines down, see what's happening underneath us. No, maybe what's the depth? 5 kilometers, 5 miles, 6 miles. Fucking
7 miles at the deepest part of the Marianas Trench.
Yeah, well, fucking build submarines, see what's happening in there, but they don't do it, do they? Fuck off.
Fuck that. I'd like to go dive down at Point Nemo and see how many of these satellites are still on board those rockets.
Yeah. And instead, you prefer to send 93 billion miles away to see Mars. Look under your fucking. You know what? What's the saying? You sweep under your feet. What's that saying again? You sweep under your feet before you look forward. You know what I mean?
Did you just plug your telephone in?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No. Why?
Because I'm getting an AM hum coming through your end.
Yes, well, anyway, guys, pleased to meet you. I'm new in here.
Well, welcome there. Belly up to the trough there.
Hey, come here. The next time I come in here, will I have to go through the security gate again? No?
No.
Okay.
And somebody give him, please, if it hasn't been done already, the Flat Earth roll.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, buddy.
Well, hold on. How long have you been here, mate?
Since 1915.
No. When did you join the server?
About what? An hour and a half ago.
Oh,
I was talking to old dude.
You got
He brought me in here. Yeah.
You got the check-in, right?
Ah, cool. Shout out to old dude, one of your mods that got me in. He actually showed me on the computer and shit like that how to get in here. How to get through security.
Yeah. Well, now
That's
that you're in
hilarious,
here,
bro.
there's a lot of
Don't
there's a
worry
section
about
that
me. I'm not a baller. I'm not a fucking shield or anything. I know the earth is flat, and there you go.
yeah, I know. I was just telling you that there's a section with additional information, and I believe you should be able to add additional information, but you might need a role for that. So you could actually like help provide additional information since you've been in it for so long.
Additional what? Additional
Like if you
information.
scroll to the or flip to the right side of the screen or the left side of the screen, and you'll see everybody's name in the chat. Scroll all the way down, and you'll see something called additional information. You'll see fun games, additional information. Read first, Aether, Antarctica, art, photography, astronauts, beginner references, Big Bang black hole, correlate, Carolonju long distance, chroma key, all that stuff, right? Just a wealth of information. So anything like that is like right there. If you can, like, you're more than welcome to add to it and all that stuff too. But basically, what I'm trying to say is, welcome home. I think you've been.
Jab twice. Can you do that one? No.
I think you've been looking for a place like this where you can just share wisdom without.
I love it. I actually love it. I was actually listening to you guys earlier on. I couldn't get in because I'm fucking old, and I go into the mainstream Discord, to get me in straight away, But I actually had to go through a fucking security gate to get in here, with all.
We all
They
did.
all did. Yeah. And I actually went through a couple of questions and shit like that, Old dude is a Scottish guy, so I'm Irish, so I kind of he hit on me already, But okay, guys, I'm fucking true. I'm a flat earther, and I fucking love you all, and I love actually talking to people that actually have fucking sense.
Right.
And I look actually forward to seeing you again.
Right. Oh, are you saying you's got to go?
No, I'm not going yet. Fuck's sake.
It's gonna be like so soon.
I'm not going yet. I can talk for hours again.
Yeah. Where's the? Do you see the picture that Drace equals love, wisdom, harmony posted? Where's the curved line?
Where do we look? Where do we look for that?
Live stream voice text.
Hey, there's a guy in the stream chat that said actually NASA images themselves disprove flat Earth when like they don't have a single like full picture of Earth, and all of them are digital so far.
Yeah, man, they're still saying NASA images after all these years. Yep.
So
Like,
cartoons
NASA admitted
disprove
themselves.
flat Earth. Cartoons.
They don't care what the truth is, bro. They don't care what the facts are. They just want to waste people's time and be evil at us. That's all I can come up with at this point.
Is that the latest Drace I see it there? Love, wisdom, harmony. That's the Earth today, is it?
Yeah.
Not all of it, because a lot of people can actually call the truth for what it is. And them saying that cartoons are the truth when they actually experience the opposite of those cartoons. You experience reality, and in reality, the earth is flat, level, motionless, contained, dynamic system. To go against that, it's nonsense.
That's crazy.
And saying that, yeah, this cartoon right here that I'm pointing on, this cartoon disproves all of our experiences, because everybody experiences the earth the same way it is. Because my opinion and my belief has no effect on physicality, on the real thing. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, you have a vote.
Like reality does not care about like our opinions of it. Like it is what it is.
And it was designed a way, it was constructed in a way that allows for the experience that we have in. If there was no gas pressure, we wouldn't be breathing, let alone anything else. Let alone drawing cartoons of an imaginary thing and claim that's reality.
Gypsy, where are you from?
From this earth,
Yeah, I know. What country?
I was born in the Caribbean. These days, people call it Puerto Rico.
Puerto
Another
Rico.
name is Borinquen. Yeah, I was born
God
and
bless
raised
you.
over there.
I was in the Caribbean. I went there on holidays. Well, I was in the
Is that
Martinique,
Tortuga?
Martinique, and I was in Jesus, um, beside Cuba there. What's it called? Dominican Republic.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I was in
that's one
there.
of the Caribbean islands. Yeah,
Mm. I was in
and
the French.
I live in the U.S. I reside in the U.S. I live in my body, right? What I know,
Okay,
and I
yeah.
reside in the U.S.
Lovely country out there.
Yeah.
Lovely. God bless
I love it here, but and Puerto Rico, yeah, I love it's a great place. The Caribbean, that tropical weather,
you.
yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. I love
Do you miss home, brother?
it. Every day, but I enjoy home here. I can, I adapted to this uh, other area of the earth that is an actual experience that I'm having here. But I do
Yeah.
kind of like miss just being there as well. I
Judging
had
by your
all the
judging by your
experience.
voice, judging by your voice, you're still young. Have you still got family back in the Caribbean?
I do, yes.
And do
Lots
you
of family.
you miss them? Yeah, probably.
Oh yeah, I do.
So probably your goal is to get back to the Caribbean after your. What are you doing in America? Are you studying or are you working?
Uh, I work, have family here, all that kind of stuff. Just this is what I reside, and this is maybe long term. I'll definitely go back there, maybe for retirement, but I could probably accommodate in many places, not just the Caribbean. But yeah,
Yeah,
going back there,
exactly.
yeah, I can go whenever I want. It's not an issue.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Yeah.
can go to the Caribbean anytime.
That's what I did. I left Ireland. I went to France, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, did everything. Travel, brother. Travel our world. It's great to see people that aren't ballers.
There's many hats and labels that we definitely utilize to communicate about this experience and what we don't experience, because obviously we don't experience the globe, but there's labels and words to define it in that realm of imagination. But that flat earth you mentioned later on, you're not a flat earther, right? We're not a label. You're not two words, flat earth, on a piece of paper. We
No.
can wear those hats. We can wear those hats out there. Maybe you might be a mechanic or a soldier. You also wear those labels in the past, right? Flat earth is another label, but it's an actual realization or an acknowledgement that the earth is not a spinning globe. it's like a rebuttal of the claim globe, Earth, flat Earth is a rebuttal of that, and whatever comes with it.
Absolutely.
Like it's their claim. Like they claim that it's round, and we're just falsifying it. That's what science is. And the funniest part is like, let's say, globe Earth deniers, or I don't want to say flat. I'm gonna just say flat earthers. How flat earthers like know more about the globe Earth model and the science behind it, alleged science, than like people who believe in the globe model.
Exactly. Us flat earthers, like I don't want to, level earthers, flat earthers, we know more about their model than they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
we know more
flat
about their
earthers have
model.
come to let's say flat earthers, right? We have come to recognize the actual experience of the earth as it presents itself, and we're not trying to label it something else for what it is.
Exactly.
We experience it. We value our senses. We can test things, and we can falsify things that are claimed and are not real. And it's not really that complicated. Once you know the experience, the label, let's say words, the language, the definitions of words and meanings. I mean, that's very important to recognize, to be able to communicate between us the experience that we have.
I hear you,
And
bro.
be truthful to it. Be truthful to the experience, because, like we point out, the only place that we see the globe is on a piece of paper, on a screen, or in the imagination. That's the only place.
I hear you, bro.
Biggest like psychological operation, like probably in humanity. It's funny.
That hasn't worked on everyone, because
Yeah.
not everyone has been a globe for, like this guy mentioned earlier. He had family that spoke in the past about flat Earth. We have many people experiences that will have the same experience, that they knew people that never, even when the NASA thing going to the moon or whatever is happening, a lot of people were calling that will never happen. Scientists, experts on their fields, even people working on the development of the NASA rockets, the astronauts themselves said this never gonna happen. Nobody's going to the moon, right? And yeah, they were calling BS on the whole propaganda machine for sure, and it's been happening since the beginning of man, and it will never stop happening, because the experience that we have itself and the knowledge that is being brought together by everyone's experience, it's pretty obvious that a cartoon is not reality. You cannot go against. You cannot. We cannot go against. We can't go against the laws of nature and the design of this place.
Facts.
Probably only God can do that.
I'm actually like very comfortable with like not knowing, and there's a lot of possibilities.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. I don't know.
I travel a lot between where I live in France and Dublin. So when you look at the globe model, Dublin is traveling at 640 kilometers, according to the Coriolis effect. And when I go to my home in here near Bordeaux, it's 830 kilometers an hour, like spinning. I don't feel a difference. What the fuck? Like, there's 200 kilometers in the difference.
why don't they ever factor in the spin? Okay, it's let's say like for snipers. Snipers are like one of the most important part of the military. Why doesn't a single one of them factor in the spin?
Don't. As I said earlier, I have a friend who was in the Irish Army and he was a sniper in Lebanon. All they factor in is wind and probably a bit of a distortion. Wind and distance. That's all they put in.
And they have an assistant and all that. Like so,
Yeah, of
like
course.
they could have an assistant that analyzes the spin of the Earth, but they don't because it's useless.
Then you have the shills that are teaching children in fucking schools that the kick goal went between the fucking goalposts because the Coriolis effect. Yeah, that's what they're teaching children in our schools today.
Wait, the Coriolis effect, is it the one where light distorts? Like when allegedly something that should be hidden under the curve, but we're seeing the lights, and they claim that the lights curve. Right?
No. Coriolis
What?
effect is the optical illusion while being in a rotating frame and you're watching an object that is not attached to that rotating frame. So, for instance, you go on a roundabout, you lie on the roundabout, and somebody throws a ball over you. If the roundabout isn't turning, the ball will just appear to go straight over you. But if the roundabout is turning, the ball will appear to curve in the air to you. It's not actually curving, you're being spun in a circle while the ball is flying over your head.
I'm not gonna pretend I just said that I'm confused. I'll probably research it. What is it? There's a thing they call like.
What's
when,
what's
You know what a merry-go-round is, right? You know what a roundabout is?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're on it and it's spinning, and there's two people throwing a football or a ball back and forth, right? It's the ball's going to appear to deflect. It's going to appear to curve, but it's not actually curving. You're spinning, and it makes it look like the ball is curving.
Oh, okay. I understand that. Yeah, that's a good example. What is the name of that effect that I just said, or like
Coriolis?
Yeah, I think you were talking about refraction. You were talking about light bending.
Like light doesn't bend like in reality, but
right. That's right.
For example, when there's a city and a city and another city, and they're separated by sea, and in the curvature, like one city shouldn't be able to see the other city, but one city can see the other city. They can see the lights, and they claim we're able to see that because of some kind of effect, not because we actually seen it, or because we shouldn't be able to see it because of the curve.
Refraction.
I forgot the name.
Refraction.
No, the light bent, you'd be able to follow boomerangs around and see the pattern like a boomerang pattern. It'd be an arc of light everywhere.
Yeah.
You never see that anywhere, so try again, Globers.
Yeah, dude. There's a news channel that said this exact same thing. They're trying to explain why people in Manhattan or something, they're able to see the lights from the other city, despite like the round curve. They shouldn't be able to see it.
You call it refraction. They refract. They call it refraction. They refract the light up over the curve.
Yeah, that's not how
refraction works. Misunderstanding of what's going on. Having a problem with looking through the density of a medium and having a problem with that and then saying it's something to do with the light's ignorant.
What's ignorant?
It's ignorant that light bending has something to do with air just being really thick and you not being able to see through it when there's no light bending anywhere.
Yeah.
That's ignorant.
So it's crazy. Like they try to twist reality to fit the narrative.
Yeah, so you all agree that we see too far.
I see no tilt. I see no curve.
Of course you don't see no
too
curve.
far. We see it all. All we see is flat. That's what we see.
There was a guy on here earlier on who's saying that we can shoot rail guns 200 kilometers. I'll have to look
Sure
into that.
feels flat. Like every sense, all my senses tell me it's flat.
Of course it does.
Well, they can shoot a laser back and like you know what I'm saying, just show me some U's or write some letters with them when they shoot it straight. Sure.
I think they're trying to change science because there's a lot of for example, like the dark matter theory and stuff. It only emerged because they had like some faulty calculations, and they didn't know how to explain like the vast amount of space in space. So they just said like, oh, there's this dark matter, and that's why like our calculations are not accurate. It's just making things up.
They're actually not trying to. They cannot change science. They actually are promoting pseudoscience. These two things are different. They claiming science, right? But it's not science. It's actually pseudoscience. So science is a method that we use to establish cause and effect relationships, right?
Pseudoscience is
They are saying that they are using pseudoscience and claiming it's science. So I don't think you can change the scientific method. I mean, you can change it, yeah. But that's not what they're trying to do. They're just claiming pseudoscience. But
like they skip over the whole scientific method to go to.
What they do is they claim pseudoscience and then they work out the maths to prove it. That's the shit. Math is not proof. You can do anything with math.
But this is where the deceitment comes, right? Because the lie only can do so much. Because in reality you can do things, but in reality you cannot experience a lie because that's what it is, a lie, something that is not truthful, right? It's not you cannot experience it. You're claiming this lie as reality. But they have the technology, they have the machinery, they can do tests, they can perform science, but a lot of the things that are accomplished with the scientific method are actually work in reality for us to establish and gain knowledge. They do all this stuff, but then they tell you a story, which is the deceivement, the lie, and have people believing they are something that they are not, or many other things.
Exactly. I agree there.
But they do know what science is. The controllers, the grabblers, they know what science is, but they're just selling you the lie.
Where'd you get the grabblers name?
I heard it in here. People use it here, so I just thought about it and just wanted to just use that. But people say it here. Can anybody define grabbler? The grabblers. Anybody can define it better than I.
A grabbler, also known as they, the hierarchy enslaving you.
That's a good one.
Instead of saying they, say grabblers. So like, there's no specific like ethnicity or race or class or whatever. Just like whoever has evil intent and uses like mental like manipulation and psychological manipulation to get their, to do their evil deeds, kind of.
Hey Hank, you see what's going to happen now over the next few weeks with can I say that name? Ghislaine Maxwell. We'll see what's going to happen. What's going to happen to the grabblers? Because there's a little notebook there going around, isn't there?
Well, I'm thinking they're going to completely get away with everything, right? That's what I think is going to happen because, honestly, they're too big to fail at this point. Like, Epstein was too big to be arrested. He was too big to be tried. And, they did this stupid Kyle Rittenhouse trial, right? But we can't see the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. I mean, which is more important, right? The self-defense trial or the trial that the
Wow.
balance of our nation hangs on this trial. Like, are we going to prosecute all these child trafficking rings that have completely corrupted our politicians? Right, that's just like Maxwell's connected to Mossad and other secret, not secret, intelligence agencies. Right, so what's going to happen? Right, are we going to get justice? Right, are we maybe
I don't think
going to
so.
get
No.
control of our
But
control
hey,
of our politicians again? Because the politicians are not governors, right? We just call them governors. They're actually public servants, and a lot of people forgotten that on both sides.
Exactly.
but
Exactly, Hank.
isn't federal cases never actually displayed?
Well, if that's true, I think maybe we should change that up, because who gives a crap about Kyle Rittenhouse, right? That trial
Yeah.
never should have happened.
It's such a waste of time too, and energy. Like just like it's like an energy vampire kind of thing. Like we go. They know how to redirect the attention of the public. They kind of mastered it. I mean, the grabblers, not they.
In the shadows. Yep.
It'd be just an intern, a bunch of interns, like doing all the work of some creepy dudes. But these are just jokes. I don't want to downplay what's going on.
Yeah, but the thing is about these creepy dudes is that the public voted them in. So I don't understand that like we have the democracy, okay, and who is the power? Democracy is power to the people. So there's a problem. We have to get these people out. Power to the people.
Well, they found a loophole.
Forum, or did I enter the wrong room? Is this political science? Do we?
QE, how are you going? How's it going, mate? Yeah.
Yeah, you came at a bad timing because people were talking about you earlier.
I'll get it out eventually. Another voice channel, with political science or something.
Yeah, QE, we're talking about we were talking about you. We were.
Hopefully, all good.
I saw.
Maybe.
In a video, Obama had mentioned that some of the people in Congress are flat earthers.
There we go. Political science again.
Who was he talking about? That's in
Political
Congress.
science.
That's the flat earther.
Political science. Who cares what he says?
I mean, he's not gonna
I have a question
by
about
himself.
I have a question about political science. Is there an experiment that's ever done in political science?
QE, show us your independent variables.
What's the scientific method in the political science?
There isn't one. That's why it's science. That's why the science is equivocating term.
QE, you're going to need offer that.
Yeah. No, you're going to need a science acumen for that, which few people have.
Exactly.
Thankfully, I got one.
Go ahead. Hey, by the way, geez, your mic is great.
Thank you. Hey, Mike, you're great.
Yeah, that gave you a hard on, didn't it?
It thanks you. No.
Hey, QE, subscribe to my channel. I'm doing an Irish channel, just like you.
Just like I'm not Irish, man.
No, just like me. No, I
don't like potatoes either.
I'm good. Fuck you. I'm a good fan of yours.
No, I do like potatoes.
There you go.
I'm halfway there.
So QE, we were talking about what we were talking about, guys. We were talking about no. Before you came in, we were talking about
It's a democracy.
Yeah, democracy. We were talking about seeing too far. We were talking about lots of stuff.
Kyle Rittenhouse case being a waste of time, and like just a psyop.
Anyone show a curved? Oh, holy shit, man! I can't even get a sentence out, man.
Yeah, go on.
Anyone show a curved adjacent yet?
No.
Just wondering. Okay, continue.
We've been asking, but he hasn't show up yet.
QE, you there?
That's my name, boy. You've been wearing it out the past 2 minutes.
All right, come on, buddy. I just what do you think about the AE map? Is it
I don't,
is it 100% or what? What do you think about that?
I don't do maps.
AE, do you believe in that or what?
I don't believe in anything.
You believe in level Earth, brother?
No, I don't believe that. I know it for an absolute fact.
Yeah. So, what's your opinion on the AE map? That's what. That's the question.
Don't have one.
You don't have one, so you don't believe in it.
No, I didn't say that. I said I have no opinion on the AE map.
So, what's your opinion on the model? Where do we live? What's your opinion? I no. What's your belief on where we live? Well,
I don't have beliefs. I told you that before.
No, right. What's your opinion then?
I don't have
on where we live.
I don't have opinions on the nature of reality. I either know it or I don't.
So I come again at you again. Where do we live? What's the story? What's the
Where
story?
do we live?
Yeah,
That's a little ambiguous.
Yeah, like what's the story here? Like we're breathing. We know we have level water. We have level everything. Where do we live? In your opinion?
Level water. We're breathing, so no vacuum of space. Level water, they tell us that the Earth is 70 to 75% water. So if water's level and 75% of the Earth is water, then guess what that means?
We're level.
Yeah.
Yeah, another question there, Chewy, before you fuck off. Pressurized, like firmament, a dome. What do you think about that?
A lot of people get a little sensitive when dome comes around, so it just has to be a physical container.
Physical container, okay. Jesus, I feel like speaking to a superstar here because I'm a great fan of yours. I love your channel. I'm sub to that, by the way. Yeah. But a pressurized system, okay? Wouldn't that mean pressure all the time, the same pressure if we were in a pressurized system?
Not if it's a dynamic system rather than a closed static system.
Can you explain more?
Yeah, so static system would be like a can of compressed air. It's pretty static in there, right? So the pressure is going to statistically equalize at any point, right? That's a static system. However, on this beautiful flat Earth of ours, we have many systems, gas systems, hydrogen, nitrogen, hydrologic, oxygen, CO2 cycle. So it's not a good comparison. In fact, it's a false equivalence fallacy to compare the two.
Yeah, because I was just looking into pressurized systems. Like if you've tested the pressure on the bottom of, let's say, just a tire of a car, okay? The bottom of the tire is pressurized, and the top is the same pressure. You know what I mean? And how could we have the same pressure?
I just explained.
We don't have the same pressure. Like
I just explained that. That's a static system.
And can that be can that be proved, or I just have to get that around my head before I?
It's a static system. I just explained it to you. Static systems like a tire or compressed air. It's a static system. But the Earth, the beautiful flat Earth, second time, is a dynamic system. So all of the gas that is created is probably a bad word. It's recycled. So all of the gas is basically produced at or near the surface of the Earth. So
by trees, etc., etc.
Yeah. Well, most of the atmo, because atmosphere is a paradox. It's a contradiction in terms. Atmo means air. spheres of shape. Gases have no inherent shape. But I digress. Most of the oxygen on Earth is created or produced where?
On Earth by plants? No.
No. Well, plankton.
Plankton. Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Underneath the surface of the water. Right. So most of the gases, like I said, are produced at or near the surface. So obviously, the greatest pressure on Earth is going to be at or near the surface, right? Because there's less volume. So it finally reaches. There's no gases produced in the atmo, right? There's no gases falling down, going boom, boom, go splash, splash, right? All of the gases are produced at or near the surface and make their way up eventually.
Yeah, exactly. Even like I'm smoking a cigarette at the moment. My smoke doesn't go down; it rises.
Yeah, smoke isn't all gas either. It's just a small percentage of it. Most of it's particulates.
Yeah, but why would smoke rise if there, you know?
Well, you could just use the water cycle. If they say gases go down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash. If that were true, it would never fucking rain.
Exactly. Yeah.
So most of these arguments are like childlike arguments. If you listen to the debate today with the fat ass bald retard over in the corner laughing, he's about as dumb as a motherfucker I've ever seen.
Who was that?
I don't know. I don't know where they got Mrs. Sunglasses from, twirling her hair. I mean, these people need to be institutionalized. They're fucking Dunning-Kruger. They're pompous Dunning-Kruger.
Well, and I don't even think that was a Jen. I think we were looking at a Jeff, guys.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too for a little while, Carolyn. But anyway, it was that retard over on the right. And they're so pedestrian arguments at this point. They were pedestrian when I first come out here. This fucking guy leads out with counter rotation of the stars. What does he think? Does the northern hemisphere spin one direction and the southern hemisphere spin the other? That is, does the Earth, if you're in the northern hemisphere, does the sun rise in the east and set in the west, but in the southern hemisphere, the sun rises in the west and sets in the east? I mean, he doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about at a fundamental, like, second grade level. And he's allowed to interrupt? Right? I'd kick his fucking teeth in.
Where was that? Tonight? Where was that?
Yeah. I'd stop him every second. He doesn't know what science. All these fucking globetards, every single last one of them, mindlessly parrot wiki and consider. He must have said science like 25 times, right? I would have drug him around by his short hairs in less than 5 seconds. He'd have been babbling like a damn ball tart.
Where was this?
On modern day
debate.
Hell with that train. I'm not making that money.
That's
That's
why
funny too, because I just got off Mitchell from Strodes. I was just watching his last video. So they were at the end. They were like, "I'm sick of wasting my time with Goldbergs. I'm charging like $5,000 an hour or something."
Well, yeah,
I was like, "I hear you, man. Like, I'm sick of them wasting our time too. Like, I'm not going on their channel to make that money. No way."
Well, I said that 3 years ago, but my price was $1,000.
Dude, I'll hack their websites and all their channels for like $22. Seriously, I got to pay rent, man.
I'll make some commercials for you. Go with Kiwi Eraser. $1,000 per hour. It's a bargain compared to Adam Meekin.
Yeah, that's it. They went up to 5,000. I said, "Shit,
rent's only $22."
Yep, my price is 5,000. I had to catch up. Sorry,
Dude, 22 is all I need to make rent this month.
I say that's cheap. QE's already up to 5 G's. I need cash, checks, zeros, and diamonds money.
Yeah, the only way
I don't play unless you pay.
I only take NASA's money. I will only get paid in NASA
I
money.
need gold and diamonds money. Pearls are free to a pimp.
The only way you see the only way you see those fucking mother
White boy is back, and you know he can never be whacked.
Battleman. Yeah, the only way those guys, you see them, Flat Earth, McTunes and all that fucking crap, fight the Flat Earth. The only way they make money is by Flat Earth content. had numbing all our shit.
Yeah. Eno said it first, but it's true. They need us. We don't need them.
That's right.
They do. They're
all
all making money with their super chats and all that nonsense.
Exactly.
Just let them speak. They train wreck themselves.
Yeah,
Just go to the numpty
pretty
clips.
But then you got the upper echelon, right? The ones with huge subs like Professor Dave and Simon Dan. They refuse to debate a flat earther because they'll lose their channels. They'll lose all their subs when they come over here and get wrecked.
Yeah, that's why they don't come here. Shit, Simon Dan seen you in the messages and he said, holy shit, I know. Indio said, hey man, come over here and watch me debate this dude in the messages. And we debated in the comment section of YouTube for a week. And I can't say we because I just watched and laughed. I would get up every day and get on YouTube to see the new advancement.
The funny thing about Simon Dan is that, I mean, obviously he's a liar, but he comes in here, right, and says, I don't debate objective reality or things that haven't been proven, right? But he hosts debates on his channel and has Fight the Flat Earth and other people on there. So other people can debate objective reality while you sit there and referee, but you can't do it? Nah, you just scared. I mean, you can literally see his eyes when he makes a video. You can see him reading a teleprompter. I can watch his eyes reading articles off of Wikipedia. Serious, go watch one of his videos. Just watch his eyes. You can watch him reading.
Those guys are paid. They're paid.
Well, I mean, Simon Dan has a big channel. Professor Dave, they have big channels. Now imagine that they went and publicly debated a flat earther and got their ass handed to them. They would lose all credibility. They'd lose half the subs on their channel. They're making lots of money. They're making like 20 grand a month.
If
you
they
think they want that to go down to $1,000 a month? No, they're never gonna interact with us.
If they debated QE in his channel, I guarantee you QE's channel will be taken down in the 20 minutes after the stream ended.
Probably. Especially if you're someone like Professor Dave, because he's fairly well known on YouTube. So I'm sure he has a lot of pull on YouTube, like with their staff.
I mean, that's stupid people money anyways. Like, who's throwing money at them?
No, YouTube pays them because they have so many subs and so many views that they get paid just by the views and subs. Professor Dave, I don't know how many. Well, yeah, YouTube does it for everybody. You can make gamer videos and they pay you for that. Like you can make videos about whatever, applying makeup or opening boxes of toys. I mean, they're agnostic as they just want views. You know what I mean? They want to be able to sell advertising.
Why was Josie G's channel taken down? Josie JC channel taken down. I heard about that there the other day. His channel was taken down. Why?
Whose channel?
Josie JC. You know Josie.
Yeah. He used to be in here to fake flat earther.
His channel was
still around. How do people just tolerate like a known liar? The dude was a fake flat earther for like 2 years. Like Howard. Like even if I was a Glober, I wouldn't trust him. Like seriously, how do you trust liars? Like I don't get it.
Well, his channel was taken down, and he has a new channel now. It's called Josie Boom Boom or whatever. I don't know what.
Good. He came in here. Who did he call a pedophile? I remember he came in here and started calling people pedophiles or something.
Yeah, it's probably why his channel was taken down.
He couldn't prove gravity, so he went to calling people pedophiles because that's all they got.
I know he called me one. I'm banned him instantly.
Because he can be one.
I'm a father. You don't call me a pedophile.
So Josie JC, he was a flat earther. Then he went to Ballers to make money, and then he came back to flat earth. Then he went to Ballers, and now his channel's taken down. What do you think about that guy?
Well, Battle, you just mentioned that he called you a pedophile, and you point out that calling a father a pedophile, that's very disrespectful.
It is.
Because
You can't just wipe that away. That's when it's said. People want proof, and you can understand that, and respect that. That's why you just don't call people that. That's crossing the fucking line.
Yeah,
I would show that dude all my training if I ever met him face to face in life. Honestly, because he just crossed the line he should never cross between men.
that's the same way I was feeling, because someone calls me a pedophile, knowing I have young children. They saying that I'm thinking or abusing my children or something. Like I'm a pedophile. Like, no,
Exactly.
no, that's a really big accusation.
Yeah, and before I'd let my children hear you say that about their father, I'd break your jaw so it was wired shut for a minute, and you'd think twice before you opened it again. And
Yeah.
take what I'd go to court and say, well, how much does guilt cost? Because usually, if you got money, you can pay a fine and not even get a criminal record for assault. Depends on why you assaulted them, though, really.
Okay. Yeah, let's change the subject.
Especially in Michigan. In Michigan, assault's legal as long as it's mutual combat. Or agreed
We had that
upon.
doctrine here.
It's called the Warriors Code. It's a law.
Well, there's this thing called
Also,
fighting
honor
words,
culture.
right? So if you are using fighting words and then something happens to you, right?
In
You may not
Michigan, a
even have.
man is still responsible for the words that come out of his mouth.
Shill.
People are disconnected from honor culture. That's
Sorry, I
in the world.
overtalked you, Hank.
That's between the men. Like they don't realize there's an honor kind of thing. Like sometimes you don't transgress bounds. But I guess it's because of like how social media is doing things. A lot of like people on they talk a lot of smack while like behind a keyboard.
Yeah,
But
there's
they wouldn't.
people
I
in
don't
our
know.
world now that think they got a right to say whatever they want without the person they say it about having any recourse. But in reality, when you slander a person or you attempt to smear their good name, a person's good name could be their livelihood when you accuse them of things like pedophilia.
During
Yeah.
medieval times, it was
So
like
basically, you attacked his life. It's been written: eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, and a life for a life, right?
it, in ancient like empires, like if you slander someone, if you accuse somebody of something and you don't have proof of it, like you get lashed. You
Yeah.
get some sort of punishment.
You
Like
got
can't.
beat, a public beating, yes, or stoned to death.
Look, slander and libel are a serious crime back then because
Yeah,
reputation was
Still
very
is.
important. I mean, but it's way more important than now. Now people are more anonymous. But back then, you lived in a small village, and
Yeah.
people lived in a smaller area. If you had a bad reputation, people would not deal with you. Honor and integrity and those things were very important to people. It's just not. They aren't now. They just aren't now, and people would just do any degenerate thing. Lying. I mean, I can't even. How many people a day come on this server and lie? It's like hundreds of Goldbergs come on this server. It seems every day and lie. I saw curvature from an airplane. Okay, prove it. Dude sends me a picture. Okay, I take the picture. I put it in TinEye. It's some stock freaking photo, right? Just like this happens every day, like multiple times a day. They will lie. They would rather them lie and keep you in their cult than to just tell the truth.
Wow, that's profound. Because that rings true.
That's just one example. I mean, see how fast I came up with it right off the top of my head? This today in the live stream, dude said he like observed crap. He observed boats with an astronomical telescope. First of all,
Yeah, I saw.
astronomical
Yeah,
telescope. Yeah, you heard that?
yeah.
Astronomical telescopes have a very narrow depth of field. He said he observed it at 3 miles. So he saw at 3 miles with a telescope. He noticed if 3 feet of the boat was missing, or 6 feet of the boat. Come on, man. You can't even tell that because of the displacement of the boat, right? Is the boat loaded versus is it not loaded? You know what I mean? Is there an
It is.
intervening wave? Like, is there a 1 meter wave between you and the boat? There's 6 feet right there. Or, you know what I mean? Like, they just will say any stupid thing just to keep you in the cult.
I witnessed that discussion, and the guy just didn't have anything to offer except like just insults and laughing. He kept laughing as if he was right, pretending to be right.
Oh,
And
I like it when they just like try to declare victory. That's another one, a tactic. They'll say something dumb, get proven wrong, and just declare victory. Like that
the
always
funniest
amuses
part,
me.
the funniest part is like I posted a video of like a P900 camera. Like it is unrelated to the flat Earth. Like there's no flat Earth. In the YouTube title, whatever. Just like a camera zooming in, like a boat that's beyond the horizon, beyond like not the horizon, beyond the like very far away, and the boat could be clearly be seen. There's not a single inch or single centimeter except like some waves that come here and there, but like it's very far away. It shouldn't be even like seen. Yet like you can see the boat, but his claim is like, oh wait, you actually can't see it. He's directly lying about like his claim.
It's not odd. I mean, it's not really an odd thing. I mean, I remember. I should compile them. I should just make a channel every time I catch somebody lying. I mean, if I type my name and liar in the search, man, it comes up so many times. I catch people lying all the time.
Yeah,
I've just been doing this so long. They just have these tells like where you. Okay, so one guy yesterday. There's another one right after the guy lied about the airplane. Some other guy tried to defend him. Maybe he was telling the truth until I stuck the image in TinEye and said, "Okay, this is a stock photo." Then he said, "I observed the ISS, and then a friend of mine observed it 10 minutes later in Florida, and I'm in Brazil." I call him a liar. He's like, "Oh, I'm not in America, and I don't lie." So it turns out, if you do the math, that means the International Space Station was only going 13,000 miles an hour. 4,000 miles per hour slower than it's supposed to go. So, like, dude, would they do slow down when you observed it? Like, you're full of shit, dude. You're just caught lying. Just caught. They think we won't check. I always check. You're not going to get away with shit. Man, Mike knows,
Crazy.
man. How many times does someone come in here with it like, oh, this paper says XYZ. Okay, let me see. You go read it. The only thing that says that is the title, but when you actually read the paper or the abstract or the actual contents of the paper, it's like a simulation or says nothing like what they were saying. They just Googled, and the first paper that came up with the title, they just like, you're flat earthers. Like, we ain't going to check. I check every time.
Yeah, that is a fundamental difference between flat earther and a glober. Globers are headline readers, and flat earthers actually scrutinize the article and the claims.
Yeah, that's what I
The paper.
noticed. Like so far, like I've only been like flat earther for like few days. The flat earther people like they you guys just like go very very deep into like everything, calculations, the actually scrutinize like the papers and stuff.
The devil's in the details, as I always say.
Well, that's the only way to truly get to know something, right? Just every angle, come at it every angle and experience it yourself.
Say what you mean and mean what you say.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
It's really sad that that's the state of the world. That Truckee, you come in here and that is like rare behavior from people. You know, scrutinizing the details should be the standard. The entire world, every person.
I can't know enough about this. That should be the attitude. I cannot know enough about this.
Are we the chosen few?
No, but
I
so
would
what?
say so.
No, that's a to me, that's I can't prove one way or the other if I'm part of a chosen
I don't
group
know.
spoke about in a book. I have no idea.
I don't know. Maybe God made babies with brains and babies with no brains. Are we the chosen few?
No clue, bud. I know that what I'm doing feels important, and helping people realize their reality and wake them up to a lot of things is to watch somebody become liberated from the shackles of indoctrination and chronic gullibility is a very beautiful thing. So that's why I'm here.
I know one thing, and I can prove it with legal documents. The elite consider themselves, the Rothschild, the 144,000.
Oh, good for them.
The faithful. You know why?
Hey, they live 1,000 years.
They might fuck us, but they do it by ecclesiastical law.
So what? They're still going to lose.
Your natural authority through free will, so they think they're righteous.
Yeah, they do think so. They merely think that they're righteous. That's their only issue, is that they're on the opposite side of righteousness.
And why do we know this too? Like,
yeah.
Why do we know that? Okay, 144 chosen. Why is it something that's in our knowledge? Like it's almost like a media campaign from them to try to
the
pump
Bible was written
themselves
by a
up.
certain group of people, the Johannians, the richest family of that era, and they wrote that number in there, and then they used that number in documents. I got
They
a
have
treaty.
certain language.
I got a PDF about
I think
treaty.
we are the chosen few. I think we are the chosen few.
I got a PDF about a treaty lawsuit,
It's too subjective to tell right now.
legal case in Canada, and the Illuminati and the Rothschilds label themselves as the 144,000, which we know is a reference to the faithful.
Yeah. So listen, basically what it is a bunch of cool kids saying they're cooler than all of us. That's literally what it is, and I'm not fucking kidding. That's all it is.
Yeah, and you gotta understand.
It's sad too.
The King James
we're really
Bible,
not living it.
The King James Bible isn't God's word. It's copyrighted by King James. King James owns that word.
Who gives a shit? Poor King James. What a loser.
He said, there's a point behind it. He said in the Old Testament, my word shall never change. Not King James' words.
King James was cool.
He was what?
You know, I know flat earth earthers guys, you guys like go very, very deep and stuff. But the reason I became flat earthers was just fundamentals. Just like it's like how the sun is bright, it's how the sky is blue during the day, or the night is dark during the night. It's just obvious. Like an obvious fact that it's sad that we have that it has to be proven this much because of the globe earth like mess that's going on right now. It's just like a flat earth like just makes sense in every single way. Like a globe earth has so many loopholes in the narrative that just like it's just crazy. I don't even know how I used to believe it.
The flat earth has holes as well, but we have to work on it.
The atmosphere defies in the globe principles every physics we know.
And the spin, it's this like what? So we're huh? How are we spinning that fast around in the? Doesn't make sense.
That defies the conservation of momentum and the loss of momentum.
It defies your common sense.
Equal and opposite. It also defies the second law of motion.
Yeah.
They say. Sorry, I'm eating.
I have a lot to learn. I only know like the basics, the fundamentals. Like
they say we're spinning around the sun, okay, and the sun is spinning around the universe, okay. So we're spinning. So when we get to the sun, we're spinning around the sun. When we get, just say, north of the sun, we have to slow down, don't we? And then we have to speed up again.
Yep.
And the sun has gone fucking millions of miles around the universe, and we're following the sun. So it's not an exact. It's not an exact orbit. So
that's Kepler's second law. No orbit can be continuous No speed can be maintained constant on an elliptical orbit. Kepler's second law.
Yeah, so just say in December we have to slow down and then speed up again in January, February, and then in July we have to
Well,
speed
first
up
they
again
say we
to catch
wouldn't
up.
notice. We wouldn't notice unless there was a change in acceleration or speed rate. Then they say,
Yeah,
well, that's minuscule on the grand scale.
yeah.
But we're not grand, and our ears aren't the grand scale. And that is not minuscule compared relatively to the perceptions we have of movement.
Yeah, and then they say the moon is following us as well.
Yeah.
Velocity is velocity.
Yeah, well, it'd be a large scale when you compare those universal scales to human scale, human size. It'd be a large pressure on your ears, so you'd feel the movement or the change.
Absolutely.
Probably get sick to your stomach for the 3 months it was fucking happening.
I was in a baller's channel a while ago, and I asked the baller, what would happen if the earth stopped spinning? He ran away. He didn't answer me. What would happen if the earth stopped spinning? Ask, next time you're in Boris chats,
There's no way to
the
know
oceans would fall off the edge of the globe.
Yeah,
No,
we'll never
we
know.
can't know it, but we can guess.
The next
They
time
make
you're, the next
they
time
make
you're,
us guess it. Why would they lie? Fuck.
Yeah.
the next time you're in a baller's channel, when you're talking to a baller, ask them what would happen if the earth stopped spinning.
Everybody would lose
They'll run away.
equilibrium.
Neil deGrasse Tyson already answered that question.
Yeah.
Every solid would turn to a liquid. Right? No? Nobody?
What do you say? What do you say?
If the Earth suddenly
brain
stopped
turned
moving, everything solid would turn into a liquid.
The day the earth stood still.
Never mind that nonsense. I'm still waiting for the Earth to start
Instantly
spinning.
dematerialized. Well, he's
It's
asking the
every-
fucking question, all right? It's Saturday night. Let's get
Day of
loose.
existence.
Why would all solids turn to a liquid if the earth stopped spinning?
Because it would just be a really violent thing that happens, and that's what happens in my
Well,
imagination.
I'd
Is
say
that
because it
fucking things
breaks the sound barrier and
melts everything.
creates the resonant frequency at that speed,
Right.
and that resonant frequency through acoustic levitation and
Why are we
assembly
entertaining that the
would.
Earth is gonna stop spinning?
Oh my
It's not
God.
spinning already.
So
Do you not know how comedy works?
Oh,
it's not comedy. It's
No, that's the question to a baller.
It's
That's
the
the question to a baller. What would
the
happen if
fucking
the earth stopped
devil's
spinning?
advocate, motherfucker.
Sorry.
You really want to
Guys, one at a time.
What
Don't-
I'm
don't-
saying
don't-
is
don't-
it's funny what they
don't lie.
believe. That's why it's comedic, because it's funny what they tout.
People say dumb shit every day, and I don't say shit to them about it, but they jump on me when I do it. Watch that
Are we gonna have a
double-edged
problem?
sword. It cuts both ways.
Are we gonna have a problem, Michael? Are you getting mad at me?
No problems here. So if the earth stopped spinning,
you.
everything would turn to liquid. Is that what they say?
Guys, I'm gonna say what Michael has
really.
pointed out many times, and don't speak in the middle of the sentence of someone else, because it's been getting there, and I'm pointing it out. So Michael was speaking, and 3 people jumped in the middle of his sentence, and I mean, come on, guys.
Sorry, Michael.
Yeah, sorry, bud. What were you saying?
Well, thanks, Jemsy, but no, it's all good. I wasn't mad because I was being overtalked. It's all good. I'm just gonna walk around it for now.
I can't
what
like
are you
being
about?
banned for lying. It's quite entertaining what all the reasons I banned people for. Just reviewing them. So a guy came in, he said, I'm seriously thinking about being a flat earther, but this one thing is bothering me. I live in Alaska, and there's a time where the sun never rises. Like for many days is complete darkness, and then there are days where the sun never sets. So there is light for many, many days. I said, I think you live in Liarville.
Fuck that shit.
Like, how did I know? I didn't. There are places in Alaska where you can see this, like in Barrow. So I'm like, where in Alaska you live? He says Anchorage. So you got to be above 66 degrees in order for the midnight sun. Anchorage is a 62.
Right.
So he like doubles down and said, watch this video, right? So I literally just went on time and date and showed him, like, you're lying, dude. So I had to ban him for lying. This stuff is like regular. Like, why would you come in here and lie? I don't get it. Why they come in here and tell stupid lies?
Works on the pipeline in Anchorage.
Yeah, Anchorage isn't very far north. Anchorage is like almost like as far north as like the Canadian border.
She told me what a Usyk was. I never knew what a Usyk was. It's valuable. It's all ivory.
You know, a lot of people don't know that because when they look at the map on a sphere, right, it makes it like it's bending upwards around the sphere, so it doesn't look as low as it actually is.
Yeah. Okay, guys. From what is it, Seattle, Washington? It's only like a 200-mile drive or something. It's not that far.
Okay, guys, I'm logging out here. It's 5:15 in the morning here in France. Listen, guys, I hope you all have a great weekend. God bless you all.
Thanks for coming, bro. I've enjoyed listening to you. Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, merci beaucoup. C'était mon plaisir. Listen, I'll see you all on the next when I pop in again. Okay, bye. Cheers, bye.
Man, for not being a French national, you speak it pretty good.
Hey, I'm Irish. I'm over 30 years in France here now at the moment. Merci beaucoup. Bonsoir. Au revoir.
Au revoir.
I'm in the same time zone as France, so I probably should go as well. It's 5 a.m. Have a good one, fellas.
Good night, man.
You guys are making me look at my clock.
I got a question, Indio. Since you're looking at all that stuff, why would they lie?
I don't know, man. I just typed in ban for lying. I just get all these people. If I type in liar after my name, I got like 500 and something posts.
I got a good reason why they would lie. Indio reads the entire book and then 5 other books that were written before it. So the only way they can be smarter than him is lie and hope that he isn't smart enough to know they're lying.
They're just they're hoping like, oh, these dumb flat earthers, they're too dumb to know the difference, so I can go in there and fake it, and they're not going to even know I'm faking it because they're stupid.
When we first started, bro, we used to ban them dudes before they finished their sentence.
Oh my god!
I think I've got laid back.
If I hear one more person say they saw Kerr from a plane, man.
Oh, you will.
I can't deal with that one no more.
You're saying you can't see curvature from a plane?
Boats over the horizon and curve from a plane. Is that Witsit?
Which is going to get banned for lying.
Witsit? Oh, the only time you'll see curve from a plane is if you're whacking off in the bathroom on the plane.
Whoa. I got nothing to say back to that, bro.
Speaking from experience.
There's no, that's not experience. I'm guessing.
Yo, there isn't enough bathrooms on the plane for you to be whacking off in, man. That's true. You know how long that line's going to be?
Dude, you have a serious problem. You can't make it one plane ride without beating off, bro.
I don't know. I don't move around too much when I'm on a plane. I just keep ordering rums and cokes, man. I don't like planes. In the Corps, I couldn't get that rum and coke, so I just was anxious till I jumped the fuck out of it. I can skydive, but I still don't like planes. It just make my stomach feel like they're on rubber bands. When I'm in free fall, man, it kind of feels natural.
So I like the ridiculous lies. Like, so here's one, right? The guy said he looked at the satellite photos of Himawari, and then he matched them to the clouds over his house.
Oh, that's funny. I can never see Michigan from the ISS.
Now, 1 pixel of Himawari is 1 kilometer.
Yeah, dude. I mean, you read their official explanation, they literally underneath the images they explain the reason that you don't see the clouds move is because it's just so big.
Yeah, well, if you look at the Himawari, the actual instrument, like what they say, you can go in and look. It's not a camera; it's a spectrometer.
Yeah,
Now,
well, the funny
spectrometer
thing,
measures light intensity by frequency, but the frequency it measures the intensity of light. There's not even a lens on it. It doesn't form an image. The image
no,
is reconstructed from the data.
yeah, it's a multi-spectrum sensor, right?
Exactly. It's a multi-spectrum sensor.
And a sensor, a camera sensor, that's not a orthographic camera either, right?
Yeah, this has like it's a bigger chip and has a lot. According to them, it's a bigger chip. It has a lot more sensitivity, but it's not a camera. It's not for forming images.
No, it's just sensitivity to light spectrum.
Yeah. So like
Yeah.
they'll associate like okay, so if they have light of this frequency, that means more sand. And if it's this frequency, it's more grass.
More
And if it's this frequency,
more water, more
yeah,
land.
exactly. Then
Yeah.
they reform the image based upon those intensities that they put in through software.
I wonder how they separate the light intensity for there's clouds over grass and water with trees. Because the cloud is moisture, it would affect the light's intensity, right?
Yeah,
Through
I mean,
scattering, absorption, refraction.
well, look, think about it, man. If you like, you can see like the circle, the dome around your body, right? So how far can you see? How big's that dome? This dude said he matched the clouds over his head to Himawari, right? So what would that be? 4 pixels on Himawari would be over his head. I mean, come on, dude. This is such a ridiculous thing.
When you put it like that, yeah, now I get it.
Yeah, because Himawari claims to take the whole Earth, dude.
Yeah,
The
I know.
entire Earth. So you got to think over how far can I see? So I can see, let's say,
Yeah,
10
how many
miles in every
pixels
direction, dude. Like,
how many pixels would you be in your 360-degree with azimuth ceiling sphere of sight?
Yeah, like 4 pixels.
What's the claimed distance of the Himawari?
What do you mean?
Like how
far they
far
say
is
it is
it in
away?
its fucking orbit? You know.
Usually the weather satellites are like 12,000 miles, I think, what they say. I don't know specifically about Himawari, but I know that like the so-called weather satellites, they're a lot farther away than like
I think
ISS.
Himawari, it depends on certain things. It'll be closer and then farther. It doesn't stay a consistent distance from what they say.
But it has the entire globe in its frame, does it not?
Yeah.
Or is it? Yeah. So what was the like minimum distance that a satellite had to be placed from the Earth to get the entire globe in frame, according to the mass?
Good question.
Well, I hear like 1,000,000 miles being thrown out there. I've heard that
Okay,
before,
so
but you know, I'm just wondering.
Himawari 8 sets 22,000 miles from Earth in orbit.
Yeah, does that work out at all?
So I guess it is a locked orbit, and so they say, you got to be 22,000 miles away with that statement to get to see all of Earth.
I feel like if we crunch the numbers, it's not gonna add up.
Right. Well, if we took a beach ball and a BB, how would that be relatively in mass when we compare the BB to being off? How far away from the beach ball? Because the ISS would be like holding a BB 4 millimeters off a 4-foot round beach ball.
So I did the math for like a 60-foot sphere. Hold on, I'll tell you what it is. This is pretty crazy. When you hear this, you're gonna realize anyone that sees like an ISS image thinks that this matches that is out of their cockpit. All right, I have to find it. Hold on.
Well, let's get some Himawari images. Raw images if we can. Himawari 8 raw telemetry.
Well, there's that FTP too. Like, so there's a FTP where they got Himawari clouds pre-rendered. Who was that? Who was that? Who was that found that? Archer, something Archer.
Yeah, I don't remember, but I did see that video, and I followed his link. He showed in the video, and you could see.
I still have the link.
Yeah, data for the Himawari years into the future. So it's not real shit.
And they have and you can download the piece of software that'll put it onto a sphere. Not just that, it'll take like their textures and it'll wrap it on the sphere. So I actually have a link to that because the reason I brought Himawari is actually the Globers haven't talked about it for a long time, but someone was talking about it on Twitter, so I had to like go back through the old stuff.
Here, this is funny. The angles they get from supposedly 20,000 miles. In one, you see the full thing, and that's a Japanese blue marble that's really green. This is supposed to be a Himawari 8 raw image. Raw my ass. And then, so is this one. And this one, you can see the satellite, and this is so full of shit here.
They all admit it's pre-processed because if you want their data, they don't give you the raw data. So, look,
that's a Himawari 8.
All you have to do is like they have a procedure. Like if you're a so-called scientist and you want
Look how
the
big
data,
that satellite looks compared to the small amount of curvature in the globe Himawari image shows. Look how big that fucking satellite is.
That's not claimed to be real, is it?
Yeah, well, it came up in Himawari 8 images, raw images. That was my search.
I have no words. If they're trying to claim that image is real, I have no words.
Yeah, it's from Girder's space page. They got other ones, dude.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, and that one, that's supposed to be Himawari 8, and a picture Himawari 8 took. Think about it.
Yeah, that was definitely Superman. He took that picture.
Yeah.
Thanks, Superman.
He just flew up there and got him a photo of Himawari. He had a selfie with Himawari behind him. That's the same motherfucker that got us at, launch of the lander shuttle on the moon. Oh my God, this is just disgusting.
Thanks, Superman. He just gets in the right place at the right time. He was there, right there, at the right time. He's just amazing, Superman.
Ooh, this looks like a raw image, and it's just out in azimuth. Look at that. Now imagine if this is the real Earth that they make look like a globe. And the only thing curved about it is the weather patterns under the dome. What would a flat Earth look like if there was a dome on it and you were above it? You went out through the gates of heaven or something, But in this image, I can see artist funny shit. I can see a demon face right now. Almost looks like a super Saiyan troll. I'm gonna have to blow this up. I think I see Roman and Greek gods.
Yeah, it looks like Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, you see it? Yeah.
Dragon Ball Z head there.
Yeah, on the right, lower right. Yeah, I didn't even have to blow it up to see that one. You know it's an artist depiction because they put pictures in their pictures. Artists do that, not computer programs.
Now, so we're gonna rescale what the ISS would be. We're gonna make the ball 60 feet. Now, I have a curve calculator that you can put in any radius. So this is just or you can put it in any radius. So so the ISS was this is actually the scale. So by the 30-foot ball, the ISS would be 5 inches above it. The horizon would be 5 feet away. Now remember, 5 inches above it. Now I'm going to show you a picture of the ISS. Think of the scale I said. A ball that's 60 foot tall, 5 inches above it. Now, does the ISS image look like as if I put a camera 5 inches above a 60-foot ball and took a picture? The ISS looks way far away, right?
So that's to scale.
Yeah, you can just rescale it. Yeah. So I actually have
it's
like the
rescale.
ratio.
Yep.
The ratio is So a 127,000 foot weather balloon is 0.304% of the diameter. So 3,000ths of the diameter is a weather balloon, like Felix Baumgartner. An ISS would be like what, 5 times that? Not even.
Yeah, I like how Tesla's Roadster in space got just buried by their side completely. Nobody even wanted to touch that disaster of footage. It was so bad.
Have you ever seen the sped up version?
No, I haven't. No.
Oh shit, dude! I made this right after it came out. This is good shit. So, like, you know how they have different camera angles as the car's like spinning around, and it kept like switching camera angles. Had like a front to back view, or back to front. So I took
behind the
each
driver
camera
and then
angle.
inside,
I took each camera angle and just made it all together, right? So all the back to front views, all the side views are all clipped together. And then I sped them up 18 times. Wait till you see this. This
doesn't
is
sync
hilarious.
up, does it?
Oh, well, you can tell it's they ain't rotating on the side of the Earth, that's for sure.
But I mean, they
Because I
claimed
don't know
that
why
was,
the
that
Earth
was
has
lower than
perspective.
the ISS, didn't they? And they see the whole Earth.
I don't know. It's
Shit, I'll
like
just do
body
the whole freaking
snatchers out
playlist.
this piece, man. I really, and I'm off that Moscato, but I really don't understand these people, man. Like,
The anti-flat earthers.
yeah, I mean, them and the normies. I don't get it. Like, we're here. We're beating the drum. There's more than enough information available. I just don't get it.
They desperately want to feign responsibility for the world and themselves. It's that, or they are fucking soulless NPCs at this point. It's the only two options.
So this one, the first one I posted, it's like all the videos that I did of SpaceX, and all these are unlisted because I don't want to get a copyright strike. But I keep it on the low. But you can tell when this thing, you can tell that the car is not rotating, and I don't think car might be rotating. But if you look at the Earth as it goes from left to right, you can see it slightly deform, as if as if it's being subjected to perspective, right? So if you had the Earth projected on a
that was the
screen,
first thing I
right?
noticed. Yeah,
Yeah.
it
So if you had the
stretches
Earth,
towards the right.
yeah. So exactly. So if the Earth was projected on a screen, right, you would get perspective. But you're not going to get any perspective. The Earth is 2,000 miles away. Right? The difference of angles from that distance, it would be imperceptible. But no one would ever catch this, right? Because this is sped up, and all the shot switching. So what it would do, it would show this shot, and then it would show a side shot, and then it would show a back shot, and then it would show another side shot, and each one of those shots were like 7 seconds. You would never, so you got it going slower, all the shots alternating. You can't catch it just by watching it, that the Earth is doing this deformation. And I like that, Trace. I mean, never mind that everything in that car would have exploded, right? You ever seen somebody take a marshmallow and stick it in a vacuum chamber?
Mm-hmm.
Right, it expands, right? Takes up the whole vacuum chamber. Well, those seats are made of foam, and foam, like inside the leather, right?
Yeah,
and
you know,
foam
I
is
haven't
a
seen
bunch of
anything
air,
like that since the accident.
and foam is a bunch of air bubbles. That's how you make foam. It's polystyrene or polyurethane impregnated with air bubbles. When all those air bubbles are regular atmospheric pressure. So if it goes to space, those seats would have exploded. The dashboard has foam underneath. Those would have exploded. The tires would have exploded. Any encapsulated air in any part of that
I know how the
car
air.
would have exploded.
I know the entire process, bro. My cousin owns Michigan Seat Company, and he does injection molding for foam seats for the inserts, and then you wrap a skin around it, whether it's leather or for Kubota, Caterpillar. We make custom. Well, they make custom Michigan seats too. He sold it to a Japanese company. It's now called Renco Michigan Seat Company.
Right? So, and just what you're saying, even like injected molded plastic, all that good stuff is going to have air inside of it. I mean, people don't realize that. They think it's a solid, right? Because, it's solid on Earth. When that stuff goes into a high vacuum, there is air dissolved in all that stuff.
Exactly. Hey, the mold, you put the skin in it, it vacuum sucks to the mold. The top part that shuts over it has a vacuum to help make the foam spread. And then you inject 2 different chemicals together that form to make this polystyrene. They rise. There's a chemical reaction. But when
it's like
in the
epoxy, right?
injection,
You mix two substances, resins together, and then
two
it gets
resins.
hard.
Yeah, and you just it's called a gunner. You got a skin layer, a gunner, and a popper and greaser. And the popper and greaser opens the molds and greases them because you got to grease them or they'll stick because there's a lot of heat in that. But
it's like Pam, right? Cooking spray.
Yeah. So what powers the injection is air pressure. So there's all kinds of air in these resins. And they do that because they want the porous foam. They use less resins.
Yeah, plus they're more comfortable. Who wants to sit on a hard ass seat, dude?
It's got the cushiony thing because it can absorb air and push air out and absorb air and push air out. It's like a sponge. But Douglas McCready, the richest man in Jackson, my cousin, he developed the process, and he owns he did own the contracts for all the seats for any type of equipment from Caterpillar to excavators. He made the seats for the Bay City Cranes. His dad did. So his dad started with a certain process, and then Douglas engineered an entire new process to where you could make, instead of 1,000 seats in an 8 hour, he could make 7,000 seats in 8 hours.
Damn. That's a big difference.
It is. And these Japanese motherfuckers. So he's made millions. The man has millions. He owned a few thousand acres, and they found these invasive flowers in the woods out here, and they found mastodon footprints sealed in the mud, which that doesn't prove dinosaurs, because the mastodon's just a fucking elephant, right?
Yeah, hairy elephant.
With
Right?
bigger tusks, yeah. So anyway, the dude's got a rock waterfall into a pool. He got some Hugh Hefner shit in his backyard with mastodon footprints, but he's got about 2 million into all his rocks. Every rock is a certain type of formation. You know what I'm saying? I know you do. So each one of his rocks in the 100,000s. This motherfucker's rich. He give 1,000 acres to Michigan State University for plant life, and they found some animal there that they thought was extinct, and there's a bunch of them that live there. And so he just give all that to Michigan State University to make a study refuge. Because it's a rodent life form, and it localized. It stayed. They said it was extinct, but it turns out this life was so smart that it realized that when it scattered all out, the numbers were thinning out. So they all just focused in this area. So the 3,000 areas that cover it, is 3,000 acres. These things are all over my cousin's property. He used to shoot them with the Mini 14 just for fun.
No way.
Yo, that's so crazy, bro. Wow.
Yeah, and they're
Yeah, that's
supposed to be
crazy.
extinct, and he didn't know it. From a distance, it looks like a group of rats grouped up behind your barn, eating your flowers. And he'd be like, "Hey, cuz, you're good at this. These things are quick. Come out here, and I'll buy you some beer and some weed, and just shoot a bunch of these bitches for me." And I'd go out there and shoot them too, you know?
Yo, where are you from, man?
Michigan. But I'd use my 223, because that bitch runs so fast, it's like instant delivery at 50 yards, 100 yards. There's no time to react. By the time they hear the gun, the noise, the bullet already split their brain pan.
Well, I guess they wouldn't hear the noise.
Yeah, the noise will follow that breeze they feel on their brain as they go out.
The last thing through their mind was their asshole.
Yeah. But it's crazy when he said, you know them things we shoot, Mike? I was like, yeah. He's like, they're supposed to be extinct, and now they're on the endangered list. I said, well, Lord, don't tell nobody we've been shooting them. He said, they're not endangered, though, Mike. There's 1,000 of them on my damn property. I was like, well, yeah, I get
How about we stop shooting each other and we edify each other, bro, and we get close to God. How about
Well,
that?
when you say we,
What's that,
you
bro?
include me. So
Let's
which
spread
one
love.
of us are you saying shoots people?
So anyway, back to Flat Earth.
We're
I'm gonna
shooting
read.
people?
Instead of
Flat Earthers
shooting
don't
people with
shoot
guns,
people.
let's shoot people with love.
Guns
Yo,
don't
amen.
kill people. People
Facts.
kill people.
I wasn't talking about killing people, bro. I was talking about shooting rodents on your farm. And if that triggered your feelings about men killing men, I don't know. The farmers kill rodents all the time so that you can have corn and I can give it to you cheap.
Yo,
So you
yo,
can have
but
pumpkins.
yeah,
So
bro.
you're
But you
eating
should
rat
use
hair
cats,
every time you
bro.
have a pancake.
Use
What?
cats. Use cats to get the rodents off.
Oh, are you full of shit? A cat can't get a burrowing rodent. They go underground.
You
I
can't
got
train
cats
cats
out
either,
here. I
man.
got a dairy farm, man. Every idiot in the city that doesn't know shit about farming thinks we love cats because we got milk. So I got a feral cat population on my farm.
Dude, my cat can't even bury
I
his own
still
shit
got-
in the litter box, let alone dig a fucking hole in the ground.
I still
no way.
got rats in my feed silo. Come on, man. You're talking about stuff you don't know about, and I'm not trying to be rude about that.
The cat trained you to bury it.
He sure did.
What if I kill all your animals?
Well, I don't think you could do that. I don't think you're capable of doing it.
That would take you a long time. You would have to have a very large window of
That would
opportunity.
get you put to
Yeah,
the wood
I wouldn't.
chipper
I wouldn't
or-
do so though because
Attempting to do
I
that-
respect.
Attempting to
your
do
farm.
that would get you wood chipped. You'd be compost. I'm just gonna be real with it.
I'll tell you what, pig can eat a human being in about an hour.
Those are my
I'm just kidding.
children. They're not just farm animals.
Mike, you wouldn't make it past the dog, man. Anyway, I posted something on material limitations for ultra high vacuum. Basically, everything in that car can't go into vacuum. Like everything.
Hey, wait, did they use the
glue,
air
no
pressureless tires or not? Did I miss that conversation?
No, Elon Musk said it was just a regular car.
No shit.
Because he was asked, and he specifically said, nope, it was just a regular car. It was not specially prepared. They just stuck it on top of a rocket and sent it to space.
And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care.
So, technical limitations. Screws. Can't have screws. Threads have high surface area that tend to trap gases and are therefore avoided.
Speaking of
welding.
space, yo,
No gas metal arc welding. No shield metal arc welding.
Did you see the new ad of Metaverse? It was talking about going in space. How do you feel about that?
How is Metaverse going to space? But cyberspace?
Oh yeah, it's just an ad. I don't know.
Well, you can't go to a place that doesn't exist. What if the ad said, let's go to Narnia? Do you think you'd go talk to Aslan?
You just said an online gimmick for advertisement is going to space. Do you realize that?
Where did they first say that civilians were going to go to space? When did they start selling tickets for that? Oh, like 1967? What year was that?
Hey, you guys know that Elon Musk also in that convertible roadster, he had an actual replica Hot Wheels toy that was just resting on the dashboard of the car, and it was in space, and it was a convertible car. Just something else, just a little interesting fact. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, you know it's real because it looks so fake.
Well, and it's just that anybody who's looked at it at all, that is a proper adult human being and doesn't see that it's fake, we can do without. We can certainly do without them.
I mean, listen, even just a bare bones analysis of whether it's possible to send a car into space and it just is okay.
It's just trash. What are you doing sending trash out there? Who the fuck do we think we are? Like, are you kidding?
I initially thought that he was going to do it as like a part of like an advertising campaign, right? Like, you know, hey, hey, Whirlpool, here, check out this advertising campaign. We'll send up one of your dishwashers in a rocket, right? And, you know, you can make a commercial out of it. And they could say like, Whirlpool, first dishwasher in space. And people would buy it, man. People would buy it because it's the first dishwasher in space.
Dude, why haven't they done that yet? They're talking about Chugga coffee. Where's Folgers? Where's, let's go, guys. The industry is not picking up on this opportunity. Before we out them completely, there needs to be a lot more money made on this lie. Okay?
And we can advertising industry waiting to happen, or first whatever in space.
Yeah.
The first dress in space. The first pair of shoes in space. The first hiking boots in space. The first hat in space. The first sunglasses.
I'm serious. I want to see the McDonald's Golden Arches from Earth on the moon. Why the fuck not? The Nike swoosh. Where's it at, guys? What are we doing? I need Drake's face on the dark side of the moon.
Here at McDonald's, we sent our burgers in space. On Earth, they only last 4.3 billion years, but in space, they'll last to the end of time.
Forever. That's perfect. Perfect.
Hey, you're close. They got the Pluto imprint on Pluto, so it's close to Drake's face.
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
might
Pluto
as well
has a
be.
better. He's got a better voice than Drake.
And he's got a better bone structure. I like Pluto quite a bit more than Drake. We'll
For
say
sure.
that. Yeah.
Most definitely.
That's it. I'm starting an advertising company. I've decided I'm selling out, man.
Just as long as you don't tell us what you're doing, probably be all right.
Wouldn't that be bad to like start like a advertising agency that just like leverages like space fantasy and use that money to do flat Earth experiments?
I mean, there are ways. Yes, there are ways to really do something.
I wouldn't be surprised if they came up with a machine, since they have the machine that can turn pee into coffee. What if they have a machine that can turn poop into food? You know, the next generation.
Bro,
Isn't that called nature?
What the hell are you talking about, bro? What are you trying to get in this
Yo,
conversation?
did you
What
get
are we
that
trying to
from
get in
Webb's
this
Media?
VC?
Because you know, there's this guy Webb's Media, and he says that you can boil your shit.
You can
Okay,
boil your
so
poop. What do
for
you do
those
when
of
you
you who
boil it?
You
don't
guys
know,
aren't keeping up, man.
right?
But they already say that they're doing this. NASA says that they're like making coffee out of poo and drinking piss.
Yeah.
Robert, can you imagine doing that?
Nope.
Well, ask an
sure
astronaut.
I think they're just conditioning the population for lab-made foods and stuff. I don't think they're actually doing that. The elites aren't going to do that. They're going to get the best while giving us the worst.
Well, come on, they're not in space doing that. People are just obsessed with like bodily functions in space, man. 90% of the questions when people ask them, "How do you go to the bathroom in space?" It's like, how many times can you answer that question?
Have you ever had sex in space?
Skeet. What's that white thing floating past your head?
You know, of all the research I've done on this subject, guys, I have never heard anybody make any claims in that department. Just saying.
No, there is a suit. It's a Velcro suit that they designed, and what happens is like on the left side of your body, there's like a Velcro line all the way to like your hips and past your hips, and then the other person has the same thing. So they just snuggle up to each other and Velcro the opposite side of the other
That's
person's suit.
so weird. It's all about leverage. So what are you pushing against if it's anti-gravity? I just don't get it.
Well, the suit
I don't think it would work.
Velcros them together so they can kiss.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, anyway.
It's very hard to kiss in low
right?
G.
yeah, exactly. Essentially, that's what you'd have to do anyway.
So you need a girl that can like do the splits and just
Somebody,
like,
somebody would have
right?
to be strapped into a chair, but then I think you can make it work.
No,
What happens if you get a
rotate? Like, listen, you have to counter rotate at just the right speed so that the gyroscopic forces don't make you process.
I mean, listen, they teach it. It's NASA sex ed, and they say, listen, if you get to a sticky situation, you guys get really excited around each other. This is how you do it. Only in emergency situations, though.
That's the creamer they use for their coffee.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
I wonder if you could sell that, like, do what these guys are doing, space tourism, but just add a little twist to it, right? So
Exactly.
like a little flop house.
Space tourists gone wild, bro. We gotta see it. If we see that, I'm done. Okay? I am going to find a way to leave this place if we start seeing shit like that.
Well, listen, according to them, because every action has an equal and opposite reaction, you could piss and actually propel yourself across the spacecraft.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Rocket sauce.
I'm going to ask Matthew Lawrence about that.
Yeah.
Dude, Peggy Whitson did it for 666 days.
Oh, God. Is that the girl? Is that the girl that had the diaper?
Peggy Whitson broke, at one time she held the record for most consecutive days in space, 666.
Oh, yeah.
How many days did she spend in that
the
diaper?
astronaut that drove across the country to kill somebody else.
Right, in a diaper, right?
Yeah,
One
the
diaper,
diaper
the
chick.
same diaper is the story. So that she didn't get seen at gas stations. Makes sense to me.
She just
I
likes
don't know why the media is
diaper.
freaking out. I'm just
She
kidding.
just likes the diaper. Who's she kidding?
You know why they don't speak about the sex part in space? Because once you realize most astronauts are men, then you don't want to hear the story from which side they do the chaga chaga chaga.
Yeah, and those women that are up there,
Absolutely. I can't believe I
I
didn't see it
think
until
we need
now.
to do
Sorry.
investigation.
Go. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I just said I can't believe I didn't see it until now. Thank you. Jemsy. What were you saying, Hank?
Yeah, I was going to say that those women that are up there, they're not really that attractive. You ever get a good close look at them? Like the ones with the hairspray? Ugh.
Yeah, they're pretty bad. It's slim pickings.
Well, paper bags are really cheap, so you can get one of those sent up too.
Dude, I wouldn't be surprised in the next year or two if they actually come out with that and they say this baby was conceived in space,
Conceived in
space baby.
space and then born in
Yeah.
space. They're gonna have a born in space baby.
Babies born in Antarctica, but no babies in Antarctica, but babies in space. We got that. Yeah.
Space babies.
No cure for anything that's important, but space babies.
Yeah. So
And that's listen, you guys. Space tourism's one thing. What a piece of shit. Space babies, that's kind of a cool idea. But again, there's a lot of starving people here. I don't know what we're doing in space. Don't know.
Yeah. There's never been a child born in Antarctica. Never.
How do you know that?
Looked it up.
Oh.
There's no permanent settlements. There's no permanent cities.
And
And no
know
one's
it
ever
all.
been born there.
He's seen
What
it
would
on
say
the
your birth
internet, bro.
certificate anyway? You see Antarctic Treaty?
Yeah, I bet you people have been raped in Antarctica though.
God
What
damn
if
it.
Antarctica is nothing but like anarchy? Like you go there and there's like no government, no cops. It's like, what if it's like a whole other continent, just like a new world, right?
It's
and
not.
it's
It's
not
a
covered in
wall.
ice.
It's a wall.
Oh my God!
It's a wall. The whole thing.
Yeah, you just made it sound more ridiculous, Hank. There's a whole continent, and the governments of the world decide we're not going to police this. We're good. Yeah, we're not going to send nobody there. We just got that. No.
And it's a bunch of like scientist camps, a bunch of losers just like, what are we going to do? I don't know. Let's go to Antarctica.
They never saw a piece of land they didn't want to make a rule for. Like, they're not leaving a big chunk of land with no rules. They can't help themselves.
So what's stopping them from grabbing the highest elevation point and terraforming it and maybe build very advanced settlements, cities, and that kind of stuff?
That's a lot of work.
Well, they're going to do it on Mars.
Don't they have like? Right? Don't they have like fiber optics going down there and also towers, telecommunication systems? I mean, and people go down there. The whole VIP people that have to do with the finances of the world, they go down there in very luxurious vessels. So what's stopping them to having a VIP section there?
I don't know. I
question.
left the VIP club quite some time ago. I don't catch up on what they're doing these days.
I got a better question. Let's say one of these scientists, they go postal and they start like killing people. Like, who would you call?
Ghostbusters.
Oh, you'd call that guy that was on here earlier today that used his GPS at the South Pole? You'd call that guy.
Yeah, I'm just trying to imagine what it's like there, because obviously the whole thing's not tundra. There has to be some sort of settlements or something.
Well, I was thinking if they want to build something on Mars, right, shouldn't they go practice in Antarctica? Because Antarctica has basically the same weather condition, except for there's air, and it's about, a lot warmer. So why wouldn't you practice in Antarctica? Why wouldn't you build test structures in Antarctica for Mars, to go to Mars? Because that's what they say, they're going to Mars, and Elon Musk thinks he's building settlements and colonies on Mars.
No, but we got Canada for Mars, India. Don't forget about that.
It's not
Antarctica
cold
will
enough
be more
either.
like the like Titan, the moons of Jupiter that are frozen, something like that. That'll be Antarctica one day.
I was thinking Scott Kelly. There was a video that remember Scott Kelly when he came back, he crashed into the ground in Russia. Anybody remember that? Well, they followed him around like a documentary, like when he got home. And he one of the first things he did was he opened a beer, he went to his pool, said, "I really miss space," and jumped in his pool.
Isn't that the astronaut that got an interview? He was drunk and taking the interview
Oh no, that's
at his
Buzz
house.
Aldrin. I'm guessing.
No, he's the bald guy who has a twin brother. He's also the governor of Arizona now.
And they tried to say what his dude. They've said so much shit. The twin brother. Oh, one of them's DNA's changed versus the other one, and the other one's older than the other because he spent more time in space, and because of general relativity, time slowed down for them. Just ridiculous, silly. Ugh.
He's also a hero, and his wife happened to be in a mass shooting down there too. You guys look into that.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, she's like, I don't know. I want to say she's an actress, but who knows, right? So, I wanted to say that when you look up the world record, right, of the cosmonaut who has the world record for spending the most time in space, I think it was him, right? So they say that he traveled in time and he's like a split second, like younger or some shit, right? When you look into it, it's like, why did they got to reset the clocks every 8 minutes if he went through like a fraction of space time? So it doesn't make any sense. Like they don't add up.
You know, NASA should say if it does make dollars, it don't make sense.
Guys, you're getting me lost in space time at this moment.
This is the moment in space time you've all been waiting for.
So they could have actually done the twins paradox because they had twins in space.
Doublemint twins, bro. They can't chew gum and drink space coffee at the same time, though.
Were either of these men not made in a lab?
They're space babies.
They actually did do the twins paradox, and they actually did a news story. That's crazy. I don't know why it took me so long to catch on.
I wonder if they're the metaphorical twin towers for NASA.
These two men have slept with the exact same amount of women. 0.
And little boys.
Okay. It's not...
You know, we don't know the number of that. We only know that there's 0 women.
Seems like they're just actors, Freemasons.
Facts. Whoever said that, you're telling the truth.
Yeah, they're just actors.
Which of these men even exist?
You gotta go to Hollywood acting classes to become an elite. Why do you think all these celebrities are so good at acting?
Can you tell which chin is real? They both look like the same fucking chin. Look at that. Same chin. Photoshop chins.
So here's something funny. Have you ever noticed that, like, NASA, they say a lot of things, and they publish documents, but they never publish in, like, peer-reviewed stuff? I've never seen a thing from NASA, like, in Science or Nature or any of those, the best journals in the world, but they do publish stuff. So is there stuff being peer-reviewed? Or do they just get to just write down whatever? And everybody goes, it's NASA. They're never wrong. They put people on the moon.
Probably. I don't know. I doubt everything's peer-reviewed that the public hears.
Well, I use Google Scholar a lot, dude, and I've never seen like, okay, you know, the authors of the paper, you know, are from NASA.
Hey, now that you mention it, it might be posted next week in Google, though, that there are peer-reviewed, dating back 20 years.
So right now I've been searching for, like, they have that article I just posted about the twins, so I'm, like, searching for the paper that they keep saying existed where they found that their DNA changed, and I just keep clicking link after link after link, a hyperlink that says, oh, it's over here, and I click it, and then I get another web page. Then I click that, and then I get another web page. And I click that. Oh, what did I get to? Oh, a generic page, human research program. These things that just lead to nowhere. So NASA supposedly set up a 3D camera. I brought this up before. They supposedly set up a 3D camera, Panasonic 3D camera. They set it up in 2011. They still have not released the footage to that.
Bro, all they did is they copied some like ancient Chinese fireworks, sent it up, right, landed in the ocean, and charged you like 500,000% more than it cost them. And they gave you a story, and you believed it, and now it's like everybody's like,
Yep. Big Roman candle, that's all it is.
Yo, Glad.
You know, the Earth is.
Yeah.
Hey, you check out the Harp Side of the Moon song?
Yeah, dude. Do you mind if I play it?
No, dude, go ahead, bro. Yeah, I thought like other people will like a song that's not rap. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I absolutely do. Yeah, let me grab it here quick.
By all means, brother.
Guys, coming up next, you got Flatter Day Saints, also known as Flat Nasty. The song's called Harp Side of the Moon. Enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is another brick in the wall. Play it at high volume if you still have any balls at all. The stupid kids all got on masks. The stupid kids all got on masks. Yeah, they do. Remembering the days when we used to see them laugh. Gotta throw away the stupid masks. Throw 'em in the trash, baby. The stupid kids all got the jab. Ow! The stupid kids all got the jab. Yeah, they did. They got their papers to enter through the door. And every day Moderna brings them more and more and more. On the count of three. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Here we go. And if the jab breaks open with nanofibers too, and if they soon come with a pill, and you know they will, and if your mask breaks open while you're all on Zoom, I'll see you on the upside of the moon. 1, 2, 3, here we go. The loom of Ferris is in my hand. The loom of Ferris is in my hand. Straight from the lab.
I'm not gonna lie though, dude.
It came from the stab.
Hello?
You rearrange my DNA. Yeah, you do.
The song is shit. I mean, yeah, don't
You
think that.
shock my core.
You
But
are
it
great.
was all for free.
Why are you trying to
There's
talk over the bot?
Pfizer in my head, but it's not me.
I'm sorry, guys, but this song is trash. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry. It doesn't have any good message to it.
And if the jab
Well, save your
hurts
unsolicited
like
comments left
thunder
this
in
song,
your ear, you shout, but no one seems to care. Whoa. And if the bandwidth starts playing on your Zoom, I'll see you on the harp side of the moon. Yes, I will.
Dude, this song ain't trash. This is what you call a fun song.
I've got so much to say. Yes, he does.
Tell me all that dude wants to
But
do
I
is
fear, I may get in the way. Yes, I will.
It's not live.
So at the very least, I give you this here song to play for free. So until next time, have an AstraZeneca day. That concludes our show. You may go home now if your doctor will allow it. Oh, and ladies, don't forget your waters. I'm a one-man show. Peace. The show's over. What are you still doing here? Put your masks on and exit in a single file line. I'm losing my mind. I'm out.
Yeah, as an artist and a connoisseur of music, that's what you call a fun song, right?
Dude, that was awesome.
I don't really think there's no way to say that song sucked. Like, if you're singing that song, having a good time, like laughing about, the people in their masks, I mean, that's a fun song, man. I don't know how you can say it was crap.
It's something to listen to while you're high.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, I really dug that. It's a nice new flavor from Flat Nasty, right? I think that's good. It was really entertaining, like to
Yo,
listen
how
to your
about you
take.
make a music video to it?
Your take on it. Yeah, dude. Fuck yeah.
supposed to be like kind of comedy, like tongue in cheek.
Yep.
It's not supposed to be like Beethoven,
Exactly. It's perfect. That's really good stuff, dude. Yeah, make a video. See if you can make just a cartoon video or something real cheesy and stupid. Space
Yo,
cartoon
can you
or
guys
something.
unmute this man named Ron? He wants to say something about this song.
No, Ron. Is that Ron who wants to talk? RAWNN.
Yeah, if you can unmute him.
No, he won't be being unmuted for a while, a little bit. He talked right over the music and called it dog shit, so he can shut the fuck up for a little bit.
What a dumbass. I don't understand.
He's probably against what I was saying, you know what I mean?
Yeah, who knows? He's not talking for now, is what I know.
Why'd he
so,
DM
anyway.
you, man? Dude, I'm just saying the truth,
I loved it, dude. It's great. I got it in the playlist for the bot now, too.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
Yeah, dude.
For all those who don't like rap music, you know what I mean? I understand.
Wait, did you just call that rap music?
No, I said for all those that don't like rap music. I made a song that wasn't. All of my other songs are rap.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, I've recently kind of redid my house, and I got the guitars in the living room, and I've actually been playing again. I haven't played in a long, long time, but here lately I've been playing again.
Playing guitar?
Yeah, 6-string.
Hey, all right, bud. Yeah, very nice. I still got to teach myself how to do that. Lifetime of playing and writing music. I can't play the fucking guitar, dude. What is my excuse?
Hey, if anybody got like rap beats or even like musical beats, I could write something to it if you send me your instrumental. If it's good, I might post it. I'm always looking for new beats or even new songs just to sing.
You know, a beat that I think is really good
All
that you
right, how
could
about
probably
this? A
sample.
duel. The
That'd
Flat
be dope.
Boys are back, and you know we can never be whacked. The Flat Boys are back. Did you know we're the Flat Boys? That's
I
the
used to
hook.
love the Fat Boys, dude.
Yeah, he gets it.
Fat Boys,
Yeah.
bro. Ooh, that's
We're flat.
back in
We're in the
V-Day.
mood.
Remember that song, Big and Beautiful? The Fat Boys are beautiful. Taking it back.
I'm starving. I'm in the mood. Plain and simple. I need food. Eat some food very
So
soon.
good.
Everybody in the place will leave the room.
Yeah, dude. I remember, and it was like it was seriously in with people's collections of like Dr. Dre, The Chronic, and
Too short,
all that
slow,
stuff.
and
Too
low
short.
is more my style. Low tempo, slow melody.
Dude, I can relate to that too because my parents, like when I lived with my dad as a kid, they used to withhold food from me and I could only eat like certain healthy foods at certain times. So I grew up super hungry and it followed me into my later life and I'm just always eating food constantly.
He said I
So I
grew
could
up
totally
fucking
relate.
hungry. Damn, bro. Sorry to hear
I
that.
can relate to that. I can
I
relate to
grew
that.
up saying, "No, Grandma, I'm not hungry."
Yeah, right.
I can also relate to that. I had a good grandma.
My
I
grandma
have a
was
good grandma.
old and bored. I got some tater soup in there, boy. Come on if you're hungry. And then I had to be all nice. No, Grandma, you know I love your tater soup, but I'm just not hungry. You're too damn skinny, boy. Yeah, that's because I only eat when I need energy. Boys been like that. I don't eat 3 regular meals just to eat regular. I eat when I
So
need
did you
it.
guys know? Did you guys know that fasting creates growth hormones?
Yes, it does.
Yo, my friend Prince B is fasting, man. He's on his 2-day fast.
Oh yeah.
Wow, 2 days. That's incredible.
I grew up fasting, man. I was Seventh-day Adventist. We didn't eat from sundown on Sabbath to sundown on Sabbath.
Tell me, 48 hours. Goodness, what is his secret?
Do 40 days and you might reach Christ level.
40
he
days.
Fasted.
Ooh.
You know,
I
he
guess
fasted
sarcasm
for 40
was
days
lost
and
on
40
the young
nights.
man.
Yeah, not to take anything away from the Messiah, but I heard that there was this other guy, the enlightened one known as Buddha, and he also did a bit of fasting.
Yeah, I'm usually going pretty fast. I do like to slow down
Buddha?
from time to time, though.
Did you say
Yeah.
Buddha?
Yeah, the Buddha.
Yeah, the Buddha fasted.
Yeah, didn't look like he fasted. It looked like he ate too much.
Well,
Looks like he lives in a Chinese buffet.
do you know what the sumo wrestlers do? The sumo wrestlers
Buddha
only
also
eat
explained
once,
it as
but they
the
eat for
Christ
like
consciousness.
4 hours straight.
Right. When you live in the spirit of Christ, well, you'd live in his consciousness because you do as he does. You can live in the spirit of me. All you got to do is act like me. It's my spirit.
Yeah,
How
but ain't
I
nobody
feel,
like you.
what I believe, my actions. There's not a lot of people like me, but I don't like to say I'm one of a kind. On that, I'm just a human. Maybe
You know
I
what,
see,
honey? But you is, and you just need to strut that stuff, okay?
maybe I just look at it different than other people. Not that I'm my perspective is different. Maybe that's special, you know. But nothing else is. I'm just human. You can all do the same shit I can do. Is what I don't like to. I don't like to put my. We're all equal. If you try, maybe you got to work harder to be like me, but it's easier for some people and harder for others. It's just like jumping. I'm a white boy. If I want to slam dunk, I'll probably have to jump towards the rim my entire fucking life to get one dunk. But I can get it done. you know. Eventually.
Yeah.
If I have faith that one day I'll do it.
Listen, I'm 6'2", and I had to wait until I was at least over 6 foot to even try to dunk. And let me tell you,
I'm 5'10", and if you lower the basket 6 inches, I'm dunking.
Right. Yeah.
Yo, I have a question. How do you feel about the red hair people being the chosen people of the Most High?
The red-haired people?
Yes.
So you're saying Viking Hebrewites and not black Hebrew Israelites?
Yes.
You know what? I think there's the chosen people are 12 tribes, right?
Correct.
So in that 12 tribes, there could be one of every color of motherfucking human in the chosen category. And that's if you believe the Hebrew people who wrote the book that said they were the chosen fucking people.
That's a good answer, Mike.
Well, the 12 tribes could have Native American, Indonesian, Viking, Scottish, Irish. There's 6. We could have a Mexican, Mayans. The Mayans could have been a lost tribe of Hebrew. Aztec warriors, Hawaiians, Orientals. There's 9. We still got room for the rest of them, Euro, white people, Germans. Germanics were tribes, the Germanic tribes, so we know they were a tribe. It's all in the way you look at it, bro. I don't think there were one color of chosen people, because 12 different tribes are chosen.
I feel like if you can understand the Bible, then you're chosen.
And I really don't think we have 12 different colors. We're not diverse. Cats are more diverse than us.
I
And
feel the same way. If we believe in
the
Christ and
funny
we come
thing,
to Christ, we
a
are all
calico will
chosen
breed
people.
with a black cat or a white cat or a tiger stripe. You know what I'm saying? They don't care about, oh, you're a calico, bitch. I'm better than you. Step off the elite with your calico ass. They don't do that shit. Deer can be multiple colors. You think the brown deer says, whoa, motherfucker, you're albino. Get out the herd. Get away from us. The power of Christ compels you. Get out our tribe, albino. You're not chosen. You think the deer say that? How about the raccoons? Your stripe's not proper. The skunks. You don't stink enough. You're not a chosen skunk. The chosen skunk got the elite stink. Porcupines, you ain't got enough quills, bitch. You're 5 quills so short of being a righteous person. Or porcupine. You couldn't pop a tire if you tried.
5 quills short, he's a retarded porcupine.
Hmm?
If he's 5 quills short, he's a retarded porcupine.
yeah. 5 quills short. He's 5 quills short of a full deck, man. Well, come on. It's common sense, right? Sense is common, right? Not.
No. Hey, Michael, on that point, someone saying, redheads being, listen, the only reason that white people have red hair is because we're white, but there are, like I just posted in the chat, gingers exist in all cultures. Even, like
albinos,
if you go to,
that.
Well, no, I'm not talking about albinos.
Well, Ginger's
albinos is a different
basically
thing.
albino.
Not really.
He's the whitest of the whites, motherfucker. What are you talking about?
All right, well, check this out. I was going to give a description of what I was saying.
Except
like
for them
in like saying in East Asia, right?
Yeah.
There are most people have black hair and black eye, eye color or whatever. That's the most common thing, but they will have someone that lighter skin, lighter hair color, lighter eye color. Those would be considered
Is
a
that a
ginger
girl or a boy?
amongst those people. What?
Drace. Drace poses a picture of a black Asian ginger.
There you go. Well, that dude looked like he has his hair bleached, but I don't know.
Is it a dude? That's what I'm asking. Dude or a girl?
I don't even care if it's a dude or a girl. I'm just wondering if he bleached his hair or not. That's all. Because when you try to bleach your hair when it's black, then it's going to
White
look like
people's
that.
hair turns that color, yeah.
So I wanted to talk about Japan because you guys mentioned Japan. If you guys were to look at the Japanese people before World War II, a lot of them have quite a bit of Aryan traits. Some of them had red hair, and some of them had very light skin. And everybody looks at the eyes when we're talking about Asians, but there are white people in like parts of the old Soviet Union who have the slanty eyes too. I forget what they're called. They're like the
Mexicans
people
can
in the
have red
mountains.
hair too.
Yeah, Mexican red hair. That's kind of a funny thing because that's what we called the weed back in the day that we got from Mexico. But yeah, there are redheaded Mexicans. If you look at that famous boxer, I forget his name, and also Gaethje, Justin Gaethje, is half Mexican. So yeah, and you wouldn't think about it, but if you look at the people that were enslaved in Ireland and brought to the States, some of them were black Irish, black people who were Irish. So people get really confused, on race and get caught up on that. And I think we have to look at it differently. This is like I've always thought people that were racist, they're like extremely lowbrow, like not very smart people, right?
Yeah.
Like if you look at your typical racist, they're usually pretty dumb, So things aren't that cut and dry. Right?
I agree.
There's more to it.
I agree. It's
Yeah,
usually
but
the
as
dumbest
far
people
as
that think color makes a man better.
that is pretty dumb. But I was just saying, like through cultures. I mean, when you look at the gingers, right? What we call ginger now. I mean, it may be a derogatory term to some people, but what we call redheads or whatever in the white cultural realm. That happens in Africa. It happens in Asia. I mean, it's just, and they're not. What is that song?
Sorry,
Panama jamming.
They're not albinos because I grew up with an albino in high school, and he was definitely an albino. And he's a very successful man now, and he's a really cool guy. One of the coolest people I've ever met. And so he was an albino. He had no melanin, or not, or very very limited melanin. I mean, it's everything. Like from when he was a little kid, he had white hair. Everything about him was white. It was just like he was just absent of white. And I've seen some albino Africans as well, and they're not as white as him, but they're albino black, basically in that vein. But gingers are on another, a different kind of thing. They're more red, if you want to call it red that way. And that can be in Africa, it can be in Asia, it can be, in all kinds of different places. So that's all I was getting at. And anybody from East Asia can go ahead and tell me that I'm wrong about this. Do you guys have gingers over there in Asia? I know Jin's not here right now, but he's lived in Japan for quite a while. I'm sure he's probably seen this type of thing.
I'm from Puerto Rico, and I grew up knowing people of all colors. We even had Asian-looking people, blacks with, like they look like really let's say African American that we call today, or
Oh shit,
even
Jimsy! I thought you were from Mexico.
I've seen
I'm just
ginger
messing with
Native
you.
Americans.
and then I also there was
Hey,
also white people in my class. They had like green eyes or blue eyes, and white girls.
Yeah,
Everyone together.
I've seen
Sure.
redhead Native Americans.
Sure, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't know why the guy was asking about, if the people that are, that have this fire hair are above everyone. No, nobody's above anyone else.
Nobody's above everyone else. I'm a huge fan of sports. Not so much all the other sports, but recently MMA. And I got to tell you, like each race, by and large, and I'm speaking generally, has their own attributes. Okay, so those redheaded Irish dudes, they're usually pretty tough, hard to knock out, right? But and they're usually pretty strong, but not very fast. Those African Americans, or the Africans, excuse me, didn't mean to say African Americans. The
They can jump
Africans,
really high.
oh yeah,
Hey,
they have a thicker bone structure,
yes. Speaking about
and
making a dunk, yeah, Mike said, like Mike was saying, I've never gotten close to that damn rim. I can't dunk unless you unless you
I
pull it
can
down.
grab the rim.
I
This is
can't
the
even
kind
touch
of
that
dunk I can
motherfucker.
do at 5'10". I
Go
can
ahead.
jump up with my left hand, grab the rim, pull my body up, and slam the ball.
Anyway, Hank, but there are
Seriously.
a lot
You
of
mean you
white
used to
guys.
able?
Shit, Larry Bird could fucking dunk, and he's about our height too. He's like just a little under 6 foot. Fuck it. I mean, it's just I don't know. It's weird. Go ahead, Hank. I meant to interrupt
no,
you, but
I was
not
gonna say,
intentionally.
yeah, that's fine. Yeah, the different people, like it's always gonna change. There's always gonna be like another guy who comes and takes the belt. Like Anderson Silva had it for so long, and then he was beat by White. Like there's no superior race. Okay, so each race has its own attributes, right? So in Africa, if you're being chased by a lion or some sort of predator, right, the fast ones are going to get away, and you know what I'm saying? Like, so they're fast, man. We can't hardly beat them in a foot race, right? They kick our asses at foot races, but we beat them in the swimming. So we're equal, but it's kind of like Pokemon, like they're all equal.
Gotta catch 'em all.
Get him.
Like Pokemon. Come on, Hank, man. That's fucking hilarious.
No, Pokemon is supposed to be a balanced game where everybody has a chance to win. Like you can get fire Pokemon, or you can get the water ones, or you can get the grass ones.
No, I'm
You
not
know,
disagreeing. That was funny. It just made me think of that. Gotta catch
yeah. And
'em
that
all.
Mexican boxer Cornello or Cordello, I can't remember his name, but yeah, he's
Helio.
That's brilliant.
How tall are you?
What?
How tall are you?
I'm 5'11". I'm about the same. You said you were 5'11", right? Yeah, I'm about the
I'm
same height.
5'10".
Yeah,
You're a
I'm
little
about.
taller than me.
I'm probably shorter now. I was 5'11" when I was younger. About probably 5'10" now. I don't know. I could never reach the rim anyway. I mean, my legs wouldn't let me do it.
Right. It's all in your legs.
I love playing basketball, but I could never freaking dunk a ball. It was very disappointing. Gotta catch 'em all, Flat Earth Mon.
hey, I got children. Okay, it's not like I wanted to play Pokemon.
Oh, so you played what? Pokemon Go with them? Because when you play Pokemon Go, you have to go somewhere. You don't have to tell us, Hank. You might end up going somewhere and falling off a bridge. I mean, who
No,
knows?
bro. We played on the Nintendo DS. Like, you watch stuff and you play stuff that you normally wouldn't do if you didn't have children. Like, I
No,
remember in the
I'm
early
just
days,
messing with you, bro.
I'd be smoking a little bit and like, somebody be like, "Hey, man, get out of that Barney, bro. Stop watching that shit." Like, you get caught in it, Like, you start watching it just for a second. Or Bear in the Big Blue House. I remember watching that with my children.
I do know what you're talking about. Well, it's like when Yu-Gi-Oh first came out, the card game. You remember Yu-Gi-Oh? Like my kid, he was
No.
like 6, 7. Okay, well, you don't remember Yu-Gi-Oh, and I think it's still fairly popular, but whatever. Anyway, he was really into it, and so I had to learn the game. It's a card game. It's similar, I guess, to wasn't World of Warcraft a card game at first when it really kind of first started. And so I had to learn the Yu-Gi-Oh card game, and so I had to learn it so I could show it because I was a Dungeons and Dragons guy. So I was like, okay, cool. He's getting into some type of D&D kind of shit. It's like, I'm going to learn this card game so I can, play this game with my son. And we had it for a couple of years. We played Yu-Gi-Oh quite a bit. And, we used to buy the power-ups and shit, the power packs from Walmart and all that kind of stuff. And we'd play the card game. Yeah, it was fun. Probably dating myself. I mean, I was back in the right around right after 9/11. Anyway. Wait, Levelist, were those two chicks? Was it like a perspective thing? Because one of them was way taller than the other one.
No, that was a skinny, short guy and a tall chick. I was getting ready to type that out, but you offered me the chance to say it.
That's all right. But it's cool.
The skinny chip's hips were skinnier than her entire body.
It was just like it had a giant and
that
two
don't
little
happen
people.
A chick with hips skinnier than her belly can't open them up wide enough to push out a baby. So that's not.
God, fuck.
They got birthing hips, bro. It's so their legs can detach. How do you think you put them over their heads, their ankles by their ears?
I think
they got a different hip.
Mike, I think someday we're gonna have to open a complaint room in this server just for me and you. Just like, can you guys, for the love of God, shut Michael and Helio up for one day, please?
Can you put your ankles by your ears? You're a man. Your hips work like that? Mine don't.
No. Well,
hell, if you're smooth, you can get her feet behind her head. Shit.
To be honest, there was a point in my life when I was a teenager that I could put my foot behind my head, but there's no fucking way I could do it now.
You had to do that. You had to lean forward to do that. A chick can
I had to try, right?
The chick can do it laying on her back, bro.
I'm just saying,
hasn't
everyone tried to do it before? I used to be able to do it, but I can't do it anymore. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I thought you meant tried to put a girl's ankle.
No, I'm talking about my foot behind my head. I did it once, in my life, but I can't do it anymore.
Just like we all try to lock our legs in Indian.
I think I'll probably have to go to the hospital if I try to do it now.
I didn't need to see that dude's his sport Fruit of the Loons with blue and white racing stripes. I didn't need to see that.
Shit, that's funny, Levelist.
Now I'm wondering if that's his third leg. I'm jealous.
Yeah, it might be.
Oh, damn, he's got a big third leg. Fuck him. Motherfucker. I'm offended.
Oh, shit.
Don't tell Smurf you're offended. Jeez. Did anybody ever unmute that guy? I'm
Listen,
sorry.
don't smurf the smurf on the smurf while you're smurfing the smurfette.
Yeah, don't say that shit 3 times.
Smurfy, smurf, smurf. Smurfy, smurf. And a mushroom, too.
I mean,
everybody's going to walk around the ears on the ankles on the ears thing, but we all know it's true. It's demonstratable. It's biological female science. I've done the science, bro. I ain't never tried to put a guy's legs there, though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I've done a few experiments.
Hey, but that's what I was saying. Guys only try to do it themselves.
Yeah, I'd have to get
It's
some
like,
other
and
guy
that's in
that's
private.
not
That's
really
in private.
to do that portion.
It's
there,
like,
so
all right, I'm going to sit here on the ground and I'm going to try
I'm
to put my
unwilling to do
fucking
that
foot
science.
behind my head.
Hey, maybe Arwen will try it.
I bet he already has. Most guys have tried to put their fucking foot behind their head.
Dude,
I mean, it's just it's a common thing. I mean, shouldn't
I
it be?
so lost you. Never mind.
No, I mean, yeah, I'm trying not to make it sexual. It's just a thing that
I know,
like,
man.
people.
I
Most
drove
people
it off
have
into
tried
the
to do
deep
this.
end, and you got a winch and a 4-wheel drive and dragged it out of the water. Damn it!
Yeah, that was
It's
kind
Saturday,
of
man.
on purpose. It was kind of.
We're supposed to swim in the deep end of the pool on Saturday. Damn it! It's men's night.
No, it's men's night. I don't think we should actually make that happen because it might get pretty. It might we might lead into depravity at a certain point.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of Yeah, I agree. Testosterone does that, brother. To test most of them are already in depravity, and then the testosterone moves the depravity to words.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So the
I'm not
going to say what I was going to say. Did you say depraved?
Well,
depravity and deprived is not the same thing. Were you about to say?
What depravity isn't? That's a conversation that lacks moral content. Deprived is why you had depravity, because you lack sexual content.
Maybe. I don't know.
Or activity.
That's a men's conversation. Maybe we should make a men's club where we should talk about this.
Oh, sure. We can talk about what you need to eat to not let your balls drop when you turn 40 and 50. And, healthy blood, a lot of garlic keeps a healthy heart on. There's things men need to know. You don't have to let the doctor stick his finger in your butt to check your prostate when you reach 40. You can poop in a tube or put some poop in a tube.
Well, I thought about, as far as the prostate goes, since we're
these are things.
Speaking as older men, this is for I've considered that I don't need a prostate check because I can piss like a fucking racehorse for an. I can piss for 2 minutes, man.
Weeks it can't be swollen.
Yeah, I can piss I can hold that shit for a long time, and I can piss for 2 minutes. Yeah, my prostate's okay.
Chipping off.
Don't stick your finger up my ass, Doc. I'm good.
I squeal the tires on that bitch every day. It's so tight. A mouse on a Honda?
It's like, Doc, check my prostate.
You're with me, right?
Oh, thanks.
You fart like a mouse on a Honda with spinning tires?
Well, I'm not going to talk about my,
couldn't squeeze a pee out that motherfucker.
Hey, guys, I can see my breath for the first time this year. Oh, it's cold.
Yeah, it's cold as fuck here right now in Arkansas. Man, it's freezing. It's like it's below freezing
here. When it got done
here
raining yesterday in Michigan, it snowed. We had like 6 inches in Jackson. Then it rained all day and got 56. But 6 hours later, it was back to 30 and snowing again.
Oh, it's snowing up there?
No, it's not now, but we had drifts right afterwards. None of it stuck because it was all wet. But it's just amazing you can go from 50 to 30 and rain to snow in one fucking day.
Well, I'll tell you why.
That's
It's
Michigan,
because of
though.
that front that came through with the big tornadoes
Yeah,
in
that's
Kentucky
Michigan.
yesterday. That's the front
Yeah.
that came through.
Yeah.
And
And
it's
people wonder
gonna be
how
cold for the rest of the year now for
why our
all of us.
Michiganders have
All of
sinus
us in the
problems.
Midwest it's gonna be cold for the
Bro,
rest of the
live
winter.
somewhere where it goes from 50 above to 30, from snow to rain, and see if you don't have sinus problems too. You have allergies quick to the motherfucker.
Everything
Come to
dries out.
Michigan. We're surrounded by water here.
I'm
So
just
much
telling you,
moisture in the fucking air.
that big tornado in Kentucky
Yeah.
was a sign that this is the beginning of the winter here
There's
for the
some high
Midwest.
pressure pushing around up there.
Yep.
We had one, they had one. Yep. I'm with you. That shit pushes temperatures around. You push a high pressure front. It was windy as fuck yesterday too.
Yeah.
My daughter was like, I'm gonna go fly my kite. It was so windy, I seriously said no, because we got big
Yeah, if you want to lose it, go ahead.
No, we got big sport kites, dude. We got big kites with the dual handles and shit, and you can do figure eights and shit.
Right.
I was worried that the kite had enough surface area to just move
Pull
my
her off
little,
the damn ground if she didn't let go.
just fly her away. My little 16-year-old, she's tough, but she's only 105 pounds, man.
It's like if you get 10 foot off the ground, let go of that motherfucker.
Right. That's just it. She's like me. She got all that arm strength. She won't let go. She thinks she can wrestle it back down, and she'll be flying before she fucking knows it. I literally, dude, at $160, I don't fly those kites. They got a lot of pull with just a small wind, dude. They jerk on you. If you know what a professional kite flyer's kite. I get the real kite.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I've seen them.
I don't get the little cheap shit.
Yeah, but that shit can pull you. That shit can pull you off the ground.
Yeah, mine you got to run to launch that bitch on a weekday. You really need a good windy day, but not an awesomely windy. I mean, mine's got a 5-foot span on it, 4 foot wide or 5 foot wide, and then 4 foot
Here
wide.
we go. Level's he's showing what
big
I can do. Well, that's a parachute. I mean, that's a parasail.
That's another thing I did a lot with my children. Growing up, they would always have kites. And I would add so many spools of string on it that it would be way, way up there.
Isn't it funny how real dads dig the same shit, Hank?
Yeah, I bet you did a lot of hikes too, nature hikes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a trail that goes through a mountain strip from New York all the way down to a bunch of other places that they made me walk 6 different places. I'm like, man, I took 5 days off in the middle of the summer when I'm working 16 hours a day, sleep for 4 hours and go back to work for 16, and you want me to walk for 8 hours.
Yep, that's how it went. I remember going through all these pastures, and it's just ignore the cows, right? Just be faster than the cows.
Oh yeah, I'm not scared in the cow pasture. I stop and talk to the cows.
Yeah, yeah. I've been in that
if anybody heard me hot mic in the
I don't know about walking
night,
for 8 hours, but yeah,
they know how I talk to my animals.
Yeah, I love being amongst the cattle, man. There are certain cows that aren't friendly, but for the most part,
oh
yeah, they are, yeah. Some of the cows, I'm just right. It's like I run away from them.
I'd try my luck at talking a lion out of trying to eat me, bro. I got away with animals.
But I mean, I've been amongst a whole group of cattle, but there's only one or two that I just don't want to fuck with, and when they get mad at me, I just fucking get out of their way.
I take a deep breath and calmly tell the lion he'd rather bite Jesus because I'll slap the holy piss out of you.
The whole thing of avoiding someone's cows is because you're going through someone else's property. Yeah, and you don't want to mess with.
Yeah, I was working for someone else. It wasn't my cow.
No,
but I guarantee though, the cow that was chasing me. I mean, it was a
I'd
freaking
still talk
longhorn.
to that dude's
It was
cow,
a
Hank.
longhorn. It was a fucking longhorn, and it
I
had like,
can't help it.
dude, this sumbitch.
I
He had
talked
a
to the
beat on
squirrels in
me.
the
I was
woods.
on a 4-wheeler, and this motherfucker was chasing me.
You
A
hear me?
longhorn cow?
Yeah, it was a
Isn't that a
longhorn
bull?
cat, dude. He had longhorn. It was like almost 4 feet wide. Longhorn cattle.
Texas Longhorn.
Yeah, I mean he was a prize. He was a prize bull, and
Yeah.
so he was.
I was gonna say,
You know, I was, you know, and I worked on this farm for a long time. But he
my
was just like,
bull's got
"Hey,
a
here's
short
this
horn
guy.
span.
Here's this guy." You know, he's just like, "Look out for him." And I'm like, "Okay, go do this work and do this." And I'm like, "Okay, I'm gonna do that." This motherfucker had a beat on me, and he was huge. You know, fucking.
Maybe
4
he
foot
saw you and he
long.
thought you were competition for the other
No,
cows. So he wanted to beat you up.
I know how
He
they
saw you
work.
and he thought this guy's trying to take my girlfriend.
No, this
Mine
dude
are
was a
short
fucking
horn.
stud. He knew what he knew. He was just fucking messing with me, but I didn't want to mess with him. You know, that's all I'm saying. And I
But he
got away
thought
from him,
you were messing with him
behind him, and he was looking at me, going,
with his family.
"If I let him do what he wanted to do to me, he'd kill me." But I got through the fence, and he was standing by the fence, rocking back and forth, going. I'm like, yeah, well, fuck off.
My bull's a Durham, a short horned, a Durham. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
A one humper. They're mean though. He's just a 4,000
similar to
in my opinion, he's just a 4,000 pound pit bull. When they get pissed, dude, they can actually jump a fence, dude. When they're really mad, you know, because they jump the fence.
Yeah, I mean,
They
I
know.
think he was playing with me, but I
Listen, the
didn't
bull
want to take the
knows it.
chance.
No, Michael. In your case, you are a feeding hand for the bull. In Helios' case, the bull saw Helios' cow face and he thought it was competition.
Yeah, I feed my bull, so
No,
my bull likes me.
Yeah, Helio didn't do that to that bull, right, Helio?
No, but it wasn't my farm.
I made my bull.
It wasn't my
like
farm.
me.
I was
Exactly. That's
working
my
on the
point.
farm.
When he was a baby, I took him early from his mama, and I wanted him to think I was his mama, and I fed him with a bottle and all that, and I loved on him a lot. So
Yeah, I didn't even want to love on
He
this
used to be like,
this motherfucker.
Mama.
So
He
my
was-
bull is cool, except for when every heifer on the farm is in heat, and then you don't want to kick it with me because I'm the asshole that keeps him from getting over there with all them heifers that are in heat.
And I worked on this farm for a very long
he's
time,
mad
and
at
you know, and he's had buffalo and cows, and I've never had a real problem. But when I was out there, like working on the farm, he, for some reason on the ranch, he had that freaking prize longhorn that day, and I was like, "Oh shit!" I had my eye on that motherfucker all day. I knew he was going to come after me. I'm like trying to get to another part of the ranch. I already knew that motherfucker was going to come after me as soon as I got out in the field. And it was, but he didn't catch up with me. I got to the gate, opened the gate, freaking drove the 4-wheeler through, and then closed the gate. And then he's like huffing and puffing on the other side. But I knew he was fucking with me. But I think if I stepped on the other side of the gate and said, "Hey, it's cool," he would have fucking killed me. Because he doesn't give a shit.
Yep, you're right.
I mean, he was a prize bull, bro. I mean, I'm talking about
You're
this
right
was
about
this
that.
was a bit. This is a big ass fucking
He
prize
ain't been
bull
laid
longhorn,
his
bro.
entire life, but he's been surrounded by heifers his whole life.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck
Yeah,
you.
it was
You're one of the guys that keep him from getting to that nanny he can smell.
It's just like I knew which cows I can fuck with and shit on. I've been working there long enough, and
I did
I
a
knew
mental
I didn't need to
projection
fuck
on the
with that
bull.
fucking bull.
And he's
And
talking to me in
he
my
was just
mind.
he was a guest on that ranch,
He
you know.
told
So
me,
he didn't.
"Mike, I'm angry because I'm sexually deprived," and I said, "I know, bro. I know." He said that girl came out here in the field and whacked me off the other day and put that shit in a. What do you do with that shit you guys put in the jug? I'm tired of your girl molesting me. She's
Yeah.
cute, but she ain't a heifer.
Yeah. Anyway, so it's like I knew not to
Well,
fuck
we
with
do
that.
that to a bull, dude. You guys say, does anybody milk a bull? In truth, yes, they do. And we sell that. That's why it's a stud bull. But he's never getting laid. He'll get whacked off. He'll smell a heifer, and he.
Well, it's like on that ranch. He had. I
That's
worked
why
for a
they're
large
angry.
animal vet, and he had a huge ranch, and he had
You
cattle
get on their
coming in and
back,
out,
they're like,
horses coming in and out.
oh,
He had some. He
they're
treated.
like this. Oh, this human keeps me from getting laid. Now he wants to get on my fucking back.
Yeah, well, that bull was pretty aggressive, but for the most part, all the males were.
Oh, I bet a
But I'll
long
tell you
hair.
what, dude. I've seen
Longhorns.
yeah, that was a longhorn. There wasn't very many
listen,
longhorns on this
they're a
ranch, but
bigger
that
bull
that
altogether.
longhorn right there, he was pretty aggressive, and
They're a bigger bull
I didn't want to have
altogether.
anything to
Listen,
do with that motherfucker.
they're longer from head to butt, from head to tail,
He
than a
was a big
shorthorn.
motherfucker.
Shorthorns are
He was
stocky
scary.
though, dude. My bull. Now my heifers have legs that make me wonder how they walk their fat ass on those skinny legs. But the bull, he got legs like he does push-ups in the field all day long. I'm like, damn, dude, his legs are fucking.
I'll tell you. Here's another experience I had. It wasn't similar. It wasn't the same thing. It was just like I was out in the field, trying to, clear brush and cut, chop wood and shit. And there was this fucking huge Brahma that he had.
Yeah.
Female. It was a female Brahma that he had. And she kept trying to come close to me. She was so fucking big, she scared the shit out of me. I'm just like, but I didn't. She wasn't aggressive. I was just like, why do you keep following me? She just wanted food, but just like, please stay away from me. I don't want you to be close to me because you're so fucking huge. I'm scared.
You guys are reminding me
like
of that
every time I move, she moved closer. She's like, but she's really interested, but she's really just looking for food. She's like, she's just interested. But she was fucking huge, probably, a ton, a big ass fucking huge Brahma. It was fucking crazy. But that was the only other time I was scared on the ranch by any cows or anything. Most of the cows were they're like little dogs, It's like, hey,
yeah.
Even though they're
like
really
big
sloppy and snotty and shit, and you pet them. Yeah, but
you're right.
That was the only time. That bull, that Brahma, that big Brahma, freaking cow, and that longhorn bull. That was when I was scared. But for the most part, I dealt with hundreds of horses and cows.
You'd be scared of my bull.
Yeah, that was the only times I was really scared.
That's the kind of bull I got right there. That's not my bull, but he kind of looks like that one.
Yeah.
You can see his Rocky Mountain oysters right there, man. Look at his legs.
I do. I see it, but I think I have a.
That's what I mean.
I think I have a meme on here with like one
their legs.
Some freaking cow walking with his balls just hanging halfway down his knees. Like he has to walk around his balls.
Yeah.
Have you seen that shit?
Dude, some of them have awkwardly big ones, and you wonder how they run with.
How the fuck?
But this bull, if he gets pissed off, he'll run, and he'll try to jump the fence. If the top rein gets in his way, he knows he's fat enough to just break it. His weight's gonna break it, and he gonna land on the other side with you.
Once, when I was working at that ranch, working for the vet,
my bull didn't like somebody once, and he went straight.
I would
to
help him.
Jump
I would have
fence.
to help him going.
He went all bull.
Direct steer in, not this. Well, they would become steers after this.
Yeah.
So I used to have to help him, castrate, all that.
Yeah, after you clip their horns or a steer, yeah.
Well, you clip their horns and sometimes castrate them too,
Well, yeah, that's how you get Rocky Mountain oysters.
Yeah, but he didn't sell the Rocky Mountains. He'd throw them off to his dogs, and they'd be like, "Hell yeah!" But they're sitting there waiting for him to cut their balls off. So they're just like, "Hell yeah!"
Look, some of the bulls like mine look like this though too.
Yeah,
they're red or black. Some of them black
that's
and white.
That's a Red Bull right there.
Yeah, black and white Durham bulls or shorthorn
Yeah,
bulls.
Durham. Yeah.
Durham, yeah, they're shorthorns. So, but the black and white ones can be real beefy, real big, long. They're a Durham in a mix of something else. Domestic. I'm high. I can't remember the name of a domestic cattle right now, but some English. It's some English bullshit.
No, I get you. I mean, there's a lot of cattle farms around. Even though it's like where I live, it's a big city, Fayetteville. There's a lot of cattle farms. Even right in the city, there's huge property. I think they don't sell it because they're waiting for the big payoff from Walmart or something to buy this fucking shit off. It's like right in the middle of the fucking city. You have like hundreds of acres of cattle farms. I mean, these are the big dick swinging motherfuckers that are waiting, and they just have these cattle like just grazing upon land that's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's fucking crazy. You got to just drive through Fayetteville. You'll see there's cows everywhere, right in the middle of the city. It's like they're grazing upon commercial land that they're waiting for the right price. You can tell. Fucking funny. It's like, hey, I'm a cow. I don't know why there's hundreds of thousands of cars driving by me every day, but this grass tastes good. It'll be bought up eventually and turned into commercial property or residential property, but yeah. I think the original owners are waiting for the big, big payoff. Just kind of funny. Well, it's not funny, but it's smart. It's like, what? I'm already rich. How are you going to make me richer? You want this? Here it is. Oh, no, thanks. Oh, how about this deal? No. I think I'll hold off on that deal for a little bit. See what you got. It's like, who's holding the cards here? I have all the cards. You really want my lot? Okay, well, I think I'm going to hold out a little bit longer. A little bit longer. Because, I mean, there's these commercial properties right next to these ranch lands. They're only going to be able to hold out so long. It's funny. It's funny just watching it happen. Because I drive by it every day on the way to work.
I miss flying kites at the beach. I need to go do that.
Flying kites at the beach. Did you not see the picture that that homeboy, who was it? Shit, where were we at? That was a long time ago. Oh, I'm in the wrong chat. My bad. You might be in danger. You want me to make more of a fool of myself than I already have. That's cool. I love you. Oh, but didn't you see that picture where that did he delete it? Shit. No, there it is. Levelist posted this is like, hey, we're gonna launch our kite at the beach. And it's just like it looks like it's a guy and his kid, and he's just like, hey, let's freaking fly a kite at the beach and see what happens. And his kid gets launched like 20 feet.
Yeah, you wouldn't think hitting water can hurt, but man, anybody who's ever tried a backflip knows that if you bust your balls on the water, whew, it's a rough day.
It's like, here, son, this is going to be a great experience. 20 feet smack into the sand. Yeah, that was. Thanks, Dad. Hey, but I bet after that kid will pick that kite up and be like, all right, I know what to do now. I know what not to do. I know what not to do. It was like, Dad would be like, I'm so sorry. No. Well, Dad would be like, see, I told you, son. You got to hold on. Like nobody's business. Like nothing's just like, just, but you know, if the weight differential, you're only like 40 pounds, and the pressure of the air is drawing the kite. It's like Daddy can't even hold your ass down. Yeah, you're gonna get thrown across the beach. Yeah, it's, but if you want to fly a kite, let's go fly a kite up to the highest height. Let's go fly a kite. All right. Somebody told me to shut up. I will shut up. But I was going to sing something from Mary Poppins, which is an awesome movie.
Oh, shit. I'm just fucking with you, bro.
And send it soaring up through the atmosphere, up where the air is clear. Oh, let's go fly a kite. I mean, what's so wrong with
Up
that?
next, Helio's going to sing A Whole New World.
That's not one of my favorite musicals. But
Aladdin? Who doesn't love Aladdin, bro?
Oh, wait. I don't. The reason I'm saying it's not my favorite because I don't remember all the lyrics, but I remember 2 verses from that. Whole new world, new fantastic point of view. No one to tell us knowing where to go. Okay, cool. Let's a whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. No one to tell us no or where to go. That's pretty much all I got with that one.
You're welcome, everybody. I spoke that one into existence.
See, that shit happens when you speak shit into existence. You know, shit is endless, man. I'm an old musical fan. I mean, don't get me started on some Annie shit. Tomorrow, I love you tomorrow. You're only a day away. The sun'll come out tomorrow. Shit, now I can't even remember the lyrics now. So I want to be confident if I'm going to sing it. I'll pull the lyrics up. I'll sing the whole fucking song. I was a huge fan of the Annie musical when I was a kid. So You guys are gonna make fun of me, and I want you to.
I hated musicals. Man, couldn't stand musicals growing up.
Well, as far as the action, it's too dramatic. But the music, it you can't help that it touches your soul. You can't help it. So you ignore the exaggerated drama of it because the music is so good and the storyline. I mean, when you watch movies like like Annie, they're made for Broadway and they're for productions on Broadway, and that's so that's a different experience when you watch it on television. You understand what I'm saying, Hank?
Yeah, I mean, I really dig art. I dig music, but it's like if this was a musical, I'd be like, I'm doing the dishes. Like,
I know. So it's like everything. It's like throwing plates around, and it's just like humor me while I'm just like making a song about washing dishes and shit. Yeah, sure, I get that. I get that. But like the song in Annie,
it's
which
just
is
not logical,
the
bro.
best song in Annie, is "The Sun'll Come Out Tomorrow." Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be sun. Just thinking about
I'd be
tomorrow.
like, shut up, kid. You bother me. Go lay down somewhere.
Well, that's pretty much what Daddy Warbucks told her when he first met her. And then he turned out, I gotta save this little kid because she's so fucking cool, Anyway, that's the whole story of Annie. So anyway, come what may, tomorrow, I love you. Tomorrow, you're only a day away. Anyway.
When you said come on, when you said one line there, I thought you were going to go into Moulin Rouge next.
Oh, well, yeah. I'm not that on top.
Sing that French song, Helio.
No, I'm not. I'm not big on the Moulin Rouge stuff. Apparently, who was that? Just said?
Evan McGregor was in that one.
Oh, Kermit. So you're gonna sing some Moulin Rouge for us?
Well, I'll remember the beginning of my favorite one if you want to hear that one.
Oh, I thought you were gonna sing it.
Yeah, it's like, if I remember it correctly, bear with me, it's been years since I heard it. It was something like, never knew I could feel like this. It's like I've never seen the sky before. Want to vanish inside your kiss. Every day I'm loving you more and more. Listen to my heart. Can you hear it sing? Come back to me and forgive everything. Seasons may change, winter to spring, but I love you until the end of time. Come what may. And I can't sing much more. I'm recovering.
Oh, that was badass, though, Karma. That was fucking badass. I like it. That's good.
Okay, I like musicals now.
Hank's changed his mind. Hey, Karma, have you seen Annie? Like the 80s version of it, like that with the little redhead girl and like
the old
on the bridge, and it's just like Punjab. He has all his little magical shit. Punjab, you remember that shit?
Barely. I was pretty young when I saw it, but I remember
Yeah.
some of the songs were my favorite and the cute moments. Yeah.
But the music is so fun in that movie. And Carol Burnett, oh my God. She's one of my favorite comedians of all time. Carol Burnett is a genius, and she's brilliant in that movie. So, yeah. Anybody that gives shit about Carol Burnett, then get the fuck out. Just playing. A lot of people haven't heard of Carol Burnett, but yeah, she was amazing in that movie.
I'm pretty bad with the names of actresses, so if I'd seen her face, I'd be like, yeah, that one. But otherwise, I'm just gonna be like, I have no idea.
Well, hold on. Karma, I'm going to send you the movie I'm talking about. And when you get some time, watch it. And that's Carol Burnett that plays. She's the one that does the bathtub gin. She runs the orphanage in the movie. It's pretty fucking brilliant.
I'm kind of hoping it's the one I saw when I was really young, because I just barely remember
did see
it.
it when you were, but you know, as an adult, watch it again, and you'll see how brilliant it was.
Yeah, that's usually the case. If I loved something as a kid and I watch it again, the things that are my most favorite are always because I'm like, oh my God, yeah, it has great neurolinguistic programming here. Oh no, look at the psychology behind this. No wonder I love this shit.
I need to watch it again too, because I freaking, it's never left my mind. I was addicted to this movie when I was a kid, man. It was so fucking bad.
That means there's probably some kind of lesson in it or something in that, some kind of truth that you found, even if you didn't understand what it was, because that's generally why things stick out in memories, at least in my case.
And they tried to remake it a couple of years ago.
Oh, you're talking about that shitty new one?
Yeah, the shitty new Annie. That's not. No.
It was just propaganda shit, ruining movies like they always do nowadays.
Yeah, it was bullshit. Let me find it. Let me find the right link. This is fucking crazy. It's like all I can. Oh, wait. Oh, here it is. Found it. Now, I'm not sure, you know, what your limitations are in Iceland or whatever. This, if you're using Chrome browser, definitely have ABP installed. But this is, I think this is it. Click that link and you should be able to watch the original movie. You don't have to watch it right now, but watch it later. Yeah, Carol Burnett. Oh.
I got a question. Karma, why do you like the NLP so much?
Probably because I was seeking it out before I even knew what it was, and that was kind of like something finally put a name to what I was seeing, because I used to kind of fuck with people and learn how people worked while I was working at a register, because people would often come to me in a trance state, and I would often try different ways of presenting myself and how I would talk and how I would act, and you would get different reactions, and I just had a lot of fun kind of figuring out how people work. And then when I finally found NLP, I was like, holy fuck, he's describing all that shit I used to do at work. And then he explained it even deeper, and I was like, this makes sense. Now I understand how this worked like this and why this went badly. And I'm just like, ooh. And I've been thinking about it a lot. I want to go over it again. Disclaimer though, I am a little bit drunk, so if I ramble, let me know.
Please ramble, Karma, because I'm a little bit drunk too. Oh, but when you say for the audience right here, because we are live on YouTube, for the audience, when you say NLP, you mean neuro-linguistic programming.
I don't.
Right?
I gotta say it. I don't think you'll find a motherfucker here that'll stop you when you're rambling, because they're just in the daze over that voice. It's hypnotic.
Oh, you're too cute. Thank you.
I'm not being cute. I'm being truthful. It's hypnotic, and they're too tranced to say "shut up."
No, but Karma's great. I mean, but Hank
Yeah,
asked her about
she just
NLP. I just want it to be. I
it's
want to
not
make
just the
sure.
voice; it's also the fucking accent.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Battlemod,
that's true as well. But let's make
The
sure
accent
that
is awesome.
let's make
but
sure it all
Battlemod,
comes forward to a positive conclusion about the subject that we're talking about. You were talking about
Yeah, I know.
NLP, meaning neuro linguistic programming. Is that what you meant, Hank?
Yeah, I think so.
yes,
Yeah, bro. Of course.
that is correct. And
Right.
I just wanted to say that Battlemod is still being cute because honesty is Karma's love language. So you're just being honest. That's being cute.
That's true. And whenever I like something, I say it's cute. It's a habit of mine because I love cute things.
Battlemod, you're so cute.
Well, Bambi said when she said I'm being cute, she was insulting me. So I gotta wonder. Oh, you.
No, it's all good. I don't interrupt. I'm curious about the conversation that was going on between Hank and Karma. holy shit! Go. So NLP, continue.
I can respond. Yeah, doing a little social experiment, a little, non-scientific experiment on your coworkers. I can definitely relate to that. Discovering something before you know what it's named, I can definitely relate to that. So, yeah, I love experimenting on coworkers. The things that you can say to them, and just watch their face, watch their every little micro expression, whenever you do certain trigger turns and play certain little tricks, and see how they're going to react. And yeah, I love experimenting on people.
Dude, I trained so many people to meow and all kinds of weird shit. I gave weird nicknames to everybody. People were answering to the weirdest shit. And I trained one of my bosses to always bend down whenever I came near so I could pat his head. He had one of those kiwi hats, when you shave your head, and I love fucking with that. So I ended up always making a huge deal to get to his head, to ruffle his head, but he's so tall that eventually when I approached, he just started offering me his head.
Today.
That would be sexual harassment in America. Anyway, hey, you guys want to hear something funny? So I just went on Wiki's page. So they got an entry. I don't know if you've heard of this, called "Reduction to Absurdity," reductio ad absurdum. It's the way to prove an argument wrong by showing it. If it was true, you could reach an absurd conclusion. All right. So I'll give you an example. Like they say that, observing something is science. So if that was true, then watching Pornhub would be science, right? Because it's just an observation. So that would be doing science. So you just reduce it to an absurd conclusion. So I want to read you an entry that's in there that I've just noticed. Okay, the absurd conclusion of a reductio ad absurdum argument could take a range of forms, as these examples show. So this is supposed to be an example of a reduction to absurdity. The Earth cannot be flat, otherwise we would find people falling off the edge. Okay? Listen to this, it gets worse. Because it gives why that's an example of it.
That's really absurd.
Listen. Yeah, I mean, if you start with a false premise, yeah, that's absurd. But anyway, that's not even what they say. This gets even worse. The first example argues that denial of the premise would result in a ridiculous conclusion against the evidence of our senses. Against the evidence of our senses. I don't know, who sensed somebody falling off the earth or not falling off the earth, or what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm with you.
Nonsense. A non sequitur is in a wiki page article on logic. It blows me away, dude. It just blows me away.
What?
This is a
I
wiki
thought this
article.
was a joke forum. That's a
No,
wiki article
it's a wiki
on
article.
logic.
on logic. Yeah.
Damn.
That uses a non sequitur.
That's fucking crazy.
That's why I just read this. I'm like, against the evidence of our senses. Like, what are they talking about? And they have a citation, Open SUNY textbooks. I don't even know if it's in this. I didn't even check that. Actually, no.
Well, I mean, some
Hold
of
on,
the
it's not even. So their citation isn't even. It must be a stupid Goldberther that put that up there.
well,
So
some of their generic ideas when people come in and say, "Hey, where's the edge?" and "How do you not fall off?" But they answer this with what you're talking about, Indio.
Well, it just gives an example of reduction to absurdity. An example of that. It's a way of proving something wrong. Call it pure extremes or argumentum ad absurdum.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Prove a statement false because the result would be absurd or impossible. It's used to disprove a statement by showing that it would inevitably lead to a ridiculous, absurd, or impractical conclusion. Or also called a demonstration of the impossible. It's been used throughout history in formal mathematical and philosophical reasoning as well as debate. But an example, did you hear that part? An example of this, saying, is the earth cannot be flat, otherwise we would find people falling off the edge. And they say that this is an example of it because argues that denial, it says the first example argues that the denial of the premise would result in a ridiculous conclusion against the evidence of our senses.
Oh, well, that's fucking illogical. Spock would
Exactly
agree
what I'm
with
trying
us.
to tell you, man. This is a fucking. You know, a Goldberg put this in here. He was like, "This makes sense."
It's like
Because
what
I go to the citation, and that
reread.
example isn't even in the
is claiming an edge of Earth.
Goldberg decided to do this. Like, he went out of their way to look like an idiot.
Yep. I think you mean
It's
a
like the dude the
reread.
other day telling me a lie just to use it in a logical, fallacy. Like what the, That's
Well, it's
the
like every
doubling
time
down.
they come in and try to
What the
straw man.
actual fuck?
Oh, hold on. Every time they come in and try to straw man us with an edge, they're gonna have to tell us where it is. They're straw man because that's what
the
they think
edge?
we think. So, you're gonna come and ask me a question about my edge of Earth, but I don't have an edge of Earth, but you have an idea about the edge of Earth that you think I think is the edge of Earth.
Yeah. Yeah.
So good fucking luck with that shit.
Ugh, it just hurts sometimes. I'm getting cogniz from their cogniz.
Me too, bro. It's just like you get background radiation from this fucking weirdness.
EMF. EMR.
Oh my god!
I'm trying to find when this page was when that was inserted in here. Seems like quite a long time ago.
I was about to go smoke and take a smoke break, but I had to insert that. It's just like, whose edge are you talking about? We never claimed an edge. You're the one talking about the edge. You brought that shit up. Nobody here is talking about an edge of Earth. You show me your edge of flat Earth, but you believe it's a globe. So you tell me what I said about the edge of Earth. I mean, these fucking guys are ridiculous, man. It's so stupid. Oh, there's the edge of the Earth. Battle Mod posted it right there.
Yep.
Don't feel bad, Helio. The sun will come out tomorrow.
It's also the Arctic shelf.
Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be sun.
Bet my bottom.
Clovers will find edge tomorrow.
Yeah, some Glober
Tomorrow
changed it because I just went back to 213.
Daddy
they
Warbucks.
might have,
Daddy Warbucks will
they
complete
might
the
have
circle.
logic
I want to hear what India has to say.
tomorrow.
Yeah, dude. Like, shut the fuck up.
It's only
Sorry, Indio. Go ahead.
Listen, I think I'm gonna go edit that wiki. Give me the link to it. I
Oh,
got banned
I
last
posted it.
time.
I posted it. I posted it. I posted
All
it.
right,
Like,
I'm gonna edit
so
that.
everything was the same except for the flat Earth part. I'm checking to see when they changed it. It's hard to find. Some Glober put that idiotic shit in there. You know it.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
so.
so 2018. It was done sometime in. I can't edit on Wikipedia no more. They banned me.
Yeah, I just got off mine
Changing
a
the
minute
9/11
ago.
page.
I just got off mine a minute ago. I'm ready to go back. That's what I'm saying.
You guys were actually on Wikipedia trying to edit shit or add
No, I
to
did
the
edit
content.
shit.
Yeah, and so they rejected your content.
Anybody can edit it.
No,
unless you
I
on their
get
shit
that.
list.
I'm just, but it has to go through a committee of people on Wikipedia. I know
assume-
how it works.
Committee of 300.
Not every
A
page is like
committee
that.
of 300.
No, you just edit it and then they'll review it.
Right.
But fuck them. What if they don't know what the fuck they're talking about? It's just Wikidampedia.
Well,
we're
they.
talking.
Yeah, I mean, in some cases they do
We
know
just
what they're
talking about Wiki, my nigga. It do what it do.
Uh-oh.
Some of
Yeah,
these,
sometimes
even
it's
the old examples are stupid. Rocks have weight, otherwise we would see them floating in the air. That's just dumb.
But you know what? You know what's
What
really
the
interesting is Indio. People come in here, ignorant about the topic, and then just like, well, hey, if there was no gravity, everything would be floating around everywhere. I mean, people just make claims that they're not. They're just ignorant.
Stupid.
No, they're not stupid.
Oh, I
They're
found the edit.
ignorant.
Just say
Nobody's
fucking
stupid.
dude.
Nobody's
Them dudes are
stupid.
fucking stupid.
Stupid people are
I would
believers.
debate it.
Stupid people are believers.
Okay,
they were trained incorrectly.
Ignorant
Yeah, they
people
were
believe.
informed about.
Ignorant
They were
people
given
believe.
disinformation,
Stupid people
and
make
they
assertions
believed.
that don't make
You guys
no
are talking
fucking
over each
sense.
other, man. I can't hear shit. So you both stop talking? Both start talking at the same time. Go.
No, let me say.
I said ignorant people make
Jesus
assertions.
Christ! I
You
thought
did it.
Michael was not going to talk. Holy shit! Say
And
people.
you guys did it. It's funny as hell.
I know we're partners in this disinformation
Okay, so let me interrupt you
campaign.
both. I found out why they edited the page. Why they inserted the flat Earth part. It says replace rocks have weight example in introduction with more well-known example from history. That's why they changed it to that flat Earth sentence, because it's a more well-known example from history. It was changed in October 2015, October 31st on Halloween.
It was changed.
Yeah, it was changed to flat Earth from some rock sentence, right? So rocks have weight because otherwise they would float in the air. They changed it to that flat Earth sentence because it's a more well-known example from history, even though
I'm
it's a
with
non
you.
sequitur and makes no sense. So I looked up the user that made that edit, right? I live near Seattle. I concentrate on writing and improving articles in my area of interest: electronics, physics, horology, history of technology, pacifism, international folk dance. I specialize in making STEM articles more understandable for the general reader, as I feel work product has a problem. Wikipedia has a problem in this area. Another interest is combating pseudoscience in Wikipedia articles.
This is
And
the
listen, and then
brilliance
listen to
of
this. Those
disbelief.
who tell the stories rule society. Plato. Yeah. He put that in his about page. Yeah, dude. Those who tell the stories rule society. Like a true fucking narcissist.
Oh, amen. It comes back to what I just said earlier. And that's why we're all partners here in this effort together, to show that every simple, it might seem simple, this argument, when India was just saying the simplicity of disbelief can confound what we actually, what we can experience ourselves in reality.
So what I was saying earlier, ignorant people post that crap. But
Yeah, I
retarded
know.
people compound their ignorance with stupidity.
Well, this guy has an agenda because in his user page, he just spells out his agenda.
Yeah.
Those who tell the stories rule society, and then he goes on to say, through no desire of our own. Yeah, so he has to preface everything with, "Oh, we're completely innocent," right? Through no desire of our own, Wikipedia has become a gatekeeper of stories the world tells itself and believes. We have a heavy responsibility to make sure that those are true stories, facts, and not false stories, misinformation, fake news, disinformation, propaganda, bigotry, slander, rumors, myths, or pseudoscience, because the rest of social media has chosen a business model in which their income depends on users spreading false stories. This is the guy that changed it to that flat earth shit. And he did this way back in 2015.
And that means he's not even actually interested.
He just said he don't want nobody making any money on YouTube.
No, he's not actually interested in truth.
Did you hear what he
anything?
said?
It's for income.
Because they have a disingenuous business model. In other words, they're preaching flat earth on YouTube.
So I want to point out that propaganda can be true, right? Like when Domino says now using real cheese, that's propaganda and advertisement, right? What were they using before? That's a good question, right? But it can be true.
I don't want to know. Jesus Christ, please.
Yeah, they're exploiting us. I mean, they don't give a shit if the Earth is flat or not. They're exploiting us and using us to promote whatever agenda, but to be honest,
that's what Hank was talking about. He was talking about propaganda generally.
Yeah. Go ahead, Hank. If I interrupted, sorry about that.
No, I just like to address that. He's against propaganda. Stuff coming from NASA is NASA propaganda, right? So propaganda. Like if I'm trying to dress up my resume, right, and they say, "What are your weaknesses?" Like I tell the truth all the time, like even when it's uncomfortable, right? Like that's one way to get a job, right? But it's propaganda, right? Like nobody tells the truth all the time. But it can be true, right? It can still be true that I'd rather tell the truth even when it's uncomfortable. So it doesn't have to be like a lie, even if it's propaganda. He's waging war against propaganda, but everybody has their own flavor of propaganda that they present to the world.
Dude, him saying that is propaganda. Him saying he's against propaganda is propaganda because he wants to make people think. That's why I said he prefaced this through no desire of our own. Why is he even cognizant of that? Do you have a guilty conscience? Right? That Wikipedia is a gatekeeper of stories the world tells itself and believes. So he recognizes Wikipedia as a gatekeeper, but he does not. Oh my God, the burden. He does not want to have to bear the burden. He just has to. He has to help society and protect it from misinformation, fake news, disinformation, and propaganda. And his responsibility, he says, we have a heavy responsibility to make sure these are true stories.
Yeah, this sounds like a thief who keeps telling you that, did you steal my stuff? Did you steal my stuff?
Yeah, exactly. They steal your shit, then come help you look for it. I know that's around here somewhere. I saw it there last week.
Like Fauci or something, all these talking heads that spread the propaganda. We have to crack down against misinformation. This misinformation, it's
That's
dangerous.
misinformation.
Of course it is, man. There was someone that said that a lie repeated often enough becomes the truth. It's never the truth, but it's accepted as such, right? It doesn't make a lie true. That's that's kind of like a bullshit statement, but it is accepted as truth. Just like gravity is accepted as truth, the globe is accepted as truth. Outer space, it's accepted as truth because everyone's in on the lie. When everyone's in on it, except a handful of people, we're just a pinch. We're like a pinch in the ocean. There's like so few of us that our opinion doesn't mean shit because we're drowned
I
out.
want to point out one
hold
more
on.
thing before we
It
move on
doesn't.
from this. Hey, I want to point out one last thing before we move on from this guy. This isn't just like a random nobody on Wikipedia. It says he is one of the 1,500 most active English Wikipedians of all time. He's been on Wikipedia for 15 years, 9 months, and 8 days. Okay?
Can we
This
debate
isn't
him?
just a normal Wikipedia editor person. This is a straight propagandist.
More than likely, it's not true.
Hey,
He's
let's
been
spend
involved with
6
a lot of
months
those guys.
trolling him, changing all his work.
We should, huh?
We
should
should,
debate him.
man. Because
Send him a
we could
formal
do it with
invitation.
citation, bro, where they couldn't remove it.
Well, either way, I mean, whether
Rocks don't fall because they have weight. All I got to do is give a citation to kinetic theory. They fall because they don't have energy to move themselves.
He said that if they didn't have weight, they'd float.
No, they wouldn't.
yeah, but that's completely false.
That's absurd.
Anybody that understands physics knows that.
Even in regular physics, that's false, right? Because something doesn't move unless there's an
Photons
outside
don't have
force.
weight.
So if I just took something and stuck it there, right, it's not going to move. What if I take it and stick it on the ground? It's not going to float.
Photons don't have weight. Do they float?
Photons.
Yeah, I mean,
well, that's a different.
the protons float. The electrons float. Are there electrons rolling around the floor?
Neutrons.
Listen, that's my point. Why do you need kinetic energy? Why do they
Oh my
need a
God,
force?
this guy
Because
he even
the force
rewrote the
is an
Tesla
input
coil
of
page.
energy.
Well, when you talk about kinetics is applied energy, right? I mean, it doesn't even start until there's energy applied. You can't even
Here's a
talk
question
about kinetics.
that he
No,
didn't
you
answer.
need to actually read kinetic theory one time. No, that doesn't properly describe
You-
kinetic
All
theory.
right,
You
my
can
my
have-
bad. So I thought kinetics had something to do with energy. My bad.
It does deal with energy, but not applied energy, the amount of energy available to do work in a system.
You could have things with weight
But it's active. It's active, though. That's all.
that
That's
don't
all, man.
they don't float or sink.
Yeah, I meant
you guys.
I used the wrong terminology. Go ahead, Ron.
What was I saying? I
I know
forgot
you're
what I was
saying
saying.
something about that guy.
Oh yeah. What I'm saying, you can have something with weight that doesn't rise or fall. It's neutrally buoyant. Like if you ever go scuba diving, you put lead weights on to make yourself neutral. You're not going up or down, you're neutral. So that's what he is. It doesn't mean you don't have weight. You're just neutral to the medium you're in. You can have a neutrally buoyant balloon if you fill it half with helium and half with air. It'll be neutral. It won't rise or fall.
Yeah, and even when it is all helium, it'll rise to a certain point where it's at an equal density, right? And then it'll stop.
Right. Once the air around it is thin enough that it'll hit neutrality and it won't rise anymore.
Too complicated for
Well,
Clovers to understand.
It doesn't hold any weight. His argument is.
But I thought
I know.
this was this is their idea. How complicated? I thought this was their idea. How is it too complicated for them to understand?
Well, it doesn't.
I don't know.
He just has to deceive all the plebs, right? He has to have this you know what I mean? As long as everyone's stupider than him, it passes as truth.
Did you hear like why I even brought this shit up? So there's an article on reduction to absurdity, and the example he used was the Earth cannot be flat, otherwise we would fall people falling off the edge. And
yeah, were you here for that,
The example
Ron?
was argues
that
the
one?
denial of the premise would result in a ridiculous conclusion because it's against evidence of our senses, which is
God.
ridiculous. That's just patently false, ridiculous nonsense. Ugh, I don't even know.
Who's feeding him the bullshit? You know, it's like, does he believe his own bullshit, or he's just pushing the official bullshit story? Like, oh, you're gonna have the water of the earth leaking off the edge. Like this whole story, this is the only alternative where the edge goes down. There's no edge going up.
So Ron, listen, okay, if there's an edge, right, we're floating around in space vacuum. Well, if water was at the edge, it wouldn't flow off of it. Water evaporates when it hits vacuum. So they don't even have the bullshit right.
Yeah,
right?
it
So if water
boils
hit the vacuum, it would evaporate, and there wouldn't be water flowing off. It would be turning into gas.
instantly. Yeah, I seen someone do water in a vacuum chamber and it boils at room temperature.
Yeah, yes, the vapor pressure, man. Once it's low enough, man, water just boils.
Yeah. And that's what happens to your blood when you decompress. Like if you're diving, if you scuba dive and you're under this, say you're diving at 100 feet, 200 feet, and you come up too quick, your blood will boil because the pressure, the gas that's inside your blood, it turns into bubbles. Like you can
Yeah,
have gas
it'll come right through
absorbed
your
into the.
skin, man. It'll come
Really?
right out your skin. Yeah.
Oh, you can
If you're,
feel it
yeah,
sizzling.
that's why they say it's so painful, because the nitrogen is like, most of what's dissolved in your blood will be nitrogen, and it'll come right through your skin. Now, of course, it's not coming through in like big, huge blasts, right? It's just like seeping through. You know what I mean? Like you're like outgassing.
Maybe it's foaming up. Like inside your blood is like
Oh, of
foaming from
course.
the bubbles.
It's
Oh
supposed to be
man.
wicked painful, like one of the most painful things that you can go through.
Imagine in your little all these tiny capillaries and stuff, there's air
Ugh.
bubbles like expanding. Yeah. I would
And not being
imagine.
able to
Feel like
do anything about it, because I guess like once the process starts, it's irreversible. Either you live or you die.
shit.
It's also dangerous when you're going down. If you go down too fast, you can become kind of dazed and hazy, and you're not keeping track of your oxygen as well. That's why
Yeah.
most divers have pretty advanced, like little computers on their arms, like a little watch that measures and reminds them of stuff they need to think of when they're down there. My stepdad's a dive, or used to dive a lot and stuff.
Yeah, because the gas has to dissolve into your blood, and if you go down too fast, your body hasn't acclimated to it, right? It has to be, well, the way this shit works, at certain pressures, there has to be a certain mixture, right, of air to liquid for it to dissolve efficiently into your blood. Now, with regular pressure, that's one thing. When you start increasing the pressure, you need deeper breaths. The ratio in your body the ratio of air to liquid changes, blood, right? Because it's that air exchange in your lungs, in the capillaries of your lungs. What do they call it? Alveola or whatever they call it. Anyway, that air exchange, if you go down too fast, your body has not acclimated to it yet. So you basically suffocate, even though you're breathing. You can't.
Yeah,
The air to blood exchange isn't happening, basically.
Yeah, I remember him talking specifically also about how you have to calculate your air tank differently depending on how deep you go, because you gotta account for the pressure inside the tank and how that affects your air supply, and how you breathe a different amount of air exactly like when you go deeper and all that stuff. And he was
Yeah,
telling me
yeah,
about the
definitely.
technology they use. That's why we were talking about it. But I always use this kind of stuff to go into flat earth stuff, because I'm like, yeah, because gas pressure within the container, you say. Let's talk about that kind of stuff.
There's a
The bait
regulator
and
on it.
switch.
Did you know
It's coming along.
they cut it with some helium too when you're diving deep? They take the oxygen, nitrogen, and then they cut helium to help you absorb it or whatever. When you're going to deeper depths, they need helium gas in it for whatever
Yeah,
reason.
it's a mix. I know it's definitely like if you go past, I think it's like 50 meters, they have to like start doing a mix where it's not like just like compressed air. It's like a mixture of air and other gases.
I think it was
I think I've heard.
mostly oxygen with some helium, and then you got to have some nitrogen too. But you can breathe straight air like 3,000 psi is the normal for the scuba tanks, and it goes through a regulator because if it didn't, you'd have 3,000 pounds of pressure and your lungs would go pop.
Oof. Yeah, man, doesn't sound fun.
No, well, there's a lot of consequences. You said, diving too deep, too fast, surfacing too depth. But like my point about the neutrality, that's what made me think about it. Like what you wear a lead belt because your body has buoyancy, and when you're neutral, you're not rising or falling, and you can do the same thing in air, right? So in air, so where's the gravity? It's neutral. Where is the gravity? There is no force.
I remember when they were making. Maybe this explains it because I watched a documentary a long time ago, like when I was a child, about the making of the Brooklyn Bridge, right? And that everybody was getting the bends from making the Brooklyn Bridge, and I never understood why because they weren't underwater. But maybe there's like because they were dug down like 200 something feet or whatever. Maybe that extra depth below sea level.
They
Maybe the air
pressurized
pressure
it.
was the air pressure itself is what caused it.
The guys in the footing under the water, they had to pressurize it to keep water from coming in. So they
Oh
had to
yeah,
put an
that's right.
opposing.
That's right.
Yeah, the air pressure would oppose the water from coming in, so they were in a pressurized vessel. And
Yeah.
then when they decompress, if they decompress too fast, they're screwed. So they had to go in a decompression chamber for however long and get the and neutralize, like decompress slowly.
Yeah, yeah. Because I know the guy. Didn't the guy who made the Brooklyn Bridge, the guy that designed or whatever, he died of the bends. I thought that's like was his death. Like he died before the bridge was completed.
The more I look into it, the more I think that the Brooklyn Bridge looks Tartarian and like that whole story may be fabricated. I
The
look
Brooklyn
at like
Bridge
this
definitely does not match the architecture of New York City. Sticks out like
right,
a
and
sore thumb.
I'm like, why is no one building shit like that anymore? They only built it what 120 years ago. Like, look at the
I mean, I even
stonework on
noticed
it.
that when I was a child that this like it doesn't. It's like what doesn't fit. Like you got a picture and you're like, tell us what don't belong in this picture. That's definitely something that does not belong in the picture because it doesn't look like
It,
any of the buildings, any of the other bridges, any of the roadways, any of the
it's
piers. It doesn't
gothic.
look like anything. It sticks out like a
It
sore thumb.
it has that gothic look about it, like old Europe, and it has so that means they had cables back then when they built it. I don't believe the timeline on that. That was left behind, and it's built like a brick shit house. It's all stone. It's like that thing's made to last thousands of years. It's not going to rust out because it's made of stone. I mean, yeah, there is steel on it. There's cables and the decking and stuff, but it's built to last.
I know the thing is a brick shit house, man.
Right
You
now,
could
think how
crash an
would you build
aircraft
that
carrier and
today?
that would probably bounce off.
If it was concrete, the concrete would all be spalding because you have rebar in it, and it would be flaking and falling apart. You know how concrete gets in
Yeah,
these cold
yeah,
climates; it
exactly.
falls apart.
Listen, they just built this freaking big dig. I can walk like to the bridge and like look under it. It's already concrete's already coming apart. The concrete's only like less than a decade old. It's already falling apart.
And I wonder how old the Brooklyn Bridge really is. And you look at like, you know what I mean? If it's all that stonework, that shit'll be there for 1,000 years. And that's how we should build things. And if you thought, man, we could build quality, everything we have now is planned obsolescence. Like if you buy a car, your car, me and Mike were talking about that yesterday. It's like the cars built, he's saying in the 70s, they're still solid. Some of the metal was thicker and everything. Now the shit you buy today, within 10 years, it's all rusted out. Your cab corners, all of it. It's built to rust out. So you got to drop another 40, 50 grand and buy a new one eventually.
It's the same with cooking appliances like pans and pots and microwaves and everything, really.
Yeah, even the sink.
Yeah, even the goddamn sink. Yeah, Trace is right.
Can you buy that in Europe? Like in America, you can still buy vintage cookware. I have some that's like stainless steel pots and pans. And I think they were made in the 60s, and they're built out of thick metal, like thick stainless steel, and they're so much better than the bullshit you buy now that's like aluminum and plastic. Like the old cookware
Or
is like
Teflon.
you yeah, they're heavy. It's heavy cookware, and you could find them sometimes at the Salvation Army, like used ones, but
Yeah,
they'll
yeah.
last.
That's
Yeah, I
like the
gotta
only
say,
place you find them because you got to find something that's survived and then been given away.
Well, that's when
yeah,
America made good shit. These were American made, and they're built like the quality of them, they're made to last hundreds of years.
Yeah, all the old stuff was made to last. Like, you find an old sewing machine, for instance. We have 2 sewing machines in our house that are both not working. So my stepdad, so to speak, brings his mother's old sewing machine, which works perfectly. Which is like older than me, older than Drace. The thing is probably older than my mom, and it still works better than something that was bought 10 years ago.
Oh, for sure. Like the one that's 10 years old is going to be trash. It's like, oh, it's not working anymore. But the 100-year-old one, it'll be reliable for another 100 years.
I don't know what they made those electric motors out of, but they're heavy, but they run forever.
Oh, you know what? They had better windings and everything because they didn't plan it to wear out. You know what I mean? Even Henry Ford, they made the parts replaceable so that you can do the maintenance yourself. You didn't need, like, if you had a Model T back in the day, you didn't need a big set of tools to work on it. You could take every bolt apart with just a handful of tools. And it wasn't beyond the average farmer to wrench on it. You could wrench on it and repair it yourself and get it up and going. I mean, that could still be done today, right? We could still have things that way today, but they don't want it. You open the hood of the car, you're like, where's the motor? All these plastic covers and shit. It's all shoehorned in there. There's no room to work.
Oh yeah, we've talked about this planned obsolescence so many times, man. Millions of examples.
But even with the infrastructure, the bridges, the roads, the Big Dig tunnel, they have tunnels made of brick, Indio. The old in New York and probably Boston, in Detroit they have them too. They're brick tunnels. And it was, I don't know when they actually built them. People like to say the word Tartarian or whatever, but somebody was building shit out of bricks and it was built to last. Like someone who did that were some smart people. And bricks, the good thing about bricks is if you get a rotten brick, you take out that brick and you can replace it. What do you do when you're concrete? You got a concrete cylinder like the Big Dig and it starts rotting and flaking. How do you replace that damn thing?
I don't even know. Like,
hold on,
someone gets
bricks.
fallen, like a
Bricks
family got
don't
killed
rot.
from a ceiling tile falling and killing a family.
Yeah,
They used,
bricks
like the
don't
wrong glue
rot.
or something.
Bricks don't rot. They're
You
built.
want to see some? I've seen some bricks that rot out and they flake. They flake
Oh, if
because
they're
maybe.
built wrong, or if they're built on,
But it
if they're
happens. It
made
happens.
wrong, yeah.
It happens. You get a couple bad ones in the mix, and they got to be replaced. Sometimes they crack. Sometimes they corrode. It happens from
So
salt
the
and
newer
things.
brick that you get from like Home Depot, that stuff's junk. The guy I know, I showed you guys one of the cobblestones like 2 weeks ago. I was at his house. He's also got old brick.
Yeah, but
Right?
you
These
wouldn't
old bricks,
hold
there
on.
wasn't like one size for them. They could they weren't one size bricks. There wasn't a standardized size. These
Hold
bricks
on.
they're heavy as fuck, dude, and they're still in perfect
All
shape,
right,
man.
cool
They're
it.
not even chipped.
Indio, you wouldn't if a brick deteriorates, you wouldn't call it rot. You only
What do you want to
associate
call it?
that with something,
With rotten wood. I'm just using the phrase. What do you want to call it?
no, bricks don't rot. That's all I was saying. Go ahead.
Okay, I know that. Okay, you're gonna correct me, Helio. Fucking.
Because I'm a
What is
dick. That's
the
you already know
definition?
that about me. It's all.
What is the
It's all
equivalent
right.
word for rot for a brick? We
You
don't
show
know.
me a rotted brick. Show me one.
Well, what's the equivalent word?
Did you know what
what
I'm
he
talking
means,
about,
right?
you fucker? Do you know what
You
I'm
know what he
talking about
means.
when I say rotting? It's fucking flaking and.
Say ruined.
I was
Decomposing? No, that's the wrong word too.
Ruined works, right? Ruined. Because it's ruined. It doesn't work.
It's
No,
ruined.
but
It
it's flaking apart. It's
deteriorates. Yes,
corroding.
it
It's
doesn't
flaking.
rot. I'm
Well,
just fucking
whatever,
with you,
dude.
Ron.
Ron's gonna throw a brick
And
through
I
your
love
window.
all you motherfuckers.
You just
That's
say, check out
totally
this
You know what
rotten
I'm
brick.
talking about? Hey, wait. Did I get my point across? Does everyone know what a decomposing?
understood
When I
what you
said
meant.
rot, did you know what the fuck I'm talking about or not? You want to fucking nitpick me?
We know what you meant. That's the idea of
Right.
language. As long as you're communicating the idea, that's the important part.
I'm speaking in layman's terms.
He
couldn't
doesn't have
think of a
another word to
word.
use either. It's not like there's
Do I
another
have
word
another
for rot.
word? Right. I didn't have another word. What do you call a brick that's flaking and decomposing? A decomposing brick. That's just how I talk, dude. And most everyone got it, but Helio, he's got to fucking needle me. I can needle you about stuff too.
I bet you could. I bet you could. I'm just fucking with
Oh
you.
yeah, and if you're gonna say you can needle
Anyway,
Helio, remember
you
we had
guys are
no homo
you guys. I'm saying you guys are doing great. I just
anytime.
I'm
You could you could say a dilapidating bridge.
Dilapidated bridge. I don't think that's
Dilapidating. What do you have? Selective hearing, bro?
Anyway, continue with the conversation. I was just, I didn't mean to take the piss out of Ron. I just wanted to interject myself because I'm a pompous freaking narcissist. So let's continue.
But you know what? If you live in
That's
Michigan,
right.
you'll see bricks like that. You'll see one brick in the wall it's got salt in it or something, and it's corroding. It's a corroding brick. Just like the concrete. The concrete, you call it spalding. It's spalding. It's flaking apart. The rebar is expanding from rust. when the rebar rusts, it expands and it cracks the concrete, and the concrete starts flaking. And the flaking concrete, they call it spalding. It delaminates. So I know these words. I don't have another word. A delaminated brick. But it's not in laminations like plywood is in laminations.
Yeah, well, we have salt in our garage,
No, I said
concrete, and it's real bad.
dilapidating.
So, yeah, it's not good.
Dilapidating, deteriorating. Same thing.
Well, since there's a lull, I'm gonna grab this opportunity to say it was really fun dropping by, and you guys are so fun. Me and Drace have stayed up until 7 in the morning. And I do have to go to sleep because we're supposed to meet our sister's new boyfriend tomorrow for game night or something. So I'm gonna try to catch a few C's. But I look forward to jumping in next time because you guys are awesome.
Nice stopping by. I don't think I've met you here. We don't have too many females. How long have you been here?
I'm Karma. I'm Drace's sister. I used to just listen in on his side, and when Ladies' Night started, I bothered filling my own account and, jumping in a little bit, but I've been
Well,
in this a
welcome
while.
aboard. It's good to have more women here.
Did you say your name
I've
is
been here for
Drama?
a while.
Is your name Drama?
No, Karma. What do you mean drama? Honey, you know me, Hank. The hell?
Oh my God, Karma's been here
No, I'm insulted.
a year or two.
No. Has she been there? I haven't
Karma
been here that
definitely
much.
ain't drama.
I've been here for more than a year. I've been here for a while. Drace, how
Unless
long
you
have I been
talked
here?
about the drama that's
At
created
least
with
2 years or something.
all those men fall in love with Lippis boys.
See, I don't hear from the females that much, so I don't think. And I wasn't here. I've been away, but I didn't hear too many females here. There was only like Jen and just a few others.
Yeah, I usually only bother showing up for ladies' night and stuff like that because I'm not very assertive on the mic. Though it does help that I went to work Christmas today, so I was a little drunk, so I'm more talky now.
That's cool. What time zone are you in? You're in, obviously you're probably somewhere in Europe, so you're a different time zone.
We're in Iceland.
Iceland. Oh, you know what? There was a guy from Iceland, right? And he said he could see Greenland from Iceland. I don't know if he's bullshitting me, but I took his word for it. But is that true? Have people seen Greenland from there?
That's me. And from the northern part of Iceland, there have been claims from the top of a mountains because we have many mountains there.
Oh, that was you. Okay, because when you came here, you said your dad went to Antarctica. Are you the same guy?
No, I never said that.
Okay, that was another guy from Iceland that I was talking to. His dad was a fisherman who went on a Russian fishing ship to Antarctica. He's been to Antarctica, he's been to Greenland, and all these other places. And that was the guy telling me he could see Greenland from Iceland. So now I have two Icelandic people telling me the same thing. So it's got more weight to the story.
It's been documented from time to time. but it's more like a thing that just goes around people here because we didn't like have a lot of technology back in the day. But are you sure you said Antarctica and not like the Arctic? Because Russia
He
wouldn't be
claimed his
fishing near
father went
Antarctica.
to there was a Russian fishing vessel or some vessel that went to Antarctica as well as Greenland. So he did. I know you guys are in the North Sea, but he also went deep south. His dad was a, I don't know what he did, but he was worked on a ship. If he was a mechanic or something, I'm not sure. But he said he went to Antarctica once. That wasn't
Either
his
way, I'm
normal
happy to
route.
hear there are more Icelandic flat earthers, so yay!
I would say there'd be a lot because you're on an island and you can see Greenland, which it shouldn't be visible. It should be around the curve of the Earth, and things
Oh
become
no!
Maybe
obvious.
per capita.
You got to understand, to actually be able to see that, you need to go to the northern part of Iceland, which is very unpopulated, and then you need to climb to the top of a mountain which has no path to it. So it's not very easy to see.
No, but I mean all the other say you're on an island, right? You're surrounded by what? I know you're on an island, but like there's markers, there's lighthouses and markers and things that when you're coming and especially if you're on an island, you have to get on a boat from time to time to do things, to go off whatever. I'm sure every Icelandic person has been on a boat. So when you're
Oh yeah,
coming in, you can see
all just about all Icelanders live next to the ocean because our mainland is highlands and it's very cold and no one lives there.
I heard they got geothermals. You got like hot lakes and things, and you heat your house with steam. Is that something that you guys do, or only regional?
No, everyone has geothermally heated water that runs to all of our houses, and then we have a freshwater freshwater spring which we also pump into every house. So we have really clean waters, and we have just about free heating.
So it's the entire country, not just like one, like the north side or the south side. The entire country has steam. Well, the
Well,
entire
yeah,
island.
we
See, I didn't know
transport
if
it
it
as
was
hot
regional.
water. But yeah.
Yeah, because sometimes like one region might have something like that, a steam feature, and maybe the other region is too far away to pipe the steam.
Like you said, it's more hot water because we have so much hot water. We just pipe that through. The whole country has that. We also have a volcano that's been going for 8 or 9 months.
It's also easy to build an infrastructure to make this kind of heating system. I've even seen it done in America where they do similar things. You just have to dig a
Well,
little bit further down.
there was a there's a video about how the Empire State Building is heated and it uses a steam system, and it's only 2 pounds of steam that runs from the basement all the way to the top floor, and there's enough steam in that system to heat the entire building with the windows open in the wintertime. That's how much extra capacity it has. And
They got steam here too, running through the streets of Boston. The homeless people, because some places that'll come close to the street, there'll be like a metal grating so they can work on it. The homeless people sleep on them, so they can stay.
Indio, I think the previous people have that because they got it in Detroit too. They even had it to some residential homes I was in, like these homes in Indian Village. They have like Indian Village is like a upscale area inside of Detroit where like they have the McMansions, but they're old houses. These things are probably a couple hundred years old, but they had they call it district steam that you get from the city. Boston has it, New York, Chicago, Detroit, Washington D.C. All the major cities have steam piped in them, all of them. So they're on some kind of geothermal, just like in Iceland. It's not just unique to Iceland. All the major
Yeah,
cities have it.
it's being super underutilized. Even here, we could be growing so much more tropical foods and everything we wanted here, but people just don't know about this, and there's just only a few people who do this, and mostly do this in one specific area, which is just geothermally heated, and they don't actually use. They don't dig into the ground to heat up the air and pump the heated air back into the greenhouses to regulate the heat. They just in this one valley in Hveragerði, there's the ground is just hotter than in other places of the country, so they just build the greenhouses there and grow stuff there, but they don't. The geothermals is really underutilized even here.
I had a question real quick. Do you guys in the summertime, how many hours can you see the sun for?
Summertime, it's about, if I'm in the northern part of the country, it's 24/7. If I'm in the southern part of the country, in the valley where I live, Reykjavik, I basically live in a fjord or whatever. So the whole of the island has like a raised inland. So when I look towards that or towards the north, I don't see the diffraction limit or the horizon there because I just see terrain.
How big is the island? How many like miles or kilometers? How large is it? Because it looks really small on a globe.
2.5 times bigger than Denmark.
Which is how big? I'm not sure how big
Denmark's
Denmark
pretty big.
Is it?
Yeah, they got 5.7 million people. We got 350,000. Come on over here. We can take over this little rock.
How
I've
big
been
is
saying
it
this
though?
for a while. Moving all the flat earthers, and Iceland could be the first flat earth country, man.
I'm for it.
You know what? You know
We
what
can
else I
almost
like
swim
about
from here.
You know,
I respect about Iceland is they kicked out all the banksters. The banksters
That's
that
a
were,
lie.
they were. It's a lie. Oh man, now I have less respect. I thought they
They
got
lied
rid of
about
them.
it. What actually happened was David Vin Miller used the quantum language to sue our banks and win. And a few people got their loans and everything that they had with the banks just wiped away. And the banks renegotiated with the rest of the people and got them enslaved again.
Oh God, now see, now I lost a lot of respect. You shouldn't have told me that. But at least I know the truth. But I mean, we have to deal with the banksters here too. I mean, there's no easy way to get rid of them.
Yeah, it's just annoying.
I wish, you know what? I was thinking it being on your own self-sufficient island with you have your own steam, you live off the ocean, that maybe you could have your own currency and not have to deal with those assholes.
You know, I so want to take Drace up on his offer. I want to go to Valhalla with Drace. If it means that, you know, our children have no more banksters.
Yeah, we have our own currency, but they have been doing their best to wreck it over the last 10 years. So it's not going good, but we
Do you
could
guys
take
have
it back.
do you have crude oil? Because some of the northern North Sea has crude oil that you could sell.
Yeah, we just never dug for it. There have been talks about it being north of the country in the water, but Norway is digging a lot of it out of the ground and it's easy to get.
Yeah, the North Sea has a shit ton of oil. So I was thinking if you could be an oil independent nation, that could be like a little hub of freedom. And maybe Greenland is not so bad either. Maybe it's not as frozen and shitty as they tell us. Maybe it's Iceland is green and Greenland is ice. Is pretty much how it is, I think. I mean, because everything is reversed. Can you testify how is Greenland ice or is Iceland green? Does Iceland have any trees?
We do have trees. We don't have as many trees as we would like. We have a lot of moss, which is green. All of the lava flows got like moss on top of them now, so it's all green. But
except for the one that's active.
yeah, except for that one. We're missing some trees, and we have been working on that because we had like a problem with land erosion somewhere in the country.
You know what else I saw? I think it was Iceland, and they were racing cars up a hill like trucks, and they were nitrous oxide powered.
My dad used to do that.
Yeah, like me and Mike are gearheads. That's stuff we would do. Like you should see Mike's Battle Mods mud bog truck. He's like he would be a perfect mechanic to make trucks like that. And it's good to see that they actually know how to make vehicles and make shit run. They're mechanical people. I like that.
So I heard Flat Earth dude Kenny one time. He said that, man, there should be like hundreds of Hawaiis. And if you think about it, like the Pacific Rim has all that volcano activity, right? There should be like so many islands, right, in that rim. And what they show us on the map is just a really big calm ocean, right? So I kind of wonder, like, so they got the volcanic activity barely in the Atlantic, yet there's that island, right? I wonder how many more islands are there that are just absolute paradise, but we're not allowed to go because we got to be on the plantation.
We got to find them. I guarantee they're there. They're probably playgrounds for the elite. There's probably nations that are the size of New Zealand and like larger ones out there that we don't even know of. They're just erased from the maps.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. I think that's part of why they kill the desire to explore. Everything has been discovered already. Everything is known. We have these satellite images of the bottom of the ocean floor, so there's nothing new to be found.
Nope, no need to look. We got it all mapped out. Here it is. Don't look over there. By the way, you're not allowed to look over there. It's like, excuse me? And the problem is they got us chasing our tail. People over here are chasing your tail. You live paycheck to paycheck. We don't have the luxury of exploring places. You know what I mean? Like it's beyond the means of most people, like 99%. And the 1% that can afford it, they're already in on the game. They don't, you know what I mean? They're benefiting from the system as it is. So they have no desire to change it.
Yeah, vested interest to keep it the same.
Right, because they're the top of the heap, right? They're the top of the pyramid and everyone else is in their place and they're enjoying the areas that we're not allowed to see. They keep it exclusive to them. And I think the same thing as what Hank said. I think there definitely has to be other land masses out there. You just can't have a giant void of ocean. It just doesn't make sense. With nothing out there. That's implausible.
The sad part really is that the power lies with us, but we can't agree that the sky is blue sometimes. And that we, by choice, disassociate with each other and throw solidarity to the wind for creature comfort.
You know what it is, Hank? If we could get on the same page, we'd have to assemble people in a room or some place where we could assemble people and share these ideas on a larger scale and all get on the same page. All of us are not going to pay any taxes. We all agree we're not doing it anymore. We're not going to be wage slaves. We're done with it. And we have to demand it, right? If we demand it, there's not a damn thing they can do. We'd have to rebuild it and not let them infiltrate. We'd have to somehow rebuild something that's bulletproof where they can't infiltrate it, where it's broken down into like community level where they can't just infiltrate it. You cannot infiltrate an Amish community and destroy it. We need to have impregnated, isolated, small district controlled areas that operate as a team. You know what I mean? Like we all have our own centralized power and our own little community. Nothing from outside our community has power over us. Like what we do here is our business. You do you, we do us. And then
based in principles and morals, and I totally agree with you.
Yes, a whole bunch of villages, but even the Viking villages had that.
Check this out, Ron. I mean, what you and Hank were just saying. How would you feel comfortable subjecting yourself to this mind control?
What mind control?
All of the mind control. You already know what mind control. You guys were talking about the mind control like the whole time.
The government is mind control. That's
No,
I don't want
but
any part of it.
it's not just the government. It comes from spirit. I mean, you're not physically subjected to the mind control. This comes from the spirit. This mind control. All right, okay, well, if you don't know what I'm talking about, then you don't see how it's happening to you.
I don't. I'm under what mind control here, man?
What Helio's talking about, it's the programming that we endure all the time with the schools and the television and the mind control that makes us slaves, because there are no physical chains on anyone. The only chains is in your mind, just like the globe. It only exists
I
in
know
your mind.
that. He ain't
Right.
telling me nothing.
I know that he knows that, and that's fine, Ron. I'm not trying to talk to necessarily to Ron, because me and Ron talked for like 2 hours last night, right? We know, but this, when you don't realize what's happening, people are just like, "Oh, flat globe, and this is important." This this realm that we're experiencing is much larger than flat versus globe. Otherwise, this argument wouldn't be happening, and us very intelligent people wouldn't be discussing this, right?
My end game would be something more equitable, where we have self-determination at a community level, that the veto is in our pocket. Like, the federal government is outside of it. The Federal Reserve note is outside of it.
Hey, but check this out, Ron. Most people aren't going to be part of that. They're really kind of like,
I don't
hey,
want most people. I don't want them. I don't want them
me
in my
too.
community.
And just like me and you, when we were doing our podcast, it's like we're seeking the seekers. Get
Anybody
your
that's
ass in
that
there.
blue pilled, I do not. They won't be allowed in my community. You go live in the Matrix, dude. You're not. I don't want you here. I want people that know what the hell's going on. And the other
But
people,
what's unfortunate about that? We have to live among the blue pillars.
not necessarily. Not, you can
Well,
isolate yourself. This country's big. You can have pockets.
but actually, all my blue pill family, I want to live with them. I love
Dude,
them.
my brother took the shot. My blue pilled brother took it.
It doesn't necessarily. I mean, the shot may or may not affect you physically, but
I'm just saying,
talking
he
about
took
the
it.
spiritual stuff. This is what I'm talking about. Like the
I'm saying,
overarching thing,
not everybody, even my blue pilled brother, would be he would live outside. If he's in the blue pill matrix, then he's not welcome in until he takes the red pill, right? I don't want idiots in my village.
Okay, your brother's an idiot. Fine.
He would be outside the village, right? The village idiot.
But I've spent a lot of time physically with my brother and my physical brother, and he knows what I'm saying, but he also has to do stuff with his family, like I did tonight. Like before I joined tonight, I went and watched my niece perform tonight at a choir concert. She did awesome. But every single choir member, guess what they had on their face?
Oh no.
How can you use your instrument of voice? It's like, as me as a performer, as a singer, if you put something in front of my face and I can't fully function that way, it was a very harrowing experience for me to watch all of these high school students sing their ass off with a mask on their face.
With a muzzle. Yeah, put a muzzle on your mug.
Dude, I mean, listen, you guys didn't see this tonight, but I did. I was sitting there watching them sing their heart out with a fucking mask on their face. if you're a singer, which most people aren't, this is your instrument. It comes from the gut, it goes through the diaphragm, and the expression comes out of your mouth. It's like, oh, I mean, I can sing fucking loud every
Your
single
vocals.
and how can you express yourself with a fucking mask on your face? Anyway,
Did you know? But you're saying
so
Helio makes your
I
vocals
saw the
hoarse.
whole choir tonight. It was a great performance, but they all had to wear masks. And you know what was really weird about this experience tonight was that when they had solos, they got to pull their mask off and sing their solos, and then as soon as they were done, they put their mask back on. What the entire and it was really like a muffled hum of harmonies and shit. I was just like, God, please save me from this
You
nonsense.
need to talk with the parents and say, "Don't muzzle our children."
Dude, this was like this was a
Somebody
paid
has to speak
where
up.
I was,
Somebody.
Ron. This was a paid event. It was. I had a label on my table that said my name. It was a paid
I want
event.
a
It was
refund. I want a refund.
no,
You
I
either
didn't
say
want a refund. No. I wasn't gonna. I didn't know any of these motherfuckers. I mean, because except
but
for
you
my
paid.
family.
You
Except for my
paid to hear someone sing. You didn't pay.
no, Ron.
It's your family. I get it.
This was my family. My niece was performing at this event. I was not going to make an ass of myself in front of everyone, but
you do it
Can I make a point about these parents that you're talking? Like, I used to think, oh, okay, well, we just need to talk to these parents, the parents that are putting the masks on their children and who are looking down at you for not doing it if you don't, wear one yourself. I have a different perspective on it now because these people, maybe not all of them are so like morally deficient or whatever as this one was, but I saw like, so what do you do with it once you see this? It's like it does something to you. It's like you take a different perspective because I saw one parent put out a clip where she made a clip right of and had her little, I don't know, she looked like maybe 3 or 4-year-old girl in her lap, and she was given this like real evil type grin. Well, hang on, let me finish. And she gave,
and then I want to say something.
she gave this real evil type of grin when she said it, right? And so she made this little, I think it's a TikTok thing or whatever, and she said that she would spit. She was thinking that she was carrying around the thing, right? The germ or the virus or whatever in her spit. And so she said that she would spit in people's faces that were unvaxxed and that weren't wearing masks, and that she was going to do it, trying to give it to him because she did it because she loved her daughter. I'm like, how demented is that? This is the mindset of these people, okay? So just keep that in mind. This is what they're thinking.
This was what is really weird to me. It was just like I walked into the event and I wasn't wearing a mask, but everyone, my family walked in with me, and they were like, everybody's wearing a mask. We should put our mask on. I was like, I ain't gonna wear a mask until they say, wear a mask. And so I got up to the event, and the table's just like, hey, would you mind putting a mask on to go into the event? For the sake of my niece, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll wear a mask so I can walk 15 feet and take that motherfucker off. As soon as I sit down. And that's what happened. But here's this is the craziest thing. Every fucking performer in that event, you know what a magical dinner is? I was at my niece's magical dinner, and I've done several myself. Back when I was in high school and college. It's just a Christmas time kind of thing where you just and it was a brilliant performance. All of them did really fucking awesome but they all had masks on. When you're a vocalist, how can you fucking sing with a mask on your face? It was just like I felt so bad for those kids. They were just doing their best to be their best, and they had to wear this black mask on their face, and it just drives me crazy. I'll never do it again. I can't. The whole time I was just thinking, it was like I could hear them sort of, but I mean, you guys have heard me sing, and and when I talk, I do this on purpose. I mean, I can just just not pay attention to how I talk, but when I sing, I use fluctuations, and my mouth is the instrument, right? So if I use my instrument to project my music, if I have a fucking muzzle in front of me, that's fucking gross. So I felt really bad for those kids. It's just like
You
don't
sold out,
ever.
Helio. I'm ashamed of you. You sold out.
No,
You
I
put
didn't
the
sell
muzzle
out.
on.
No, I'm telling you. I mean, I wore a mask for 15 seconds when I went to the table, but I really feel bad for these kids. They have to freaking
You should
stand
have
up there
told
and
him,
perform.
no, I'm not wearing the muzzle. You can
No,
go
no, no,
F
no,
yourself.
no. I did it for my family, but whatever.
Well, you
Fuck.
know what? You shouldn't have not. If no one takes a stance, you got the pressure and you did it for them. There's always a reason to take the muzzle or take.
Ron, shut the fuck up.
Oh, okay, no.
I'm saying
sold
that
out.
that shit doesn't matter to me. I went there for my niece, and I love her, and she's brilliant, and she's going to be doing something good in the future. She's in 9th grade, and so I went there to support her. And 15 seconds wearing a mask, go sit down at the table, and I was like, all right, I'm getting this shit up. Whatever. But here's what I thought was really crazy about it. It's like, you Ron, are not a musician. So what I was saying is that there were all of the performers that were singing had masks on.
You told us.
How the fuck
Yeah, Ron,
can
you're
you
not a musician, bro.
use your voice and
None
your
of us are, Julio. Is
loud,
anyone here
freaking
besides you a
open?
musician?
Listen, when you're a singer, if you put a
We're
muzzle
not.
in front of your face, you can't sing properly
None of
with
us
a
are
fucking
singers,
mask
Julio,
in
Yeah,
front
except
of your
bro.
you.
mouth.
So
I'm in tears
we
over
can't
here.
understand.
I'm in tears over here, Helio. You're killing me, bro. You're
Tears,
not a musician,
laughing,
huh?
or sad for. I'm sad
Yeah,
for
I'm
all these
laughing.
fucking kids that have to
I'm
wear a
laughing, bro.
mask where they're trying to sing. It's fucking
It's
drives me
horrible.
insane.
It's horrible, man. But I'm saying you could have been the example that they needed. And
Oh,
then
what am I
everyone.
gonna do? Stand up and say, "You fucking guys, take the fucking mask off, and we can hear you better."
When they came to kill Spartacus, he's like, "Where is Spartacus? I am Spartacus. I am Spartacus." They all ripped their mask off. I am Spartacus. That's what they could have. You could have been.
Dude, I was on the cusp of it. I was just like, you know what? Could I enjoy this better? Could I embarrass my whole family by standing up and saying, "Take the goddamn mask off. We can't hear you sing."
That's what you should have done, dude. You could have been a hero.
Maybe I should have.
They needed someone to represent them. No, everybody
Dude, I
cut.
guarantee
When
you.
everybody
Guarantee
bends
you
and
would have been a
goes,
hero.
that's not how
Like
you
half of the
change
people
things.
have been clapping. Over half.
I was in a room full of 100 people, and they're all they're just fucking normies, and they're just
When the
"Mask,
guy
do
said,
something."
"Excuse me, sir, would you please put a mask on?" You should say, "No, thank you." That's all.
Well, I
No,
did
thank
that once. Somebody tried to make me put a mask on once, and then right before the event, he said, "Hey, would you mind putting the mask on?" I was like,
Yes, I
"You know what?
would.
Fuck it." And I was like, "Hey, okay, I'll put it on until I get to the table, and then I'm gonna take that shit off." And I didn't wear it after that. But the whole time, it was like the choir director never wore a mask during the entire event, and the soloist pulled their mask down to sing while they were singing and then put their mask back up. It was the fucking dumbest, weirdest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Complete mind control.
That's what I mean, dude. I wanted to stand up and say, "Shut the fuck up! Take your mask off and sing properly."
Shut the fuck up, man. Fuck, man.
Yeah, man. I was really
Can
frustrated.
you hear me?
So I was
Check
like,
Mike.
"No, I can
Yeah,
hear
we
you,
heard
bro."
you.
Yeah,
We
what's
heard
up?
you.
You guys hear
Yeah,
me?
I'm being a dick, but I mean, I'm just frustrated because I went
Stop
to my,
being a dick, man. Stop it.
No, I'm not being a dick. I'm just saying,
Stop it.
I mean, a lot of people say I would have been the dick because I promise I could have stood up and everyone would have heard me. It's like, hey, wouldn't this sound better if everyone didn't have a fucking mask on their mouth? Because I mean, there's freaking 30 people trying to sing with a mask on their face. That's fucking crazy to me.
I think we should make a movie where everyone wears masks and you can't understand a word anyone says, and the whole movie just like continues on. And it's
Well, I mean, you know, me as a choir person, I grew up in choir, and I went to my niece's choir event, and they're trying to sing with the masks on. That's just.
Are you serious?
Are you serious, man?
Yes, I was in a room full of people singing with masks on their face.
Get the fuck out. Get the
Let's
fuck
move
out.
the storyline because we heard the story 3 times, so let's move it to the next story.
I agree, man. Let's move it on. Move it on, man. Let's move this. Hey, man. We just figured out the word.
I would have embarrassed my
You guys want
family
the
if I'd have stood up and said, "Take them fucking masks off." You know.
What you should have done is you should have used like some karma NLP and ninja their mind, right? And asked them like why you don't want them to breathe? Like, why
Bro,
do I
you don't think I was using some ninja shit going, this is fucking crazy.
Hank!
How the fuck can you learn how to sing with a mask on your face?
Hey, Hank.
What?
That's the neurolinguistic
Neurolinguistic programming.
There you go. That's it. God, you guys are good, man. Thanks.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
You guys can, kick me out anytime. I'm good.
No, we're not going to kick you out, Flutter, dude.
I just said they should have ninja the mind. Ninja attack. You never see a ninja attack.
Hey, where are the ninjas, man? I need some ninjas to fucking cut some heads off. Where are you guys, man? Where the fuck are they?
Are you a hero or a ninja?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what do you mean? Ninjas don't cut heads off. As far as I know,
ninjas most certainly do.
I think that's all they do, man. Isn't that what they're supposed to do?
So ninjas were basically farmers. They weren't allowed to have like swords and protects and stuff, and the samurais were. So
yeah, that's what I was saying. Samurais are not ninjas. That's what I was saying. I mean, samurais cut heads
Thing as a
off.
samurai ninja.
Is there a samurai ninja? Anybody?
Ninja, please.
It's like a married bachelor.
Ninja, please.
Ninja, please.
You know, I didn't think the ninjas were head cutters. That's all I was saying. Samurais, definitely.
I think he's thinking of a ninja turtle because they had weapons. So
yeah,
every ninja I've seen does. The ninjas I've seen have weapons as well.
Yeah, they can use weapons, but they're not necessarily. They can cut heads off, but they're not notorious for that.
They're basically like the Navy SEALs. A ninja is like a Navy SEAL. He's stealthy and he's lethal.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The ninja
That's
was
what
like
I'm
no
talking
more big
about, man.
government.
Bring in the ninjas and
It's
cut
like
some
the-
fucking heads
the-
off and take some fucking masks
the
off.
samurai is the special forces.
We don't condone violence here, so that's...
Yeah, samurai special
Samurai
forces.
ninja. I don't give a fuck what you're called. I want you guys to go kick some fucking ass, man. Come on.
Hey, we're already kicking ass. That's what we do here 24 hours a day.
24 hours a day.
We do non-violent. We don't condone
Fucking
violence.
bald.
Right? So,
We're intellectually
Hey, we
eviscerating.
cut balls off 24 hours a day. I mean, we castrate this weird idea about the globe Earth.
We're
I mean,
giving
there's only one ball we have to cut off.
we're giving ballectomies 24.
Yeah, ballectomies. Yeah, that's what's up.
Come on, Helio, laugh your ass off.
Chili's over there laughing his ass off.
Oh
man.
yeah,
That's good
I
medicine.
love it, man.
Good
That's
medicine.
good. That's good stuff.
You.
Hey, Helio, remember,
Ballectomies.
You got to get right up
hey,
here.
Helio, remember the movie we're going to make, right?
The
The men who stare at boats.
men who stare at boats.
It's a flat Earth movie.
Oh, fuck, that's brilliant, man. Who's gonna fucking make that video? That's fucking
Oh
brilliant.
yeah, it's like one guy at a time. One old guy, he like looks out at his fucking binoculars.
Men who stare at boats.
That'd be great. Bringing his friends one at a time, watching flat Earth, and going out with the fucking binoculars and initiating each of their friends one at a time, and then they have to go back and deal with their wives. And it's got all kinds of
It's like get a bigger telescope. Let me get a P2000. It still looks flat. God damn it, woman! I thought you said this shit was a globe.
Right? And then
We
they
at least
see,
need
like,
a
they see
meme
one
for
of the
that.
rocket launchers, the parabolic arch, and they're like, yeah, that went to space, right? Right.
Oh God. We definitely have to do that one. The men who stare at
Yeah, I would
boats.
put you as a star of that.
We got, dude. I'm gonna fucking credit you with that. We gotta fucking do that. Men who stare at boats.
It has to be done.
Fucking A, man.
Right? The men who stare at boats. It's got to be a short, flat movie.
Fucking hilarious. That's you, Flat Earth dude.
Hey, yeah, it's new perspective.
Your mic's really low. I mean, if you can increase your volume, it might help us. I just want to make sure it's you because I actually want to do that.
Helio.
Make it like a little short fucking clip. Men who stare
I
at
already told you
boats.
this idea like 3 months ago.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm forgetful.
It's new perspective at Flat Earth Dude's house. But yeah, we have a bad connection. Let me get on my phone. Mine's better.
Hey, Helio, can you hear me?
You sound about the same. Yes, I can hear you.
All right, fuck you, man. Fuck you, man.
Oh, fuck
listen.
you then.
No, new perspective. New perspective is at my house, and we're hanging out.
Hang on.
Are you guys hanging out now? Oh, sweet, man.
We're all
Hanging out,
together,
new
man. We're
perspective.
hanging out.
Hey, I plan on working on those Pink Floyd songs. New perspective. I'm gonna work on that.
No, you guys got to make the movie called Men Who Stare at Boats. Well, come on.
Dude, that is good. That's well. It'll be it's gonna be a short film because it's gonna actually.
It's gotta be a short.
We're just gonna steal some images. And we're just gonna
we have so much material.
We're gonna do zoom in, zoom out. You know, across the flat ocean. You know, it's gonna be very simple. Men who stare at boats.
Just regular guys figuring it out on their own.
Figuring out that the Earth cannot be a curve. You know, a globe.
You guys? You fucking. Oh, plus, I didn't want the wine. He's had to drink it for both of us tonight. So I figured I don't need to drink. If he's going to drink that much, I might as well just vicariously drink through him. I hung up on it. So we're on my phone now. Okay. You guys can hear us better on this phone?
Well,
anyway,
I can definitely hear you better than I could hear Flat Earth.
Hey, Helio. Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me, bro?
Yes, I can hear you, Flat Earth. Dude.
Fuck you, man. Fuck you. Fuck you, Flat Earth.
So how are we going to do this Men Who Stare at Boats?
I think Drace would be great in this. Drace would be in this one.
I think Drace should be.
We'll film on in Iceland. It'll be a perfect place.
You could do a documentary where instead of like a book club every Saturday, wherever you
The-
live, you go out and
these
just sit in a chair and look at boats.
Here it is. These are the men who stare at boats.
I'm gonna do it, man.
Yeah. It would be catchy too. It would be catchy too. I think it would be great.
Because they did the movie Men That Stare at Ghosts, right?
You know who would be the best star to get in it? John C. Reilly.
Who's that?
John C. Reilly.
It's like they stare at boats, hoping the curvature will appear one day.
Right. No, it did go over. It went over. No, it didn't. Fuck, it didn't go over. Now we're just out of sight. Well, we can only see so far.
Well, I mean, you guys are gonna have to, if we're gonna do this, we're gonna have to have some commentary. I can do it, because my voice is this awesome, right?
Yeah, I'll write the script. It's got to be done.
All right, well, write the script about the men who.
Leo, you're killing me, bro. You're like, there's gonna have to be commentary, and of course, I'm gonna cast myself.
Oh, Hank,
collaborate with them, and then we'll come up with the commentary for the video of the men who stare at boats.
Hey, Helio, DM me your email. I'll send you my script. I wrote a full-length feature, actually, about an orange Bic lighter called Flick. I'll send you if anyone wants to read it, I'll send it to them. It's just an orange Bic lighter that gets passed from hand to hand, and you see the story that happens as they use the lighter, right?
Same lighter?
Same lighter, yeah. You get it. You see it being packaged in the beginning and taken on the truck and delivered to the store, and then put on the spindle, and you follow the lighter with the woman that takes
Well,
it.
how did you fucking have the camera attached to the lighter?
No, it's not attached to the lighter. It's just a movie that it's like the life of a lighter, basically,
Oh,
right?
the
And
life of a big lighter.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's cool though, because
It's called-
they get stolen all the time. So one lighter can go on quite an adventure.
Yeah, haven't you ever thought about that? Like, where'd that lighter go when it went, right?
And One Horizon is kind of like the same thing, right? It just lasts forever, but it must have an ending, right?
Let me remind you of another idea I gave you a while back. We have to start a barbershop quartet called the Four Horizons.
Oh, dude, if I was in a barbershop quartet, and I know how to do the harmonies. Dude, if you could set that up, man, we can do some. I could write I could write every harmony.
I get to be Geometric Horizon.
And it's just all ball-hard, stupid music.
Who's going to be Astronomical Horizon?
The Astronomical Horizon, is that one of them?
Well, we need 4 different horizons.
There's no such thing as an astronomical horizon. Whoever told you that is out of their mind.
There's no geometric one either. So
somebody has to be the refracted horizon.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
There's no such thing as that either.
The
horizon is the goddamn horizon.
What's their claim? I'll tell you what their claim is.
They call me Geometric Horizon, but I don't exist. And to me, that's a name that from the beginning's a diss.
Apparently, you're right. Hey, I was gonna say,
apparently you're right about the geometric horizon.
Horizons with attitudes.
There's only a few people in the whole world.
Right. Yeah, it would just be
like most astrophysicists. When I say apparently you're right about the geometric horizon, that shit would go over most astrophysicists' head.
Yeah. They don't think about it. They can't think about it, or they'd figure it out, and then they would lose their minds.
Well, we saw the astrophysicists go up against the wakey, man.
Oh, yeah.
She fucking got
She got
Yeah,
Chris.
we certainly saw that. Yes, we
We
did.
certainly saw that. That's right.
You said
We had to
astrologist,
be a quantum physicist, you know.
astrologist. Is that what you said?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, German chick, astrophysicist. Yeah, you heard that one, Mike, right?
Astrologist.
No, she wasn't an astrologist. She was an astrophysicist.
Yeah.
No, I'm telling you how to pronounce the word properly.
No, astrology and astrophysics are completely different.
I think he knows
No,
that.
once again, you missed my point.
Okay,
I
my
said I'm
bad.
telling you how to pronunciate the word properly. What's that got to do whether them two are comparable?
Pronunciate's not a word, bro.
Astrologist, motherfucker. I said it once. Are you deaf?
Helio, you must have said astrologist, and you misspoke it. And
No, he said astrologist. It's
Oh,
astrologist.
I didn't say. Never said any. I didn't say that word.
The only geometric curve I ever seen was on some astronomer's mom's ass crack when I was doing lines off of it.
I fucking
How
love
do you like
you,
that,
Michael, man.
astrologer?
I fucking love this fucking Michigander.
Battle rap, motherfucker.
Yeah, do an epic battle rap between the parent.
You better bring your best, because I'm going to be doing all kinds of things on your mama's ass crack during my battle rap. I'm going to be all over that
Hey,
shit.
you come near my mama, I'm gonna be all over your ass crack, nigga.
You don't want to battle rap me then.
Dude, I've seen you take some people down, some youngsters, in fact.
Look, bro, don't worry. When I'm done doing lines off your mom's ass crack, I'll marry her and love her, and you can call me stepdad.
And that's
Yeah,
not
that'd be
funny,
cool.
man. That's not funny. It's not funny, man.
Not
It is
funny. Oh my god, it's so offensive.
It is funny.
I mean, if you
listen, some kids need a stepdad because they don't have a real dad. You know.
Yes.
Think about the children, man.
Mike, people are sensitive. I mean, don't you really care about
But do you think them
feelings?
kids that don't have a daddy are like, yeah, you're gonna love my mama and be my stepdad? Can I get some new shoes? Yeah, we're straight.
Hey, Democ, I want to hear you do the intro for The Men Who Stare at Boats, like the movie intro.
Ooh, he could do it better than I can.
The Men Who Steer Boats.
The Men Who Stare at Boats.
Everybody
It's a movie idea I have for 4 regular guys.
Are we talking about a ferry captain?
Yeah, wait. Let's get the intro. 4 regular guys.
Democ, 4 regular guys finding out that the Earth is not a spinning ball. The Men Who Stare at Boats. Democ, are you there or what?
See, Dimmock, I told you that you had a good intro voice.
I don't know. It's
oh no, his voice is awesome.
I'm feeling some pre-latent homosexual tendencies. It's kind of gay to me, man. You got to change.
No, but seriously, when it comes to this men and
Four normal guys.
we're gonna have to make this happen. Listen, we're gonna have to make this happen. Men who stare at boats.
Guys, listen.
And Democ is going to be the guy that does it.
If it was 4 normal guys, you'd have to say 4 normal guys and their wives.
4 normal guys.
If there ain't no woman in the equation, then they're gay guys, not normal.
Yeah, that is a little. You know what? I went into the movie theater with my girlfriend. She made me go to watch the fucking. What's that one movie? Mountain gay movie with the 2 guys.
No,
your girl made you. I'd get a divorce.
What was it called? What's the name of the movie?
You went to see Brokeback Mountain?
Broke Dick Mountain.
Dude, I walked out. 10 minutes in, I walked out.
10 minutes.
I'd have got a divorce over that, man.
There's a new Netflix movie. I didn't know it was like an addendum to Brokeback. I was like halfway through this movie, and then I could see it was turning gay, and I was like, "Holy fuck!"
I feel so bad for them horses.
And I'm like,
you know, the horse was like, "Hey, let's get the fuck out of here before they fuck us." I mean, if he can fuck that ass, he'll probably fuck us too. Let's get out of here, bro.
Yeah, that movie didn't do very good for men that like to fish, that really like to go with their friends
Two
fishing.
horses were damaged in the
Are you
making of
saying
that.
gay guys
Hey,
don't like to fish? Or are you
listen, two horses were harmed in the making of that movie. No horse should see his cowboy doing rump ranger. Rump rangers don't ride ponies; they ride other men.
So anyway, we're trying to get Demont. We're trying to recruit
Hey,
Demont
I'm
to
sure
do
gay
it.
guys, they fish, they watch soap operas, they probably even knit, but do I give a fuck? Hell no.
Hey, is it 11?
Do I want to see them hiding in the mountain
Hey,
and being gay because they know society will beat them down for it? No.
The backlit mountain with Mount
I'm
Kennedy.
supposed to see that's an apologist thing.
I
I'm
think
supposed to feel
Democ's
sorry
probably
for them
sleeping.
homos because they had to go to the mountain to be who they were. That's because of moral degeneracy.
How did we go from Men Who Stare at Boats to Brokeback Mountain? It took a turn down a
He
very
brought,
dark
he brought in
road.
Brokeback Mountain, and Mike got offended at the very nature of the name.
Yeah, and Mike's fucking this shit up. But anyway,
Mike's homophobic.
yeah,
I think they're all gay and they all want me. You gay?
all
Are
the
you
dudes
gay?
want Michael.
Don't be nice to me, man.
He's like, hey, I like pussy, and he's just like, that's why
Hey.
he project. Anyway, so
listen, Brenda comes here because Brenda's gay and she likes getting verbally abused by you, Elio.
Wait, Brenda's gay and she. I thought
She, it likes you verbally
anyway, we're
abusing it.
trying to figure out who's going to
It's
do
in
the
love
boys.
with you.
We're trying to figure out who's going to do the
When
boys.
you verbally abuse Brenda, she's getting hot over it, bro.
I don't even talk to Brenda
Trying to help
anymore
you out here, man.
because that person is toxic. Nobody
I'm trying to
in
help
their
you
right
out here,
mind
man.
would ever
I
talk
don't want
to
you
that
turning
person.
on homos on Discord, man.
No, I mean Brenda.
She's getting off on it, bro.
It doesn't
She
matter
loves
if
you.
whatever sex that person claims.
She loves QE
he's
too.
very,
He's
very
really
toxic.
aggressive with it. She's like, "Oh
Jesus
yes,
Christ, Michael.
slap me silly and call me Susan QE."
Brenda is a very toxic person, and she doesn't really give a shit about the truth.
That's
well,
the
I mean,
clown from that's Pennywise.
every time someone talks to that person,
She should change her name to Pennywise.
When you said
It.
she, I thought you said it. She or which? Anyway,
Pennywise
Brenda should not be welcome in any part of any of this conversation.
Pennywise
that
is
person
it.
is. I just say that person. How about that? That person
we
has
all
proven
float down here.
That person has proven themselves to not be worthy of any conversation with any of us. How about that? Does that work?
Yep.
All right, cool. So let's never
You didn't
talk
know,
about that person.
You didn't know Pennywise was it. Pennywise is it.
Pennywise is the yeah, I know that.
Right.
I know what fucking Pennywise is.
Okay, you said it. You said it.
I'm
when
a
I
huge
said
freaking Stephen King fan. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But as far as like a person that can jump in here and with whatever account, that person is not welcome to have a conversation.
Pennywise is analogous to Brenda. See, they're comparable. They're in the same genre category.
Yeah, but that person is not allowed in here to talk anymore. And there's many
Not
other
anymore.
category. Well, I mean, that person has been here before, but
Raven told me that, and Raven's gay, so it's got to be true. It's got to be true, man. The gay guy told me that Brenda comes here because she gets off on you and QE smacking her around.
I don't give a fuck what Raven says either.
Raven's gay, man. He's got to be right about why the gay guy comes here.
No, but honestly, Raven's still available. He's welcome to come here and talk. I mean, he's not the only homosexual here. I mean, but that person Brenda Brenda is not allowed here.
Secretly,
we do have
Raven was enjoying the
we have
toxicity.
other people that are gay here, but
I know.
that person's
I'm
not
just being
allowed.
silly, bro. I don't hate
I
gays.
know. I don't either.
I don't
I'm
care what
just
they.
saying. I don't know
I
why
don't care what they do in
why
their
you're
bedroom.
making a big deal of it. We're trying to figure out how to
Just
make.
stay away from my
We're
dog.
trying to make this video about the boats over the curve. What was it called?
Oh, I'm ridiculing that because I don't like the idea.
Oh, you don't like it.
No.
You don't
Nobody
like
will watch it.
just like a very short, like a GIF.
It'll be like one of our citations or our balloon, high altitude balloon things. Yeah, so
Well,
what
it's not going to
next?
prove anything to
They'll
anyone.
debate
It's
it on they
funny
know.
for us
They'll
because
debate it on they know the title. They'll read the title and then debate it.
bro,
Four
if there
normal
was
guys.
any globe evidence at
They'll say
all, we would know.
it starts on a false dichotomy because 4 normal guys aren't flat earthers.
I mean, it's just like we like to have fun talking to each other, but if there was
I'm
real
being the
globe
playing the
evidence,
devil's advate right now, bro.
no, I'm just saying.
Give
Yeah, I
me
mean,
some
there are,
more. Tell me some more about it so I can tear
well,
it
hey,
apart.
all right. Well, we don't have to tear it apart. I mean, a new perspective had a good idea. I mean,
I'm
let's
just
just
fucking
make
picking
a
on you
short clip
guys,
or
man.
something and say,
It's so easy to
You
pick on
discover it's
Helium.
not a globe, so they are.
He gets
they are accurate
offended so
jokes.
quickly. He's like, "What the fuck are you saying, Mike?"
Hey,
Nothing.
And to be honest, I don't give a
Nothing.
fuck what you say about him to
Okay, cool. Because
right.
I'm just fucking with you anyway.
Well, anyway, I'm fucking with
I
everybody.
smoked too much. I smoked too much weed today.
So what we're talking about?
Gay stuff.
No, you brought up the gay
No,
stuff.
you guys were on 4 normal guys, and then I started fucking trolling.
Yeah, you brought up the gay stuff.
Quit.
That was
I'll quit.
You said 4 normal
man.
guys.
Yeah, you left off at 4 normal guys. Pick it up. I'll quit.
Porn normal guys, at least. Yeah, like normal porn.
We're talking about boats over the. We're talking about boats over the curve. That's what we were talking about. And then you brought up like dicks over the horizon.
Dicks over vagina.
Well, that's called eggs over my hammy. But hey, man, I said 4 normal guys. You left off at 4 normal guys, or scrambled eggs on your face. If you're Frasier. I don't know what to do about those tossed salad and scrambled eggs all over Frasier's face.
God, I'm gonna have to go, man, I'm gonna have to go smoke a cigarette after
I
this.
used to love Frasier, man, and my friend says, "You know what he's talking about right there?" I said, "Yeah, tossed salad and scrambled eggs." He said, "Not really salad, and not really eggs, Mike." I was like, "No, you put the scrambled eggs in the salad." He said, "Well, yeah and no."
Like Kelsey Grammer
My
is
buddy
one of
got
my
offended
favorite
that
actors.
I didn't
I
know.
love that motherfucker. He's
Yeah,
fucking
my
badass.
buddy got offended that I didn't know. He said, "Mike, don't be telling gay people you put the eggs in the tossed salad." I said, "What the fuck does this mean?" He told me. I was like, "Oh my lord." He's like, "That's all you have to say." I was like, "Well, fuck."
And he's like, well, don't say it then.
I feel stupid. I didn't know what he was singing about. Shit, I don't pay attention to the opening song. It's not, thank you for being a friend.
Well, hey, but I mean, if you're just like tossing a salad on the countertop,
what do you want to?
This is what I do. You know, I mean,
you want me to play that on?
No, let's not. I mean, it might get us a copyright strike.
Dude, that's a funny
Tossed
thing.
salad and scrambled eggs.
That's up to Helio.
No, let's not play.
Helio, you want Armando on Dick Earth on your shit?
Helio.
Oh, wait,
you heard of Dick Earth, right?
Armando.
Helio.
Armando on Penal Earth, Richard Earth.
Have you ever heard of Dick Earth?
Richard Earth. Let's say it politically correct, sir.
Play that. It's so funny. Cathexis. Remember Cathexis?
Hey, I got sent to the principal's office one time, and my teacher said, he called me Richard Cranium.
Oh, yeah.
I thought, what the hell is he saying?
Go ahead and play that because we might as well be all the shit we've been talking.
Shout out to Texas. Peace to the gods.
Play it.
Yeah.
Play it, Hank. Play it.
All right. Give me
Play
a
what?
second.
What am I playing?
I got it. Let me
The
copy
video
the
you
link.
just posted.
I got it.
I posted a video?
Oh, no.
No.
You did. My
I
bad.
got it.
It's from Fanny Lancer. You remember that dude, right?
That
I
dude
thought
is
it said
so
to
funny.
Texas.
This is some old school free chan stuff.
It's
Yeah,
M exclamation play.
Texas is the one talking.
Yeah, we ain't gonna get hit on the live stream for this. I don't think.
Nah.
Yeah, go ahead and play it. Well, I can play it. I mean, somebody gonna play it?
Hey, and Armando, Black Power.
Hey, hold on. I got something to tell you. Why only white people name themselves Dick?
It's because the shape of the Earth is
Oh
clearly,
no, I know a Richard.
an oblong phalloid.
What the
Okay.
fuck? You telling me the Earth looks like a
Listen, the Earth is. Listen, I know it's hard to take.
I know a
but
Richard
you know,
Berman.
Is that hard to
feel
do?
it. The
Hold
Earth
on.
is shaped like
Hey,
a
turn
dick,
that
my
shit
brother.
up.
I'm telling you.
I can't hear it over.
Look, you got the
It's
two
hard to
southern
swallow.
celestial. Look, listen, man, it's hard to swallow. But listen to me. You got the two southern celestial spheres, okay? And in the middle of those, celestial spheres, you have Sigma Octantum.
I don't want to hear that shit. I'd rather my Earth look like a
I'm
pussy
telling
than
you,
a
man.
dick.
No, listen, man. You see, and the great thing about Dick Earth is it's
I'm with it.
concave. Okay, you know what I'm talking about? Like Lord Stephen Christ, he's coming out. He knows the truth. He knows this shit is shaped like a dick.
That nigga said the thing about Dick Earth is.
I'm telling you, man, the Earth is an oblong phalloid. You need to get on this fucking level.
Did he say the concave Earth was a ball roll?
Hey, that's
Telling
what's gonna happen when you go.
Listen, man, the flat versus globe is a false dichotomy. It's a logical fact. Listen, you gotta
That's
get
what
on the
happens.
level.
That's what happens when you believe in flat Earth, man. It's gonna turn into a fucking palace, dog.
No, this came from my.
Did he say
The
dichotomy?
way I started to understand this was when I started following Lord Stephen Christ.
This
I
is
realized how wrong
this
he
is a
was
valid
on some
dichotomy.
things, and he's inverted the truth. He's trying to do a concave dick, and it's not. Okay, it's actually an oblong phalloid. And the thing is, there's no curvature looking straight north. You actually have to find the girth of the Earth by looking at the So, and another thing that proves it with the tide, listen, the moon, hold on, the motion of the ocean causes the moon to twerk around the shaft, which causes the reciprocal tide.
The motion of the ocean gets the balls rotating. Yeah.
So, look at my model. You can see my model hanging right there. You know, take a look at my picture. And then you've got the spermicidal prophylactic sky.
Spermicidal. Look at this
Listen,
picture.
the spermicidal. Look, they're spraying cum trails to block this out. Okay?
Fuck, no, this nigga got a big map.
Listen, man, 100 kilometers up. You got listen, man, you got 100 kilometers
He's
up.
got his model
They're
down.
spraying cum trails to block the prophylactic sky.
Can't break the
firmament.
Hey, you know what though? I believe the Washington Monument is a depiction of that, bro.
Why do you think there's so many obelisks? Think about it. They're showing
On top of the churches. On top of the churches. Big white man phalloids.
It's a hard truth to swallow, Armando. But you gotta feel it deep inside. And when you feel it deep inside, you'll know.
Fuck that. Fuck
no,
that.
right now you're too relaxed. You don't know.
Where's L? Where's Big L? We need L over here.
You gotta
Where's Big L at?
You gotta get it deep
Big L.
inside you.
I think he knows the truth. I think Big L knows the truth.
He can handle
it real well.
He can handle the opioid virus.
Pete.
Yeah.
Look at this
So
one.
yeah, there you go, guys. I've been holding back on the truth, but you know, I
pretty
unzip
good.
my
You got a
knowledge
flat
and
earth
put it all on your
You've been holding back. You've been holding back on the Dick Earth.
Yeah. I just let it pop out of my mouth.
Look at Earth shaft.
Pete, can you read the side chat, please?
Can I do one?
Can you read the side chat?
Agent Jim Panda. It's not. don't need to do that right now.
You mean, I hope he means the whole earth on that discussions. Sorry, Dick. Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, Dick.
Oh, it's fine.
I'm getting asked to do stuff.
Oh, hang on. So is there a message for me? I didn't. Okay.
The Dick
I
Earth
think it's
classic.
Am I being told to shut up and get out again? Okay.
No. Just read the messages. You'll get it.
Oh, what messages are you sending, Jeremy? Are you revealing our operation?
Oh no, I don't know. Maybe it's some later stage flat Earth discussion. Okay, thanks for that opportunity. So we'll see how things go. But yeah, cheers.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Jeremy.
Oh man, I think the white people have lost their fucking mind in America's for the taking.
Yeah, you know.
As far as people losing their minds, I think that's worldwide.
I think it's world.
It's entertaining.
I think white people have lost their mind in America's for the taking, man.
Well, I got to tell you, the white people are pretty well armed, and there won't be no taking in my house.
Hey, we strapped,
right?
We lost our mind, but we still got our guns.
Oh,
yeah.
Man,
y'all want to see my 6-foot battle axe? You want to see that shit? I'm serious. I'll turn on my camera. I'll show you my halberd. You guys want to see it?
We can't have guns. We can't have guns over here in Ireland. Recently, they're after it now. In fairness, the police don't have guns in general, but recently they're after introducing fully armed response unit squads, and they just fucking drive around all day. Nothing to do. They fuck all to do. We don't have guns, but pretty much not too much trouble as well. But this is definitely police takeover, like. But we can't. If it did hit the fan, in other words, that's what we'd have to be resorting to.
People get robbed all the time.
Battle axes. No, it's all blown out of proportion. It's all to sell insurance, to sell stuff. That's what we're all living in. We're living in Mammon. It's all about selling stuff and fooling you, keeping you spinning in an absolute. It's absolutely a fantasy. It's completely fiction. From everything, from your name, from the most basic thing, from your name to the shape of and nature of the place you live on, to every fucking thing else. Everything is contaminated.
So you don't think there's people who shoot other people on the flat Earth? You're flat Earth.
That's where it's. Hey, fuck that.
It's usually about drugs and
fucking with Hank, though.
Well, I just don't understand. Why do you reject
Look at this
only
nigga.
major?
This nigga Hank is a fucking murderer. Look what he's using.
Who's
Look
using
I ain't murdering nobody. This is my battle axe.
Hey, Hank, dog. Hey, Hank, dog. You can't use that on people.
Oh, is that a helmet?
No, I ain't gonna use it on nobody.
Zombie movies.
Hey, I'd rather be shot than be stabbed by that
Connect
shit.
that to your machine gun, Hank, as a bayonet. You'll be fine. No fucking.
So Armando, are you ready to accept the Dick Earth truth?
And Vikings and shit.
Hey, I'm quicker to accept a vagina Earth, man.
Well, it's an inversion of the truth. That's what Lucifer does. Are you with Satan? Is that what you're saying?
Hey, no, what I'm saying is that Lucifer wants you to worship a Dick Earth.
No, it's quite opposite. Like I said, it's an inversion. And you know about that Luciferian inversion. Come on, man. You got to realize the Earth is an oblong phalloid. There's no question.
Listen,
about
Dr. Dick.
You
have to be. Go ahead, though. I would love to hear this.
Slightly wider in the middle than at the ends.
hey, screen share, prove it.
I'm showing you my model right here, and I got it hanging. If you want proof, all you got to do is look down.
I got it hanging.
We all got it. We all have some have a smaller map than others, but our map is right here in between our legs. The two southern celestial spheres point this out. Sigma Octantis, there's no way around it, dude. The centripetal convergence from the North Pole. Come on, man. We've been lied to.
I think it's hilarious. Hey, dude,
I
think it's hilarious, though.
And listen, there is a black hole, under Sigma Octantis between the two southern celestial spheres. So that's something we don't understand yet, but we're trying really hard. That prophylactic firmament's difficult to get through. Sometimes they break.
We're exploring that idea.
Hank Hill doesn't understand. Hank Hill doesn't understand. Derp.
So Armando, I just want to say,
we lick that. Us flat earthers will lick that model as well.
hey Armando, just want to say, hey, Black Power, big up white genocide, fuck every race. Yeah, you're awesome. Fuck you, Armando.
Awesome.
I don't know if now's a good time, but shout out to Cathexis, man. It was a pleasure being on the internet in the era of Cathexis. I don't know, I got like a year and a half to hang out with that dude. That dude is a smart son of a bitch. Yeah,
Where the hell is
Armando,
Cathexis now? Where the hell is
I
he?
don't know. He's in hiding. I don't know. He's probably on
Why?
some sort of think tank, right? But yeah, Armando, funny motherfucker from Cuba. He was a black Cuban, right? So he understands racism. Of course, that's why he brought it to America. You know, all the people in those old hangouts and shit, man, damn. Those are some good times, man. Back simpler times, man.
Yeah, crazier but simpler. Because the people at the time, it was still kind of felt like you might get killed for talking about this shit. Because there wasn't as many people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro, it was crazy.
How old
Crazy.
was that? I'm like a stand-up comedy scene.
Well, that's because they added a laugh track. Yeah, Cathexis.
Yeah, somebody added a laugh track in that, but yeah, I think Cathexis might make his way back here one day. He's been in here before.
Well, he's the one that did all of the original QE videos for QE interviews. He kind of came, you know, he did his science fiction series with QE before QE was on Nathan's or anything.
Yeah, they did a lot of shows together. Yeah, him and QE. Yeah.
But yeah, he's got a lot of good videos. I'll post one by Cathexis, which is like shows a lot of his more intellectual side. It's called The Left Brain Prison. It's a good video.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, man. That was fucking hilarious.
I think Snap to the Future actually gets the credit for coming up with the idea of Dick Earth, but
yeah, of course. Yeah. But
not
yeah,
that's like
I was oblivious.
It's just fun.
Obviously, I was oblivious during all
well,
that.
you were like taking him serious. I could tell when you were responding. Hank, that was fucking hilarious.
Hank, you thought it was serious? What the fuck are you talking about?
No. Armando was talking about the white people that lost their minds. It's like, come check out my battle axe, bro. Remember? He said it's time to take over America.
You brought up the halberd,
bro.
Shit was fucking. That's classic, man. The halberd. That shit was funny as fuck.
We were all joking and having a good time, man. It was just like a non-stop debate / discussion and.
I mean, it's similar to what we're doing now. I mean, it's more a controlled discussion now, but we still have a good time. But it was kind of the same format, when the hangouts were going on. It was so fucking fun, and so yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. And I think a lot of those old hangouts are still up on YouTube, so that was funny. Laugh tracks were kind of distracting, but we can pull up some of those old debates. And
the one dude was laughing enough. You didn't need a laugh track.
Yeah, I know, but anyway. But we can pull up some of those old free chan chats and just play them, over dead air. But they are hilarious.
You should do that. It's interesting to go back and get some context for some of these people that have become like,
Yeah, it's kind of like the beginning of Flat Earth. How this discussion came about, where it's a more formal discussion here, and what it was like, when it first started.
It's interesting.
Actually making fun of it, like humor, is the best way for people to absorb it. Like,
Yeah.
they don't get triggered. Like the dude's laughing, and then it's like after he's done laughing, you can hit him with some truth bombs, and then they soak in. Like, wait a minute, you're serious about that? Wait, you
Right.
know what I mean? Because they let
That's
they
why
let their guard down.
that's why the men who stare at boats would be a good way of like getting the normies to watch. Just because it sounds like such a good play on the title
that's why I miss Cathexis, because the humor. He's so brilliant. The sarcasm never falls on his side. He's always right on top of it. He's fucking sharp as a fucking pin.
Yeah, you're probably right. He's probably part of some think tank somewhere. They recruited him basically. It seems like, because he just fucking dropped out of the picture, doesn't do anything. He's got to be doing something. I bet he's doing something brilliant.
I bet he is.
Isn't he? He's like a comedian, right?
No, he's just a flat earther, like dude that is well read, looked into a lot of shit. Just like one of us. But he's like,
yeah, but when you actually talk to him, if Ron, if you have never talked to Cathexis, you really don't know.
He started getting
like
into
a comedian. Like the delivery was just like a comedian.
Yeah. That's the way that hangout was, because he had his rhetoric down about the dick earth that he wanted to get across. But
that was a joke. That was a running joke for a while.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Texas really kind of said that at that point with our
the
Armando.
one guy was loving it.
Was obviously a freaking troll, and so, but Cathexis is really he's really good at what he does, and so I miss that motherfucker, man.
Yeah, he had the one dude in his pants, dude. He was laughing so hard.
Yeah, but I have a feeling, if we say Cathexis 3 times, maybe he'll show up.
Exactly.
I guarantee that motherfucker listens.
We got to get Issa Mahalski to bring him in somehow.
Yeah,
that's
Issa and Cathexis, man. We got to get him in here. I mean, Issa still shows up every once in a while, but we haven't had Cathexis in a while. But yeah, he has been here before. And so, Cathexis, if you're listening, brother, we miss you. You are a brilliant bastard. Get your ass in here.
All right, I'm sharing one of his videos here now. What is the left brain prison? Yeah, he called himself a flat earth apologist. That was one of the things that was interesting about him.
Right, he never said I'm a flat earther, in that way, because nobody's a flat earther. Earth is Earth, always has been, always will be. That's one of my phrases. But so you don't have to believe anything about Earth. You just experience Earth the way it presents itself.
Right.
And so, yeah, and this is what me and Cathexis have always agreed upon. So, how long is this video that you just posted?
I don't know. Let's see.
I mean,
that's you could play a little bit of it if you wanted to. Yeah, just to give a taste of, since we're talking about him. Yeah, just the beginning of it would be fine. He also did a live recording of Kings Dethroned.
Yeah, he read the book Kings Dethroned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember that. Is that on his channel still?
Yeah, that's on his channel.
YouTube didn't lead his channel, which is like he left, and all this stuff is still there.
He started going a little bit QAnon recently. He said he wasn't into the psyop of it, but he thought there was some truth to it back in when it first started. Maybe I'm sure he's seen through it by now, but
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah,
I think
there is some truth to it.
I have a feeling he'll come. Wait a minute. I have a feeling he'll come back. But anyway,
wait a minute. To be fair, the early truth and on is different than what we know of it today. So to be fair, Cathexis probably wasn't, fooled by it in the long run.
No, he wasn't. That's what I'm saying. Last time I talked to him, we were talking about it, and he's like, "This is all just a psyop and whatever else." But it was when Trump was like getting reelected, or not getting reelected, and everyone was kind of thinking, "What the fuck's going to happen?" Because they were playing into the QAnon stuff directly. He and the whoever the other guy was, the general that was on so much at the time too, was doing some like, you know, QAnon references, and they played into it. You know, it's obviously still some truth to it for sure, because they might turn it around. I guess Sylvester Stallone recently said some QAnon reference or something like,
yeah.
all the truths will be known. And then they asked him about it, and he said, "Nothing to see here."
Well, Sylvester Stallone, he's probably one of the Scientologists or whatever. But anyway, here, let's hear it from the horse's mouth.
All right, sure.
Good evening, people of YouTube. This is Cathexis, and for another video today. And we're going to keep moving in the direction as the last one that I did was going in. If you recall the last video, we were talking about reality filters and reality tunnels. Read a little bit of Robert Anton Wilson to kind of get people thinking in a little bit of a different way concerning how they experience life, how they view life, how they interpret certain things. And today what we're going to do is we're going to speak of some aspects of mind control, which the word is so spooky. You know, it's really interesting because over the years, it's like we have this cartoon understanding of what that word means, what the words mean. You know, we hear about MK Ultra, we hear about, you know, these other various programs that were going on that got exposed. I mean, they didn't. If they didn't get exposed, we would never heard of this stuff. You know, but with that, you know, when we hear the words mind control, I think that we just have, for the most part, what I mean is the common person, they're going to think something out of a movie, a Manchurian Candidate, you know, a trigger moment, and all of a sudden the woman turns into a badass assassin or something, right? We've seen it in the movies too much, and people don't understand that there is a very large, broader aspect to it that is just indicative in our culture. It's indicative in the education, in the media, in entertainment, in academia, in corporations, corporate world. There's a tendency, there's a preference. And we're going to get into that in just a second. Now, before I read on it, I just want to make sure everybody knows that, and I'm sure everybody's heard of this left brain, right brain aspect, where we have these two hemispheres, and they do something different, each of them. So in the left hemisphere, it controls the right side of your body. So most people are right-handed, meaning they're dominant in the left brain. Now, the right hemisphere controls the left hand. Now, if you'll notice, I don't know, I noticed it growing up, that left-handed people typically are a little bit more creative, a little bit more, they're able to play music better, or they pick it up quicker, rather. But I find a lot of creative types, they typically are left-handed. Now, I was in a weird situation growing up. I had a very strange kindergarten teacher who I was predominantly left-handed, but the teacher suggested to my mother, who, bless her heart, didn't know any better concerning the topic, she recommended that I try to write with my right hand. So I became right hand dominant after about a year, and I'm ambidextrous, but it's very strange. Like I lead with my left foot rather than my right, but I write with my right hand. So I got all this crisscross going on, which would probably explain my personality or the things I care about or the type of research that I do. If you know me personally, you'd understand what I mean there. But anyways, the point is, the left hemisphere is known to be the analytical, the rational, the rigid, the organizational, the speech even. Speech is mainly in the left hemisphere. Actually, the right hemisphere doesn't possess the faculty of speech. It doesn't compute into it if you look at cognitive science. Now, we won't get into the prefrontal lobe or the reptile brain or any of that right now, but trust me, down the road we will. What I'm going to do is read a little bit from a couple other authors who have covered this subject a little bit better, of what I like to call the left brain prison. Because in my research, it does seem that there has been a concerted effort by the powers that be, by think tanks like Tavistock and Rand Corporation, and there's so many of them, and they all have their little niche. So it's very difficult to point to one and say that's where it all came from. But Tavistock, you probably could. Tavistock, they are prolific concerning mind control. But these organizations seek to understand the masses. They wish to understand how to control the masses, essentially. I mean, they're not even shy about it. And there's a lot of things that play into this. This isn't like a government conspiracy. This is, like I said earlier, media, news, of course, government propaganda, stances, positions, corporation structures, etc. And you'll start to see what I mean a little bit better as we go along. So let me just read a couple things and we'll go forward, okay?
And before he moves along, without information
heads
influx,
up, this is actually
they would
from,
never be able to understand this.
and I do not endorse this man, but
promulgate
he does make sense every once in a while. This is from a one David Icke, or Ick, however you want to say it. Like I said, I do not endorse him as all his ideas, but it doesn't mean that all of the ideas that he has are bad. I'll let it stand on its own. So, the intellect, left to itself, is a prison of the mind. If you look around you at what we call society, it has been created by intellect, not heart, not higher consciousness, not intuition, but intellect. The education system worships the intellect and seeks out through examinations the sharpest intellects to run the institutions of government, finance, business, science, education, media, and military in the next generation. Why do they all, or at least the vast majority, what do they have in common? They are prisoners of the intellect. And that's why we have a society founded and created by intellect, one of the lowest expressions of consciousness. The intellect expresses itself overwhelmingly through the left brain, the part that deals in physical reality and the sequential, rational, analytical, and objective. Can I see it, touch it, taste it, hear it, or smell it? Okay, it exists then. The left brain, or intellect, sees reality through the five senses and perceives the world in parts, not unity. Look again at our society. The idea behind education, and to the most extreme extent at places like Oxford, is to develop what I call left brain prisoners, prisoners of the intellect. And the system is structured to do just that from the moment we sit down in our first school right through leaving college and university. How do you progress within the educational system? You pass exams. And the more effective you are at taking in left brain information and repeating it on an exam, the quicker and higher you progress. If you do that brilliantly well, elite families apart, you end up at Oxford or Cambridge, Harvard, or Yale. What do you need generally to be a doctor, scientist, top politician, government administrator, military leader, etc. Exam passes and a good quote unquote education.
And that also
Or
applies
some
with
people would
any
say an indoctrination.
local university as
And
well,
so the
wherever you
institutions
live.
that run the system, generation after generation, are controlled by people enslaved in the left brain or intellect, and therefore see everything in terms of parts and not unity. It explains so much. The right brain, the balance for the intellect, deals with the random, intuitive, holistic, and subjective. Its perspective is one of unity, of free-flowing creativity, and of infinity, not limitation. It expresses itself most obviously through the artistic and the maverick. The reality we live in has been created by intellect, but it'll only be changed by heart. Now, I thought that was a very good synopsis of really what we're dealing with here, because as we were talking about last time concerning reality filters, if you don't possess the ability to see from the right brain or to get into the right brain and or access it, you're not going to be able to understand what it is that I'm talking about. Because when you are fully left brain prison, in this context, you are full ego, full rationalist, full analytic, and typically you find that to be atheist, a scientism, someone who believes or adheres to the tenets of scientism. And this is how they've been able to do it, because intuition is unknown to someone who's that far into this left brain prison, this egoic mindset, this patriarchal, dominant, rational, analytical, egoic structure that we call, it's really just normal nowadays. This is normal, and this is the damage that the left brain prison causes to humanity, to our society, to our world, is evident through what we consider to be irrational action, through tearing up this world, killing people, all of this stuff. I'm not saying that that's the way it is for somebody in a left brain prison. What I'm saying is, if it's so consistent for so long with so many people with this driving force towards it, then that is the worst extreme. That is the worst of the worst at the extreme, is a warring society. Now, on the right brain side of things, you have intuition, you have what people would call heart. Love is expressed in that context. The right brain allows for discernment. You see, this is another word that I think a lot of people don't understand. You hear it a lot in this community, in this culture, is that discernment cannot be had by somebody who is strictly in the left brain, because it requires the analytical and rational side of the left brain while at the same time using the intuition side of the right brain equally. That's what discernment is. So when those two are fused, you're able to see things for what they are. And somebody who is in that left brain style of thinking, this full-blown analytical, rational, egoic way, something that I see very clearly, like, hey, there's a problem here with this. How can you not see it? Well, those individuals simply cannot see. And that's why I'm making this video. This is why I'm taking on these subjects, because I feel like that there is a change going on. People feel it, people see it. There is very interesting things happening in the world, and I feel like with that is it comes changing paradigms. During those paradigm shifts, individuals who are not equipped for self-analysis from an intuitive right brain position are going to, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be able to adapt properly. So what my hopes is here is, because before anybody can change anything, they are going to have to first accept the science behind what it is that they are currently dealing with, so to speak. And I'm not going to say suffering from exactly. It's variable. If somebody is fully in the left brain prison and they don't even understand what intuition is, or which I was there at one point. I was there 10 years ago. I was out of college. I ended up going down that atheist scientism fanboy route. I was a full-blown egotist, however you want to put it. I was an objectivist, like from Ayn Rand. I was an objectivist. I was an atheist. I absolutely despised the spiritual and the mystical. I said, that's nonsense. It's all in their head. It's all just psychological, blah, 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 blah. But you see, the difference is I was fully in my left brain and I did not have access to my right brain. The people that I met who were spiritual, what I would call spiritual now, or mystical, or they valued those things, or they had strong intuitions, especially a lot of women, that right-brainedness was evident. And honestly, if you're listening to this video, it's pretty clear. I think it really is. I don't want to overstate this opinion, but I think that if we can bring it to people's attention that, hey, how do you know that you weren't put into this particular way of thinking, like it was conscripted to you? How do you know that the way that you think is yours? And that's what we're going to continue to go over. Now, I found this gentleman named Paul McGuire, and he wrote an article here, which is very good. And I'm going to read it. I'll leave the link below. Now, he did this with I guess it was like a natural health conspiracy website article, but nevertheless, it's still correct. And he did this, he's Paul McGuire, February 10th, 2014. So there are two kinds of history: the history you've been taught and the secret history that's been hidden from you. In Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, there was a scientific utopia ruled by an elite who genetically bred both superior and inferior races. The superior races and those above them were given access to higher levels of education and knowledge. The idea being that there exists a genetically superior race or bloodline with advanced intelligence that has the right to rule and control the masses. This book of a scientific elite, or an elite who possessed the masses, or an elite who ruled the masses, goes all the way back to Atlantis. According to the philosopher Plato, those works, like the Republic, are widely read by the ruling elite of our day. Atlantis was a highly advanced scientific and technological civilization that was ruled by 10 god kings. There are a number of scholars who believe that these god kings were genetically superior because they were the product of interspecies breeding between an alien race and human women, or the product of breeding between fallen angels and human women. One theory suggests that Atlantis was a pre-flood civilization visited by ETs who not only mated with human women, but passed on to mankind highly advanced technology and science. The other theory suggests that the sons of God, which literally means fallen angels, when translated from the Hebrew in Genesis chapter 6, mated with human women and also passed on advanced technology with science to mankind before the flood. Both theories are similar, and the basic differences is the identity and origin of these beings. Now, one could dismiss these accounts as mere legends, except for the fact that we have no explanation for the development of the advanced science and technologies that existed before the flood. Yet there is real evidence that such technologies exist. Even today, we cannot build anything comparable to the ancient monolithic structures like the pyramids and the temples scattered throughout the world, some of them located underwater on the continental shelves, areas that were dry land during the last ice age when sea levels were lower. We don't know how the ancients quarried, lifted, and transported these enormous stones and put them together with extreme mathematical precision. In addition, scientists are just beginning to discover that these ancient monuments are more than just physical structures, but they're technological instruments that not only line up with the stars, but are actually receivers and transmitters of power whose very existence is denied by our more conventional scientists. In the book of Genesis, we read the account of the Tower of Babel in ancient Babylon, which was headquartered for the first one world government, one world economic system, and one world religion. The name Babel refers to the ancient city of Babylon, which is translated from Akkadian, and it means gate of the god. The Tower of Babel was built by Nimrod, who some scholars believe was a Nephilim, a being resulting from the mating of a fallen angel to the human. The Tower of Babel was both an architectural structure to worship the host of heaven and a technological stargate that could open a portal for the passage of interdimensional beings. Now, I realize that this concept has the potential of being instantly rejected as nonsense by individuals who have done zero research on the subject, for the idea is completely out of their frame of reference, and therefore it would be the subject of ridicule. If we go back to Aldous Huxley's Brave New World and the scientific elite proposed by H.G. Wells and others who have taken this idea from Plato, who apparently was inspired by the legend of the 10 God Kings of Atlantis, it becomes obvious that knowledge in our society and world is given to people based on a hierarchical structure, such as indicated by the Illuminati symbol of the pyramid on the back of the US dollar. The pyramid is an occult hierarchical organization flowchart. Towards the top of the pyramid, we have the illumined ones, who have been given the secret knowledge of Mystery Babylon and are the scientific elite. At the bottom of the pyramid, you have the inferior masses, born to serve as slaves to these god kings. This same organizational system was implemented in ancient Egypt, where Pharaoh was considered a god king with a right to rule the peasants who served him by building the pyramids. The source of knowledge from all occult secret societies throughout the ages, such as the priesthoods and mystery cults of ancient Egypt, Greece, and Rome, and the Rosicrucians, Illuminati, and many other groups, flow directly from the mystery religions of ancient Babylon. From the standpoint of Bible prophecy in the last days, Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots, will rise again in the form of a global religious system and global economic system. Since ancient Babylon and the Tower of Babel, built by a genetic Nephilim, or God King, Nimrod, the world has been secretly increasingly controlled by the secret societies who have access to this secret occult knowledge, technology, and science. For example, a collection of secret occult societies, such as the Thule Society, Vril, Golden Dawn, OTO, put Adolf Hitler into power. The occult societies trained Adolf Hitler in the science of mind control and taught him how to put the masses in a hypnotic state where he gave speeches. These secret elites also taught him about the science of eugenics and how to breed a master race. The Third Reich was years ahead of the United States when it came to rocket technology and mind control. Some believe that German rocket scientists like Werner von Braun were given engineering blueprints for UFOs and other technologies which were telepathically received by the Vrilya maidens, who were the clairvoyants, as far back as 1926. The scientific elite who rule our world are in possession of highly advanced scientific technologies and knowledge, and they fully understand the supernatural nature of this information and know of its origin in ancient Babylon. However, in order to maintain their power and control over the masses, they deliberately hide the existence of the advanced technology in plain sight by using a scientific mind control, education, indoctrination, social engineering, genetics, food, and drugs to construct an impenetrable wall in human consciousness that prevents the masses and even some presidents, prime ministers, business tycoons, scientists, educators, government officials, celebrities, artists, media personalities, and psychologists from even beginning to suspect its existence. This higher level knowledge is distributed selectively and in highly compartmentalized manner so that even so-called upper level people such as presidents, senators, scientists, educators, heads of multinational corporations, cultural leaders, and psychologists only have a tiny compartment of information. Basically, all the so-called elite in our society, which is different from the secret elite, have been programmed through the educational process, media, and other means into accepting a strictly humanist and existentialist belief system. In this programmed belief system, all the leaders of the society do not and cannot believe in the existence of either a god or the supernatural. A neurological firewall has been erected in their consciousness that blocks them from understanding the reality of a supernatural universe. Through modern education, media, scientific mind control, food additives, drugs, and scientific suppression of the right brain, which begins in grade school, people have been dumbed down and neurologically wired not to think outside the box, to be compliant, and to deny the existence of any form of God and the supernatural. Modern education and society are designed to produce left brain dominant thinking. This is why teachers now teach to the test, and the emphasis has always been on rewarding the people who unquestionably repeat back whatever the official dogma is. Right brain thinkers are punished because right brain thinkers question the system, think independently, see the big picture, and can access creativity, inspiration, and spirituality. They are not easily programmed. Think of the average person's brain, about the size of a small home office with a 10-foot high ceiling. Then think of the interior of this office as their consciousness and their ability to think or imagine. Thoughts come from neurological pathways in both the left and right brain. And whenever you think about something, or you are exposed to something, or study something, your brain creates a neurological pathway. If since childhood all of your neurological pathways have been strategically engineered in the left brain and only in selected subjects of thought, your brain has literally been wired not to think about certain ideas. And because of the limited number of neurological pathways that have been built in your right brain, it now becomes impossible for you to think outside of the box, the office that the scientific elite have created. Compounding this is Orwellian groupthink. If you were to dare and bring up an out-of-the-box subject, you would be ridiculed by your peers and coworkers. Now think about the smaller percentage of individuals who, for whatever reason, began to learn how to use their right brain at a young age, and think about all kinds of subjects that others were programmed not to. If we think of that right brain person's mind as an office, it would be an enormous office with no walls or ceiling. That person's brain and their consciousness are simply unlimited, and they are capable of accessing and discovering both the existence of God and a supernatural universe. The very existence of such people represents a significant challenge to the scientific dictatorship. Fortunately, it is precisely due to the fact that we live in a supernatural universe created by an infinite personal God that, despite all the occult brain engineering, if any person begins to think about right brain subjects, no matter how difficult at first, their brain will actually construct brand new neurological pathways in the right brain. And the more they think about these things, the more pathways they develop. It is actually possible to transcend your programming if you choose to do so. Aldous Huxley coined the term concentration camps of the mind. The time is coming quickly when, due to computer-brain interfaces, genetics, and the implementation of a micro or nanochip implant, it will be impossible to escape the concentration camp of the mind. But if you live in that brief window of time before that happens, and the moment you choose to transcend your programming is the moment you start to become free. Now, like I said, this is from a gentleman named Paul McGuire. I think he has a show on YouTube. You could find him. I'm not familiar with really much of his other works. This is a random article that I found that I thought he he did quite well with. And the reason why I read it, and I know it got into some conspiratorial stuff, but he makes a strong point here that when I first came across these subjects, these are things that it's a process. If you're listening to me, you've already gone down the rabbit holes. I don't think anything that was in that article is shocking to you, okay? And you know of the massive possibility of this. There are two histories here. That's just simply the case. The elite have theirs. They understand the real sciences, and we have ours. There is this exoteric and an esoteric to everything. So anyways, I won't go back into that. I did want to also read a little bit from, there's a book called The Tavistock Institute by Estelin. And he's very well known. His name is Daniel Estelin. He also wrote a book about the story of the Bilderberg Group. But this is called Tavistock Institute, Social Engineering for the Masses. Very good book. So this is going to touch on the Huxley issue real quick. Which blows my mind. The amount, like Huxley, Orwell, all these guys were rubbing shoulders with the elite. These books are, they're roadmaps, guys. They're roadmaps. But anyways, let me just read this quick page. So in Brave New World, Huxley centers on the scientific methodology for keeping all populations outside the elite minority in a permanently autistic-like condition, actually in love with their servitude. Speaking at the California Medical School in San Francisco, Huxley announced, "There will be in the next generation or so a pharmacological method of making people love their servitude and producing dictatorship without tears, producing a kind of painless concentration camp for the entire societies so that people will in fact have their liberties taken away from them, but will rather enjoy it because they will be distracted from any desire to rebel by propaganda or by brainwashing, or brainwashing enhanced by pharmacological methods. And this seems to be the final revolution." Now, to Wells's way of thinking, this wasn't a conspiracy, but rather a one-world brain functioning as a police of the mind. In a speech on the United States Department Voice of America in 1961, Huxley spoke of a world of pharmacologically manipulated slaves living in a concentration camp of the mind, enhanced by propaganda and psychotropic drugs, learning to love their servitude and abandoning all will to resist. This, Huxley concluded, is the final revolution. Huxley's cohorts in the late 50s experimentation with psychotropic drugs, Dr. Timothy Leary of Harvard University Psychology Department, provided another glimpse into the perverted minds of the Russell Huxley Frankfurt School crowd. In flashback, his autobiographical account of the Harvard University Psychedelic Drug Project, Leary quoted Huxley, "These brain drugs, mass-produced in the laboratories, will bring about vast changes in our society. This will happen with or without you or me. All we can do is spread the word. The obstacle to this evolution, Timothy, is the Bible." Leary then added, "We had run up against the Judeo-Christian commitment to one God, one religion, one reality that was cursed Europe for centuries and America since our founding days. Drugs that open the mind to multiple realities inevitably lead to the polytheistic view of the universe," he said. "We sense that the time for a new humanist religion based on intelligence, good-natured pluralism, and scientific paganism have arrived." That was a conversation between Huxley and Timothy Leary. Now, if anybody's paying attention, I did quote Timothy Leary in my last video. His 8 Circuit System's a great book. I'm not going to lie. I mean, the point is, if you want to know what has happened to our country, our world, what's happened to the West, go and read what the men said they were going to do. It's just that simple. They wrote all this stuff down. They told us in every way possible, and there was no opposition, or not enough that it seemed as if it were consent, I suppose. But now we are on a very scary place. We really are, because they have been dumping billions of dollars into cognitive research than any other field concerning DARPA and all of these secret organizations. They have honed it and perfected mind control, and they are exacting it on. And it's not just the government. This is, as you can see, this is multiple. I mean, it's education system, which of course goes back to the government. I mean, there's a book called The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. It was written by the head of the Federal Education Board. Let me make sure. Dumbing Down America. Let me see who the author was exactly. I always forget her name. Charlotte Thompson Iserbyt. And Miss Iserbyt was, I believe, in a high federal position. Pardon me, folks. I just want to make sure I get the right information. Yeah, United States Department of State under Reagan, and she was the senior policy advisor in the Office of Educational Research and Improvement at the U.S. Department of Education. She wrote a book called The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. And I will tell you what, I think they did. I think they are. You know, Huxley said he wanted a semi-autistic. That's what he wanted. Anyway, so we have education. Covered that right there. It's indoctrination for the most part, especially when they're teaching theories as fact. When they're teaching that we live in models, when they're teaching that, you know, I can go down the line on that one. Second, though, advertising and propaganda. I hope everybody listening to me knows about Edward Bernays. I'm going to have to do a whole show on him, but if you guys don't know who Edward Bernays is, please go watch some documentaries on him at least. Edward Bernays was Freud's nephew, and he used the psychology of Freud, which is the slave population's psychology. If you guys want to learn more about yourself and about how to understand each other better, go look up Carl Jung, go look into archetypes. Warrior, King, Magician, Lover. It's a fantastic book out there. Please read it. It's very short. Don't go read Freud. Don't. Bernays, I mean, it was criminal what he's did. It really was, in my opinion. Then you've got predictive programming in all the media. Sports, politics, and religion have their own elements to this left brain prisonness and or low IQ and all of that. Food, water, and air, which we can get into aspartame and MSG are excitotoxins, and they lower IQ, and the type of drugs they make available, either illegal, and of course all the opiates and Xanax and all of it. It's just, and then of course there's been military testing that we don't know about probably. And we've got electromagnetic spectrum stuff that I don't even want to talk about. And then, of course, you got, well, actually, I'm not going to even get into it. It gets crazy. It starts to sound like a science fiction movie. It really does when you start to understand flicker rates and anchoring and neurolinguistic programming on top of electromagnetic frequencies and entrainment. You start getting on that level, and that's where they're at. Now, I'm not saying anyone's doing anything explicitly malicious at that level that I have found that I could point to. But my whole point is that we need to be aware of this stuff. our right brain is the most valuable thing. Not just the right brain, but the communication between the hemispheres, the left and the right brain. It gives us the balance. The left brain is considered the masculine, the patriarchal. The right brain is considered the divine feminine, the matriarchal. If we are stuck in a left brain prison where we can only think rationally, analytically, linear, that's another big one with left brainers. Most people don't understand. You can think exponentially with your right brain. You cannot do that when you're forced into your left brain. Left brain is just simply linear. You can only think step by step, analytical. It's just the way it works, rational. Now you need all this stuff. These are all things that we need to have, but I think that if we just take the time to understand these facets, then we can play into it, gain new tools, and move forward with ourselves. I'm going to be doing some more work pointing out mind control techniques and neuro-linguistic programming and how to use these tools for yourself and how to know if they're being used on you and how to also prune your reality filters the way you need it to. How do you know what you know? These are questions that every individual has to go through. And if you're going through any paradigm shifts, now is the time to understand these tools. So currently, I'm just going to go ahead and leave it at that. I don't want to make this too long. And if you guys like what I'm doing here, this is the direction that I'm going to be going in. Please feel free. Hit me up on PayPal, and if you want to support this, the more videos I can do, the better. So I've already had 2 great people that have helped me out, and bless those folks and everyone else for even listening, or if you're taking the time to listen to what I have to say, it's a good feeling, and I appreciate that. So be blessed, everyone. Have yourself a great day, and hopefully I can get some videos out here about once every couple days, once a week at the very least.
Anyway, that's the end of that video. What do you guys think of it? What about the what about the logic center? Is it left or right? You know, according to what Cathexis was talking. Where's the logic center?
Or logical thinking would be more considered right brain, but that doesn't mean that left brain, but I mean right brain doesn't necessarily mean illogical. It's just not. It's not. You know. It's just a different way of thinking about things. I guess. Yeah.
Sure. You know, I mean, that's why I'm asking the question. I'm just curious about what you guys think about that. And,
Yeah,
where's logic derived from when it comes to what you experience and how you evaluate whatever situation you might be in?
How does intuition play against logic sometimes? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Hank, you were about to say something. Maybe he wasn't, but
gut brain.
Oh yeah, that's an interesting thing that's brought up. Your third brain in your gut. Yeah, they're acknowledging that pretty much. What even the mainstream.
Sure, and if you talk to Texas long enough, I mean, that was just a portion of, you know, what's in his mind. I mean, it was just it was like a 40-minute clue into his mind.
That was a good taste.
I want to get him in here, dude. Hank, man, don't you want to get Cathexis back in here? That'd be so freaking badass.
Yeah, I mean, just my level of understanding has grown so much that when I hear him talk, that, you know, it makes so much sense. But yeah, this is stuff that Cathexis was researching and sharing with you, much like when we do research and share with each other. Cathexis is extremely smart guy, extremely smart. But he was raised Seventh-day Adventist and went atheist, and then kind of came out in the middle somewhere, right? So it's really interesting, his story and the stuff that he talked about. But I want to point out something. So, like in the Middle Ages and the Dark Ages, they used the Bible as a tool to enslave people, when really the Bible could be used as a tool to free people, right? So this neurolinguistic programming thing we were talking about today, we kind of mentioned it a few times. It's a tool, just like any other tool. I could use a hatchet to chop down, some corn stalks so we could feed the family, or you could use it to bust somebody in the back of the head, right, when they're not looking. But the important thing is that it's a tool, right? So you could use it to ninja somebody's mind and take advantage of them, right, by the power of suggestion and things like that. Or you could use it like Karma said that she used it. When you ask an old person, how are they doing? They're going to say, oh, my knees hurt, I'm getting old. But if you come up to them and you say, hey, tell me what it was like when you were a kid. Oh, it was wonderful. I got to run and play. And you get two totally different answers just by asking the right question. That is her version of neurolinguistic programming, right? Because she's an honest person, right? But that same tool in the hands of a dishonest person, like maybe George Soros, right? He might change it from, Cop Watch to Black Lives Matter, right? And Cop Watch was a totally different thing, right? And Cop Block, right? Until it being converted to Black Lives Matter. Well, that's a racial divisive thing to call the same movement, because it was Black Lives Matter was born out of Cop Watch and Cop Block, right? But the neurolinguistic programming is a divide and conquer strategy, because if everybody realized that, hey, these cops are shooting unarmed men, red, yellow, black, and white, they're shooting these men, then people are together with unity, right? But the Black Lives Matter has been nothing but divisive this
Yeah, they
whole
inverted
time.
it. Yeah.
Right. And it was with neurolinguistic programming. So you have to understand, everything's not as cut and dry as it seems. You really have to think outside the box. And that thing that he was talking about, being able to think outside of the box, that's very right brained, right? So if you can't see things from a right brain perspective, and you can't read between the lines because you're shoved in this one box, and you know that the elite use neurolinguistic programming, it must be some sort of dark witchcraft and magic and shouldn't be used. Well, that's not exactly true, because the Bible itself could be used in evil ways.
Sure. Yeah, that's the epitome of evil, actually, using people's natural sense of spirituality and then, making it a religion out of, some kind of manipulation tactic. That's the epitome of evil, for sure. I think that Texas was always so funny and quick-witted, and also just on point. A lot of the shit that he's come up with are just, understood. I miss him. We'll have to do a campaign to get him back in here somehow. But yeah,
but yeah, if we say it like 3 times, I think I know he's.
Yeah, he used to be that way.
I know he's listening to some of these things. Yeah. So Cathexis, come back.
There you go.
You need to be here because we can't do it without you. No, but yeah, man. Yeah, man. He was great. I mean, that monologue that we just listened to was fucking awesome, and he has so much to offer to anyone that he talks to. So it's. Yeah, he's a really, really cool guy.
I'm sure he's going deep on the Tartaria.
He's a smooth criminal, isn't he?
Yeah. Him and Jim Panda, when he used to go out with Jim Panda, that was the best. Because Cathexis really understood, like he went and talked with astrophysicists and totally understood their explanation of everything. And he would always say there's enough evidence that would lead one to believe that we might live on a spinning ball. But everything about your experience tells you that it's a stationary plane.
Yeah.
And so there you go.
That's what we point out.
we've ever been saying. Yep.
Yeah, that's what we say as well, man. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's just like I used to believe this, just like any other religion. I used to believe that I was on a
Yeah.
spinning ball, but
There
once
was
I
a
saw the
preponderance
earth,
of evidence.
yeah, once I saw the earth for what it is, how can I ever think that I live on this spinning ball wandering around the universe and like going around the Milky Way galaxy and whatever they describe it as?
Yeah. Objectively speaking, when you get to this point that we're at, it's not a matter of whether it's a belief or not. It is a realization. And the whole idea that we're debating, like there could be a possibility it's anything other than what we realized, is hilarious, and not and totally misunderstood by most people. They think there has to be more of a belief than a realization. Until you realize it, you don't realize it's a realization.
And the onus is not on us. It's on them. They're the one making the claim about something that is opposite of what they experience.
Right. And that's kind of the whole thing about the sensing. The right brain's your sensory department. And so that kind of is the reason the left brain prison keeps you in that. If you're in that prison, it's a lot easier just to accept whatever the mathematics are telling
because
you.
that's the popular belief, right? It's like, it's easier to just go along to get along, and just like you flat earthers is just dumb. But for some reason, some of the left brain people want to come over on our side and just try to ridicule us and make fun of us because
it's a defense. It's a defense on their part. They wouldn't have to do that if they weren't threatened.
Why don't they even care what we think?
It proves we're right. That the fact that they do care proves we're right already.
It's like they dedicate their lives to disproving flat Earth. What?
They can't disprove it. They can only.
They can't. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's just like, why do you spend so much time trying to disprove flat Earth? They make channels. They'll spend all day in the YouTube chat just
it's a phenomenon.
Try to discourage people from actually talking to real flat earthers. Don't join the channel. These guys are fucked up, and they'll just like try to deter new people from actually joining the Discord and talking to us. And it's just like, what the hell is wrong with you? Don't you have something else to do?
I was saying to somebody the other day that this is gone. If like for some, like, not that I think it's even possible, but if for some reason it was proven to be a globe, a ball Earth, right? And flat Earth was always just like a psyop turned into like, this whatever, like a QAnon, but flat Earth, right? They've made it up, and they also faked the NASA stuff poorly on purpose to get us to think it's possible that they're faking it. And there's actually a secret space program. If that's the case, the fact that there's so millions of flat earthers have existed now within 5 years, and millions of videos have been made on something that has no basis in fact whatsoever, that would be more of a phenomenon at this point than it actually being a spinning ball, or like the world, figuring out that it wasn't flat. That would be more of a phenomenon if that were to have happened. Like everyone's wrong and there's that much attention paid to it, just a psyop. No, that doesn't happen. It's the last thing in the world anyone wants to be.
I mean, it's like, hey, just like we had a dude in here yesterday. It was just like he was making shit up about the horizon that he didn't even know what he was talking about.
Today.
Well, earlier today, or yes. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's 3:15 a.m. for me, so
I guess
yesterday. But anyway, he's just like, he's all about the horizon. He didn't even really know what he was talking about.
He dipped out as soon as he got cornered too.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, hey, bro, give me the definition. What do you think the horizon is? Instead of everyone just dancing around, and trying to just like, horizon could be this. What do you think the horizon is? And then we just show them the definition of horizon, and that's, be all end all. It's an apparent position where the ground appears to touch the sky. The ground never touches the sky, does it?
They can't get out of the mindset of thinking that
that we believe in a conspiracy.
See,
and that's the way they have.
he came in with the opinion that he was like, the horizon is the curvature of the earth. That's not what the horizon is.
Well, there's no curvature, so it couldn't be.
Well, but that's what a lot of Globers think, and so that's why, like introducing the black swan is like, according to the math of the globe, the horizon cannot be further than 1.22 miles from a 1 foot observer height.
Right, but they interpret it as it can be.
Yeah, but that dude was
it can be
ignorant
no.
about
It
it.
can be no closer.
He didn't even know. He didn't
than
know
that.
shit about his own globe. He didn't know shit. He was
Typical.
really obfuscating the whole time. So I got frustrated just listening.
That's why I think that people like Jim Panda and the guys that have been in this discussion forever, they have to know that it's flat, because anybody that has any common sense that looks into this for long enough realizes it's flat. Or you're just completely so disconnected with your right brain that you can't get yourself there. Either they're totally in the left brain prison to the degree that I can't understand, doesn't make any sense to me, or they realize it and they're just arguing that side for the spectacle.
You've heard my parody, right? Of I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried.
Yeah, I heard that. Good. It's great.
Yeah, yeah.
You got to do that one.
Then I
You
saw
did
the
that one.
globe.
Yeah, that's right. You did that on your channel.
Now I'm a believer.
Yeah.
So it's just like, this is what they have. It's just like they only have belief. It's just like, I don't want it to be flat. Even though that's pretty much all they
and
have.
that's the funny thing. They think they have fact, but it's actually belief.
Who is sniffing and snorting? Who is that?
I don't know.
Somebody's like,
someone's trying to interrupt with some snorts. Someone got something to say.
Oh, is that battle? He might be.
He slept. He fell asleep.
He might be sleeping.
Anyway, so yeah,
I'm gonna mute him. Okay, he can unmute himself. It's all good. But yeah, that's all they have. It's their belief.
And they think and they're convinced that it's fact, but they don't realize it's a belief. The religion of scientism at its finest. I mean,
well, they're
left brain prison.
They're so convinced that it's true. Which is weird because they've talked to us so much. They're so convinced that it's true, but I think they really are basing it on everyone else knows it's a globe, so why do you flat earthers have this? But we come in with answers for every single question they have. Here's why it cannot possibly be what you're saying it is.
It's common sense versus consensus.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. It's like, you scared to talk to us? It's like, no, we just don't want to hear your bullshit. You've already heard our bullshit, but it's like, they'll sit here and listen to us all day long. Just like, I won't come in and talk to you because you're just going to ban me because I disagree with you. No, we're not going to ban you because we disagree with you. We're going to call out your bullshit as soon as you freaking bring it forward, because I've already seen you bring it out in the chat. It's not that hard.
It's still young. It's still young. 7 years ago, most of us, at least, would never have thought we'd be talking about this.
Yeah, I mean,
right now, well,
I mean, I was a conspirator. I was in conspiracy stuff, before that.
Yeah, I know.
But flat Earth, it's been about 6 years for me. Yeah,
I was 20.
As a matter of fact, it took me about a year to actually give it a chance.
Yep. Well, I when I first got into it, I realized it about 3 months in, but that wasn't until 2017. But the reason I looked at it to begin with is my friend who understands all this, the heliocentric model, and had to go through the engineering classes. People that go through the educational process and have to take these classes where they have to do the math and stuff, and they have the paper and they have the job and whatever else. It's a lot harder for them to open themselves up to even thinking this is still a possibility, because they can't. It's such. You'd almost have to rethink everything you did in your life, every important decision you've made, because your paradigm shift now would maybe make you make different decisions if you were in that position at a certain, like once you get to a
I
certain
guess
point
it
in life.
depends on what your what
It's
your
like taking a permanent
career
hit of
path
acid.
is. But at the same time, it does change. It does change everything. It doesn't matter what career path you're looking at. It will make a difference for you.
It's a permanent hit of acid.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say it like that, but
It is,
because I took like over 100 hits of acid back in the 90s.
Well,
so I don't know.
it's inverted, because it's like you stop tripping. Everyone else is tripping, thinking they're on a spinning ball, and because you stop tripping and you realize it's not that, you're tripping relative to everybody else for the rest of your life, and relative to most people at least. Like it is a trippy thing. Like if you had to put information on a drug scale, I'd say flat Earth is the acid of information.
Well, this is really strange. Like prior to 9/11, I was into like libertarian ideology. You know what I mean? Like I was.
Yeah.
I was like,
Ron
all
Paul.
right. Yeah. Well, not necessarily Ron Paul. Even deeper. Like deep shit, more anarchist kind of thing. But with libertarian, it's pretty much the only political thing that you can follow.
Don't tread on me, right?
Yeah, right. So this was prior to 9/11, and so I was already into that kind of shit and listening to, I had to freaking download podcasts to listen to at work later,
Right, sure.
And so this was back before streaming like it is now, or you can listen to anything anytime. I used to have to freaking prepare my day for listening material from obscure podcasts.
Art Bell and stuff
Well,
like
it was
that.
well, it wasn't Art Bell. You know who Harry Brown is?
Harry Brown, yeah, he was a politician, libertarian. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a libertarian presidential candidate. Harry Brown had some really good shit.
Yeah, he did.
This was right prior to 9/11, and so
he was the true libertarian. He was the guy that was
he
was the real deal. The real deal.
The grand fucking father of libertarianism. And so I was listening to Harry Brown before 9/11. Now, I was as much a cuck for 9/11 for a little while as everyone else was. Just a couple of years.
Same here. Everyone was, yeah. It was too big to think it was false, and they didn't show us the fucking, exposure. They exposed it. That's the craziest thing about 9/11.
I brought up Harry Brown just to let you know that I was already. I was already ready for the truth.
Sure.
And I think in 2005, I think is when it really hit me. I mean, I was listening to Alex Jones, of course, at that time, but it's not just Alex Jones, because I was listening to a lot of other stuff. Alex Jones, freaking Tex Mars. There was another radio network, some other internet channels and stuff. It was just like I listened to Alex Jones' show, of course, and a lot of people were influenced by that. But when 9/11 hit me, I don't care how the towers fell. I don't care about whether it's directed energy weapons or whether it's freaking explosive already planted in the building or whatever. However they fell, this was a planned event from 33 years from when they were built in 1968, 33 years later. And then the One World Tower. Now,
It's in your face, and it's like on purpose. The 9/11 truth movement is the layer of the onion that's so interesting because
Well,
you
it's
peel
like,
that back.
how can you deny this? I mean,
Right, but they did it on purpose. They showed us the truth and the lie at the same time, and they created the truth movement out of that big event and made the mistakes on purpose, and showed us the fucking Building 7 on purpose to create the division that the between the generations. There's a generation watching the internet figuring this out, and the older generation watches the mainstream news, just like it is today with the variants and the
what
stuff that's
is it?
going on.
No,
The same
no,
thing.
no.
It
Right. So I'm
separates
a
generations.
conspiracy theorist, or am I a coincidence theorist? I mean,
Right.
what the fuck is going on here? Like they in 1968 were
Chaos
constructing
magic.
the two towers. Then 33 years later, an airplane destroyed one airplane. Well,
6
two
buildings.
airplanes destroyed. Yeah, 6 buildings. 2 airplanes destroyed 6 fucking buildings, the entire complex, and then they built the Freedom Tower in place of it. Thank you for freedom. God bless America.
Hey, have you ever seen the floor of the Freedom Tower with the map on it?
No, I have no
The world
desire
map.
to. I
There's
think
a
I would
tile
probably.
floor. There's a tile floor.
If I ever visit that place, I'm gonna vomit on it. I'm gonna fucking eat it. I'm gonna eat the biggest cheeseburger I've ever had in my life, and I'm gonna fucking throw up on that fucking
Vomit
bullshit.
on it. It's good. Vomit on it.
That's right. A goddamn. If I ever visit that fucking shithole tower, I'm gonna vomit on the source of it, because I know they're full of shit.
Yep. It's the same people. It's the chaos magic. That's what it is. Whoever's in control has control over the whole world. And that's what flat earth really leads you to. There's like they control both sides of most every argument there is to some degree. They have their hands in everything. And the information
They
age
call
they
it
knew
the
was going to
Freedom
bring.
Tower. That's a fucking disgrace. They call it the Freedom Tower. Give me a fucking break. Fucking assholes.
Freedom is slavery. Brave new world, man. This is what we're living in right now.
No, this isn't even the Brave New World that Huxley. Just listen. I mean, you already listened to what you shared and said, "Hey, listen to this." What Cathexis was talking about. This isn't even close to that Brave New World, but we're moving toward it. It's pretty disgusting, and everyone should vomit on their fucking weird idea of
vomit on it.
This new world. Fucking throw up. You should be disgusted by what they're trying to, make us do.
Hey, check out the thing I just put in the live stream
Mike.
voice text.
Mike, are you hot miking?
No.
Hey Roger, I mean, hey Roger, you can hold on.
Helio keeps fucking talking.
No, I was gonna say everyone that's a moderator, tell me to shut the fuck up. Mike, your mic is low. Mike.
No,
Low.
my mic's not shit. I'm just not wearing it. Let the dude
Okay.
talk. Him.
My apologies. Go ahead.
Let that guy fucking speak.
Oh, and that live stream voice text. Check out the thing I just put in there. That's the tile floor of the Freedom Tower there that has like a world map on it with the like Illuminati eye in the middle of it. That's on the floor. It's a tile floor at the basement of the fucking Freedom Tower. That fucking is crazy, man. And it looks like a world map with the continents all rearranged, like if the South Pole was the center or something weird.
Let me explain myself.
I'll eat a Philly cheesesteak and puke on that
Land
sunbase.
been since it was built. This is part one. The floor.
This is in the
Go ahead,
basement of the basement of the Freedom Tower, supposedly on the
can
ground, the top.
Yep. It's crazy, huh?
Yeah, that was done when the floor was made, because I know the process. It had to
What?
be.
How do you explain it? Like the continents are all in a different position. Like what are they trying to show us here? Well, could we be seeing the real map or something somehow? Some kind of like, I don't know, weird.
Oh shit!
It's like the reverse of the. It's like if they reversed
Yeah,
everything and the
that's
South Pole was the
Ra at
center.
the
You
center of
guys
the world.
remember seeing some like
Put the
some?
IRA at the center of the world.
You guys remember seeing some image on a plane with JFK where there was like a map behind him that had some weird like
Same fucking map.
configuration as well? Like, you know, on Air Force One or whatever they want to call the presidential plane. JFK had a different map behind him on the plane, but it's like, hey, Mr. JFK, come over here. You got some shit to deal with. There's some black people over here in St. Louis, and they pissed off.
That's racist, man.
Yes, of course it is. But what about this map?
Oh, fuck.
I'm being sarcastic for a reason.
I'm
But
with you.
anyway.
I just don't know how to rebuttal it. You
No,
damn it.
you always know you're gonna have to deal with me, Mike.
My crackers are good.
Them crackers is good.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of that.
Oh, man. Are you dipping them crackers in chili?
They're Cheez-Its, man.
So, new perspective. Where did you get that image? I'm looking for it online, but I can't find it.
Just look up. Look up Freedom Tower tile floor world map.
Okay. Freedom. Okay.
And why don't you send the original? Because I do have some doubts about that just by what you posted. You know, just
There's
to make sure that
there was somebody made a video about it too, I think.
all right. Well, you find it, post it since you can post
Okay,
here.
yeah.
No, find it and then post it here, and then we can talk about it because
I got it.
All right, cool.
It's 1999. It's a mosaic.
Yep.
Oh, so tonight we're gonna party like it's 1999. So this is some Prince shit, right? Minneapolis, right? Come on, man. Minnesota.
I'm looking at it. Well, is this the basement?
Yeah, the basement.
Could be because okay.
So is it under the Freedom Tower?
Yeah, the basement of the Freedom Tower, the tile floor. Yeah.
So I'm now posting. It's Project Oculus.
We're about to party like it's 1999. Goddamn.
Project Oculus, right? Oh. 300 mosaic eyes.
You know what happened in
Famous Street
1999?
subway station.
Yeah, you know what happened in 1999? When
We partied.
No, that was the first fucking. That was the first fucking bombing of the World Trade Center.
Cocaine, man. Cocaine.
I think it was 1999 when they had the bombing of the World Trade Center.
Oh, the first one?
Or was it 96?
Oh, it's the former World Trade Center station.
Most people don't know that they did bomb it before they blew it up.
No, that was in the basement.
91, right?
There was like a truck
93.
bombing.
Nope, it was 93.
93, my bad. Yeah, it was 93. Yeah, there was an attempted thing, you know, in 93. Yeah. It was like 369. It might as well.
Big ass bomb at the World Trade Center. 1993.
All right, but
CIA.
under under the in the basement of the One World Tower,
That's where they found the bomb on the map.
so now they have this map that you posted under.
Yeah, it's in the World Trade Center subway stop. An occult system that millions of Americans have looked up on without noticing.
Dude,
They said,
I'd love to see an actual capture of that. And we know people that live in New York, so we're gonna have to contact people.
oh, here it is.
Neil and frickin'
Neil. Hey, we're trying to conspiracy the flat Earth map in the tower, man.
Dude, I want somebody that lives in New York to take a picture of this shit.
There it is. Finally fucking found that map.
It's located on Church Street between Chambers and Vesey Street.
Now look, this map in Air Force One shows 2 large land masses in all the continents exist. Map.
Okay. Oh, there it is.
No, that's
Roger just posted it.
here's mine.
Oh, yeah, that's the one I was talking about. Yeah. See? Yeah, see?
Look, rails on the table. Flat Earth, cocaine. Go together. If you're hot.
She's alright, she's alright, she's alright.
Flat Earth.
Okay.
Flat Earth.
Bring it down to the ground, flat Earth.
Yeah, this is the president's plane.
It works.
What the fuck?
She's so fine, she's so fine, she's so fine.
All right, and what Roger just posted shows what's at the bottom of the well. The bottom after the this is the aftermath. Well, I promise Roger we're gonna find some better pictures, but this one's pretty good. Can you capture something better? No, I'm talking about the One World Tower, right? I mean, this is after the aftermath of the Twin Towers. We have the One World Tower, the financial structure of this is the new world. This is the new world. It's a new world. It's a new day, new life. It's a new way.
Flat Earth.
Flat globe motherfucking Earth every time. You just believe it's a globe even though you can't prove it. Keep going. Anyway, so Roger, yeah, what is that?
Fish in the sea.
Chamber's secret? Holy shit, that sounds like some Harry Potter shit. Chamber's secret.
Yep. Oculus program it was?
Yeah, it's called the art is called Oculus.
Is there 2 pillars on the other side? I wonder. There are 4 pillars on the platter. That's too fucking.
The Chamber of Secrets below the One World Tower.
In a world where everybody believes whatever bullshit is told to them,
What? Wait, hold on, Michael. This is a gross misunderstanding of the.
Look at that cosmic egg. Do you see it? 4 pillars. In the center is where the semen are initially hit.
Oh shit! Don't even talk about the semen. That's gross. Oh, maybe that's a gross misunderstanding as well. It's because semen is gross.
Reproduction's a beautiful thing.
It certainly is. I wouldn't disagree with that, but
those are your feelings. See, to know what it's like.
Don't get in my feelings, man. I'll be don't be trying to get in my feelings, bro.
all up in their business. It do what it do, bro.
Yeah.
It looks like an egg, don't it? Come on.
Yeah, bro.
Yep.
I mean, yeah.
That's why they're not lying. It's oblate spheroid.
It's like they don't even have to lie anymore. Some people are so dumb, you know. It's just like, hey, we're gonna destroy the 2 towers and then build 1 tower with this shit underneath it.
Yep. Building upon the
People are
style.
so dumb, and it's just like, oh well, it's so you know, they meant to do this, you know. It's okay, because the Earth's
Yeah.
Earth's a globe anyway.
Like
It's
Texas
okay.
was
It's
saying.
all. I mean, it's
They're
all.
telling
That's
you. They're
what I
telling
was
you
saying.
every day.
You know?
They couldn't make it any more clear. Just go back and read what these men have wrote. They're telling you what they're gonna do. That's how crazy the power is. The
Listen,
chaos
can't
magic
mention
is.
the first bombing of the World Trade Center without bringing in Yuhak, Flat Earth, Yusad, Muad, Gun.
Yeah,
Flat Earth.
and that is the amen. That is the amen. The end. It
there you go.
is.
The CIA
It
told
is
me
what
to
it
do it.
is.
The CIA told me to do it, man.
No,
And
this.
they did. We proved it, dude. We proved that in that permit. But then there was never a inquiry or a tribunal.
Look what Roger posted. NYC FIDI Chamber Street. Well, this is Harry Potter Chamber of Secrets, right below the One World Tower. This is what they posted.
What?
And that's not a map. It's a different map, different structure. So, ladies and gentlemen,
Fusing Chamber Street with the Chambers of Secret.
I'm kind of making shit up, but this.
Zig when you zag, man. I can't keep up.
Well, do you zigzag or you zig?
Brother, are you not picking up what I'm putting down?
Are you smelling what I'm stepping in?
I mean, now you're a boob. I thought you were Richard. Which one is it? I'm
a dick. I mean, but my grandfather was Richard, but I'm not that dick.
And a mama's little titty sucker. I was too, though. That's cool. You know, a mama boy little titty sucker, mama little titty sucker. That's me too. So I think the dude's name was Omar. Omar.
I was just saying it's really interesting, you know, that they would put this at the under the One World Tower. Just interesting.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Dude died right after they convicted him. You know that? That his name is Omar Abdel Rahman 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 Razman. That's the dude that did the first CIA attempt to bomb the shit.
Oh, in '93, yeah, like basement. But that was all FBI. I mean, the FBI set that shit up. I mean, if you really look into that one, FBI fucking was involved the whole time. Yeah, it's like, oops, sorry, I didn't mean to say that. The federal government put that dude up to that shit.
They did it. Wait, no, they didn't.
No, they didn't. Yes, they did. The fucking FBI put that dude up to that shit. 93.
Yeah, they told, but then they thought about maybe I don't want to get two to the back of the head and be a suicide. Maybe I don't want to get Clinton.
I don't want to get Arkansided.
Arkansided, nice.
Clinton. Yeah, them
Hey,
damn
motherfucker, I grew up in Arkansas. I know all about Arkansas.
trust Helium, man. Them damn Clintons all were Arkansanders. Well, they suicide a bitch. Two to the back of the head and the motherfucker
Dude,
died.
that wasn't the first person to get Arkansaded, bro.
suicide.
I mean, there's all kinds of
Telling you,
Arkansas
man,
going
that
on
guy shot
in
himself 4 times.
Arkansas. When Clinton was here, man, bro, there was
Fucking suicide.
Arkansas everywhere.
I'm Clinton. You like me? I'm a pimp.
Shit. Bill Clinton was governor here for like 12 years. There was all kinds of Arkansas going on around there, man.
I did not have sex with that Hillary. Would you fuck Hillary? Come on, man. Even as
Bro, yeah. Wait, Michael, do you know about Bill's?
I wouldn't do it with Jeffrey Epstein's dick.
Well,
what I'm saying, man.
no, but do you know about Bill's illegitimate son?
I don't know. Does she know she was ugly?
No, I mean, there's he has a son.
They divided up the seasons in 30 degrees. Feeding kids misery. Be careful.
He has an Arkansas.
Flatline. Superior bloodline.
He has an Arkansas from one of his illegitimate.
I have a choice.
I mean, Bill Clinton is pure as the driven snow, right? But not really.
Give him a chest.
There's all kinds of stuff. But anyway, you don't know that.
You think you got a world in my neck, eh?
Go ahead, man. Yeah, if you want to check into Bill Clinton's son, look it up.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're right.
Oh, yeah, I will look that up. That's interesting.
I told you Bill was a pimp. See, I covered that when I said he was a pimp.
He had the state troopers cover for him. The state troopers were his freaking blockade, back in the day. And yeah, I mean, he'd take them to different places. He had.
Yeah, you ain't seen my best.
Bill Clinton was a player, and his brother. He covered for his brother. Fucking, they brought drugs in from. I mean, there's all kinds of shit about the Clintons. They brought them into Hope. You know what, Hope, Arkansas? That's where the cocaine came in to Hope, Arkansas.
Hey, Neil Tyson need to loosen up his vest. They probably write that man one hell of a check.
There's plenty of videos out there on this.
Out of town, come over here and fight.
Clinton Chronicles. Have you guys seen that? Just look up the Clinton Chronicles on YouTube. Look that shit up. You'll find out. You'll find out what Clinton was about. That motherfucker was governor here for 12 years.
Get off my dick and get your own bars up.
Before he got elected. And right before he got elected, I was at governor's school, which he started, which is a state-funded program. And I was like, holy shit, I'm here, and he's about to be elected president. And when he was elected president, and, I'm afraid to say, so I did vote for him for president because I was 18 and he was running for president. And
Who were you gonna vote for? Ross Perot? Come on.
I probably should have voted for Ross Perot, but what the fuck? I was a dumb. It's kind of dumb.
So who was the other candidate? I can't even remember.
Things on the horizon.
It was freaking George Bush.
No, it was in the 90s. Ross Perot ran against Bill Clinton
and George Bush. Well, I mean, what
was it? George Bush?
Let's see it. And yes,
the old George Bush. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, I was thinking the new 2.0.
Yeah, it was George. Yeah, no, not the.
I was
Yeah,
thinking of George Warbush.
no, it's because George Bush was the president after Reagan for 4 years, and then that's when I graduated high
George
school.
was in the bush. He sure the fuck didn't show up for his draft.
Anyway, so anyway, so Ross Perot was like doing his thing,
It was no
and
contest.
if I had a mind to, I would have voted for Ross Perot, but
He said he only
but I voted for Bill Clinton because I was an Arkansan. You know, I mean, I was 18. You know, whatever. It was just like first opportunity to vote, and I was like, "Fuck yeah!" I mean, I'm from Arkansas. I'm gonna vote for fucking George. I mean, I'm gonna fucking vote for this Clinton
giving
motherfucker.
you a vote that didn't matter kept you hooked in the system, didn't it? Admit
Yeah, no, Michael, I've already admitted. And can you hear me not admitting that? Yes, I was very ignorant at that point. Yes, I admitted that.
said that.
And as a matter of fact, when he won the election, I was right there in Little Rock, and I watched his acceptance speech live, standing on the streets. Yeah, it was badass. I could give a fuck about Bill Clinton now, but I thought it was fun, you know, that I was actually right there. I mean, I was right there on the street, like watching him, you know, accept his presidency, whatever. I thought it was fun. It was fun at the time. For me as a young man, 18 years
Tell him
old.
what you're putting down, Helio. I'm Sniffy Joe.
Sniffy Joe.
I got this game for the kids. The game is called Meme It. You know, you get these cards. So you'll pick a card and you'll read what it says. And then you get other cards and they say shit on it too. But what you're
Do you have to sniff them virtually?
No, what you're got Sniffy Joe cards in it is gonna get. But
Yeah, I played that once. They have like different sayings, and you have to like pick a card that goes with the saying. Yeah.
So it says, when you begged your girlfriend and told her just to tip, but it stunk so bad you couldn't touch it.
Right.
And
then you pick the picture to go with it. Right.
Yeah, and so my niece and her boyfriend and my son were playing it last night, and they were drinking, and they had Sniffy Joe to go with the stinky pussy, and he said, "I'm sniffing what you're putting down. I'm smelling it." And then the next card was Sniffy Joe coming up to the window. Wait, did you talk about Stinky Nanny?
Ah, shit.
I was high. I was like, this fucking game is killing me, man.
This is blackjack shit. Like,
can't be coincidence. But
right? That was funny.
Mean it. If you like a drinking card game, mean it.
He's like, you forgot about the skunk.
It's a fucking game. It really is. If you played it, you know what I mean. Back, brother.
Played it, but yeah.
It's a board game.
I don't think it's a board game.
Yeah, here I'll get it.
I don't know if I want to play it. Because the only reason I don't want to play it is because I might be getting addicted to it, and I will take the fucking piss out of every single person.
With it that you want to meme. That you actually want to fucking post. It's funny. It's only $19, man.
No, I'm not gonna buy
when
it.
When I said I love it, my son said, "I'm glad, Dad, because you paid for it. It's your game."
Well, I'm not gonna pay any money, but if you can find a free one that I can take the piss out of everyone, even worse than I do here, that would be that would be a
I didn't
bonus.
give you my debit card. He said, the one time you let me use it, I wrote down the card numbers and the pin, bitch. Don't be dumb. I'm yours. I had to think about it. Said that little sneaky pat. That is smart.
Well, it sounds like a cool game, but I'm not going to pay $20
My
for
daughter
that.
says, "Yeah, I get the card number from him, Dad. When you keep saying I forgot the card again, that implies you would have let me do it, but you just forgot the card downstairs."
Is that the link, Mike? I'll check it out.
I get stoned and shop on the internet and buy a bunch of shit I shouldn't buy. So I made a.
What do you meme? Is that what it is? What do you meme?
So I started a separate bank account, and I got a debit card for that bank account that I only put a little bit of money in. And so then that's attached.
Well, shit, it's got 5 stars, man. I think it looks like people like it.
It's cool. I don't like to give free advertisement to mainstream shit.
No, I'll check it out,
Viral
man.
some bitches. This is a good game.
Dude, my brother buys all kinds of board games, so he might pick it up at Walmart or
my
something.
family gets together and does their drinking together and their pot smoking together. So we party only with family because the rest of you bitches in the world are a bunch of rich.
There's a lot of people get butthurt here, don't they?
And Karens.
There's too many fucking Karens.
So,
a lot of people get butthurt.
So we do buy a lot of board games and play them.
That's cool.
The funniest shit is drunk motherfuckers trying to play Monopoly, motherfucker.
Dude, we should do game nights here more often, if we can. Here inside the Discord, some type of game. I mean, I know that Crypto's tried to do it before with
There's a
trivia
lot of
and
games
stuff.
we could play that are questions. You just pull a card and you ask a question. Fuck, I got thousands of dollars worth of board games, bro. I could pull them out and be the game master.
We should do something like that.
I could play with that meme it. All they had to do is break out the digital camera, USB it to the fucking computer, and take a picture of all the cards so you can see them when we pick them.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing that's difficult about, on the Discord.
Yeah, I thought it was a dumb game till they explained it to me, and then I was like, oh, wait, that is cool. It's like a meme generator board game.
Are you talking about the one you just shared?
Yeah, it's got some funny.
Dude, this looks like something I could play with my family, with my brother and his daughter and sons. We could actually have a really good time with it.
Comments that goes with it, like when your queef echoed.
What?
That's literally one on there. When your queef echoes.
Oh, well, I don't
And
know.
then you get some dude making a funny face.
That's
And you're
18 plus, right? I don't know if I would actually feel comfortable with talking about that with my niece.
Goes best with when your queef echoes. And they gotta listen. Listen, Helio. They got a bunch of.
You don't want to explain to her what it means, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh well, but it could actually be funny because I would love to see the expression on her mother's face when that fucking question.
Yeah, that brings me to my next point. They got a bunch of fucked up ones that got a sexual content, and when your mom realizes. Like one of them is when you're in the middle of jacking off and your mom comes in naked and yells at you to quit.
Yeah.
What
the fuck is that for a meme?
What is this? Is this what's in the game?
Yeah, that's
okay. Well, never mind then. I don't want to play that
Hey,
with my
on that note,
family.
I gotta go, guys. But hey, thanks for playing that, Cathexis. That was fun. That was cool to listen to.
Yeah, it was. I'm telling you, man, the game is funny. You can throw them cards out if you want.
Oh, it is funny. I played it. I don't know if I didn't remember that crazy one, but yeah.
I mean, are you bringing up extreme parts of it?
There's an adult version, obviously, right?
Yeah, you probably didn't get to. Yeah, it's an adult game, but you probably.
Yeah, I wouldn't play with like my niece and nephew or like 14. Is that too young to play the game with them?
All right. Good night, guys. Good to talk, bro.
Good night,
Everybody.
bro.
All right.
All right. Later.
Good night, man.
Good night, bro. Good night. Good night.
Hey, Letter News Perspective. Thanks you for all you contribute here. Hey, New Perspective has done some good stuff here lately. It's been a benefit talking to new people and sharing information with me. I'm going to.
Roger, take over. Helio's been talking long enough. Do it. Do it quick. Hurry.
Oh yeah, no, I'm
Jump
fine.
in there, man. Jump in there.
I'm fine, man.
Don't let it go. You got to go with the moment.
Okay. So I have a cool story. Well, cool story.
Ooh, I'm curious now. Tell me your cool story, Roger.
Hello?
Yeah, Roger. Michael told you to tell me to shut the fuck up, and you're going to tell me your cool story.
Yeah, and just I don't know what happened, but okay. So I know somebody that needed to do a so to enter any establishment here in the Netherlands, you need to show your telephone with the QR code, right? And if you don't have a QR code, you can go to a testing facility and you can get a test, and then that's valid for one day, 24 hours, and then you can go do your shit. So I know somebody that wanted to do a test to go to do some ice skating today. So they went yesterday to do a test, and then usually it takes like 2 hours for the result. So after after 4 hours or so, the person didn't have their result back. So it was like, oh man, I need that result, and they're probably gonna close by now. So I'm gonna call. They lost the result, and then and then they said to the person, well, we're gonna call the testing facility, and if they had no positive results that day, we're just gonna simulate an appointment, and then we're gonna grant you the negative test.
Ha! That's fucking funny.
So
It's
basically,
not funny. It's fucking sad.
Well,
yeah. So basically, that person got a negative test on the basis that somebody else told that
They
they
just
had
got
no.
tired of checking back and forth.
Right. So this is just how this is just a way how they
Bullshit.
do it.
That's what it is. Bullshit.
Yeah. So they can just call somebody. Yeah. Well, no, we didn't have any positive tests today. Okay. Well, that's fine. And then enter in the computer that person test was negative, and then they can. So yeah, that was a funny. I
Hey,
laughed.
hey,
Wow, laughed
Roger.
and cried.
I went to my niece's choir concert tonight, and every single singer
Yeah,
had
I
a
heard that. Yeah, I
fucking
heard that.
mask on their face. How the
Yeah.
fuck are you gonna sing with a mask on your face?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
Fucking retarded.
Well, I have this when I go to a gas station, whatever, right? They have these plastic screens in front of the tenant, right? They have this
You mean the
plastic
little
screens.
plastic thing that everybody else touches?
Well, no, it's just a big plastic see-through thing that they hang in front of the checkout, right? It's just a huge plastic see-through thing, and then they wear a mask.
By everybody.
Then they also wear a mask, and I have just difficulty understanding people now. Like, what are you saying? What?
Yeah, I'm kind of hard of hearing, so I depend on reading people's lips. And if they have a mask on, I have to ask them to repeat themselves. You know.
Yeah, I have that too, right? But there's two. So they have this huge plastic wall, plastic see-through screen and the mask. And we're like,
And the
what?
mask,
What?
and sometimes a face shield. It's like, what the fuck are you scared of? Are we breathing the same air? Look, but there's only 2 feet distance between us. You're trying to sell me a product, and I'm trying to buy this motherfucker.
Guys,
What the entire fuck is going on here? Can you not just tell me what the,
hey,
just tell me how much it costs, and I'm trying to get the
Elio,
fuck out of here.
listen. Firehawk had a request, and I posted it in the live stream for people, and I gave my portion of the request.
Yeah, if it's to tell me to shut the fuck up, I agree.
No, it's he's somewhere, somebody's dying right in front of him, and if you just share your favorite Bible, so he doesn't have to go through and read it all to comfort the person. I put Corinthians 2:5-8, for you
Oh,
know to be absent the body is present with Christ.
sure. My bad. I didn't mean to joke. Yeah, I didn't know.
You
Yeah,
didn't
I see
know.
what you
Yeah,
did.
I know. No, I don't. You're all right, man.
No, sure. Yeah,
No,
our
it's all
thoughts
right.
and prayers are with you, Firehawk, bro.
But
Yeah.
I actually think it's an honorable request, so I'm honoring it.
Yep. I'll definitely earn it too. And
It takes a real man to walk his loved ones to the edge. My hat's off to Firehawk.
yeah,
I
let's
can do
dude.
that.
Yeah, let's have a moment of
Watch so many
silence. I
people dying
think we
like
should have a
it breaks my heart when I think about it.
yeah. Let's have a moment of silence
Right
for
by
Firehawk's family.
my grandma
Good.
died. She bled from every pore from leukemia, and I never left her side. I held her hand until she said goodbye. She actually said goodbye, son, and then took a breath and died.
God be with you, Firehawk.
So my faith in God is unmovable because it has powerful things behind it.
Sorry about the ding dings.
Grandfather told me he was home. I could let go. And I let go of his hand and he died right there, last breath. Last words. I'm home, boy. You can let go.
A lot of people don't get that, Mike.
I did.
That's cool.
Stuck with me my entire life. That's why my faith is unshakable, motherfucker. Fuck with my faith. It's mine. I'll go home one day and I'll look back on this shit and say I would have enjoyed it more if I knew it was temporary and I was gonna live through it. Fuck.
I'm gonna be like, I'll be back. I'm gonna be like fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I'll get bored one day.
I'll be back.
Immortality will get boring again, and I'll have to come back to learn that lesson again.
Yep. That's the way I look at it.
Someday. Someday, but not today. Gladiator. Someday.
Yeah, Firehawk, shout out, man.
I'll see my loved ones again.
Appreciate you sharing that with Battle Mod. Yeah, hearts and prayers with you, brother.
Your favorite Bible verse with it. I have a few more that go with the topic of I like the mention of Abraham.
Endless verses. Yeah, I can think of a bunch too.
Of course, there's always the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Most can't memorize that. He leadeth me beside. He leadeth me through green pastures. He causes me to lie by still water. Fear no evil, for surely his rod and his staff they'll comfort me. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I
Shall
do
fear no evil.
for his rod and his staff they comfort me. Damn it.
Well, our best go out to you, Fire Up, man. Very difficult. What's after the thy rod and thy staff that they comfort me? There's some. It's very. Thought you were going to say it, Michael, and I didn't want to. Go on. It's in the book of Isaiah, right? Is it Isaiah 9?
Psalms 23.
Oh, it's Psalm, not Isaiah. Yeah, Psalms 23. It's like thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me.
For
You said, yeah.
I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, thy comfort.
Comfort me. And then after that.
Yeah, give me memorize.
Oh, I know it. We might as well reread the whole thing. I got it now. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul.
Yeah.
He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointest me, my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
I like it when it says the house of God, but that's that version.
Yeah, that was King James.
I will dwell, yea, ye in the house of the Most High.
Yeah.
He who dwells in the sacred place of the Most High shall abide in the shadow of the Almighty. Sure, you do that better.
Is that some Seventh-day Adventist stuff? Or
No,
I haven't heard
man,
that one.
That's the Psalms and people sing it as a.
I don't think I've ever heard that song before.
Really?
Yeah. Just saying. No, I haven't heard that one, but anyway, yeah, I just read the King James. But surely that's what I was looking for. When you were talking earlier, I was like, surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. That's a beautiful verse. I love that.
It's Psalms 91:1, but it's also a hymn.
He that dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. Yeah, of course.
I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress. My God, in Him I will trust. Surely He shall deliver you from the snare of the fowler from the perils, best shall cover you.
Dude, I've never heard, but I'm while you're singing it, I'm reading the lyrics, which is strictly King James lyric, words, but I've never heard that hymn.
Shall cover you with his feathers, and under his wings you shall take refuge. His truth shall be your shield, and
Buckler.
do not be afraid.
And you're
Remember by night.
you're quoting the King James Bible, Psalm 91. Yeah, I didn't know. I've never
A lot
heard
of
that song.
Psalms are hymn and proverbs.
Well, all of the Psalms are hymns, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're all songs. Most of, well, not most of them, but a lot of them are written by David. But there's many different authors of the Psalms, but a lot of them were written by David.
Yep. You already know.
Yeah, we don't have to argue about that.
It's great when somebody sings it that can actually do highs and lows for gospel. I'm kind of monotone, you know what I mean?
Dude, I ain't gonna lie. Your freestyle stuff when you really get on, when you're on point. Even though what's really, you have a very unique style on your freestyle stuff, but even with the Psalms, like singing it, if you know your shit, even though your voice doesn't sound as beautiful or whatever, something like I would do because I'm more.
I try to keep the spirit of the song in my words.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I can tell everything that you do comes from your heart. That's basically what I'm saying.
True.
I mean, yeah, that's all I'm saying. I mean, and that I think that reaches people. That's all I'm saying.
You can follow your heart, but you have to do it in the right manner.
Yeah.
Or it'll lead you astray.
Yeah, I can tell that every time when you're doing your freestyle stuff, or when you're just like you were just singing Psalm 91, I could tell it was coming from your heart, from your remembrance and your understanding of the gospel and how this works and everything. This is a portion of our truth, you know what I mean? So I appreciate that. And so I would never say like, hey, you're not doing that right, because I think most of what I hear from you, Michael, comes from your heart, and so.
And on that, listen, this is my great niece. Niece was worried people wouldn't accept the baby in her family, and I don't get it, 'cause we're mixed all the fuck. Baby's mixed. This is Melissa, and I want to welcome Melissa, my great niece, Melissa. Beautiful.
Awesome, bro.
Hopefully my niece is listening. Uncle Mike loves you. Hell, my cousin's black. He's not black. He's just my cousin. That's your auntie, niece. Your auntie, so black she makes the sun sweat. But she's just your aunt. They tell us.
Makes the sun sweat. What the hell does that
Yeah,
mean?
my aunt says, though, when I crack that joke, she says, well, the sun's only sweating because your white ass is reflecting his rays back to him. When we tell them, we joke in good humor to make light of what other people tear people down. Can't tear a person down over color. Color in no way affects their heart or their intelligence. Period. They're just human.
No.
You don't like calico cats? You only like striped cats? You're not a black cat type person? You're fucked up. That's racist.
Hey, man, cats are fucked up in their own way. I mean, they're gonna have to deal with
Cats'
that shit
lives
on their
matter.
own, bro. Cats' lives, man. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I like cats,
Well, from
but
the
I fucking
calico to
love
the
to hate.
hairless
I mean,
motherfucker.
if a cat's gonna be an asshole, then
What
they're
are them
just an
hairless
asshole. You know,
cats
fuck
named?
it. The
Even
hairless
those,
cats, I don't know. I mean,
even those ugly motherfuckers deserve your love.
yeah, but how do you pet a fucking hairless cat?
No,
It's just weird.
they they are cute in their own way, even though
I
they're
I have a cat that just like he won't let you pet him unless he wants you to pet him. It's just like,
yeah.
you know
That's
what,
Thomas.
motherfucker, you're a dick. And it's
That's
just like, but I don't want him to fuck with me unless I want him to
my
fuck with
Maine
me. So I
Coon.
guess we're on the same page.
Listen, my Maine Coon, he's big and he's ninja with it. If you reach for him and he didn't want you to pet him, he will turn around and ninja your motherfucking hand.
Dude, this motherfucker scratched me so many times for just trying to pet him. I'm just like, you know what?
Yeah, my
Fuck you.
Thomas.
But if I'm just like laying in bed, he's just like, meow,
Started
he'll
it.
jump up on the bed and he's like, he'll cuddle up with me. And I'm
Thomas
like, what if I just freaking threw you across the room right now? I mean, what do
I
you think
just say
about
your
that?
kitty will get over it when it grows up. But
Yeah, he's pretty young. He's about a
well,
year
my
old.
Thomas didn't. My buddy did. You know, he was my baby
I
when he
don't
was
think
a
he's
baby.
gonna get over this shit.
Then he
He's a
grew up
fucking
and he's like,
asshole.
he grew up and he's like, Dad, I am a boy. Don't be loving on me. But now he's got to the age where he's like, well, I know you're not a pervert, Dad. Just rub my butt. Just itch it. He got pleased and he realized I can't reach that spot. Grandpa, will you get that for me? Come on, Dad. Scratch that spot. I know you know. You talk so fucking much, I can't help but know.
I mean, cats are weird, man. They're so different. I mean, it's like all the cats are all different.
My dog will come up and lean the spot he wants me to itch right against my
Yeah, dogs are pretty much predictable, you know.
Yeah, the
But yeah,
dogs like they
cats are
always
so fucking weird.
you can tell the side itch by the way he's doing that body dance, and then he comes up and leans it up against you. So I just normally his body can't reach.
Well, it's like dogs when you adopt them, they need you. You know, if they're pets, you know.
Yeah, I saved him from the shelter. Yep.
You know, they
He
need
was
you.
going to die.
Well, I mean, the cat that I'm talking about, he came out of a fucking ditch. He came out of a ditch, and now he's an
That's what I
asshole.
was gonna say. Didn't you find him in the ditch at work?
Yeah, he's a fucking asshole.
You just heard him whining and took him home, and now he's like, "I'm the king here. Thanks
It's
for
like, but it's just like I'll let you pet me when I feel like you petting me. And he's just, but he's a good mouse. He's a good mouser though. So,
probably talks to him. And
so
tells
I mean, dude, he's a good mouser. So
that to
fuck
me.
it. And we do have mice around
Tell
her. So
my animals, you ain't got to put up with him. You can love on him when you want to. You don't have to always let him fuck.
no, I really don't care about loving on him necessarily. I mean, he's really cute and he's kind of small. It's like he'll never get. Like, he's not a big cat, so he's full grown now. But he's like, he's never gonna get big. But he's a fucking good mouser, man.
Cat's like my buddy. Then his mama's real small, and he was the only baby, and he's small. He's as big as he's gonna be.
He will sit. He knows where the mice come out and where they are, their nest, or where they're gonna. He'll sit there for like 3 hours just looking at that spot. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just wait. Get you. It's good. It's like, yeah, we used to have a mice problem, but since we had him here and another cat that we inherited from my brother's mother-in-law,
I gotta tell people.
they're both
I
good
shared
mouse.
that picture because I'm gonna change my niece's mind about how people feel about her baby and the family. Because I'm gonna spoil the shit out of that mom. That's another one that's gonna say, Uncle Mike, my mom said no, but will you buy me this? And I'll say, Yeah, hon, let's go right now. Come on, let's go. Fuck your mom. Get in the car. Hurry up.
What are you gonna buy?
Whatever she wants. to a limit, Helio. To a limit. When they're young, it's always some shit they seen on a commercial. So when they're young, I'll buy whatever she says. Ooh, I want that. Another commercial comes on. Ooh, I want that too. I'm gonna get them all. Then they get bored when they're young with getting their own way.
And then your son and daughter, they'll be like, "Stop spoiling this punk ass kid."
Yeah, my daughter knows that. She don't say she wants it unless she really wants it, because now she got a bunch of shit and she hoards it. I make her give it away. You don't use that. Give it to a kid.
I have a feeling your daughter is a lot like you from what you said so far. Yeah.
Yeah, she's a good kid. I got 5 families here at the house with me, bro. I adopted them for Christmas.
5 families, like humans?
Yeah. A mom and 2 kids, a mom, dad, and their kid, another mom and dad.
How do you have time to talk to us?
The black family's down there playing Nintendo 64 right now with my daughter.
Did you say the black family?
Well, yeah. They're like that. I've told them, to me, there's just one race, so it don't matter what color you are.
I know all that. It's just
Yeah, I point out my pictures on the wall. Some of my family is dark brown native. Some are, well, you'd say African American, but I'd say they can't be both, so they're just American.
There's not. I don't think there's any such thing as
all just
African American. I think that's just a.
That's where I come.
That's a tool
My family
for
covers the
division.
spectrum. That's why I say there's no race. They're just humans, because I love them all no different.
Well, what do they? So they're in another part of your house, and you're up here talking to. So they hear you like yelling and screaming at us. All that. It's like, what the fuck is he doing up there talking to these flat earthers?
Can't hear me, dude.
Really? That's that far away?
My walls are thick. You
Holy
can't hear
fuck.
me in the next room. I built it that way.
Okay. Cool.
I insulated my walls. I put 1/2-inch boards on each side, and then I drywalled over the 1/2-inch boards. You can't hear me through the wall.
What are you like in the main room, like the living room in your house or something?
No,
or?
I'm upstairs in my activity room.
Oh, okay. So you're way far away from
my
them.
stairway comes up.
Well, that's like me. I mean, I'm even though I live with my mother, but I'm across the.
Back stairway and a front stairway, and there's front rooms upstairs and rooms in the back. There's 8 rooms altogether, and
Holy shit! Yeah, that's large.
Downstairs I got a library, a den, which is a extra front room, and then I got a billiards room. I got a front room, dining room, kitchen, foyer, day room,
all that shit.
A breakfast nook. Well, my mom and dad enjoyed having money, so they were keeping up with the Joneses. But I'm not so much like.
They wasn't keeping up with the Joneses. They was actually building something.
Yeah, they was building something to leave their family.
Yeah,
they wanted
cool.
to. My grandpa wanted a place where 4 generations could live at once.
Good stuff.
They could stay healthy.
That's good stuff, man.
With each other. There was a time when 4 generations of Adam seen his 5th generation die before he died.
I don't have anything like that, but I can get pretty loud myself too.
Oh, I can too.
It's like when I watch movies, you already know I'm a huge fan of, and I have this fucking whole. I have a freaking big ass TV, and I play music, play music and movies and shit. loud as
family,
fuck, and I ain't. It's not gonna wake my mom
pick
up.
families that are down and out from the church and the shelter that I think are worthy of it. Then I buy them a tax repo home, and then I'll bring it up to code. And so I'm bringing them up to code. They'll be ready before Christmas. I'll make sure they pay their bills for 2 years. And I'll make sure they got a car and insurance for those 2 years. So the only damn thing they got to worry about is going out and getting a job. And getting, and maintaining what I've got for them. The only thing, this is where I bring them home so that they know their Christmas is going to be great. They know me. They know me as a person, so they know why I did it. So they don't ask, why would this white guy even give a fuck about me? And
Hey,
then,
Mike, did you know that my sister-in-law? And maybe we shouldn't even talk about
I
this.
got kids that cried today and made me cry because they realized their whole life just changed and they didn't have to worry about living in shelter.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, my
Yeah,
sister-in-law, she's a social worker.
that's cool.
Yeah, she's the boss.
I get a great joy from that, Helium.
She's the boss
The world brings me down.
favor of social work, military. She works for military. Works with veterans, helps them to with work and stuff. Yeah, that's her job, and so she's the boss.
This is my new PTSD therapy, Helium. Doing for
Yeah.
others.
Dude,
Showing
no,
other people
sure. I mean, I know. Yeah.
Down and out, and you ain't got shit. You start to think.
I spent time with her and my brother tonight, so it's kind of makes me think of it because she works very hard at what she does, and she helps veterans all day long. That's her fucking job,
Nowadays, and I let them know they're not fucking alone. Somebody's seen their struggle. And
Yeah, she's good. She has a master's degree in social, in sociology and stuff, and she knows how to help people. But anyway, she be doing what she do, and she's good at it.
Two kids cried this morning when I said, "What do you want for breakfast?" They said, "I'll take Cheerios." I said, "Oh no, you don't get Cheerios in my house."
How about some bacon?
Yeah, how about some bacon? You want some French toast? I'll make you an omelet. You want fried potatoes and scrambled eggs? One kid cried. He's like 6. He said, "We really don't have to worry no more, huh?" I'm like, "None of us." I was like, "Nope, not one." Merry Christmas. He said,
I didn't know you were hosting people like that, Mike.
He said, Merry Christmas. Mike cried. And I couldn't help it.
You're about to make me motherfucking cry, you fucking asshole.
My daughter was crying.
Oh my god.
She loves it just as much as me. Hell, Gerard. His name's Gerard. He's got a beautiful family. That's a bike.
Well, don't give too much info about your guests, man. Come on, man.
Well, from here on out, I was just telling my name. So Gerard down there is smoking a big old fat blunt of my weed with his old lady. They're all like, "Man, this is fucking cool." They're watching my TV. Well, on my other antique 80s TV, the kids are playing Nintendo. I got every Nintendo game ever come out, man. Kids love them classics.
They're the most. They're the most easy. Well, I would say easiest. They're most accessible games to play. It's like Nintendo is just like blank. ABC, XYZ. No,
Anybody can be good at them. Yeah, that's why they're so fun. Yeah,
it's
kids are great.
And you know what? A lot of people that are gamers that exploit these, the late platforms, they get bored with some of their fucking higher platforms and shit, and then they'll be like, "Hey, I want to go back and see what's going on with the ABXYZ games."
I signed it and quoted verses in the
they get bored with all their shit. Hey, I'm gonna tell you what, Michael. Though,
Gerald and Christine wanted to get married. They should be married, but they're not married because they just could never afford it. So I'm gonna pay for their marriage, and my pastor's gonna marry them for free.
if I ever decided to get married again, I would never do it. I would never do it legally, but that's on you, and that's between you and them. I would never legally get married again.
Yeah, these people want to be married, but now today it's not just a covenant with your God that your pastor can do and it doesn't cost you nothing. Now you got to pay for it. License, marriage license, crap,
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely religiously marry. I guess if
I'm gonna do that.
we understood the same thing, but I would never involve the government in my marriage. I would never do that again, ever.
Restore a percentage of degree of faith in humanity. People, when they find out there are people out there that give a fuck about them, and they can come to their own damn house and be comfortable, and money doesn't poison all people. People change their outlook on life. Gives them newfound energy. None of them went to sleep yet. What is it? It's almost 1 o'clock, isn't it? Is it 2 o'clock now? Oh no, it's
Holy fucking shit! It's 4 o'clock, Mike.
Yeah, it's 3 or it is 4. But I know Gerald's still awake. I just went down there and got snacks, and he got snacks. But he can't go to sleep because he's got all his stress lifted off his shoulders. He ain't got to do shit. He just got to think about where he wants to send resumes because I have my secretary do resumes on 30% cotton fiber papers in cotton fiber envelopes and send them human resource. So I have my secretaries help them get jobs, What are all your skills? Tell me all your skills. They put together a cover page and a nice resume. And I know employers love that shit because I'm an employer. And it shows that if you put that much thought into your attempt to get a job here, imagine how much thought you'll put in your position.
Well, it kind of depends on does he have anything that he has done to.
Oh yeah, he's got a lot of fucking he's got a lot of talents and skills.
All right, cool. It's like if you put out a bullshit resume and you show up.
Show me some of them on my 63 vet. It's got a 427, but it's got triple deuces on it. 2-barrel carburetors, and I'm not the greatest at
So he wants to do work on cars.
I can't fine tune triples and double carburetors.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the guy you were
He's
talking
gonna
about.
do it for me. He said I can do it. Trust me and let me play with it and show me the tools. So I'm gonna let him do it tomorrow.
Okay, cool. That's
I'll probably pay a good amount of money if it purrs. Right now, when I hit it, it backfires, and it shouldn't do that. My lifters aren't fucked up. My cam's perfect. My timing's perfect.
I've been building cabinets for 30 years, Michael.
I've been building cars since I was fucking 14.
Here's something.
I can't find.
Have you used a table saw? I know you've used the table saw, but not building cabinets, right?
No, I got an EDM too.
Now, if I were to want someone that said, "Hey, I can do this," and I'm watching that. Hold on, I'm watching them cut a 4x8 sheet of 1/2-inch plywood on the table saw, and said, I can do this. But they've never touched a piece of plywood, never cut it in half before, right? I'm scared as fuck
They're gonna
because I don't know how they don't know how to push that motherfucker
Yeah.
across the table saw.
Yeah, they can take it.
No, I mean I'm gonna tell them beforehand. I'm not gonna just gonna throw them at it. It was like, hey, you have a 96-inch freaking half inch, 96 by 48. All
Don't
right,
fuck up my materials.
and a half. All right, let's just. I'm gonna throw you up on. All right, I want to set this table saw length 48. Boom, get your ass behind that fucking plywood.
Push slow and steady.
Push that motherfucker. See what you got. Now, it's all about function. It's not about like
you can hear
that table saw is not doing any work for you.
Listen,
that table saw is the only work that you have to focus on, bro.
Right.
The fence is the only thing that is holding you, because if you fuck this up, that whole fucking sheet of plywood is going to smack you in the face.
Yeah. I know idiots that couldn't even put the blade on that saw right. Seriously though, they put it on.
No, I'm seriously, like, if you don't know how to fucking split a piece of 4x8 plywood on a table saw on a good setup,
Yeah, it's called ripping it.
You're gonna fucking if you don't push it right, that shit will swing back and fucking smack you, and you'll fall on the ground, and you'll feel like you got hit by a fucking prize fighter.
Seen a dude get his sternum cracked by a fucking 4x6.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. You can hear when it's cutting proper. You don't even have to be nervous.
Well, I mean, I would never start someone on a big cut like that, cutting it in half. I would start them on a smaller cuts if I was training someone. I would never do that. I would just like, hey, I'm gonna just throw you in the game, and it's like, hey, cut this fucking 1/4-inch panel, on the 40 inches wide. It's just like, so I can just like sit back and laugh at them after they fucking get their head cut off. Fuck that. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah. Kickback.
Dude, table saws are fucking no joke, bro.
Kickback can rock your dome.
Dude, it will fucking. It will make you wish you.
Depends on what kind of material you're cutting, but you can get really fucked up with a table saw. Depending on how big it is, you could be instantly.
They're like 30,000 revolutions per second.
That's what I'm saying. How big is yours? What's the biggest blade you can put?
It's 25-30,000 revolutions per second. I mean, it's a very large table saw. I use it. I've been using that type of table saw for 30 years.
Are you using a table saw that can use like a 12-inch blade?
Well, it's 10-inch. I use 10-inch.
Yeah, you're using a bigger one, a production one.
Yeah. I mean,
so a motherfucker get killed fucking with your shit. Don't be coy.
That's what I'm saying. It's like every time somebody comes on my saw, I mean, I have the whole fucking setup. I have like a fucking 10-foot whole setup around my thing. And when people come start fucking with my saw, I mean, it's not my saw, it's the boss's saw, but it's like, even the boss comes in, I'm like, I know that's your fucking saw, but you don't use it very often. Do you know what this motherfucker can do to you? And to be honest, my boss came in a few weeks ago. That motherfucker didn't even know. He was trying to cut some shit. He didn't even. I was like, I'm like, boss, please ask me to cut this shit for you because I don't want you to cut it. This motherfucker was trying to cut something with there's a guard on the saw, and you can pull the guard away when you're cutting smaller stuff. He was trying to cut this motherfucker under the guard. That shit kicked back, hit him in the face. And this, this is my boss. I mean, he's like fucking 15 years older tn me. And he's like, oh, he's acting like everything's cool. I was like, dude, are you fucking okay? I saw him trying to do it, and he was just like, what the fuck are you going to do? He's like, hey, boss, don't do that. Let me do it. It's like, please tell me to do it instead of you. I'm just like, hey, if you want a piece this size. But, dude, he did it himself, and he got himself fucking smacked in the face. I'm like, all right, cool. Now, next time, ask me to do it instead of you doing it. That's my motherfucking song. And everybody in that shop knows that that is my motherfucking song. I always pay attention when people are using that song because a lot of people come through the shop, use that song, but I'm always paying attention. I'm just like, yeah, you're fucking this up. You're fucking it up. You're not using it right. But anyway. Yeah. And that's my chocolate. That table saw is my chocolate, basically. I don't know if that makes any sense. I don't own it. I work for someone, but that table saw is my motherfucking chocolate. Good saw. But if you don't know how to use it right, then I can tell right away that you're about to fuck something up. I can tell when they walk up to it, they're scared. It's like, oh, this is. I'm never scared when I walk up to this stuff, and it's my bread and butter, Beep, beep, beep. But I feel bad for people. People just like, hey, ask me. It's like this is like the Jerry Maguire situation. Help me, help you. Well, why wouldn't you ask me to help you to use this tool? It's a very functional tool. Why wouldn't you ask me to help you? Because I know how to use this tool. Help me help you. Did I run everyone off? My bad. But that's functional for everything that Michael was saying and everything. Or maybe I lost function, and I may be over talking people. My bad. Okay, apparently I wasn't over talking someone, but yeah, I like that part in what's that movie with oh, it's Jerry Maguire. Help me help you. Like, nobody wants somebody that's an expert to. It's like, no, nigga, I can take your tool and do whatever the fuck I want to with it. No, you can't. It's like, I'm gonna watch you fuck it up, but I don't want you to get hurt because you're using it in a bad way. So why don't you ask me a question? Help me help you. Hey, this can apply to the flat earth stuff too. Anyway. Because I've been doing the flat earth stuff for a long time as well. Help me help you understand flat earth. Don't be so obstinate and get yourself in a situation where it's like, I'm going to use this tool even though I don't understand completely how to use it and I might hurt myself. Help me help you. What you got, Chemo? Where are you coming from? Earth is smaller than assumed. You're gonna have to come in here, Chemo, and explain that shit. Come on, Chemo, jump your ass in here and explain that. That seems retarded. Come on, Chemo, man. You can't just jump in and say that shit without just you can't post that without that.
Oh, so I just skimmed through it. Geodesists have remeasured the size of the Earth and found that the blue planet is some millimeters smaller than previously assumed. The results are important. Yeah. Millimeters.
Well, I'm trying to recruit Chemo. He's the one that posted it. That he needs to get his ass in here and freaking talk about it. Come on, Chemo.
Oh, the system of measurement used by the Bonn geodesist is invisible. It consists of radio waves that are transmitted into space from punctiform sources, the so-called quasars. A network of more than 70 radio telescopes worldwide receives these waves. Because the gauging stations are so far apart from each other, the radio signals are received with a slight time lag.
God, this oh my God. This is yeah, that's such bullshit, bro. This is the exact same thing that we were talking. Radio telescopes. There are no optical telescopes that receive this information. It's all radio telescopes transferred through digital information to.
We have analyzed the measurements and calculations from 34 partners in 17 countries. A combination of GPS and satellite laser measurements will enable the availability of coordinates from almost 400 points on the surface of Earth with unparalleled exactness.
Exactness of what?
Unparalleled.
Unparalleled. You say unparalleled or unparalleled? Unparalleled. Shit, I guess I'm gonna have to pull up the article.
Unparalleled exactness.
Unparalleled exactness?
Yes.
Isn't that a contradiction of terms? Unparalleled exactness. So it's exactly what might as well turn it around. Exactly unparalleled.
The results are the basis for a new coordinate system for the planet. With this system, it would be possible, for example, to determine the track of so-called altimeter satellites within a few millimeter precision. Altimeter satellites measure their altitude over the Earth's surface and can, for example, register a rise in a sea level. Deviations from the flight path, however, falsify the result. If the satellite flies higher than expected, the distance to the surface of Earth differentiates from what is recorded. The sea level appears lower than it really is.
This is a line of bullshit. And I was following along. I clicked on the link, and yes, this is a complete line of bullshit. If anyone, where did you come up with this? Chemo, why did you? This is why I wanted Chemo to come in and talk about this. It's like Earth is smaller than assumed. I mean, just for the title is triggering, and Roger and I have gone over the content of the article. Chemo, sure, us in here and talk about it. And obviously, it's just a waste of time, really, to go over. Gee, dude, hold on. Let's. All right, since Chemo's not going to do it, let's fucking take the piss out of this fucking stupid article. Geodeticists from the University of Bonn have remeasured the size of Earth in a long-lasting international cooperation project. Now, let's analyze that first statement. See, well, in all honesty, for the sake of this article, it's called Science Daily. It's from Science News. Here's what they're saying about this. Whatever. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with curvature. I mean, it might or might not at the end of the day. Although the discrepancy is not large, it is significant. Not large, but it's significant. Geodeticists from the University of Bonn have remeasured the size of Earth. Does it sound like more fantabulous when I say it? University of Bonn. It still sounds like bullshit, right? From the University of Bonn have remeasured the size of Earth in a long-lasting international cooperation project. The blue planet is accordingly some millimeters smaller than up to what the fuck? The blue planet is accordingly some millimeters smaller than up to now assumed. See, they can't even fucking make it one sentence complete. That is not a sentence. The blue planet is accordingly some millimeters smaller than up to now assumed. This is what they have as a sentence on there. The results are important.
Then assumed up to now? Is that?
No, I mean, I'm just reading it as it's displayed.
Yeah, I know.
I
know. So basically, they have an assumption how big Earth is, and they now say, well, that assumption is 2 millimeters shorter, right?
Yeah, well, as if that would make any difference anyway. But so, well, and that's pretty much what they were saying in the beginning. It's just like, as if it would make a difference. But here's, this, and they couldn't even freaking spell one sentence in a paragraph, right? But here's moving on. It says the system of measurement used by the Bonn geodesist is invisible. Oh my god! They already admitted that it's impossible to see it. It consists of radio waves that are transmitted into space from punctiform sources, the so-called quasars. A network of more than 70 radio telescopes worldwide receives these waves because the gauging stations are so far apart from each other, and the radio signals are received with a slight time lag. From this difference, we can measure the distance between the radio telescopes and the preciseness of 2 millimeters per 1,000 kilometers, explained by Dr. Axel Nothnagel, research group leader for the Geodesy Institute of the University of Bonn. I mean, you guys can read up on this bullshit if you want to. I mean, it's just like 2 millimeters over 1,000 kilometers. And it's like, we picked it up by bouncing off of other radio telescopes across the earth. This is so amazing. We're so fantastical. It's like, are you a doctor? Are you a doctor, Mr. Cash? Yeah, I'm a doctor of bullshit. And I call your bullshit out. You can't fucking differentiate between 2 millimeters per 1,000 kilometers, explained by Dr. Axel Nothing. I bet that motherfucking doctor won't come in here and talk to us about space. And he won't even talk to us about these radio telescopes either. And how they can calculate multiple trillions of miles of outer space.
Yeah. Yeah, but Helio, it's a few millimeters, right? The assumed radius is now a few millimeters smaller.
Well, that's
awesome.
A lot of people, even on our side, a lot of people won't even read down deep enough into that article to understand how that can be impossible, and it's nonsense, bullshit. So I recommend, all flat earthers read into some of these types of articles and see how they're just like, they're acting like they have something, but they have nothing. With these radio telescopes and this collaboration. What did you hear what I was saying? System of measurement used by Bonn geodesist. I don't need to read it again. You guys can go read it. They don't really. There's a collaboration of different radio telescopes across the earth, and they can only tell the difference, like 2 millimeters of 1,000 kilometers. That's just like 0.001 of something that they're. It's like, hey, that's something though. That's a positive. It's like, nigga, what the fuck? It's like 2 millimeters per 1,000 kilometers. It's like 0.001. What the fuck? And it's like, but as long as they throw a lot of really high numbers at it, you'll be like, that's some science, bro. Hell yeah. Some fucking science.
Yeah, so they say very long baseline interferometry technique can be used, for example, to demonstrate that Europe and North America are distancing from each other at a rate of about 80 millimeters annually. The distance for gauging stations from each other allows the size of the Earth or the exact location of the center of Earth to be determined.
That's even more ridiculous. Holy shit! See, I didn't even have the patience to go beyond my other thing. But I see what you're saying, Roger. I was following you while you were reading it. That's insane. Distance of the gauging stations from each other allows the size of the Earth or the exact location of the center of the Earth to be determined. We've analyzed the measurements and calculations from 34 partners in 17 countries. Explained in Nontago, I guess that's another article. A combination of GPS and satellite laser measurements will enable the availability of the coordinates from almost 400 points on the surface of the Earth with unparalleled exactness. Are we using satellites or targets on Earth? Or a combination of them?
No, they're using radio telescopes and then combining their data to one. But then using the globe model, right? So
yeah, every
because
calculation involves the globe.
So basically, just reifying it again.
Yeah, and here's the reification. The results are the basis for a new coordinate system for the planet. That first sentence in this new paragraph. The results are the new basis for a new coordinate system for the planet. With this system, it would be possible, for example, to determine the track of so-called altimeter satellites within this is gonna get good. Check this out, Roger. I can already tell. With this system, it would be possible, for example, to determine the track of so-called altimeter satellites within a few millimeters precision. Altimeter satellites within a few millimeters precision. Shit, I'm freaking late. Altimeter satellites measure their altitude over the Earth's surface and can, for example, have or falsify the result if the satellite flies higher than expected. The distance to the surface of the Earth differentiates from what is recorded. The sea level appears lower than it really is. Oh my goodness. This is so the satellite gets to figure out how far it is above sea level. This is the weirdest shit I've ever seen.
Basically, is a geometric technique. It measures the time difference between the arrival at two Earth-based antennas of a radio wavefront emitted by a distant quasar. So assuming Earth is a ball, assuming a quasar, assuming that thing emits anything, right? It's
Yeah, but at the beginning of their discussion about their radio telescopes, what the fuck does it have to do with their freaking local satellites? That they're so weird, man. I mean, they're what they're describing as drones, basically. They're not going to be able to throw satellites into space with SpaceX rockets and shit because they know they can't. Then they're going to make shit up about these local drones. Here's your sea level. No, that last paragraph is like the results are the basis for a new coordinate system for the planet. No, none of that. Once said the 400 points on the surface of the Earth with unparalleled exactness. But they didn't do anything. These guys are just a bunch of fools. They're making shit up. That none of anything in this article has anything to do with space. Even if they could do that with radio telescopes, they're not putting any satellites up there. I don't think a satellite. Let's see, GPS. Let's see, it's like a combination of GPS and satellite laser measurements will enable the availability of the coordinates from almost 400 points on the surface of Earth with unparalleled exactness. Fortunately for them, there ain't no goddamn satellite. There ain't no GPS satellites. They don't exist. Hey, Kimo, if you're going to post something, get your ass in here and talk about it. Because we already did. By the way, it's all good, Kimo. Thanks for the article. It's a shitload of bullshit. We've already destroyed it, so you might as well just leave it alone. But if you want to freaking roll on it later, go ahead.
and we can play that debate.
Yeah, Roger, you got something? I was looking for something to play. If you got something in mind, go
Well,
ahead.
yeah. Apparently, Witsit and Kai had a debate with two no-nos, so we can play that.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Because I was about to go smoke, and I was looking for something to play to feel deader. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is like an hour, so.
Yeah, cool. Well, but if somebody wants to jump in, yeah,
sure.
Yeah, you already know how it goes, Roger.
Yeah, Sure. Yeah. So, oh, here it is.
Sweet.
1 second.
I'll be listening in.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it.
Well, damn it! Hurry up, Roger.
Fucking hell.
I'm just fucking with you, bro.
1 second. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Yeah, I don't know if this is copyrighted, so I'll give it a sec before the music is gone.
Hey, Roger, I mean,
yeah,
you might skip the music or whatever, but yeah, all the modern day debate stuff is community.
Okay.
It's open
Now,
for community. It's
with
not
Mark and Jen's opening statement, thanks so much for being with us. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, James. And it's a pleasure to be here. My name's Mark Reed. I want to thank Jen for being my partner in this debate today. I also want to thank my opponents for being here, but I'll quickly go through and just introduce who I am. I'm actually just an average internet denizen. I'm a student. I study computer systems and networks, so data transmission, basically. I don't do this for any money or any profit. I actually do it for fun. I really enjoy debating. I really enjoy talking to people. And I've decided to come here and debate a topic that I usually don't, which is flat Earth. Now, flat Earth is not a debate outside of the internet and these sort of fringe debate field sort of places. All scientific disciplines agree that the Earth is round. We have photos, we have video, we have calculations, we have experiments, we have so much data that basically there is no professional that believes that the Earth is flat. It's just a certain segment of the population that believe that. Now, the weirdest thing about flat Earth nonsense is this conspiracy theory that all of these people are lying to us about the shape of the Earth. There's about 130,000 people employed in the space industry in the US. And that's not the only space agency. It's not like NASA is lying to us all, and that's the only thing that exists. There's 72 different countries have space agencies, 72 different countries. 14 of them have launch capacity. They can launch satellites and regularly do so. Then there's private companies like SpaceX and Virgin. All in all, between all across the world, there's easily over 1 million people employed directly, not indirectly, not making parts, employed directly by the space agencies and private organizations. Not one person, not one from any of these organizations has ever come forward and said that it's all a conspiracy, it's all a con. Not even one. So while we're talking about conspiracies, let's float an alternative conspiracy. Perhaps, and maybe it's a conspiracy that some of these flat earthers are doing this for money. They know that the Earth is round. They know it's not flat. And all they're doing is making money from people to give it to them, from subscribers and from other people. Now, keep in mind, I don't make any money from what I do, but they are, and they take donations only if they keep saying that the Earth is flat. Is it a more believable conspiracy? Yes, there's less people involved. There's less work to be done. It's a more believable conspiracy that 1 million people are all lying with not one detractor. Now, I do have a slight demonstration for you, and I'll just share my screen very, very, very briefly. Screen 2. So just tell me when I'm good to go.
We're ready for
James. Yep, okay. So am I appearing?
Not yet. There's usually a green button in the bottom middle that'll say share.
Yeah, I did share. Oh, yeah, I see it. Sorry, my apologies.
No worries.
Am I sharing? Yes.
Yep,
Okay, so this is looking to the north and the circumpolar sky. Now, this is in the northern hemisphere, and do notice the rotation of these stars. It's going counterclockwise round this way. Now, what we compare it to is the stars going in the opposite direction. Sorry, it's looking south. Okay, now they're going in a clockwise direction. They're going opposites. And, I can sort of hear them saying, so that's clockwise, that's anti-clockwise, north and south. So why is this important? Why is this a problem? Well, I've got a little ball here. We've got north, we've got south, and we've got the direction of rotation here. So what happens if we put our frame on the northern side, that's north, and we rotate it with the direction of the arrows? Clockwise. So we take it off, we reverse it, put it on the southern side, and rotate. Anti-clockwise. This demonstrates exactly why we see the two different rotations on the north and of the south. And as of yet, no flat earther has been able to explain how that works on their fantasy pizza. So if put it anywhere on here and rotate it, it's always going in the same direction. They cannot explain this away. And I've yet to see any flat earther even address this. It absolutely sinks their argument, and they've got no way to challenge it. So that's my best demonstration for what I think is a flat earther. I mean, I could show more. I basically have to cut it off because I don't want to go over time. And I'll leave it up to Jen to present her point of view. So go for it, Jen.
Thanks. Would I be able to share my screen?
100% ready for you.
Here we go. Thanks so much for having me, James, and Modern Day Debate Channel, and Mark, and Witsit, and Kai. Apologies if I've pronounced that wrong. Awesome to be here. So yeah, I got a couple demonstrations, just a couple of recent events, just wondering what's even going on. I mean, there are all these theories, and I just thought I'd be asked to maybe come on and debate something less, maybe more controversial. I'm not sure. I'm hoping we can have a reconciliation of sorts. Perhaps my heart's in the right place, but my expectations are unrealistic. But what can you do? Perhaps we have more in common than we realized. How do we justify a sphere? It's actually not that easy. So I've got a bunch of demonstrations. What have we got here? A glass ball. Now, why did I select this example? Because it's something intuitive we can grab onto. Why is it a sphere and not some other shape? Well, very easy. In the name of my YouTube channel, Church of Entropy, it is I guess you can't see me on the screen right now. I just realized that. All right, I'll unshare myself. Back to, I'm sorry, James. I'm still getting the hang of this. All right, so it's full screen when I'm doing that. Okay, yeah, that was my model for something else super controversial. Won't go into that right now. Let's leave it on the back burner. But anyway, sphere. Why do we expect the Earth to be a sphere? I agree. The arguments have been somewhat uncompelling, which is why perhaps we're still having these conversations, or maybe it's some big conspiracy, as was alleged earlier by Mark. But I look at this sphere that I've most of the time have this hanging in my kitchen. I enjoyed looking at it. We could ask ourselves, why is it a sphere and not some other shape? I mean, is there a reason? Why do we, when we blow bubbles, why does that eventually look somewhat spherical? Well, there's a simple answer that I think, sadly, most people are unaware of, which is that something is being optimized in this shape, in the sense that in the absence of other things that would justify a deviation from a sphere, we pretty much expect the sphere under most circumstances. Now, you could point to other things. Oh, we got snowflakes. Those aren't spheres. Those are kind of disc-like, and then all these other deviations from sphere. But basically, a sphere is a highly preferred shape due to chemistry. So if you don't mind just putting me back on screen share, James. How much time do I have left?
You have 7 minutes left.
I've only been going for 1 minute.
About.
That was the longest minute of my life. All right. Quantum periodic table. It has not one, not two. Can they see this?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say we're not able to see it yet.
Okay.
The green share button. So I think you have to on your end in the middle on the bottom of the screen. There's a green share button. There should be if you wave your cursor around there.
Thank you. Oh my God, I thought it was just. I'm so sorry.
No worries.
There's the quantum periodic table. So I see Mark's having a good time there. Yeah, excuse me. All right. Yeah, this is real compelling. I'm sure a lot of the flat earthers are just rallying to my side right now. Thank you. What is this? Not one. Okay, can they see it, Jay? No?
Yes.
Yes. Not one. Not two, but 59 spheres. What is it? Why, it's the thing that we can establish as being more real than anything else. I'm not saying we can establish it as absolutely real, because clearly that's a matter of definition, right? So I'm not trying to say that you don't experience the Earth as feeling flat any more than the ant thinks that the Earth consists of a anthill. Does that make the ant right? No. That's what I try to appeal to when I get people that come to me with these flat Earth notions. It's like there's something just... Someone did you a disservice at some point and didn't frame this right for you, that just made more sense to go with what was 100% intuitive, which I agree is a flat concept, perception perhaps, but at the end of the day, we have to rely on more than just our direct senses. And in some sense, I want to take responsibility for the failure of education that's led to so many people that think this fallacy. And so I won't attempt to, demean anyone. Just say when you can get into the direction of thinking spherically, you can see lots of things. For example, very important in discovery, which predicts, yes, that is the correct term. Like some people say it's not predictive, it's actually literally predicting, like light interfering genetic modifier array, which totally predicts by, the definition of math, which is supposed to derive shapes from a priori axioms, right? That's the whole, where do you think those ideas come from? If you can't get your head around a sphere, you're never going to really understand what it is that people are getting at when they're getting past the limitations of their senses. And I understand the fear of going past what is familiar, especially when it seems like people are always lying and just wanting to tell you things, to maybe sell you something so that eventually you become a customer long term. But I really hope I can at least convince a few people that there is something of value. And that's ultimately why all these bullshit movements can flourish, but not in comparison with a light of truth. So I guess I don't know how much more time I have. I don't know how much more I can say, because I just would rather know where the people that I'm supposed to be debating against are at.
You got it. 3 minutes left.
Oh wow. This is what I get for trying to improvise it. Well, I was insisting on it in the beginning, but I just don't know where to go from here. I feel bad. I feel like, how can you think it's flat? I'm thinking it's a pancake, but under gravity, gravity has been demonstrated for very large boats. So if you doubt gravity, you got to account for these boats that are just like, okay, how are we going to separate these things? Major problem in shipping. You can't even trigger the gravity effects. When I think of a flat Earth, if that's actually what you're saying, that it's a flat disk, the way I understand gravity is that it's always attracting towards the center of mass. So what ought to happen for a disk is, since it's not symmetrical, it should start to compress into a sphere, because the sphere, like I was alluding to before, minimizes the torsion about the center of mass, which always exists. So I guess thanks for listening.
You got
And
it. Thank you
thanks
very
for all
much.
the awesome feedback in the chat. I guess I will see the rest of my time because I'm just somewhat baffled. But thanks for having me, and hopefully the rest of this goes as wonderfully as the opening has.
Juicy, well, thank you very much for those openings on behalf of the Globe side. Want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from. We are thrilled to have you here. And with that, very excited. We're going to kick it over to Austin and Kai. Thanks for being with us. The floor is all yours.
Hey. Hey, guys. Thank you to our opponents for their statements. There's some clarification, though, that needs to happen, and both of them mentioned. So we don't think that the Earth is a pancake or a disk floating through the vacuum of space. So we're not going to be arguing for that. That is not what we are here to debate. We know that the Earth is a topographical plane, and it is a contained system. And we will get into that later. But we also can prove that the vacuum of space cannot exist through physics. So we'll get into that as well. But yeah, just want to make sure we're on the same page. We don't think that the Earth is a pancake floating through space.
Yeah. And so before I share the screen, just a couple of things that they said in their opener. Everyone must be in on this conspiracy. 131,000 people work in space, and that's impossible, basically. Well, no, it's called compartmentalization. It's very simple. The Manhattan Project proves it. Literally, the military literally couldn't even exist if that wasn't how it operated. So it's actually quite insane to claim the government couldn't keep secrets. No, we don't think everyone's lying. People believe the lie, and they applied their intellect to trying to figure out theoretical explanations of the lie or explain away the discrepancies. So there's that. No one thinks that there's millions of people all getting together every Friday night lying about the Earth. You brought up that there were numerous space agencies all across the world. Yeah, and they all work with NASA. I guess they don't say that on Google, but literally all of them work with NASA, and most of them have to concede all their technologies to them or use them to go anywhere. You said no one in the history of any of these space agencies have ever came out and said that there was a lie. That's patently false as well. Polish cosmonauts said the Earth is flat, as some expect, but I didn't expect this question. I assure you it's flat. Now, this is an astronaut, okay, from Poland. Here's another guy, a Soviet cosmonaut, Igor Volk. He said, we haven't been to space. If someone claims that we have been, it's not true. It is not the truth. Now, these are two prominent figures that claim to have gone to space and be in space agencies coming out publicly saying no one's ever been to space and the Earth is flat. So yeah, people actually have come out, numerous people, ex-NASA employees, et cetera. So anyway, there's that. And all stars go east to west, bro. So when you talk about them going clockwise or counterclockwise, every single star in the sky goes east to west. And if you stand on the one side of the road and you look at the road and you stand on the other side and look the other direction, it looks like the cars are going the opposite way, don't they? So it's perception, and every single star in the sky goes east to west. So there's a quick little rebuttal, but we're going to share the screen. Hopefully this works. Bang, bang. We're good?
Ready.
Sweet. All right, so we didn't actually have time to make a brand new one. If you guys saw the last debate, this is pretty much this one with a few little additions, but we'll just get into it. Hopefully this works. Don't know how it works. Play. All right, excuse my boomer syndrome. All right, so like we discussed last time, these are all different shots with different cameras at different altitudes, right? So we have 100 feet, 70,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 33,000 feet, 128,000 feet. The grabblers love the bottom left picture. So, of course, this can't all be an accurate representation of the curvature of a globe, can it? Because these are different convexity rates. Right, because the rate of curvature is different based on the altitude. So which one is the real curvature here? Because when you talk to actual globers that call flat earthers stupid and dumb and ad hom and all this stuff, they will say this is all real when you go ask them. So is the 33,000 feet in the airplane, is that real curvature? Or is it the 10,000 feet or the 100 feet? Or is it 128,000? That's what we want to know, right? These mathematically cannot all be the curvature of the Earth. And in fact, none of them can mathematically. But anyway, that's what we want to figure out. So where is the curvature, right? Up here we have a fisheye lens at 96,000 feet. Look at that curvature. Isn't that beautiful? Well, look at what reality is at 121,000 feet. We send a high altitude balloon up, and it definitely doesn't look like it's curving like that, does it? Of course, New Mexico would have to be the size of a continent for this first picture to be real anyway. So don't believe me, believe your priests. And I actually will say I appreciate that she said that the school system has failed us. It's just subjective, and it's driven by monetary incentive and powers that shouldn't be, that control the way that you think, so you believe the narratives that they crafted for you. But here is Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon. What's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Oh, wow, because I could have swore I was dumb when I talk to people that say that they see curvature in a plane at 35,000 feet at commercial height. This is Neil deGrasse Tyson, a world-renowned scientific communicator. So anyway, that's the point. Felix Baumgartner, even Neil deGrasse Tyson debunked their own footage. The question is, why do they show us those pictures, though?
Yes.
If there's nothing to hide and we're dumb and archaic and the Earth's provably a globe, why show us fake pictures of the globe? That seems so ridiculous. It seems like that doesn't make a lot of sense. But here's the inside of the jump from Felix Baumgartner. You see the horizon's flat. And then here we showed you the picture prior to this as it looks from outside the capsule. These are two pictures from these recent private companies, which SpaceX isn't a private company, gets over 500 million every single year from the government. But anyway, is it convex or concave? Which one is the Earth? Because there's a convex and a concave. I took these screenshots myself from the live stream. They obviously can't both be true, can they? Is the sphere not spherical, or is it change? Is it breathing in and out? I don't. So to claim the top one is accurate, but the bottom one is not would be just dishonest, right? So
they're using a fisheye lens to create this look of curvature.
Admittedly
so. Yeah.
Right. Just like Neil said, it turns a horizontal line into a curved line. Yeah. Horizontal is flat. So.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Oh, yeah, tell you what. So take a schoolroom globe, and it's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody's seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
Why do you feel the need to make it clear? So anyway, yeah, there you go. So that's Mr. Jeff Bezos, private space exploration. Last time we were here, someone brought this up because we're looking for proof the Earth's a globe. Apparently, they measure the Earth being a sphere. That's the claim. This is spherical excess, right? Well, actually, you have to use spherical geometry to do that. So you're reifying the very thing in contention or in question. That's called a begging the question fallacy. You're reifying a physical curvature that isn't there, right? And then you're taking calculations. You're taking a measurement, not even measurement, calculations based upon measurements, then fluctuating it back and forth in a window of a mean or average. And then you're reverse engineering it with the radius value that you're trying to prove. And of course, look at this image right here. Now, this is the supposed proof that the Earth's a ball. Well, it doesn't look a lot like the pictures they show us. Maybe you could explain to them what's going on here.
Yeah, so this is from NASA, and this is Robert Simon. He is their lead data visualizer, and he created that iPhone picture that you have of the blue marble on your phone. And this is a quote that he said, "Then we wrap the flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble. And they admit that they only have one real picture of the Earth. They say that the rest of the pictures are composite images, but they admit that they literally have to use CGI to create them. And then you can see just over the years how much they change. And this is because they're CGI. They're not actual pictures. The continent sizes change, like you can see in the 2012 one. It's at the bottom. The second one, North America is taking up the whole globe. Like all the other countries have to fit on the other side. It's just insane. And the fact that in this day and age where 5-year-olds have TikTok, that we only have one real picture of the Earth, get out of here. So
that's science.
Yeah, that's science.
That's science. Admittedly CGI.
Yeah,
that's science. You can do this one too.
Okay, so also another proof of the globe Earth that the globers like to bring up is ships disappearing over the horizon. We're actually at the beach right now, so we're observing this all the time. So yeah, when boats get farther away, they appear to disappear. And they like to claim that they're disappearing behind a hump of Earth curve. But what you can do is you can bring in your P900 like we have, and you just zoom in and you bring it back into view. So it's not actually disappearing behind anything. It's just getting further and further from your vision. So you can see in this video right here, you see the boat, but as they zoom out, you'll see that it looks like it's gone. It's disappeared. So maybe in the olden days, they could debate, oh yeah, things are disappearing, but now we have technology that can bring it back into view and prove that it's just perspective. And that's the same thing that's happening with sunset. So the sun is not getting obstructed by the Earth. It's just leaving your field of view. And you can see again with like these pictures, oh yeah, we have the laser. So it's on a flat surface, and as it gets further and further away, it disappears. You can't see it anymore. The laser is setting. So it's not actually disappearing behind a hump of Earth curve, because like a P900 can't see through a building, can't see through a physical obstruction, but it can zoom in. So that's all that's happening. And you can see with the street lamps as well. This is how perspective works. Things in the distance just merge with the horizon.
Yeah. Interesting. And one thing just to address real quick, where are there, okay, everyone always says flat earth didn't bring any proof. We're all taught the Earth's a ball. That's a positive claim. We live on a sphere. We're falsifying that claim. It's just objective that they lied about the Earth. Okay, so we'll move on to what it is. But you want to cover this one too?
Sure. So you can see. Sorry. Yeah. Let's play the video really quick, and then we'll just. Oh, really? Okay.
How to go back.
So.
Anyway, that was just gas. Obviously, once you remove a container, it fills available space. Second law of thermodynamics, which is why we love your name, by the way.
Entropy.
We love your name.
Yes.
Entropy is a beautiful thing. The second law of thermodynamics debunks any notion that we are in an atmosphere adjacent to a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. Impossible. Entropy will increase and seek equilibrium, instantaneously seeking equilibrium. And I actually don't even disagree with you about the reason spheres are so reoccurring in nature is actually because of the efficiency of energy. And so it is arguable that we're in a celestial sphere. But the Earth is not one. Yeah. So here's a bunch of flat Earth documents from the government. They probably put people's lives at risk and spend hundreds of billions of dollars on technology that wouldn't work when they have to assume the Earth is flat, for propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat Earth, for a ground weapon system where they built towers to hit targets, or where they shoot over 100 miles with a railgun, or whenever they design any type of aircraft or any type of ballistic missile, they have to assume a flat, non-rotating surface in all of their models. Admittedly so, open information, but
and you can go search these on the internet. Some of these are on the FAA, some of these are NASA. These are all, easily accessible.
Yeah, but if it wasn't on CNN, it can't be true.
Can't be true.
This is just this is the world's longest picture. It's like 273 miles away, 275 miles away. Impossible on a globe, of course. There should be like 3 miles of Earth curvature blocking that mountain. So how do I see it? That's not actually there. It's not actually exactly where it is, looking exactly like it looks. It's actually not there because the Earth has to be a ball. Here you go. It's known also 10 flattest places on the Earth. Several U.S. states led by Florida are flatter than a pancake. This is how you have a globe. You have tons of thousands of miles of flat surface. That's how you have a globe. All right, you can talk about this one. This is important.
Oh, yes. The horizon isn't physical. It is just the apparent location where the sky meets the ground. And globers always want to bring up atmospheric refraction, but that's actually our argument. So as you can see throughout the day, the horizon seems to change because of the refraction, but it's not because the Earth is a ball. It's just because of the humidity in the air. And yeah, refraction's actually our argument.
Right. Using it for intents and purposes. So is the Earth breathing in and out? No. So that horizon is not the physical curve of a ball or a sphere, a tangent point blocking your view. It's just atmospheric conditions changing where the sky appears to meet the ground.
And on the globe, the horizon has to be the cutoff of the sphere. It has to be geometric.
Exactly.
It cannot be apparent. It has to be a physical geometric location.
Perfect timing, because that's what this next one's about, which also goes to what you're saying. Well, basically what an ant on an anthill, the argument being that the Earth's so big you wouldn't be able to see it curving. Well, actually, we know exactly how big it supposedly is. It has a radius value of 3,959 miles specifically, right? So it has a circumference of 24,901 at the equator, supposedly. So that's a very specific dimension claim, very specific rate of convexity. To just say it's too big is the furthest thing from objective or scientific or anything like that. No, it's a certain dimension. It has a certain rate of curvature. So therefore, it physically obstructs you based on that dimension claim. This is what's in contention. Is that actually true? Is the Earth a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles? Very simple math. Very simple math.
About 30 seconds left.
Oh, yeah. All right. I'm going to hit you really fast. So basically, we test the idea. Is it actually 3,959 miles? So the equation is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's where you should see the curvature of the Earth blocking your view if it's in fact a globe. Yeah. Right here, 1 foot should be 1.2 miles is over 10 miles. Right here at 5 feet should be 2.3 miles over 7.8 miles. These right here should be blocked by over 2 miles, these mountains on the bottom left. All of these debunk the globe, falsify the radius value. Therefore, falsification is independent of replacement. What you have been told and I was told isn't true. Then we can move together to figure out what this place really is. And that's basically our summary. I think we're out of time.
You got it. Thank you very much for that opening statement from the Flat Earth side. Or did you want to? I can give you maybe 30 more seconds if it's real quick.
No, we're good. We're good. I didn't mean to play it.
No problemo. So, want to let you know, folks, we are absolutely thrilled to have you here as it is going to be a juicy debate, and want to let you know as well, big news, my dear friends. In particular, we are absolutely thrilled. If you have not heard yet, if you have been living in a cave on Mars with your fingers in your ears, and you didn't know that Modern Day Debate is having our very first ever Modern Day Debate DebateCon conference with live debates 2 days in a row this January. Oh, baby, it's going to be big. Hit that subscribe button because you don't want to miss it, as those debates will be released on YouTube. We are absolutely pumped for it. And with that, we're going to kick it into open conversation. Thanks so much. The floor is all yours, both Globe and Flat Earth teams. Oh, I think you're on mute.
Our videos. Yeah.
Oh, I think you're on mute yet, Mark.
Sorry. Yeah, this was sort of a shotgun approach, like just throw every little thing at it. And so much of this is quote mining and just taking people out of context. This whole thing about objective, it looks too big. Well, it's subjective too, that it looks flat, but they ignore that. They ignore all of that. Stuff like, let's have a look. The different cameras and different protective changes are the reason why there's different and different lenses on the cameras are the reasons why that curvature looks different. You'll notice it's not a fisheye lens, as Kai claimed, because the people in that shot were not distorted. If it was a fisheye, they'd be distorted. Seem to miss that. They quote mine Neil deGrasse Tyson really dishonestly. They sort of say, hey, that's flat. Why did he say it was flat? Because it looks flat from that height. And you know that. You know that he's just saying it looks flat, but you've chosen to take him out of context in order to support your own worldview, which I must admit is incredible because, like you say, hey, it's like these priests, you have the faith-based position. It's based on faith. So, you know, but look at all this stuff they've gone through. I couldn't even address it if I tried. Like, it's so much stuff.
What I'd like to do is, just because I'll give you a chance to keep going, Mark, but I do want to mention, Austin, in case you had a malfunction, your camera, I don't see you.
Yeah, we don't.
The camera's not being picked up. It says that you can't start your video because the host has stopped it. Is that inaccurate?
Oh, you know what it is? Sorry about that. When I tried to push you out of share screen mode, it's true that I clicked stop video when I meant to put stop sharing. Sorry about that.
Conspiracy. Okay. They're all in on it. They're
ruling
the world through the cameras. That's what they're doing.
But Mark, just to save us some time,
Yeah.
right? Shouldn't we? You said that we were scattergunning. Well, it was a presentation, bro. Right? So
Sure.
that's
I would have much
scattergunning is
preferred
what you're
to
doing.
stick to like one or two sort of your main
I thought it was
best
actually
points.
kind
rather
of good
than-
that they were trying to like respond to some of these criticisms, because
Yeah.
I've definitely used the
Yeah,
disinformation, and they seem to have come back on
Yeah.
it. So they're playing the volleyball.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I must
The
admit,
game
at
is
least,
being
That's how it
played
goes.
correctly.
I like
yeah,
this.
Yeah.
at least you admit that there is such thing as refraction and it can distort what we see. So I guess that's progress of a sort.
Real fast, Mark, can we talk about what you brought up first, right? So
Yeah, sure.
Right. Okay. So, like with the fisheye lens, and you brought up Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you said
Yeah.
because it looks flat from that height. Well, that's our point. They showed the whole world from 128,000 feet, supposed
Yeah.
curvature, and everyone can Google it, and it says you can see it in a plane from 33,000 feet or even less. So that's our point. Our point is it is actually flat there, but they're showing us deceptive curvature images due to lenses. That's our point.
Well, nobody's saying that lens wasn't a fisheye lens. That's the thing. You're saying, oh, it's a fisheye lens. Gotcha. No, we're all aware that it's a fisheye lens. Everybody's aware of that. What Neil deGrasse Tyson is actually working on is what it looks like versus what we can measure. Because the naked eye isn't that great of a measurement tool. The naked eye can be fooled all the time. We're prone to optical illusions. We're prone to seeing mirages where we think there's water. There's no water there. This is the kind of thing where you're relying on what you see with your naked eye. Scientists are relying on what they measure. And that's the difference.
What they measure, is that what you said, sir?
Mm-hmm. With
Okay,
instruments, yeah,
so
instrumentation.
who measured the curvature of the Earth?
Well,
And how was it done?
Well, we calculated it back in ancient Greek
calculation
times.
is different than measurement, right? So who measured
Well,
the
you
curvature
can
of the
measure
Earth?
with
And
calculations.
no,
Sorry, you
you
just can. I'm sorry, you can.
Oh, okay. So where do you get the data to do the calculations without the measurements?
Okay, so how did we measure the size of a mountain? We calculate it. That's what we do.
We calculate it.
Mm-hmm.
No, well, actually, for mountains, you use sea level to calculate elevation. Okay, so that also assumes that water is flat. So that's kind of works against you, but it doesn't really matter. You have to measure.
No, water is level.
So
It's not flat.
they say sorry. They say that the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. So who came up with that measurement and how did they do it?
Well, back in ancient Greek times, they did some calculations on using shadows to determine how much the Earth was curved. We've known since ancient Greek times that the Earth is curved. It's got curvature.
Aristophanes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Aristophanes assumed the Earth was a sphere. And by the way, there's no primary.
He didn't assume. No, he did experiments. He basically was the first one to find out the shape of the Earth. And I mean, I'm sorry it impacts on your faith, but there's not much I can do about that.
Don't self-project, man. But if you're right, you wouldn't have to. You'd be able to hear the other side, right? So,
well,
the
yeah,
other
I'm
side
listening
is,
to you.
Yeah. Well,
Just because I
side,
don't believe you doesn't mean I'm not listening to you. That's where you're wrong.
No, you can't listen while you're interrupting me, though. So, my point is that you probably don't know this, but actually there's no primary documentation for that ever happening. But we're going to rock with it as if it existed. There's literally not any primary documentation in existence that happened. So fact check that. Because if you want to know the truth, you look into everything, right? So anyway, let's pretend it did happen, okay? So he looked at the sticks and their shadows, right? And then he assumed a distant sun,
yes,
right, with parallel rays. Literally, he had to assume an infinitely distant sun with parallel rays, although we observed the exact opposite via crepuscular rays, etc., divergent rays. He had assumed parallel rays, right? And then he had to work it out, assuming a sphere. The math is different if it's not a sphere. So when you say he didn't assume it, he had to even do calculations in the first place. A local light source with convergent rays works out the same. So we don't really need them 2,500.
Well, just before you gish gallop on there, because you've made a number of points, just because we don't have primary documentation doesn't mean a thing, because people replicate that experiment all the time, as well as, the Cavendish experiment and various other experiments that you're sort of like, oh, well, nobody saw them do it. Yeah, but we do them, we replicate them. That's the whole idea. The whole thing of he assumed the sun's away, it still doesn't show that the Earth is flat in your guys' estimation. So you've still got nothing.
Actually, it's non sequitur because that doesn't prove one way or the other. I explained that actually if it's a local
and you're
light
wrong.
source with how so?
Well, you're wrong. We know that the distance to the sun, we've got things like spectrometers. We know how light works. We're talking
Can I
over
take
light
a crack
at the
at
moment.
this, Mark?
Yeah, go for it. Sorry, Jen, I'm kind of monopolizing our side.
I know you're very excited and such.
I am. I'm agog to be here. Absolutely.
I wanted to address some of the points that I managed to jot down about the curvature. You don't see the curvature, blah, blah, blah. It's always down to the strength of the evidence, right? I used to work in evidence processing, right? So any break in the chain of evidence, it's not anymore reliable than the back of a Cracker Jack box. But that aside, let's say, well, we can do wide-scale meta-analysis, and that actually tells us something. You wouldn't see curvature at any level of the Earth. So if I have a balloon, how can you tell it's a sphere? Can you ever see the full sphere all at once? What's the most?
Well, according to
what's the most surface area you can see of a balloon? Like,
oh yeah, you can only see one
50%?
side. Yeah,
50%, maybe slightly more. If I zoom in real quick, maybe I can somehow do some kind of trick where I see more than half. But when you get far away from a sphere, what does it look like? Even now,
like a circle.
Exactly. So there's a illusion, Michael. But anyway, the point is that you wouldn't expect to see anything other than flatness. And even that wouldn't actually say that the Earth is flat. That would say that our perception, our eyes, our lenses, and they're distorting the field, the base field. So we're having a conversation about what's the base field. And you're saying, well, my eyes are recollecting the base field this way. And I'm saying, well, that's your eyes, not the base field. And perhaps some of these empiricist arguments, I'll grant you, aren't the most compelling or as compelling as they could be. Back over to you. Thanks for listening.
I totally agree with what you're saying. So to figure out well, she's right. Like we can't necessarily trust our eyes here on the ground. But what we could do is see if the drop rate is there, right? That's what we could do, especially over a body of water, because water always seeks its level. So we could use a flat, level body of water and see if we see too far, because that's what we're trying to talk about. Is they give us this is where they slipped up, is they gave us a size, they gave us a radius value, and the breakdown is 8 inches per mile squared drop rate, and that is exponential. And I think you can use it up to 1,000 miles. And this is not a flat Earth thing. You can just Google Earth curve calculator, and you can plug in these numbers yourself, and you can see it takes in the observer height and then the target distance. And if you see too far, you are seeing beyond the cutoff that there should be, because again, it's a sphere, right? So if you're seeing 5 times as far, 10 times as far, you are falsifying the radius value. And we have several observations that have been documented. There's also laser tests that also document this as well. So there's no drop rate. So that's how we know there's no curvature. It's not just, we don't just have to use our eyes here at ground level. We can actually take photos and use lasers and see if there is a drop rate, and there is none to be found.
Yes, there is. People have taken footage of drones going up and they show the drop rate. They show that it looks like the horizon is in the same place, but if you actually measure it like, real people do, you can actually see that it does fall away.
How do you
and
measure
you've already admitted that refraction can change the apparent horizon, so I don't see why that has anything to do with anything. You've already admitted that. You guys brought up refraction, which is hilarious.
Yeah, maybe
that's what we're saying.
Maybe what we'll do for everyone to understand, even the audience and everything, there's 2 fundamental differences here. You guys think the Earth's a sphere, okay? Mm-hmm. And the sphere has a physical. You believe it. You have a physical horizon. You have a physical horizon in a sphere. On a flat Earth, the horizon is apparent. So when you say you already admitted the horizon's apparent, yeah, that's our point. You need a physical horizon. And it has to be at
Well-
a specific location based on the dimensions of a sphere.
No, refraction can change where that horizon is, and you already admitted that.
So then how could you ever have found it in the first place?
Well, we could take into account the refractive index, which again we can measure because we're actually doing science and just not, stuffing around in our backyards like you guys are.
So to clarify, without the ad homs, you're saying that if we assume the Earth's a sphere,
Well, that's not an
we
ad
assume
hom, that's
that
a
there's
fact. What scientific organization are you a part of?
if we assume the Earth's a sphere and we look at the
that's what I
horizon, this is bad, bro. Ad homs are insufficient.
No,
So-
sorry, mate. I'm not playing into that. It's you can grow all you like. I'll make you back. So yeah.
All right, brother. Well, fundamental difference,
mate.
right? Either horizon's physical or it's not on
Maybe
the globe.
just to bring it back to something we can agree on, what do you mean by a physical horizon? Because
Yeah, I don't.
at some point
Tangible.
you said the Earth isn't breathing, and I would say it kind of is, because when it's daytime, there'd be a little more thermal expansion, right? And we talked about second law of thermodynamics, so there would be a variation from day to night. You would expect that.
Maybe she should.
Well, I promise I'm not going to talk a lot. I'm just trying to break it down so everyone understands, even in the audience. Globe Earth, if you have a pregnant woman, right, and she runs her hand down her stomach, she can't see her hand anymore because her hand physically blocks, or is physically blocked by her stomach.
Yeah, when
You
her
can't
hand's at the base of her belly.
You can't see
You
through
can't
a
see
mound
it.
of dirt. That's physical obstruction. Flat Earth, the horizon's just your vanishing point because you can't see any further in the sky and the ground appear to meet. Globe Earth, hump of Earth curvature blocking your view physically, tangibly, literally. Okay? Two different things, patently different. Not even close to the same. They're opposite. Okay? So all we observe is the one. You guys are claiming the other. So I'm asking, how did you find out it was there? He said, well, we account for refraction using science. Actually, I can get into that, but the point is, how do you know it was there? You had to assume it was there, and then you had to do the mathematical calculations, assuming it was there, make corrections because it didn't match what you expected to see. That doesn't prove it's there.
Yeah, so we've done experiments.
Well,
to
hang
prove
on a
light
minute. How can
refraction.
you account for refraction on a flat surface?
Yeah.
How can I account for refraction on a flat surface? Yeah, so refraction is just the terminology that we rock with for intents and purposes, but the horizon just fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions. Actually, you want to get technical, refraction
I'm
actually comes
excited.
from time out. Yeah, refraction comes from Snell's law, right? Which is actually a differential between two mediums, which is why when it comes to the globe Earth terrestrial refraction, you had to come up with a differential equation of Snell's law because it does not transfer from two mediums. So whenever you put something
Sine theta
Hold on,
1.
just to give Austin a chance to finish.
Yeah, like if you put a pencil through water, you'll see it kind of bend. That's a transfer from two mediums. That's refraction, Snell's law. Okay, so that's actually not applicable to the atmosphere, which is obviously not two different mediums. So this is awkward.
I just wanted to come back to what you said before about the citations from the government. So a government that lies, what it says can't be trusted, period. Even the stuff that flatters our biases. So what I saw briefly, I didn't see the entire screen share, but it did appear to be a model. And maybe we should spend some time just discussing the utility of models and how they don't, in a lot of ways, can't correspond to reality for the computational complexity we have access to at the time.
Agreed.
Yeah.
They're called approximations. So what you're saying is you're looking at a bunch of approximations and saying, well, this is actually how it is. It's like, well, no, these are the approximations that work given the particular task that they're being implemented for. And that could be any number of things, but generally you want to think of it as navigation.
Well, I think flat earthers use a lot of special pleading. They basically go, well, your model doesn't have this, this, and this. Their model doesn't either. And so they go, yeah, but it's our model. It's special. We don't need to prove this. We don't need to prove that. We don't need to show experimentation. We don't need to show anything because we're not presenting a model. So either they have a model and they're not able to support it, or they don't have a model at all. Either way, they've got nothing to show for their thing. But it's just special pleading that say flat earth.
Real quick question for either one of you guys. Is falsification independent of replacement?
Yes.
Okay, so we're falsifying the globe Earth. We don't have to replace it. So.
This debate's about flat earth, sir.
Yeah. The
I
Earth,
don't know about
Yeah,
independent.
flat Earth. So you have to defend the flat Earth position.
all physical
You seem to
measurements
be
are the history of
mistaken.
mankind.
So if you're not presenting a model, why are you here?
Well, I don't need a model.
Well, why are
Don't
you
need a
here?
model,
This
right?
is about flat Earth. You're not talking about flat
Did
Earth.
you not
so
listen to
you
what
don't
your
have a model.
partner
So
said?
why are you here?
Did you not listen to what your partner said? She actually said it great. Models are not a good indication of reality. We are showing.
Yes, but if you're not here to defend flat Earth, why are you here?
I wasn't done. So, okay. We are. So you said we have two things. We don't actually have an official model. That's why we keep it vague. Okay, so let me just.
No, that's fine.
All right,
That's all I need to know.
just to hear.
We don't
Okay,
have an
there is a
official.
lot of. Hold on one sec. There is a lot of, even if it's just a little like jumping in and getting a few
Okay,
words in
sorry.
while
Yeah,
somebody's
my
talking.
apologies.
It has been a lot.
Sorry. So first of all, we don't actually have an official model. We just keep it vague because we can't know. So we know it's a topographical plane with mountains and valleys. Now you said we have no evidence. Okay. We showed the measurements that there is no drop rate. We showed through long distance observations and also through laser tests where the laser hits the target on the other side of a body of water or a frozen lake. You hit the target where there should be a drop rate. A laser shoots perfectly straight and level. And if there's a drop rate, it shouldn't be able to hit the target on the other side, but it does. Okay. So that is our evidence that there is no drop rate. There is no drop rate. There is no evidence that there is a drop rate. And if there was, they could show this with observations or with laser tests that there is a drop rate. The only thing that you guys have in your toolbox is refraction. That's it. But again, refraction doesn't even work like he brought up with Snell's law. There's only one medium with the atmosphere and you need two. Okay.
Okay, so you basically said you've got no model, so you're presenting nothing today. You've said, oh, keep it vague. Yeah, I bet people trying to hide something always keep it vague. Con men keep it vague because they don't actually have to present any evidence for what they're trying to demonstrate.
Well, I think
That's
she's
a usual...
basically asking for a different, perhaps more compelling argument.
Well, I mean, apart from all of the videos, the photos, I went through a few things. They still haven't explained how the demonstration that I did. I noticed they've run completely away.
Can you concede that it's energetically flat because it's a globe?
What do you mean by energetic? Yeah, I don't think...
Gravity field is about the same.
Points, Jen. I really do just want to go through my points,
I
Jen.
agree.
I think that we should maybe get on the same side.
I thought we were having a open discussion.
Hold on one sec. But like I said, there has been some interrupting, so I do want to give Mark a chance to finish.
Yeah, so where was I? Yeah, keeping it vague. Yeah, so when you don't have a way to prove what you're saying, that's when you keep it vague. No drop rate. You said you demonstrated that. No, you just claimed it. That's all you did. A claim is different than a demonstration. And we don't just have refraction. We have a lot of evidence to demonstrate that the Earth is a globe. Go ahead, Jen. Sorry, that's all I want to say.
It's no problem. I'm just trying to keep up with everything that's being said here. Topographical plane. I don't know what that means, but I will concede the Earth is energetically flat in the sense that it's approximately the same gravitational field at all points, give or take.
So we say topographical. Oh, sorry.
I'm just saying I'll grant you that it's energetically flat, but the only reason it's energetically flat is because it's physically nearly spherical. I believe the technical term is an oblong spheroid.
Oblate.
Oblate, so excuse me. But it started out, what I tell people I'm explaining is it started out as a sphere. It wants to be a sphere. And the reason it's not a perfect sphere is because it has some additional forces or actions doing work on it that deviate it slightly from this shape that it generally wants to be. And then I draw on things, day-to-day objects, namely bubbles, what have you, eyes, anything that tends towards a sphere, and say, well, this is just
like other planets and moons
preferred.
And stuff, right?
So if I look up and I see a light bulb, does that mean I'm standing on a light bulb? Because just because you look up and you see something that looks like a circular light doesn't mean that you're standing on a circle. That doesn't help your cause at all. And also a topographical plane. So we know that there are mountains and valleys. So to say flat Earth is just, I mean, the Earth isn't completely flat. So there's mountains and valleys, but water is flat. Water always seeks its level. And I kind of want to see if we can switch gears. And since you brought up gravity, I just
want to address that light bulb thing. because I'm not saying that because we're standing on a sphere, or we see a sphere in the air, that we're standing on a sphere. It's because planets, moons, celestial bodies, when they form spheres because of the principle of that Jen was talking about, that things always move into sphere shape unless they're under the influence of another force, because it is a minimum energy. And correct me if I'm wrong, Jen, you know more about it than I do, but it is a minimum energy shape, correct?
If we want to define a minimum energy shape as something that minimizes torsion for particular dimensionality, you can argue that in 3 dimensions, yes, the sphere meets this criterion, and we've got a lot of exposure to the 3rd dimension. Technically, we're in 3+1 dimensions, which is where I think all this confusion ultimately stems from, but we get a lot of back chatter into the 3D, so we can draw on that, the specialness of the 3rd dimension, to sort of say, well, spheres are, in some sense, a starting point, because 3 physical dimensions is what we're playing with.
Just to address when I said something to you earlier about how I actually honestly disagree with you, things seem to revert back to spherical oftentimes because of energy efficiency, right? So like a magnetic field, a toroid. Well, like if you draw the outline of a toroid, it's effectively a sphere, right? Well, that's the most energy effectively. You can draw a celestial sphere if there's a toroid encompassing the Earth, right?
A toroid and a sphere aren't the same. So you think of a sphere under so much pressure from its internal energy, but it doesn't have any opportunity to get any bigger. So it's just pressing and pressing and pressing, and eventually it just feeds into itself and creates a 3+1 dimensional, what you're describing with your.
Sure, but let's say
there's, like, to be sure, pardon my interruption. Sorry about that, Austin. Just to be sure that people understand in the audience, because I think there's a little bit of confusion in terms of exactly how everything ties back. And I know it's obvious for you guys in the debate, but just for a few people in chat, in terms of tying back, like how this relates in the most direct sense to flat versus globe, if you'd be able to do that just for maybe like 10, 20 seconds.
Sure. Basically, their argument is that everything in nature reverts back to spheres, and so that it is the default position that it would be spherical. If I don't want to strawman you, if you guys can maybe.
No, what I'm essentially saying is that the least action principle is a universal governing principle, and the sphere is the 3-dimensional instantiation of the least action principle.
Yeah, so we're not saying everything in nature goes back to spheres. It's just that when the formation of planets occurs, physics and the least action principle that Jen was talking about naturally causes them to form into spherical shapes. And we see that in the sky all the time. And for people to think that, hey, we're all the planets are spheres, the moon's a sphere, the sun's a sphere, but we're standing on, a pancake is just a bit, it's beyond me. But
the only person, again, okay, we didn't say the Earth was a pancake, so it's frustrating that you're not.
Oh, pancake shape. Sorry, my apologies.
Flat's not a shape, but anyway.
So you're talking about all these planets, and the only way that you know that these are spherical objects apparently is through NASA. There's nothing else that you can do here on Earth to actually tell if these lights in the sky are a sphere. And we want to actually transition the conversation to the vacuum of space. And I wanted to ask, your name is Jen, right?
Yep.
Sorry. Okay. Yep. Does gravity affect gases?
It's a very good question. And the answer is yes. And this is actually something where my own model differs, where I say the top of the Earth is still a sphere, but top of the Earth is actually the South Pole. And we have this effect in the northern hemisphere where the sunset drags out super long that is not present in the southern hemisphere. And that's because the gases are all pooling at the bottom of spherical Earth. And what does it mean to be at the bottom? It means that the gravity field is the strongest at the base. That's bottom of me. Well, the gravity field is a tiny bit stronger at my feet than on my head because my head's a tiny bit farther from the center of the planet.
So I see helium rising. Why is it going up?
Because compared to the other gases comprising the atmosphere, it's less dense. So everything is ultimately, this is one thing that the flat earthers get right, is that the density actually is very important.
So there's a gradient.
Well, that's a little bit different because once you've invoked a gradient, you're presupposing space temporality, whereas density is less. So you can define density without delving into space temporality, whereas a gradient implies some type of motion, and lo and behold, you have to condescend into the ickiness of space time. And well, we all know where that goes.
Science. Yeah. Pseudoscience.
Exactly.
But what stops the gas from going to the vacuum of space? What stops helium from leaving the exosphere, which is the outer layer of the atmosphere, I believe, and going into the vacuum? Why does
density as well? So it'll go up and up and up and up because the density of the ambient air is higher, and then eventually the density of the ambient air will diminish,
Mhm.
and then it will be equalized, and then it will at some point it'll probably pop, and then the only mass you'll have left is the container, and that's gonna.
So we have gas pressure here on Earth, correct? So our argument is gas pressure requires containment.
Very good point. This is something that they can't really account for, so I'll grant you that you're right to be skeptical. And maybe
Your honesty is very refreshing, by the way. I just have to say that. At least we can have like somewhat reasonable conversations, you know, even if we disagree.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
it is the big band-aid. It's a big
what
band-aid.
happens from a scientific perspective is that gravity pulls all of the air molecules down because gravity acts upon everything. Upon pulling it down, it compresses. You have pressure. The lighter or less dense things that gravity is not acting as strongly on goes up. When it goes up, there is less pressure that is pushing it away. So it eventually finds an equilibrium where it's not being pushed out by pressure, but it's still being pulled by gravity. We still do lose atmosphere into the space every year, by the way.
Yeah, but entropy would necessitate that it would be a spontaneous seeking of equilibrium. So, and you bringing up pressure to answer the question of how do you have pressure? What's the antecedent to pressure?
Gravity.
No, it's
gravity
container.
pulls down.
So
Yeah,
when
no,
I
it's not a
when I
container.
get
It's
when
not
I
a physical container.
when you get propane, are you using gravity as the container, or are you using a physical container?
That's got nothing to do with
We're
anything.
talking about gas
That's
pressure.
a complete non sequitur.
Wait, so if we take the propane to the top of Mount Everest, do we need a container?
Why does the propane try to get out?
Because it's seeking its equilibrium.
High
Well, it's
pressure wants to go to low pressure unless there's
Correct.
a physical barrier.
No,
Entropy.
a barrier. It's just that gravity acts as a barrier. It isn't a barrier, but it acts as a barrier. It pulls down the molecules. The molecules try to rise. It finds equilibrium in that state. That's it. It's very, very simple.
Okay, let's pretend that we're going to a kid's birthday party and we're going to have some helium balloons. And I need to bring helium to the party. Okay? How do I do that without a physical container to contain the gas?
That is
Do
a
I use
complete
gravity? Do
straw
I
man
just
of
go
the
to
argument.
do I just use, I'm not strawmanning.
No, because helium is less dense, and unlike the upper atmosphere, you are
Is helium a
surrounded
gas?
by pressurized oxygen that if you release it, it will just go up. I've explained this.
Is helium a gas?
Yes, of course. Is this sort of stupid question time? Of course it's a
No.
gas.
Well, stupid answers necessitate that, right?
No. So helium is a gas,
helium
right?
isn't a gas. Is that
No,
what
no,
you're
no, no,
saying?
no. So to transport helium.
Is saying helium a gas a stupid answer? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
no, no, no.
No.
Oh, well,
forget
then what are you
Sir-
saying? Because that's what I said. Helium's a gas. So what are you saying, Austin?
You said that gravity actually holds pressure down adjacent to a near perfect vacuum
Yes,
to the negative
yes,
17
yes.
floor, and it prevents it
Yes.
it from seeking equilibrium, but some of them get away.
No. It does seek equilibrium with gravity being part of that equilibrium. You're basically saying, hey, gravity can't exist. It can't exist, so it can't be part of this equilibrium. Well, if it is, it makes sense.
Sir, if there's propane gas in a propane tank, okay,
Mhm.
and you open the container, what happens to the gas that's inside the container?
Because of the pressure at sea level, its lower density will cause it to rise.
So it will leave the tank, correct? If there's propane gas in a propane tank and you open the container,
Yes.
the gas inside will leave the
Yes,
container.
because
correct?
the
It will-
gravity of the container is not the same as the gravity of Earth. This is a complete straw man and a false analogy. So that's my answer. It's because of gravity of the container is not as great as the gravity of Earth.
What
Can
direction
maybe
does the
ask,
gas?
what gives the containment in the flat Earth model, or you don't?
Oh, there's some type
Crystal
there's some type of there's some type of physical containment because we don't deny natural law. So like the second law of thermodynamics necessitates that there's a physical container. Of course, the good old people over at the government aren't really fond of us going and being able to find stuff like that out. That's how you know they're not hiding anything, and we should blindly believe them.
Okay, so you think there's a physical container? That's fine. So
It's
can we
science.
address the demonstration that I brought up with the different moving?
Sure, I did, but real fast, just to make her point, I want just real fast, bro. When the gas disperses, do you agree that it disperses omnidirectional? It's omnidirectional dispersal.
Yeah, I'd like to go on to the demonstration that I brought up.
Well, let me make my point then. Omnidirectional dispersal, that's all directions. That includes up, antithetical to down. And then, of course, gravity supposedly has a singular vector of down relative to the center of mass. And so that would be the strongest, the most accessible, strongest point of gravity.
Yes, but on dispersal, it goes up and to the sides because there's more than one force acting on it. Like you can't just say, hey, gravity's the only force to exist in the world. There's also wind patterns, there's currents, there's a ton of things acting upon it. Your effort to sort of make these really false analogies and these really poor analogies are just it's
These are
really
completely irrelevant.
Hold on, just
No,
to
they're
be
really
sure
not.
there's not
If
too
I
much
hop
interrupting
in and maybe
again.
try to give an account,
Hold
'cause
on, just a second. Hold on,
Sorry.
just to be sure there's not too much interrupting. Like I said, even those little ones, but I do want to give a chance. Who was it that shared their screen? Just because I want to, if you do want to
It's
share
me.
something, I want to give you a chance.
Jen.
Otherwise, I want to return to the normal view.
It's me. I'm trying to account for the containment, if I could.
Sure, go ahead.
Go for it.
Yeah, so I'll grant you what you're saying. Like, it does seem strange. You know, we see these movies and people getting sucked out of airlocks, and it's like, okay, you know, their heads exploded. Well, why isn't that happening to us right now? How do we account for the containment? And I can give you a model that accounts for it, no problem. It's just a little bit complicated because it's a question of like, what's the role the moon is playing in the sustenance of the atmosphere. And as it turns out, the moon is a necessary condition for the atmosphere. And we could say it was probably the same event that created the moon and the atmosphere. And at the time, the atmosphere was frozen, which is what the top of the diagram is showing there. It's actually that frozen mass that dislodged the moon, and the moon is just perpetually falling away, and in space it just keeps spinning around again. It's got to be globes for this to, near spheres for this to work. And over time, more and more and more sun just keeps coming in. And basically, the way to understand the stasis field, as it were, is that the moon is deviating the path of the water that wants to evaporate away in a radial direction. So if there was no moon, the water would just evaporate all the way to the end of the universe because there's nothing to stop it. Once it gains that energy from the sun, it's gone. But the moon, what does the moon do? Just comes around and scoops it and keeps it binded. So the moon is effectively creating a three-dimensional spherical wave moving in towards the planet as the planet is emanating heat energy away from its surface because the sun coming in, bouncing off the surface, and bouncing out. And the inward pressure and outward pressure from the moon and from the atmosphere creates this sort of stasis field that contains everything. Does that explain it? And that you need a sphere for that to work. So hopefully that clears it up and you could be having your come to sphere moment right now.
Prove the solidity or sphericity of the moon.
Okay. So again, we're gonna just walk it through really slow. So if I have a propane tank with
could you address Jen's point?
Sure.
Sure.
You don't need to interrupt. I'm going to address your point, okay? We need a physical container to have gas pressure. The moon orbiting around us is not going to create gas pressure, okay? So I'm going to talk to Jen now. Thank you.
This
so
might
Jen,
have to be. I'm sorry to cut you off, Kai. This might have to be our last point. We got to go into Q&A because I know that we want to get you guys out of here as promised. On
can I make 1 2-second point at the end? Just 1 2-second point.
If it's super fast, but go ahead, Kai.
It is so pithy. All I want to say is that they never actually addressed the model that I brought up, dodged up, asked 3 times, never actually addressed it.
Rewatch it once this airs, and you'll see I literally answered it before the presentation that all stars move east to west. Clockwise and counterclockwise are not directions; they're simply perception. And maybe you should pump the brakes. But I think Kai did get interrupted like 50 times.
Yeah, I can't
You
speak.
keep
I'm not
interrupting
really-
even the
it's
lady,
frustrating.
bro. Even the lady, bro. So like,
Sure, man.
can she ask these 3 fundamental questions real fast before we go into Q&A, please, without you interrupting? Thank you.
And I wish we could go back into gas pressure. It sucks that we can't. But okay, so this is about the sextant. Are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between Earth's surface and celestial objects? If you guys aren't familiar with sextants, please speak now. But
Is that
it's used by-
dividing the visible sky into 6?
No, it's used for navigation by the Navy.
It's
I
a
thought you were
navigational tool.
making 3 points or 3 questions.
She has
I
3
don't-
questions, and they're yes or no, close-ended questions, and she just wants to see so the audience can see how knowledgeable the spectrum of
I'd
knowledge is.
rather be able to respond to questions without sort of just a yes and a no. I find they're usually loaded questions. Sorry. So ask your questions and I'll address them. That's fine.
Okay,
let's just go back.
Okay, well, here's the deal. Are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial objects? The answer is objectively yes. It's been done for decades, hundreds of years, maybe even longer. Number 2, are sextants used to obtain elevation angles from your position to celestial objects? The answer is also objectively yes. That's how they're used. The number 3 is, can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved adjacent, a curved baseline, or a spherical surface? And of course, the answer is objectively no. So
they're not supposed to be accurate with relation to a globe. They're just meant to measure celestial objects into a navigation system. They're not designed for that.
But why does it work then? If there's a globe, it wouldn't work.
Well, why does GPS work?
GPS comes from the Lorentz system using a Cartesian coordinate system that adds a z-axis. That's
No, it
non
doesn't.
sequitur.
Like, you can be in the middle of Australia here, in the middle of nowhere, nothing around you for, well, nearly the entire country, and GPS still works, and it wouldn't work on a flat Earth.
It's all good. Like, you may not know about it, look into it, but I know James is trying to move on, and we are kind of time crunch.
Yeah,
but
I'm not sure why you brought up 3 questions.
Well,
at
just
the end, but
because
sure.
because we wanted to a few times, but Kai couldn't get a full sentence out. But it's all good. We can move on to Q&A. I think the anyone that actually understands sextants knows that your answer doesn't cut it, but we can move on. It's no big deal.
Yeah, and they only can work if the Earth is
mariners have known that the Earth has been a globe for centuries, so they obviously disagree with you. So
Okay, cool. I know one that disagrees with you.
We do want to jump into the Q&A.
One,
and
yeah.
do want to also
Congratulations.
mention, my dear friends, first, our guests are linked in the description if they have a link right now. So, for example, Jen and Witsy Gets It are linked below. Highly encourage you to check that out. And that includes if you're listening via the podcast, folks, as we put our guest links in the podcast episode for every single debate as well. And with that, we're going to jump into this Q&A. I'm going to move fast, folks, because I've got to warn you right now. We have so many questions, and we have to wrap up in less than 30 minutes to get the speakers out of here at the time that we promise. And so at this point, any questions that come in as of this moment or later, like you're rolling the dice, I don't know if we can get to them. I'm going to try to work through these as fast as I can. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Udaf, heck you. Thank you for your question. Says, can Medicare for all work on a flat Earth? If so, why can't we get it in America? I think that was rhetorical. Thank you very much. Zach Morgan says, my good friend is a strong Christian and a commercial airline pilot. He says the Earth is undoubtedly spherical due to their navigational system based on a globe, as well as other proofs. Is he just a liar?
No, he just misunderstanding. I know hundreds of pilots personally, and everyone knows you only see a flat horizon up there, and you use small portions of mapping using Cartesian coordinate systems on a horizontal plane. So, no, he just misunderstanding. I wouldn't call him a liar.
You got it, Ann. Thank you very much for this question. Coming in from Made by Jim Bob says, Jen, optimization of shape assumes teleological position. What is the purpose of the Earth, and what is it optimizing? And you might want to define teleological in case anyone's new to that.
Teleological.
Like, I think they mean purposeful. Like there's a purpose or design behind it.
Ah, I see. The oft-touted non-problem of design. I would refer you to the least action principle. Fairly strong assertion in physics. Difficult to interpret, but quite valuable. It's usually one of those things where we look back, it's like, oh, the models that worked really well, they abided by the least action principles, so we're going to stick with that. Thanks for your question.
This one coming from Ilset Nova says, for the Q&A, Austin and Kai, who runs the scientifically proven facts that you all refute? Please be specific. I think they're saying who's leading the conspiracy of the flat Earth on the planet.
Who's leading the conspiracy? I don't even know. Powerful groups of people that, if they were intelligent at all, which to pull this off they'd have to be, wouldn't let you know their name. And again, no, not everyone's lying, and it's science masquerading, pseudoscience masquerading as pseudoscience is now the norm. We're asking you, just think for yourself. You don't have to believe any theories some dude with a lab coat tells you. Use empirical evidence in the scientific method.
They show correlation. They don't actually really establish causation. That's how they get away with so much crap.
You got it. And Earth is Life, thanks for your question, says, those are all wide-angle lenses, Witsit.
Yeah, they impose curvature. Thank you for playing.
This one coming in from Stupid Santa's Whore Energy. By the way, if you're sick and twisted, folks, we do have a question on whether or not Santa, it's a debate coming up this month on whether or not Santa is satanic, namely the idea of Santa. You tune in for that one. But this one is, why doesn't the angular size of the sun change throughout the day?
It changes throughout the year, and why do you assume it would change throughout the day? You'd have to actually know its makeup, its location, the difference between apparent and actual location, and it actually does apparently change in the sky using proper filters, just a minute amount due to its relative location to us, its makeup, which we don't know, but I know for a fact it's not 93 million miles away as gas chilling in a vacuum and defying entropy. So
you got it, Ann. Thank you very much for this one coming in from Earth is Life, says NDT also said, quote, the Earth isn't, Neil deGrasse Tyson says also, quote unquote, the Earth isn't effing flat, unquote. I think that's for you.
Yeah. It's called a hostile witness, right? So we're just using someone from your side because oftentimes we run into people ignorant, and so they make arguments that even the people that are above them on their side disagree with because of ignorance. So we're just trying to spread information for everyone. Most people don't know Neil deGrasse Tyson said that. He's explaining the curvature pictures actually are not really Earth curvature. That was our point.
Yeah.
You got it, Ann. This one coming in from Quick Lemon says, this goes to both Mark and Jen. Please explain the universe in under 30 seconds. My guess is the most realistic answer will be the most concise.
This is set up. So I think that Big Bang cosmology, the rapid expansion of the universe, we can prove this via redshift. What caused it, we don't know. I guess that's under 30 seconds. I'll leave it to Jen. Can you make the 30 seconds, Jen?
Uncreated universe. We exist in the mind of God. I am that which is. I see the rest of my time.
You got it.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
Decepticons Forever says, if the Coriolis effect is fake, what properties of the Earth are making hurricanes, and how are their quote-unquote lifespans, ranges, and spin so understood?
Okay, yeah. So differential and weather patterns that build up over months and months of temperature fluctuation is how hurricanes are actually formed. And so, yeah, we actually observe and document the temperature fluctuations, which result in, due to the difference in temperatures, the water moves around. It has nothing to do with the Earth spinning, as all hurricanes would have to move in two opposite directions on the above and below, and they don't. So weird.
Well, and it contradicts itself because they say that the atmosphere moves in synchronization, and then at the same time it doesn't, and that's why you have the Coriolis. So it actually contradicts itself. There is no spin.
This one coming in from Do Appreciate It. Mr. Monster says, why does the shadow on the moon have curvature if Earth is flat?
Why are you assuming it's a shadow, bro? Because if it's a shadow and lunar eclipses are caused by the Earth blocking the sun casting a shadow onto the moon, how come during the Selenilian eclipse, actually, the sun and moon are above the Earth during the eclipse? That seems to falsify the notion that it's a shadow, which is a privation and absence of light. It is not. So what is obstructing the moon? Good question. We know it's not the Earth being a sphere, though. Objectively, it's called the Selenilian eclipse.
They call it the impossible eclipse. Space.com says celestial geometry says this cannot happen, but it does.
Science.
This one coming in from GPS says, what causes Doppler shifts in satellite RF signals?
What causes Doppler shifts?
That's right.
A differential in the amount of time it takes the sound to get to you and your location at a distance. So as it pertains to this conversation, actually, are red shifts and blue shifts nothing more than Doppler shifts? And what actually are they? That's the real question. Why do satellites give us Doppler shifts? Good question. What medium are they in? And then what's the duration of time it takes to get there? To know the efficacy of propagation, you need to know the medium. But that's just word salad, I'm sure.
And it's not a vacuum. The medium is not a vacuum.
This one coming in from Mr. Monster says, what do you think is under the flat Earth?
No one's ever dug deeper than 7.8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. No human being alive that breathes that says they know further than 7.8 miles is being honest, objectively.
You got it. This one from Debate Night says, Kai made the claim she can zoom the sun back in after it sets. I want to see proof of that or a retraction. I think you need a retraction of what you said, if you can't show it.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have a video. I don't think we don't have a video right now, but yeah, we have videos. What always happens is the Globers say it wasn't a good enough filter. You know, as we spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars on cameras and filters and they don't do anything, they say it wasn't a good enough filter. That's why you could probably bring the sun back into view. So, I mean, you know, apparently only NASA has the $50,000 filter that would prove us wrong. So we must be done.
You got it, and thank you very much for your question. Melkuth X says, if the Earth is quote-unquote flat, how can I prove it for my own confirmation? Watching the videos of people saying it is quote-unquote flat is not enough.
Agreed, and we would hope you never do that.
Yes.
And that's a beautiful question, because that's where you should be if you're intellectually honest. Go make observations, man. Make long-distance observations, laser tests, mirror flashes, etc. You can shoot lasers. You can do the globe math. It has to block your view, block the laser, block the mirror flash at a certain distance based on the geometry of a sphere, and it doesn't do that. So you go look for yourself, and you will find out very quickly there is no Earth curvature blocking our view. They lied about where you live.
Yep.
You got it, and thank you very much for your question. Coming in from Quick Lemon says, this is for Jen. I watched your previous debate with Mark, but with this Ligma stuff, are you the greatest troll of all time? Have we been rickrolled?
If I am, thank you. That does still not make me the best scientist alive at this time. Thank you very much.
This one coming in from Soldier of Science says, Austin, if we can predict a supernova that will be visible in the sky next year, does that go against the flat Earth theory?
The typical conflation of post-diction and prediction. There's a cyclical nature to the sky, and actually it's clearly electromagnetic in a fluid-like medium. Oh man, Austin. But so anyway, yeah, there's electromagnetic cyclical nature to the sky, and to post-diction is the same as prediction. So, you know, step your game up.
This one coming in from ASEAN Talks says, I do satellite end-to-end testing that must see 4 satellites, and I test with people 100 miles away. Only works on a globe with gravity in space.
So seeing things way too far away only works on a globe in space.
Wow.
Gotcha.
And there's also no real pictures of satellites. Just try to Google real pictures of satellites and they will all be CGI. That's kind of weird.
We did it 2 nights ago. Literally, real pictures of satellites in space, NASA. All you will find is CGI, the first results on NASA's website. So that's kind of weird. But
do better, NASA.
Science.
This one, Nazian Strikes Again, says, he says, I have observed water curving around the globe with a drone going up 500 feet above sea level with a cargo ship in scene. Saw the curve. Are my eyes lying?
Neil deGrasse Tyson would say that you're lying because he said that the Felix Baumgartner jump, you can't see the curve from there. So
yeah, math says you're lying also. So
yeah.
Stellar J. Atkins says, Erathsenes experiment works on both flat and globe models by simply challenging the presumed size of the sun. It's a flawed experiment.
Correct. Yes. Specifically distance.
Yeah, I think that was for me. So we have other evidence to back it up. And he postulated it first, and it turns out he was right, because we have mountains of evidence to confirm it, that flat earthers just want to wave away. But yeah, it's other stuff as well.
We missed that.
We're asking for it.
Yeah, we missed that. We just had your little rubber ball with like a piece of paper on there, but
we'll get there.
We'll get there.
Yeah, which you didn't address in the slightest, and you didn't want to talk about because you couldn't actually refute it. You just ran away from it all debate. So thanks for jumping in there.
This one coming in from Quick Lemon says, Jen's argument isn't true. It's beyond true.
Oh.
Isaiah 40, it's okay. Isaiah 40:22 says, Austin, do you think round earthers consider the Bible is 100% motionless flat earth book? Jesus, a flat earther, and round earth is from T NASA equals Satan?
Do I think that? I think it's pretty funny that, NASA means to deceive in Hebrew, has a snake tongue going through it, is missing the T. When they shoot a rocket, they say T minus. But people that are degenerate atheists that are afraid there's a creator, so they have moral accountability, don't want to acknowledge the inevitability of the earth being just stationary, geocentric center of everything. So, every ancient civilization knew it. I do happen to know the scriptures are the most historically accurate compilation ever and will never shy away from publicly stating that. So I'm about my father's business. Next.
Will Stewart says, quote, I don't know who I like more, Mark or Jen. Well, you have a fan, Mark and Jen. They are fighting over you in their own head. Made by
Thank you. Like Jen more. Jen's more likable than I am, definitely. Absolutely.
Oh, Mark, you're a sweetie.
All right, that's enough of this. Made by Jim Bob says, James, I recommend for future debates that one side affirms a claim and the other side refutes two affirmed positions is bad faith. I don't know if it's bad faith, but thanks for your feedback. If any of you want to respond to that, otherwise I'm going to move to the next one.
Globe Earth has positive claim, falsifications, and independent replacement. I will give James the benefit of the doubt here. This is a very tricky subject to debate because of, modern times. So
Chris Gammon says, no matter the strength of my telescope, I can't see Mount Everest from Dallas, Texas, where Modern Day Debate DebateCon will be in January. Thanks for that plug, Chris. Go ahead, Austin and Kai, if you'd like to respond.
You have a limit to how far you can see, just like when you're in LA, you can't always see the Hollywood sign because the pollution and the atmosphere is in the way. So you can't see forever. The telescope can't see forever. The atmosphere literally gets so thick that you can't see long distance.
So to think flat earthers would be able to see forever if the earth was flat, it's a straw man. It's pretty ignorant.
This one coming in from Magellan of Singapore says, Jen is adding, not a fan here, Jen. Jen is adding nothing but gobbledygook. How do you like them apples, Jen?
I will work on it and try to come up with some better diagrams for next time. Maybe we can get a slightly more engaging topic.
Come on, Jen made at least as much sense as everybody else. Let's face it. Come on,
Jen, Kai and I like you. We want you to look into it. Just look into it. That's what we're saying.
This one from Made by Jim Bob says, Jen, if quote level unquote on a sphere is technically a point parallel to center of mass, at what length or distance does level quote unquote become curved?
Sorry, was that for me? I missed that.
Yeah, said Jen.
Oh, Jen. Okay.
Level.
Let me know if I have to say it again because it's a mouthful.
Yeah, maybe we should go through that one more time because there seem to be a whole host of presuppositions.
They said, if level on a sphere is technically a point parallel to center of mass, at what length or distance does level become curved?
Oh, I see. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So the idea is that if a sphere you got to think with the ant and the anthill thing, right? So the ant only sees the anthill. So for the ant, the whole life is the anthill. So it makes sense that would seem to be the right shape, but then it has no bearing on the actual shape. So a sphere, if you're small enough, it seems flat. That's easy enough.
You got it,
a perspective thing.
Thank you very much for this question. Will Stewart says, I figured it out. I like Jen more. Sorry, Mark. She is more interesting.
No, I like Jen more. I like Jen more too.
Thank you very much for this. Will Stewart
Me too,
says, I figured it out. Oh, we got that one. Made by Jim Bob strikes again. He says, Mark, is the bending of space-time keeping the atmosphere in place, or is a force at the center of a ball pulling the atmosphere down?
No, it acts like a force, but yes, it's the bending of space-time due to mass.
You got it, Ann. Thank you very much for your...
It's like if you have a hole in a sheet that it'll bring everything towards it. Things will fall towards the center of mass.
Yeah, it's like bending love. You can bend concepts.
Yeah, you can't bend concepts.
Science.
Well,
it's in time
it's
or
not
concept.
really a concept. It's called a phenomenon. So maybe get the terminology.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
This one coming in from Debate Night says, Kai made the claim that she can zoom. Oh, we got that one already. And let's see. Chris Gammon says, debate my standard flat earth question. Airplane with unlimited fuel flying straight ends up where it started when it circled the globe. Explain that.
Yeah, so there's no such thing as flying straight. Okay, so we navigate using a compass. It's like, I don't understand why people laugh about it. It just shows your ignorance, bro. So like, you can't go straight. We navigate using a compass. It points north. You go east or west relative to north, right? So yeah, if you go east and you keep going, you're going to come back around to where you started. North to south circumnavigation, never been done. No such thing as a straight line in navigation.
You got it. This one from Mike Menzie says, Mark, what's the distance to the sun, moon, and the nearest star?
Nearest star I know is 4.2 light years. To the sun, I'm not quite sure. I'd have to look that up. And same to the moon, I think. No, I can't remember. I'd have to look it up.
238,000 miles.
Okay. Distance to the sun?
But we know nothing.
93 million. Diameter of the moon.
Oh, like I said, my field is, yeah. My field is computer science. So
well, my field's debunking the globe, man. You know.
Yeah.
That's actually on our calendar.
Look, check it.
That's on our calendar.
This is what we did all week, dude.
Yeah. No, I get that people can memorize things and still be wrong. A lot of people that have memorized things are still wrong about what.
But you're trampling on my.
Actually prove anything.
I agree with you because all these people know how to do is regurgitate like rudimentary things they were taught. But you're stumping on our joke here.
Oh, but you're special, right? You're special. You can regurgitate things, but you know what you're talking about. So you're special, right?
Well, I was taught the same thing. I was taught the same thing as you. I just broke out of it.
Yeah, but now you're an exception. So you're saying that people regurgitate stuff and it doesn't prove anything, but yours does.
Well, look, if you adopt my calendar, maybe you'll get where we are. It's
I want the calendar that works.
Repeat, and then we rest on Shabbat.
Well, and I think Mark just might be cranky because he's been living upside down his whole life and all the blood's been rushing to his head because according to you, you're down under. You've been upside down your whole life. So that must be really frustrating, right?
From your perspective, from my perspective, you're upside down, so the blood's rushing to your head.
Cool. This one comes in.
I got you.
Do appreciate your question. Mike Menzie says, Mark, what's the distance to the sun? Did I ask this? I did ask this, right? Yes. The distance to the sun, moon, and the nearest star?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. My working memory is shot. Unfortunately, I woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't get back to sleep. Magellan, thanks for your question, says Loran, capital Loran, was shut down in 1998. Witsit, stop talking nonsense.
Well, it's a good thing I said that it predates GPS. I did not claim that it was still in use. It has the exact same use case. They added a Z-axis to the Cartesian coordinate system used for navigation that's been used for years.
You got it. This one coming in from Jeannie. I didn't see a question, Jeannie. And same with Anomaly Bear. Let me know if you meant to attach a question to your chat. I didn't see one. But Magellan, thank you very much, says Austin, does a bifurcated pulse aligned plasma simplification falsify the privation of an observed moderator on a toroid reification blue shift?
Clearly a troll. Pretty funny. I'm sorry that you guys' mind shut down after 3 syllables, dude. Give me a break.
Next up, Mr. Monster says, do you believe in circumpolar navigation? Is that a troll to you?
Oh, that's for us. There's no such thing as circumnavigation north to south, which is the only thing pertinent and relevant to this discussion.
Yeah.
You got it. Stupid Santa's whore energy says predictions in science aren't temporal. Witsit, learn some philosophy of science.
Oh, so science isn't temporal, meaning it doesn't fluctuate or change. You know, it doesn't change natural law, and that debunks the globe. Natural law. Yeah.
Thank you very much for this question coming in from Marty Leads Live says, do Mark and Jen think we have gone to the moon? And if so, what is their major malfunction?
Yeah, I think we've gone to the moon and there's no malfunction except for maybe Apollo 11 where there was a major malfunction.
There's a bit of a replication crisis, isn't there?
Oh, I like you. I like you. She's just being honest, right? Even if she disagrees with us, that's all that matters.
Yes.
Yeah, well, we're going to go to the moon again. There's a one scheduled. So we'll all see
2 more
what
weeks?
happens.
Do they put it off
it's,
every time?
2 more weeks.
23.
I got that joke.
You're
Yeah.
based.
This is juicy. When is it? Do you know when it is, Mark? I'm curious just because it's
2026 now, I think. Or 2028 maybe. They push it back every couple years.
It's going to be all girls, allegedly. So
2025, I think.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, that'll
they
change
had
next
set the goal. So in the next few years, we will see. And you guys will, and we'll all find out. And
You want to bet $1,000 right now live that it doesn't happen on whatever the date is right now? You want to bet $1,000 they change the date again?
Well, they may do. I mean, it's not going down the road for a pizza. It's a very, very technical process that if they rush it, people could die.
Well,
so
they rushed it 7 times in the 60s, bro.
And they destroyed the technology, and it's a painful process to put it back together, according to Don Pettit.
That's because the technology was old, outdated. It's not what we.
But they got them to the moon.
And they haven't been back because of.
Let's give them a chance to respond.
So we basically would not use that technology. It's old, redundant, and quite frankly, just out of date. We would create something better. There hasn't been a reason to go back to the moon. And when other organizations like China have done moon missions, they've sent drones.
You got it. We must move into the
Why
next
would
one.
we send humans?
Quick Lemon says, Jen, where are your maracas?
Oh, the maracas. Yeah, where are they, Jen? Where are they?
Now let's just go to the next question. I don't even know what to say to that.
Is this some sort of innuendo? Okay, Soldier of Science says, Austin and Kai, what do you think of the Cassini or Voyager missions?
What do I believe about people claiming to go to a medium that literally can't exist scientifically? I'm pretty disinterested in it. I just watch Netflix.
And if rockets are going to space, why is your air not going? Good question.
They admit they don't even go to space, by the way. They say that they're still in low Earth orbit.
True.
So, man, so exhilarating 2021.
This one coming in from Do Appreciate Your Question. Kango44 says, Flat Earth is the most intellectually dishonest position out there. 2 sticks is all that's needed to measure the radius of Earth.
And perfect example of how actually it doesn't determine radius, it's a circumference. Shows how you don't even understand your own religion. You self-projected your intellectual dishonesty because actually you're pretending that proves the Earth is a globe when a glober earlier admitted that it literally works on both, as did NASA on YouTube. It works on both. So that's ridiculous. Actually, Flat Earth is intellectual honesty summed up because we have to admit we don't know everything, that actually we just know they lied to us. And now we're piecing together what we do know. We physically measure the surface of the Earth. It does not curve at the rate necessary for the radius value they told us. That's just a fact. You're going to have to live with it or pretend it doesn't exist.
Soldier of Science says, Austin and Kai, what do you think of the Cassini or Voyager missions?
Yeah.
I think you read that one already.
So sorry, you guys. It's really bad. It's kind of like, it's almost like I'm dropped into like the same like spot right here, like mentally speaking, like where it is. It just, Mr. Monster, thanks for your question, says, do you think God created the flat Earth?
Well, the necessary antecedent to creation is a creator. So yeah, I don't believe in everything came from nothing, but it wasn't nothing. There was a pre-existing energy, which comes from a Catholic priest. So you atheists, your atheist's worldview literally comes from a creepy psychopathic Jesuit priest.
Yes.
So
Georges Lamontre, I don't know exactly how to say his name, but he was a Roman Catholic priest. So when you want to talk about us believing stuff, you should look at the founder of your foundation.
Yeah, the creator created where you live, man. Just accept it. It gives you more power, not less.
All right, the last two. We've run out of time, folks. So to get these guys out of here on the time that we promised, I'm going to read these last two, and then we're going to wrap it up. Magellan says, Witsit, how does a radio-based navigation system differentiate, in parentheses, LORAN, L-O-R-A-N, between a y-axis and x-axis signal? Sorry, it's not physically possible.
It's not differentiate between the X, Y signal. That doesn't even make sense. The Cartesian coordinate system is how you map it out. The signals are how you actually determine location relative to a centralized location. So you take your Cartesian coordinate system and it maps out central to your location, right? So we have the Cartesian coordinate system for mapping purposes. How do radio propagation work for thousands of miles if the ground's not horizontal, though? So
this one coming in, seriously, folks, stop with the questions. This one says, what stars really look like? Says, the Potter's Clay, quote unquote, is a great flat earth channel for the skeptics. You won't find evidence for a stationary earth unless you know where to look. This one coming in from Ben Snyder says, Austin, we can see this stars rotating counterclockwise or clockwise depending on how far north or south you are on the globe. How do you explain this?
All right, I'm going to say it really slow this time. Okay. So clockwise and counterclockwise are not directions. Okay. They're relative directions. They're relative to one another. They are not absolute directions. East and west are absolute directions. Every single star in the sky moves east to west around the central points. Okay. Perception changes clockwise and counterclockwise. These are two different things: actual directions, absolute directions, and just apparent conceptual relative directions.
Steve McRae's manager says apparently G-Man, his channel has been raptured from YouTube. What will we do now that he's been banned? I didn't know G-Man was banned. Poor G-Man. Rum Runner says sniper schools teach sharpshooters to compensate for the curvature of the earth for long-range shooting. So are they all lying as well, Austin?
That is patently false. I actually personally, and everyone, all the Globers trip out and they like call my bluff. I literally know the people I say I know. Okay, I know tons of people from the military that shoot 1.5 miles. Okay, I just talked to one in person the other day. They're never taught to account for Earth curvature. Okay, now they're told that at a distance there may be some Coriolis, but they never actually have to account for it. They account for bullet drop, much more significant at those short distances than the Earth curvature, which just shows how detached from reality that is.
And if the Earth is spinning underneath the bullet, it should also spin underneath a drone or a helicopter. A helicopter should be able to hover over New York and wait for Paris to spin underneath to it. And this can never happen because the Earth is not moving underneath it.
You got it. And we've got to wrap up there, folks. So sorry if we didn't get to your question. I did definitely announce it on stream about 2 minutes ago. I said, like, we can't take any more. Stop sending. But we do appreciate your questions. And we do want to say we appreciate our guests. They're linked in the description. So if you want to hear more, hey, what are you waiting for? You can find their links down below right now, whether you're listening via YouTube or the podcast. But want to say, Austin, Kai, Jen, and Mark, thanks so much for being with us. It's been a true pleasure.
Thanks for
thank
having
you so
us.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for being. Thanks for being pretty cordial. Thank you, Jen, for being cordial. It was cool.
Nice to meet you. Talk to you soon.
Stay flat.
Appreciate your guys' spirited responses, and want to let you know, folks, stick around. I've got a big update I am absolutely pumped for in that post-credit scene. I'll share that with you as DebateCon is more formally launching. This is our in-person debate conference coming up in January in Dallas, Texas. It's going to be huge, so stick around for updates on that in just a moment.
That was good stuff.
I disagree. It was repetitive, redundant, and stupid.
It's kind of the same shit we go through all day here.
Most
and
your questions, I know. I believe the same shit about our server. We talk to too many fucking children. Most of your questions are non sequiturs or unproven shit. They're trying to act like. The one dude said science isn't temporal, meaning it's fixed. It never changes. And that's the biggest crock of shit I ever heard from somebody that said they're a science person.
Well, why are we here,
science
Michael?
Does change. There is no 100% never changes in science because smart people know everything changes with the growth of knowledge.
Yeah,
and a new perspective.
The point is, Michael, is that we're gonna we want them to ask the repetitive questions to actually expose
I'm in that
that they can't know what they think. I want them to get
it one of them times we say it and move on from that dumb shit.
I know, but it's almost impossible, bro. Come on, man.
They got exposed, though.
It's not.
It's called
comprehension.
It's
called comprehension skills from academic, supposedly scientific people who haven't even graduated high school.
That is crazy. So science is not temporal. What a claim!
I'm a college dropout, but I mean, it took me a long time to come around to this,
Yeah, and you comprehend. What's the high school kid's fucking excuse? He ain't learned it yet.
Yeah,
Well,
they
he
don't
should
know
admit
shit.
it. He should admit it. He's just still dumb.
Well, shouldn't
Listen,
their teachers admit it
listen,
too?
this is the difference between children and adults, and the reason I don't like to debate them. Children think they know everything. Adults know nobody knows everything. And we know very little as a race, for certain. I'd rather debate adults.
All right, so how about the teachers of the children come in here and talk to us?
They do, and then people get butthurt and ban them. I can't debate the professor because somebody got butthurt about they DM'd somebody and tried to tell them what they believe. But it's okay for a flat earther to DM somebody and preach to flat earth.
So do you guys?
We
So
got
he
a
said
bunch of hypocrites here, bro, and I'm calling them all out right now.
I got you on that.
Over and
You're
over
about to
again,
ask-
motherfuckers. You wanted to debate Phil too. I don't care if somebody else is offended that he's got 5 bachelors and they don't have a high school diploma. I don't give a fuck about that. Academia is where we need to be, and he represents academia. Until we get a peer-reviewed academic paper, we're just throwing shit at a wall and hope it sticks. I'm not into that. I'm an educated man.
If you're talking about me, you're calling me out because I was the one that made it. I didn't even know who. I didn't even know if you understood.
You haven't perma-banned Phil once. You put him in cog dis.
Well, I didn't know if you understood why that one day. I didn't know if you even
do DM Globers though.
I didn't know if you knew if you even
We don't
knew what he
police
was
DM.
doing, but he wasn't even.
It's no big deal.
I think
to me.
all of us have
He wouldn't even come in here and debate anybody. The only thing he would do, he would
big
stalk
deal.
people and get in their DMs and shit and tell them that they
DMs
were
are
stupid.
private.
Well, it was made.
That's no big deal in my opinion.
It was made
got
public
made
by the
into
people
one.
that he was DMing.
I message people and tell them about flat Earth.
And I
Am
know
I
at
just
one
as
point-
bad as him, or am I a hypocrite?
And I know at one point that was an issue. I guess. I mean, if it doesn't, I don't
Who
know.
said it was an issue? That's the thing. We've never policed DMs.
No, but I'm not saying police DMs. But when new people come in and they say that someone's in their DMs, that person and when the person generally they would get banned.
In the perfect
Like
environment,
in the past,
we won't have a comfortable place for people to come in undisturbed. This is an aggressive thing with people passionate on both sides. In a perfect environment, we'll get to debate academia because we'll know as educated people that's where we need to be.